As the prisoners left, Chang Dalei's name was already on everyone's lips at the Qin River, and it would take a long time for the incident's aftermath to settle down, and a system notification popped up stating that fear points increased. The 18 forces lost many people, and several leaders also died in battle, and immediately everyone took the time to discuss Chang Dalei. While the 18 lieutenants no longer had the strength, nor did they want to mess with Chang Dalei, the Toad village ushered in a period of peaceful development. Chang Dalei hummed, thinking that his fame had finally spread, and he made a lot of fear points with his current fear points of 6,106,432. He believed it was time to begin planning for an upgrade to a level 3 village, as information about Toad's village's current population of 3,568 popped up, and the population prerequisites for a tertiary village were 5,000. He mumbled that money was useless and life was fated, and he noticed that the summoning platform was also open, allowing him to summon a wave of characters. As he tapped on the system, he stated the incompetent disperses, and the Emperor possessed as he summoned 100 draws. A system notification popped stating that the summoning platform had activated. Another appeared and informed him that he had 1 million fear points deducted, and Heart informed him that she had received his request. Heart chanted that the awakening of the emotions of the whole earth would herald the light of the stars. She went on to say that the emotions of the world are stirred, and the great men of the world were gathered as stars began to shine. She summoned countless stars. Light began to travel and swoosh. A system notification appeared, stating that he had obtained an ordinary rogue, an ordinary blacksmith, a bad mason, and so on. The system informed him that a total of 100 bad to excellent characters were awarded, which made Chang Dalei disappointed that nothing good was drawn. He tapped the system, thinking he had more than 5 million to go in another 100 draws, as the system deducted another 1 million fear points from him. Heart began summoning once more, and a notification popped up stating that he had obtained a normal farmer, a bad mason, an excellent fisherman, a normal scholar, and so on. The system informed him once more that a total of 100 bad to excellent characters had been awarded, prompting him to wonder why there was nothing good again. Chang Dalei was taken aback and asked for another million to be drawn, and the system deducted another million. A system information popped stating that he had obtained 100 characters. It went on for a little while longer, with the system informing him of what he had obtained, until a total of 5 million fear points were drawn, and a total of 500 characters came out. Chang Dalei cursed as he realized he only has 1,106,432 fear points left. He asked to draw 10 more times, claiming that he would keep 10,000 fear points for emergencies and that the last 100,000 were the last time, and that if he did it again, he would be a dog. Heart deducted another 100,000 fear points. She began to summon, and as he lifted her hand, a light appeared. A system notification popped, stating that he obtained a normal merchant, a bad tailor, a bad carter, and so on. Then lastly, a system notification appeared, stating that he obtained a top warrior. Chang Dalei was excited that something good had appeared. Heart congratulated him on getting the top warrior Fan Lihua. A system mission appeared, stating that an exclusive task for top characters had been triggered. And as for Phase 1, he should defeat Fan Lihua with any character, including the host himself, or otherwise, he could take her in by any means. Chang Dalei was curious if there would be a follow-up mission after defeating her in Phase 1. He reasoned that this time he ordered a total of 510 people, which was still about 900 less than the requirements for a level 3 village, and that now that the village was also firmly established at the Qin River, it was time for Su Ying and Liu Zhihan to arrive. He realized that he had not seen them in months and expressed that he missed them quite a bit, when suddenly Gao Feibao appeared and called him out. Gao Feibao informed him that a lot of people had appeared in front of the village, stating they wanted to join their village. Chang Dalei was puzzled at how fast it was. He informed Gao Feibao that he had an extremely important task for him and asked if he could also get Zhu Shenji because he had a task for him as well, and Gao Feibao agreed. Over the next 10 days, group after group of people came to join, and a voice ordered everyone to get in line, telling them that they had traveled a long distance, and, fittingly, stating that they were short on staff at Toad Village. Zhu Shenji told them to come and sign up as they were all brothers from on. Meanwhile, Gao Feibao rushed to the south of the river with Chang Dalei's letters. Meanwhile, at Qinchuan Mountain, A man overlooked as carriages began entering the gates. Mo Mingni asked if they were satisfied with the goods. A man informed him that they were satisfied, and Jin Wendao had requested an additional 10,000 swords and shields. Because he ordered so many, Mo Mingni referred to him as a hungry wolf. Mo Mingni believed that Jin Wendao was bound to succeed to the throne because he wanted so many iron ore weapons. The man informed him that the Ring tribe had left, and the city's elite soldiers had nothing to worry about now, asking Mo Mingni if they should start preparing to attack Chang Dalei. Mo Mingni warned him not to rush, as Chang Dalei defeated 18 lieutenants and 10,000 allied troops in one day, and he was neither defender nor repelled but rather crushed their troops, leaving him wondering if he really only had 2,000 people. The man stated that according to the people who were released, there were only 2,000 people in Toad Village, which made Mo Mingni wonder how they lost. Mo Mingni also heard that on that morning, the sky was clear and sunny, and a miasma sealed the mountain, making no one be seen within 10 feet. The man went on to say that on that day, they saw a lot of people on the city walls in the fog, and it wasn't until after the battle that they realized most of them were scarecrows. He also said that before the big battle, the city walls seemed to have 1,000 armies shouting to kill, and while attacking the city, 4 groups of ambushers suddenly appeared from the rear, making the army in turmoil, which wrapped it up. Mo Mingni called them a bunch of losers for such an obvious ambush plan that none of them could see. And the man responded that an unimaginable thick fog suddenly appeared, and rumor had it that immortals were around helping Chang Dalei. Mo Mingni questioned it, calling it a joke, and claimed that they had mastered some weather observation tricks with some luck, and told the man to pass on his order to attack tomorrow immediately. And the man retorted that he was being impatient, claiming that they could easily fall into the enemy's evil plot. The man told him about the strategist behind Chang Dalei. Zhu Shenji was a powerful man to be careful of, and that he was the one who planned the destruction of the 100,000 Ring tribe men, the rebellion in the capital, and the assassination of the Ring's king. Mo Mingni asked his military advisor what they should do about Chang Dalei and the Toad Village, wondering if they should just leave them alone. The military advisor stated that they couldn't let others sleep peacefully on the side of the bed. But he couldn't figure out what Zhu Shenji's plan was, claiming that it was not the time to attack. He also told Mo Mingni that the Toad Village was recruiting recently, suggesting that they send someone to infiltrate and find out what was going on. He suggested that it would be better if they could find a chance to assassinate Zhu Shenji or Chang Dalei. Mo Mingni agreed, saying that while they could kill Chang Dalei, they couldn't kill Zhu Shenji if he was as good as he said, and ordered him not to hurt him, believing that he might still have some use. And the military advisor agreed. Meanwhile, in a jail cell, on the ground were a plate of fish bones. Yun Zhonglong slept on the ground beside his finished meal. Loud footsteps were approaching. A voice greeted Yun Zhonglong. Chang Dalei told him that life was good as he watched him gain weight, which made Yun Zhonglong excited about Chang Dalei's visit. Yun Zhonglong blushed as he asked when he would let him go because he was his man now, and Chang Dalei was perplexed because he was not like that. Chang Dalei asked if they would still listen to him or recognize him as their leader if he returned after being imprisoned for more than half a month, and Yun Zhonglong assured him that if he let him go, those gangsters would be subdued. Yun Zhonglong informed him that whoever dared to take his seat would be chopped up because his seat was not just for anyone. Chang Dalei felt relieved and told him he would send him back, but first, he had to tell him if he got any information about Mo Mingni. He also told him to put on a play to deceive them because his mountain village still needed a ransom ready to hand over to his people, which Yun Zhonglong understood. Chang Dalei told him that he was counting on him to infiltrate the enemy, and Yun Zhonglong assured him that he should not be worried. After a while, a voice told Chang Dalei to be honest and hand them over the money and the people. Chang Dalei advised them not to get any bad ideas as they were still in their Toad Village territory. After a while, Yun Zhonglong threatened Chang Dalei, telling him to be good and wash his neck before waiting for him to kill him, while the soldiers held him back and asked him to calm down. The soldiers yelled at each other that they went back quickly. Chang Dalei claimed that Yun Zhonglong was good at acting. Qin Man asked if he wasn't afraid Yun Zhonglong was just pretending to surrender and would take advantage of the opportunity to get out. Chang Dalei responded that it was of no use to lock him up, and they also demanded a ransom because it cost food to keep him for nothing. He believed it would be better to let him go, and if he truly brought him useful information, which was blood money. He told Qin Man that they went back to the village. Moments later, a huge group of people gathered outside, making Chang Dalei wonder. He was perplexed as to how so many people came to join them after so many days passed. He told Qin Man they went to have a look. A voice inquired about the person's name. A man named Jiang Kang responded, and Zhu Shenji inquired about what he did. Jiang Kang responded, saying that he was a blacksmith back in his village. Chang Dalei was curious about Jiang Kang and viewed his information. Jiang Kang's true name was revealed to be Mu Changzheng, a 32-year-old unknown top scout with the ability to infiltrate, spy, and disguise, which surprised Chang Dalei, who wondered why a top scout was pretending to be a blacksmith, and why he said his surname was Jiang. He finally concluded that he was a spy. Chang Dalei interviewed Jiang Kang on why he wanted to join Toad Village. Jiang Kang informed them that his family was hit by a natural disaster and his parents died, and he had no place to go, so he came to join them. Chang Dalei inquired about the location of his home and the type of the disaster. Jiang Kang responded that his family was in Bingzhou, where they were hit by a locust plague, and Chang Dalei asked if he had any family members at home whom he could bring along, which made Jiang Kang wonder if Chang Dalei was suspecting him and why he was being asked so many questions while others were only asked a few. Jiang Kang explained that his parents were dead and he had no place to go, so he came to join them on purpose. Chang Dalei sighed. Chang Dalei inquired of Zhu Shenji about his thoughts on Jiang Kang, and Zhu Shenji replied that he was a great guy and that their village blacksmith shop needed manpower. Chang Dalei chuckled and told Jiang Kang that they're all brothers from now on since he came to Toad Village. He also told him not to address him as grandpa, but rather as the village master, and Jiang Kang agreed. Jiang Kang smirked, thinking that his time spent making up backgrounds, origins, and other excuses had not been in vain, and claiming that what he had heard about Chang Dalei obeying Zhu Shenji seemed to be true. Chang Dalei ordered his men to take Jiang Kang to the blacksmith shop to familiarize himself. He informed Zhu Shenji that something was wrong with Jiang Kang, stating that he would be responsible for watching him and ordering him to stay with him at night, which made Zhu Shenji wonder why he would arrange for him to live with himself. Chang Dalei explained that it was because he was the strategist, and he felt relieved with him while keeping an eye on him. Zhu Shenji smiled, stating that Chang Dalei was right and assuring him not to worry because with him, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Chang Dalei felt that he was careless. He thought that people came to the Toad Village every day, and among them was a spy looking for information, prompting him to believe that it should be properly investigated. After a while, a voice prompted their new brothers to come. Chang Dalei told them that he would personally test them as he viewed for their information. A man inquired if they needed to take a test to become a mountain bandit. Chang Dalei stated that everyone should be assessed and those who were good at fishing should go fishing, while those who were good at smithing should go blacksmithing because everyone had their own duty. He assigned someone to go fishing while questioning the other about why he wanted to go smithing while claiming to be a scholar and informing them that those who did not obey the transfer would not be admitted. Through a day's investigation, Chang Dalei found more than a dozen problematic people. Chang Dalei reasoned that he was going to throw a dozen people into the blacksmith shop to forge, not knowing if they were there for assassination, spying, or just messing around when they came in. He thought that the workers knocking on their door should not be wasted, and if he gave them 8 hours to forge a day, he didn't think they'd have the energy to stir up trouble. Chang Dalei chuckled. Suddenly, Gao Fei Hu came informing him of bad news that someone was coming to attack their mountain village. Chang Dalei told him to calm down and asked who had the guts to attack them, teaching him to have a general's demeanor, and to remain calm and composed in the face of difficulties. Gao Fei Hu went on to say that there was a female general outside with the surname Fan. Chang Dalei stood up, realizing that the female general with the surname Fan had to be her, and asked him if she had come. He quickly ran with excitement. Gao Fei Hu said nothing as he observed Chang Dalei run hastily. He remembered what Chang Dalei said about having the demeanor of a general. Gao Fei Hu had not yet finished informing him that she had mentioned his name to beat him up. Meanwhile, at the dock in Toad Village, a stranger approached the group and asked why they didn't move out of the way because the fight was over. The stranger told them she was looking for Chang Dalei, and Qin Man told her that they wouldn't let her meet him because she came with murderous intent and didn't explain why. Fan Lihua unsheathed her sword as she rode her horse. She scoffed and told them not to blame her for not being polite. A voice called out for Fan Lihua. He asked where Fan Lihua was. Qin Man and the others realized that it was Chang Dalei, and Fan Lihua asked him if he was Chang Dalei. She stated that she heard of his excellent martial arts while on his way to the grasslands to assassinate the Ring Tribe King and defeat various heroes. She stated that she enjoyed sparring with experts, so she came to learn a few things. In addition, information appeared describing Fan Lihua, a 26-year-old woman with pear-blossom sword skills and a hidden talent for unrivaled horsemanship. Chang Dalei asked her rhetorically if it was a good idea to fight and kill because it was their first meeting, and he couldn't do that to such a beautiful girl like her. Fan Lihua, on the other hand, retorted that if he did not accept, she would come to his mountain gate every day. And if he was a dignified leader of Toad Village, she rhetorically asked him if he would want to be a coward. Chang Dalei was taken aback when he realized Fan Lihua's side mission was quite difficult, despite the fact that he claimed she was a masculine woman. He requested that Qin Man try her skill for him, but Qin Man informed him that he already did so. He inquired as to what happened, and Qin Man shamelessly stated that he lost. Chang Dalei inquired as to how he lost, and Qin Man replied that he fell off the horse, asking Chang Dalei not to inquire further details because he felt humiliated. Chang Dalei was depressed because he believed Qin Man had lost miserably, which caused him not to be willing to mention it, doubting whether Fan Lihua could really knock Qin Man off his horse or if he had lost intentionally. He asked the others who could help him. He inquired about Zhao Zhilong, and he responded that he would never fight women. Chang Dalei looked perplexed, thinking as if his senior sister were not a woman. He asked Guan Yu if he thought Fan Lihua was just selling her life despite the fact that the winner had already been decided. However, Guan Yu disagreed because he believed that children and women were difficult to raise, and he disdained fighting women. Chang Dalei wondered how they could concede today, as he assumed it was because they were afraid of losing to a girl, and were deliberately making excuses. He asked Zhang Fei, who said nothing. Zhang Fei jumped on the horse and assured Chang Dalei to leave it to him. Zhang Fei cursed Fan Lihua and told her to come fight him as he charged. Fan Lihua repositioned herself in response to Zhang Fei's attack. The two began their battle, while the group observed from a distance. Qin Man mentioned Zhang Fei as interesting, and Guan Yu added that Zhang Fei fought to give their Toad Village some face. Moments later, Zhang Fei was defeated. Humiliation was felt from Chang Dalei's party. Fan Lihua told Chang Dalei that if he wanted to defeat her with just a few bandits like him, he would be next, while a system notification popped up, stating that Fan Lihua's hidden attribute, unrivaled horsemanship, was upgraded by 1 level. Chang Dalei stated to let him learn her skills, but before that, he had a condition before they fought. Fan Lihua inquired what the condition was. Chang Dalei explained to her that if he won, he wanted her to work for him because he hoped she would join his Toad Village. He informed her that her monthly salary would be 500 taels of silver. Fan Lihua, irritated, inquired about what he said and whether he flirted with her while calling him a pervert. Zhang Fei chimed in, saying that he should help them in taking revenge and teaching her a lesson, and Chang Dalei agreed, assuring them that he would fight her personally. Qin Man informed him that he bought a horse for him, but Chang Dalei scoffed, asking if he still needed to ride a horse to fight a girl. Fan Lihua inquired if he was looking down on her for wanting to fight her without a horse. Chang Dalei reasoned that her physical body was in poor condition, and that he would not take advantage of her for the sake of fairness, so he told her that she was free to come after him. As they charged at each other, Fan Lihua remarked that he was too arrogant and should eat her sword. Chang Dalei warned her to be careful. As they prompted each other to come, the two began to fight. Chang Dalei thought that he would better try her unrivaled horsemanship skill. Fan Lihua unleashed her Pear Blossom Slash skill, which connected to Chang Dalei's sword. Chang Dalei struggled as he thought that her sword had strong power, believing that her swordsmanship was a flower-type sword martial art, which was light, fast, clever, and chaotic. He also mentioned that when combined with the force of the horse's charge, her stance became fast. Chang Dalei rolled to the ground. As he grabbed the dirt, he thought about how Qin Man was knocked off his horse in a few moves by Fan Lihua. He claimed that Fan Lihua was worthy of unrivaled horsemanship. Fan Lihua mentioned the legend of Chang Dalei, who swept through the grasslands, even scaring the Ring tribe. She went on to mock him that he couldn't even stand her sword, and expressed her disappointment towards him. Zhang Fei commented that Chang Dalei was truly something, a brother who should be disgraced or beaten by a woman together, while announcing his loss, which irritated Chang Dalei, who stated that he only lost by 1 slash and had not even gotten serious yet. He scoffed at them. Chang Dalei asked Fan Lihua to come to him, and she agreed. The two restarted their fight and began to charge at each other. Fan Lihua released her Pear Blossom Thrust skill, however, Chang Dalei dodged it with ease. She unleashed her next skill, the Pear Blossom Floating Cut, which resulted in the same result where Chang Dalei dodged it because he didn't think he could fight her recklessly. He claimed that Fan Lihua's sword was ruthless, wondering if she wanted to kill him, and if that was the case, he couldn't hold back. He called out to Heart, asking her to possess him, and a system notification popped up, deducting him 100 fear points. Fan Lihua struggled to block Chang Dalei's colorless double-wing phoenix skill, and Alfei's fast sword exploding fireworks. As she deflected countless Chang Dalei's attacks, she thought of it as a handsome lightness skill and wondered if it was his true strength. She also realized that his strength was not that strong, despite how fast this sword was. She thought that his lightness skill was difficult to deal with, and the most annoying was his jumping fighting style, and if she were entangled, she believed that she would not be able to develop the momentum for cavalry long-range attack. Chang Dalei smiled as he realized that he got her. Then suddenly Fan Lihua swung her sword. Fan Lihua released her Pear Blossom floating cut skill and told Chang Dalei to eat it as their swords connected. She was perplexed because it didn't cut him while an image of Chang Dalei vanished in front of her. Fan Lihua realized that it was his shadow. Fan Lihua noticed Chang Dalei leaping behind her. She quickly turned around. She held the hilt of her sword tightly as she rotated and told Chang Dalei to die. Chang Dalei suddenly grabbed her wrist, catching her. Surprised, Fan Lihua gritted her teeth. Chang Dalei asked her if she tried to kill someone. While addressing her name, he grabbed both of her wrists. Fan Lihua struggled and cursed at him, demanding him to let go. Chang Dalei complimented her, stating that she had good horsemanship. However, Fan Lihua screamed at him to let go. Chang Dalei dragged her off her horse, which made her scream about it. They both fell as Chang Dalei clung to her. Worried, Qin Man and the others called out for Chang Dalei. They realized Chang Dalei fell into the river, claiming that there were poisonous snakes in it. Fan Lihua and Chang Dalei emerged from the sea, accompanied by the body of a snake. Chang Dalei realized it wasn't good because there were snakes in the water. As Fan Lihua struggled, pleading with Chang Dalei to release her, Chang Dalei reasoned that, while the snakes would not attack the people of Toad Village, she was not yet a member. Chang Dalei warned her not to move because snakes were in the water. Fan Lihua misinterpreted what Chang Dalei said about sleeping and showing some colors, and she wondered if he intended to take her there, claiming that he turned out to be a shameless pervert. She decided to overpower Chang Dalei and insulted him. She punched him while telling him to eat her fist, causing Chang Dalei to groan. Struggling, Chang Dalei asked what she was doing as snakes surrounded them. He begged for her to wait as the snakes approached them slowly. Chang Dalei groaned while realizing that the snakes were coming. The snakes hissed and opened their fangs. Chang Dalei grabbed his sword asking Fan Lihua to wait. Fan Lihua ignored him as she unleashed her pear flower hammer skill and told him to die, causing Chang Dalei to curse. Water splashed around Fan Lihua as she continuously attacked him. Her fists made an explosive noise while causing water to splash everywhere. The water made a little wave reaching to the docks. Exhausted, Fan Lihua breathed heavily as she beat up Chang Dalei. She gritted her teeth as she was about to punch him again. Fan Lihua noticed and wondered that Chang Dalei still had his sword. She reasoned that if she hadn't knocked him unconscious, she would have died. Fan Lihua's eyes widened and realized something. The bodies of snakes were floating in the water. It occurred to her as she observed her surroundings. She was curious if Chang Dalei had killed the snakes. Fan Lihua claimed that she had not noticed him holding his sword earlier, leading her to believe that if he truly desired her life, she would have died. She wondered if Chang Dalei had been trying to save her even though she was beating him. Fan Lihua's eyes widened. Chang Dalei, bruised and battered, asked her what was wrong with her. Fan Lihua said nothing as she sweated in embarrassment. Qin Man and the others arrived asking Chang Dalei if he had won. Fan Lihua quickly dashed, making Qin Man and the others wonder why. Qin Man approached Chang Dalei and asked how he was, and Chang Dalei replied that he was fine. He was skeptical, stating that given how badly his face had been beaten, he wondered how he could be fine. Whereas Chang Dalei sighed, claiming that Fan Lihua had not held back. Qin Man asked if they were going to let Fan Lihua go in such a way. Chang Dalei said nothing, as he just thought that his future general was fierce. He claimed that she was just like an untamed warhorse. Chang Dalei shouted and called Fan Lihua. He asked how they should return her horse and blade to her. Fan Lihua was still blushing as she looked back. She placed her hand over her mouth as if about to whistle. Then she started whistling, and footsteps were heard near the dock. The horse neighed loudly and leaped towards the water. After leaping, the horse made a splash in the water. The horse swam towards Fan Lihua. Chang Dalei yelled, pleading with Fan Lihua not to run and to at least leave him a contact number. A voice told Chang Dalei to stop shouting as Fan Lihua was too far away. Jiang Fei stated that Fan Lihua's horse was totally compatible with her, and Chang Dalei responded that it was more accurate to say that her horseback riding skills were unrivaled under the heavens. Chang Dalei directed Qin Man to have some people investigate Fan Lihua's background. Qin Man asked him if he took a liking to her, and Chang Dalei retorted that he just wanted to know why someone like her would run all the way to their village. He told him to go and investigate Fan Lihua's origins for him. Many days later, Chang Dalei was called out by someone, informing him of the information they collected on Fan Lihua. Qin Man stated that Fan Lihua was the current head of the descending Jade village, who kept a low profile until recently when Fan Lihua began going around challenging the experts of the Jianghu. He went on to say that in the span of 2 months, Fan Lihua defeated over 10 experts, and Fan Lihua was undefeated on her warhorse. However, he believed that the losers didn't say anything because they were embarrassed to lose to a girl who still remained unknown. Chang Dalei asked Qin Man why she went around challenging everyone, and Qin Man responded that no one knew because she didn't say anything, and that it was because she wanted to challenge experts. But that wasn't enough of a reason. Chang Dalei was under the impression that it was complicated to recruit a high-level character. He believed that he should not rush to get peak-level characters because they would not listen to him if he got them, leading him to believe that if he obtained a Lu Bu-level general, he might be killed before he could recruit them. He asked Qin Man where Fan Lihua would be heading next, and Qin Man replied that even though she changed locations every day, he believed she was still in the Qin region. Chang Dalei directed him to continue his investigation into Fan Lihua, and to report back to him immediately if there was anything new, and Qin Man agreed. After a while, Chang Dalei eventually lay down on the couch. Chang Dalei snored while he was sleeping. Princess Minju opened the door, calling out for Chang Dalei and telling him she had a few questions that she wanted to ask him as she had read all the books he had given her. She called out for him while being confused. Princess Minju wondered if he was asleep. She leaned closer, noticing that he was hurt again. She felt worried as she mumbled something. She went on to say that Chang Dalei only knew how to fight and kill every day, despite how many injuries he had. She said nothing and kissed him. As the papers on the table began to rustle from the wind, Princess Minju continued to kiss him. Some of the papers flew as a kissing sound continued. Rain began to fall down outside the house. Chang Dalei groaned and touched his lips. He claimed why his face and lips were a little wet. He wondered if there was another leak in the roof. Meanwhile, at the Toad Village, ironsmithing zone, Su Shenji yelled at everyone to do their best because their job as an ironsmith could decide the fate of Toad Village, and he reminded them of their motto. And he recited their motto, which was to work hard, do their best, and put everything they have into their work. And the more they smelled as they struck the iron and wiped their sweat, the stronger their bodies would become, as they worked all day and all night. And if the work was not done, they would not rest. And if the Toad Village wasn't number one, they would try to do their best. And he told them what the short term was. He continued stating that they have to work really hard, as the men continuously hammered the iron. Later, at 12 p.m. that midnight, he thanked everyone for their hard work and reminded them that he would see them again at 7 a.m. Exhausted, Mu Changjin complained about having to smelt iron for 16 hours a day, and that being a mountain bandit was harder than he imagined. He also realized that he didn't have time to investigate the place. He stated that even if he was given the opportunity to kill Chang Dalei, he lacked the strength to raise his blade, wondering if his cover was blown and if this was why they were putting him to such a hellish work schedule. He realized that the others were also working on the same schedule as him. Mu Changjing sighed, claiming that he couldn't blame anyone else as it was his fault for disguising himself as an ironsmith. In reality, all the people there were spies detected by Chang Dalei. A voice yelled that dinner has been served and told everyone to get their fill, and that there was more than enough for them. Mu Changjing smiled as he thought that a meal after a hard day of work was a blessing. He further thought that he could have as much meat and rice as he wanted, believing that if his identity was truly exposed, they would not be feeding them good food, and laughed as he mumbled that a meal tastes best after a hard day's work. After eating, they gave them their own bed pillows to sleep on. Mu Changjing fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. Mu Changjing was about to fall asleep when he wondered why he was there and decided to forget it. Time flew by and a month has passed. The cold wind signaled the arrival of autumn. A voice inside the carriage addressed Su Ying. It asked her how long until they could meet Chang Dalei again. Su Ying stated that it wouldn't be long. She peered through the curtain, convinced that they were already in the Qin region. A voice spoke up about the replacement of many dynasties. Chang Dalei believed that most of the fallen dynasties were marked by messy coincidences, natural disasters, foreign enemies, plagues, and peasant uprisings. He claimed that once the fire started to burn, countless sparks would scatter and ignite more land. Princess Minju asked if there was a way to change the situation. He stated that it would be hard to say because when each dynasty was established, it improved the system of the previous dynasty. He also stated that no matter what system, there was no perfect fit for any era, only constant trial and error and continuous improvement. Chang Dalei went on to say that when a dynasty's problems accumulated, a class contradiction might happen at any time, and a key figure would appear, and a gentle push would result in a dynasty collapsing. This made Princess Minju wonder what he meant by a key figure. Chang Dalei rhetorically asked how they could rebuild everything if they were to start over. He stated that that's what he thought, as Chang Dalei stated, whereas Princess Minju said nothing. And suddenly Gao Fei Hu appeared, stating that he had something to report to Chang Dalei. Gao Fei Hu informed him that Su Ying's caravan had already entered Qinchuan Mountain, believing that they would arrive at the Toad village within a day. Chang Dalei inquired whether he had sent someone to meet with them, and Gao Fei Hu replied that Zhao Zilong had already led someone to pick them up. He reasoned that if they had entered Qinchuan Pass, it would be Mo Mingmi's territory, and if Mo Mingmi found out, they would be a problem because there were so many people who were too conspicuous. He assumed Zhao Zilong had already brought people to go with him, which relieved him because he was so strong and reliable, and there shouldn't be any problems. Chang Dalei's face darkened as he questioned his thoughts. He realized he had become careless, wondering how he could have allowed Zhao Zilong to pick up Su Ying. In his mind, a scenario played out in which Zhao Zilong, like the romance in Three Kingdoms, caused Madame Mai and Xiao Ying to jump into a well. Anxious, Chang Dalei yelled and stated that he had to pick up Su Ying himself. He told Gao Fei Hu to prepare a horse for him because Su Ying was coming soon, and he wanted to meet her, but Gao Fei asked if he was going alone, and if he wanted to bring some brothers with him. Chang Dalei told him that there was no need. Princess Minju said nothing as she observed. She closed the book she was reading. She breathed out a heavy breath, causing her to curse at Chang Dalei. After a while, Chang Dalei rode as fast as he could on a horse. Chang Dalei sang excitedly, addressing Su Ying's name and stating that he would be coming. Flushed with success, a horse's hoof disease were. The wind swooshed as they run. The horse was suddenly tripped by a rope, making the horse lose its balance. Chang Dalei cursed as he too were sent flying. Chang Dalei regained his footing and called upon those who dared to attack him. A voice behind him stated its presence. Chang Dalei turned around as he realized the voice came through the back. Fan Lihua asked what he was looking at as she trapped him. She covered his mouth with a handkerchief which made Chang Dalei moan. Chang Dalei realized that handkerchief was drugged. He began to fight back and powered through Fan Lihua. Both of their swords clash. Fan Lihua addressed Chang Dalei's name, whereas Chang Dalei began to cough aggressively. She questioned him that she heard he looked for her and asked if he expected them to meet again so soon. Chang Dalei responded by stating he thought it would be someone else, but it turned out to be just her, and that she didn't know any martial ethics from carrying out a sneak attack. He felt bad and went on to say that her wishful thinking would be wrong. Chang Dalei's vision blurred as a few silhouettes appeared. He struggled and mumbled that he had a cheat. However, he stuttered as he asked Heart to possess. Chang Dalei were perplexed, and Fan Lihua approached him, saying she had not expected him to fall into her hands. The system informed him that his current fear points accumulated over the past month were 934,321, and Heart warned him not to rely too much on the system's possession, leaving Chang Dalei perplexed. He noticed he didn't have any fear points, while Fan Lihua ordered her people to tie him up and take him away. The handkerchief Fan Lihua used earlier flew away. Heart hummed as she observed what was happening below. She stated that the only way to trigger Fan Lihua's special mission was to be kidnapped. A message appears stating that activating Fan Lihua's third phase mission had been checked with the content that he fell into descending Jade Village and was wounded by the Pear Blossom sword. A voice greeted a madam, while others welcomed their brothers, saying they traveled a long way and must be exhausted, and telling them to get on the boat and they would take them back to the island, while others told others to load the goods first, and someone told them to line up. And someone went on to tell the others that the madam brought hundreds of talents, artisans, carpenters, scholars, and bookkeepers, which relieved the others because their village needed more manpower. And on the other hand, someone recognized Xu Yu. Liu Zhihan called out to Chang Dalei asking where he was. Zhu Shenji appeared and felt relieved at Su Ying's arrival and told her that they didn't have to be separated from Chang Dalei anymore, whereas Su Ying greeted him as they have not seen each other for a long time. Liu Zhihan frowned and inquired as to where Chang Dalei was, and Su Ying responded by asking Zhu Shenji the same question and inquiring as to where Chang Dalei was, stating that she already arrived and asking why he wasn't there to pick her up. Zhu Shenji was perplexed and wondered if they were picked up by Chang Dalei. He told them that he should have been with them for more than 2 hours, and Su Ying replied that they didn't see him along the way. Qin Man arrived, calling out to Zhu Shenji, and informed him that Chang Dalei's horse had returned on its own. Zhu Shenji got confused and inquired if it was truly Chang Dalei's horse. Qin Man agreed and stated that the horse's front hooves were injured, asking him to look at the marks and believing that the horse had fallen from a tripwire along the way. Concerned, Liu Jihan screamed Chang Dalei's name, prompting Su Ying to inquire if he had been attacked on his way to pick them up, and led Zhu Shenji to speculate if Mo Mingmi had set a trap to capture Chang Dalei. Qin Man stated that it would be possible. However, with Chang Dalei's strength, he believed that he would not be captured by a mere tripwire. Zhu Shenji frowned, realizing that only Mo Mingmi held a grudge against them, and remarked on how dare they ambush and sneak attack on Chang Dalei. He informed Qin Man that they would be taking their men to Qinchuan Mountain right away, and Qin Man angrily agreed, stating that if Mo Mingmi dared to touch Chang Dalei, he would shred his body into pieces while the horse neighed aggressively. Su Ying told Zhu Shenji to wait, and stated that they were not sure who actually sneak attacked him. She suggested that they should go back and see if there were any clues. Zhu Shenji instructed Qin Man to take more brothers with him to go back the way he came, splitting up to look for them. He ordered everyone to go back to the village and guard it to prevent anyone from taking advantage of Chang Dalei's absence, whereas Liu Jihan was concerned about Chang Dalei. Su Ying told Zhu Shenji that she went with him. Zhu Shenji retorted that she just arrived from a long journey, and that she must be tired, and Su Ying agreed. Su Ying, on the other hand, argued that Chang Dalei was her husband and wondered how she could just sit at home when something bad happened to him. She expressed that she had to go. Liu Jihan told Su Ying that she wanted to go too. Su Ying argued with her, telling her that she should go back and wait, and Liu Jihan insisted that she, too, wanted to go, as did Yi Jidao. But Su Ying objected, telling them not to come and cause trouble, and Zhu Shenji agreed, telling them not to delay because they were going. After a while, someone directed the madam's attention to the horse footprints, which Su Ying noticed abruptly ended right there. Su Ying noticed that the grass went down and that there were signs of an ambush. Qin Man also found the rope, believing that Chang Dalei must have been ambushed there. Zhu Shenji was shocked as he realized that Chang Dalei was really captured. Su Ying looked around as she noticed something. She picked up a handkerchief and wondered what it was. She smelled the handkerchief. Su Ying recognized the smell as a drug residue, as well as a rogue hint, and the smell of a woman's sweat. She asked Qin Man if Chang Dalei recently offended any powerful female martial artist, which made Qin Man wonder what she meant. Qin Man informed her that a few days ago, a woman named Fan came to the village and began shouting at the seaport, and he wondered if it was her. Su Ying inquired as to whether he knew where she was. Qin Man informed her that the woman came from the descending Jade village, but that the location had yet to be found, and Su Ying directed him to send more people to investigate and locate the descending Jade village as soon as possible. Su Ying stared at the handkerchief as she said nothing. She gritted as she guessed something. Su Ying went on to say that Chang Dalei's disappearance was 80% related to Fan Lihua. After a while, at a vast field where animals gathered, at the entrance of the descending Jade village, people were rushing in. A cage beside the tree held a silhouette of a man. A tongue licked a hand, causing saliva to flow. The horse continued licking Chang Dalei's hands as he was unconscious. Chang Dalei groaned, whereas the horse observed. The horse was spooked out as Chang Dalei woke up wondering where he was. Chang Dalei got the impression that he fell into descending Jade village and got wounded by a pear blossom sword. He was puzzled about the mission's meeting, finding the content short with no hint. A mission notification appeared, stating that the triggering of Fan Lihua's third phased mission was checked. The content indicated he fell into descending Jade village and was wounded by the pear blossom sword. Chang Dalei had an idea that he could be friendly and help Fan Lihua solve her problems. He pondered whether he would do it or not if there was a mission to make her a village mistress, claiming it would be better if it wasn't like that because Su Ying and Liu Jihan were waiting for him at home. He wondered if Su Ying would eat him alive if he brought another one back. Chang Dalei inquired Hart about what was going on and if he could get some hints about the mission. Hart replied that there would be no hints and that he was free to explore. Giving spoilers would be meaningless, and Chang Dalei agreed, arguing that he was stuck and couldn't explore. Fan Lihua interrupted their conversation, announcing that he was finally awake. She expressed her fear that he would wake up midway and informed him that she used twice the amount of drugs. She did not expect him to wake up so quickly, claiming he appeared to have a good physique. Chang Dalei asked her what she wanted by capturing him. Fan Lihua chuckled and said she would hand him over to Mo Mingni because she thought he might give her a big reward for making him happy. Chang Dalei responded because he initially perceived Fan Lihua as a heroic woman who would not succumb to others and would not do such a thing. Fan Lihua assured him that she would not hand him over to Mo Mingni because she did not like him either. Chang Dalei asked her why she had captured him if she would not hand him over to Mo Mingni. He requested that she write a letter to send to the Toad village if she was short on food and money, and wanted to hold him as a hostage. Fan Lihua stated that she would not hide the fact that she had a special request from him. She feared he wouldn't want to help, so she could only invite him in this manner. Chang Dalei responded that it didn't appear as if she wanted to ask as she knocked him out and locked him in an iron cage. She told him that she admired him for destroying the 100,000 Rings tribe army and assassinating Yang Longting in Chang'an City and the Ring tribe king in the grassland. Chang Dalei dismissed it as insignificant. She said that, of all the people she challenged in the last 2 months, he was the one she barely considered a candidate. Whereas Chang Dalei blushed at Fan Lihua's sitting position. Fan Lihua asked if he could stay in her village for a few days, and she also asked him for something. She stated that after it was all done, she would be very grateful to him. Chang Dalei kept thinking not to be rude as he responded that there would be no harm in staying with her. He wondered who she wanted to kill, where she wanted to kill them, and how many as he wanted to finish the mission and see his wife as soon as possible. Fan Lihua was about to tell him what she wanted when a child ran in nervously, reporting to Fan Lihua. Fan Yuer informed her that the people from the Western Yan tribe were coming. Fan Lihua was taken aback, wondering why they arrived so fast, leaving Chang Dalei perplexed. She told Chang Dalei that she would talk to him about the events later and asked him to stay, leaving Chang Dalei speechless, while Fan Yuer dragged her sister away, telling her that they were going. Chang Dalei's face was filled with confusion. He yelled at Fan Lihua, telling her that she still not made it clear what she meant, and what candidate she was referring to. He screamed, asking her that she should at least finish their talk. Chang Dalei was irritated and expressed his hate for people who say things halfway. After a while, a man greeted General Kai Dang, who greeted Elder Yin and stated that they met again. The group continued their march inside the village, where they passed by Chang Dalei's cage. Chang Dalei observed and wondered if they were the Ring tribe. He was curious as to why the Ring tribe would appear, as well as whether the descending Jade tribe was still colluding with them. He was also curious as to how so many Ring tribesmen got into the border. Elder Yin informed General Kai Dang that Fan Lihua was already waiting for him in the gathering hall. Chang Dalei decided to try to obtain more information first as he viewed them for information. General Kai Dang's information appeared, as his real name was Kai Ju, and he was a famous military general, while Elder Yin Zhang's information stated that he was 65 years old and was Fan Lihua's uncle. Chang Dalei thought that the second phase of the mission would be more complicated than he expected. Meanwhile, at the descending Jade Village gathering hall, Elder Yin informed Fan Lihua that the Ring tribe had come to visit her on their chief's order. Fan Lihua retorted, saying that if their intention was the same as before, there would be no need to say anything because they would not cooperate with the Western Yan tribe. Kai Ju stated that she misunderstood because they came to specially propose marriage to her, leaving Fan Lihua to question him again. Kai Ju went on to say that they heard she was looking for a husband and that their chief had long admired her, and that the betrothal gift was 1,000 taels of gold and 500 cows just to marry her. He also stated that they would be family from now on as long as she agreed. Fan Lihua stated, describing herself as a vulgar person rather than a social climber, and instructed them not to bring up the matter again. A man from the Ring tribe joined in, saying he advised her to think carefully because she was already 26 years old, while the others negotiated that their chief didn't mind her age and that if she was still unsatisfied they could add 20 more horses. Elder Yin begged her to reconsider, telling Fan Lihua that it was unusual for the Western Yan tribe chief to be sincere to her. Fan Lihua frowned at them and cursed. They asked Fan Lihua not to be shameless, and questioned her if she truly believed she was worth 500 cows, and she threatened him not to blame her sword for being merciless if he said it again. While the Ring argued, stating that if she could look at the entire Qinchuan mountain, no one else would want a violent girl like her apart from their Ring tribe, which caused Fan Lihua to order her men to send their visitors away. She screamed at them to scram, and in the meantime, Chang Dalei believed that the sound of arguing he heard had reached him, and although he couldn't hear clearly, he believed that the two sides' friendly discussion did not go well. He wondered what the hell happened in the end. As Kai Ju was about to leave, he scoffed, telling Elder Yin that she was foolish enough to reject a face-serving offer. Elder Yin told him to calm down because Fan Lihua was simply unable to think clearly due to the suddenness of the news, and he assured him that he would persuade her well. Kaiju informed him that he didn't have much time, and that he would only give him one night. Elder Yin understood and told him that he would let the other village brothers persuade Fan Lihua, assuring him that he would make her change her mind. Kaiju said something about Fan Lihua refusing after that night. He gave him something and told him to use it, and when things were done, he would naturally get great benefits. Elder Yin recognized what Kaiju gave him and realized what he was trying. Kaiju asked him if he could not do it. Elder Yin informed him that Fan Lihua was the orphan of his close friend's brother. Kaiju looked disappointed and said nothing. Then suddenly Elder Yin told him that he had to pay more, leaving Kaiju speechless. Meanwhile, someone urged Fan Lihua that it was unusual for the chief of the Western Yan tribe to be infatuated with her. Elder Yin asked her why she had to say such harsh words, even if she didn't agree, and stated that their chief saw her as a woman, and that was her destiny, assuring her that there was nothing wrong with that. He also stated that if they killed them out of anger, they wouldn't be able to stop it. Fan Lihua found it annoying. A voice addressed Fan Lihua as her daughter and explained that she was just confused. Fan Lihua's mother appeared and told her that she had already known all the things why the Western Yan tribe came. Fan Lihua asked her mother why she was here. Fan Lihua's mother told her that the Western Yan tribe was strong and powerful, and she asked why she didn't want to marry since they liked her. And she also reminded her that she was a girl, and fighting and killing all the time wasn't a long-term thing. She told her about her father, who was gone, and how she hoped to start a family soon, believing that if she had good support, she would be rest assured. Fan Lihua argued that the Ring tribe wanted her because they liked her horsemanship and wanted her to help them train a team of elite cavalry, and she also stated that her father was killed by them, leading her to wonder how she could marry her enemies. Fan Lihua's mother was concerned, asking when she would have a family, and if she wasn't thinking about her age. She reminded her that she was already 26 and that if she continued like this, she would become an old girl, which no one wanted. She said that if she continued, she would have worries about when she would be able to have grandchildren. Fan Lihua turned around and told her mother that she looked for someone. While her mother called out for her, she grabbed her gourd and walked out, declaring that she wanted her to submit to the Ring tribe. Fan Lihua expressed that she couldn't do it. After a while, Chang Dalei wondered if Fan Lihua forgot about him and when his brothers from the Toad village would find him, hoping it would not be Zhu Shenji taking charge of the situation and making a plan. He reasoned that if Fan Lihua's mission did not progress, he couldn't stay forever, and if he left for a while, he wouldn't know what would happen to the village as a result of Zhu Shenji. He closed his eyes, wondering if Su Ying and Liu Zhihan were still waiting for him. Then suddenly, Fan Lihua arrived calling out Chang Dalei. She asked if he was still not sleeping. Chang Dalei replied that he wanted to sleep, but he couldn't even stretch out, wondering how he could sleep in his housing area. His eyes widened as he was confused about what he saw. He thought that Fan Lihua was in a bit of a bad state that day. Chang Dalei became aware of Fan Lihua's gaze, and he assumed she ate people. He was curious how much she drank because she emitted a strong smell of alcohol, and he asked her if she was there to drink and talk about life at that late hour. He told her that it was now time for her to tell him what she wanted to do with him. But Fan Lihua struggled to say what she wanted, which left Chang Dalei confused. Fan Lihua grabbed his collar and told him he was a pervert if he didn't understand. As her breath reeked of alcohol, she yelled at him, stating that she wanted him as a person. She instructed him to marry her and become her husband. Chang Dalei's face flushed as he yelled in confusion over what she had said. Hart interrupted, mocking him and asking him if he still didn't get it. The Fan Lihua exclusive special hidden mission had been achieved, according to a system notification. And a mission information appeared that he could choose the branch route. The first was to accept Fan Lihua's request and become Descending Jade Village husband. The second would be to escape from Descending Jade Village. Chang Dalei asked Hart what it meant to be the Descending Jade Village husband, and Hart replied that he had to become the village son-in-law, and he had to choose carefully. He grabbed Fan Lihua's hands and told her that she was drunk. He advised her to be more reserved because they had only met a few times, and there was no such thing as a flash marriage. And he informed her that he already had a wife. Fan Lihua wondered what his wife had to do with her, as she only wanted him as a person, not his wife, and informed him that if he married into her family, his former wife would no longer have anything to do with him. She expressed that marrying him wouldn't be a disgrace since he beat her, and that Toad Village and Descending Jade Village were considered to be the right match. And Chang Dalei responded that being beaten up was also considered a win, and that he wondered if beating her meant he had to be responsible for her. Fan Lihua, on the other hand, claimed that he could have killed her in the sea that day but chose to protect her, and that she was not the type of person who refuses to accept defeat. She told him that he was the best candidate she had found in 2 months, leaving Chang Dalei speechless. Chang Dalei inquired as to why she was so eager to marry off. He stated that with her stunning and lovely appearance, she should have an endless stream of suitors, while wondering why him. Fan Lihua told him that he didn't need to ridicule her because she knew she was ugly. Chang Dalei was confused about what she meant by ridicule and asked her if he had some misconceptions about her looks. Fan Lihua asked if she wasn't ugly, and Chang Dalei looked carefully and considered his response. He thought from what he observed she had a perfect girl's body with a thin waist, long legs, beautiful voice, and a proper supermodel figure. He wondered where the word ugly came from. While Fan Lihua questioned him why other men in the village avoided her if she wasn't ugly, Chang Dalei wondered if it was because of today's beauty aesthetics that paid attention to a slender body, oval face, wind-borne willow twig waist, just like Liu Jihan and Su Ying did. He also claimed that the average height at the time was not particularly high, asserting that Fan Lihua stood one head taller than many men, which inevitably made people feel unattainable. Besides, she was already 26 years old. Believing that an older unmarried youth of this era had been classified as the type of person nobody wanted. He looked at her and thought that in any case, Fan Lihua had such a good figure and was very feminine. And as long as she could be pampered to show her charm, she wouldn't be without suitors. Meanwhile, Fan Lihua chugged and gulped the contents of the bottle she had bought. She continued as Chang Dalei observed her. Fan Lihua burped, causing Chang Dalei to believe that her bold drinking style was more manly than a man's, leading him to believe that he was wrong. Even if she had a good figure, her behavior was incompatible with femininity. Fan Lihua fumed, asking Chang Dalei what's with his look, and stated that he was just like everyone who thought that she was ugly. Chang Dalei reasoned that she was beautiful and asked why she had to say she was ugly. Fan Lihua approached him after what he had said. She asked him if she was beautiful and if he craved her body, and Chang Dalei replied that they could still chat happily, and wondered why he would crave her body when they had only met a few times. She tried seducing him, asking if he felt something. Chang Dalei turned around and told Fan Lihua she was drunk. A system information popped up, stating that Fan Lihua received 10,000 critical damage. Fan Lihua was humiliated and wondered why he turned around and wouldn't even look at her. Chang Dalei blushed as he reminded himself not to be rude and wondered why she wanted to rely on him when they only met a few times. He also wondered what happened to her that night, and if she wanted to be set free from herself after drinking because he didn't want to be sorry for Su Ying, and he didn't want Fan Lihua to slip away. Chang Dalei heard sobbing sounds as he sighed, wondering how he could do the mission, as it would be hard to accept a beauty's kindness. Fan Lihua cried and continued sobbing. Chang Dalei turned to face her, surprised as he mentioned her name. Fan Lihua wiped her tears with her hand as she struggled to say something. She went on to inform him that she was born in a mountain bandit's den and didn't want to hang out with a group of rough men every day. She also stated that the men she beat up were talking behind her back, and without realizing it, they began calling her a tomboy, a monster girl, having dark skin, not knowing how to dress, and her hair like a chicken coop. She vented out that only the Ring tribe wanted her because they craved her little horsemanship. She grabbed Chang Dalei's clothes and told him that it was now very hard for her to fancy a man and rob it back to him. She told him as she was about to punch him that she was still too shy to seduce a man. Her hands trembled, rhetorically asking Chang Dalei if she was that ugly. Fan Lihua continued to curse at him as he couldn't even look at her. She admitted that she did not like those rough men, and that the people she liked did not like her, which made her realize that no one would want to marry an ugly old girl like her. Chang Dalei, concerned, called out to Fan Lihua. He expressed that in her eyes, Fan Lihua was an older unmarried youth at most, but she was definitely a great beauty. Chang Dalei realized that in feudal times, a 26-year-old was classified as the type of person that nobody wanted. And besides, he believed that she was so careless that no man dared to approach her, claiming that a feudal society was too unethical. He called out to Fan Lihua, who told him to fuck off, but he coughed as he insisted. Chang Dalei told her a poem about how the rain hit the pear blossoms and closed the door, forgetting the youth and missing the youth. Fan Lihua listened as Chang Dalei continued the poem, asking who they could share their pleasant and happy feelings with, as they were overwhelmed by pain and joy. And as the poem went, he stated that sorrow gathered eyebrows and frowned all day. Thousands cried, 10,000s cried. And as you could see the sky in the morning and the clouds in the evening, you thought when you walked and when you sat. Chang Dalei ended it with the pear blossom bathed in the rain crying. People who saw would feel pity and addressed Fan Lihua, telling her not to cry because she would really become ugly if she kept crying. Fan Lihua responded by asking him if she was truly beautiful or if he was just making fun of her again. Chang Dalei admitted that she was beautiful and a stunning and lovely woman. He grasped her, telling her that she didn't have to show her breasts or pretend to be shy. Fan Lihua blushed as Chang Dalei caressed her. He went on to say that the real her was like the bright moon in the sky. Fan Lihua, embarrassed, asked him why the other men in the mountain village had avoided her like the plague if she wasn't ugly. Chang Dalei responded that it was because they didn't have good taste and mistook the fine jade for a midstone. Fan Lihua lowered her head and stared at Chang Dalei, but seeing him, although fallen into a trap, squeezed his face out, yet both of his eyes seemed as if they were painted with stars. Fan Lihua grabbed his wrist and called out his name. She excitedly asked him if he would marry her. Chang Dalei sweated profusely, reasoning that he only praised her for her beauty once and wondered why she still clung to him after he told her a moment later not to joke around because he had a wife. He remembered Su Ying biting him again, telling him that if she left a mark, he would never be stolen by other women again. Chang Dalei believed that, in order to coax Fan Lihua, he had gone too far in a slip of the tongue. He expressed his fear that they wouldn't be able to rest and fly together as he really loved his wife. Fan Lihua, on the other hand, claimed that he had defeated her and that his skills were better than hers. She expressed that she didn't mind him having a wife, and went on to say that she could be his concubine if he was not willing to marry into her family. Chang Dalei was in shock and puzzled by what she said. He assumed that in this era, being a concubine was the same as being a slave, which led him to believe that there was no way she didn't know. He wondered why she would say such a thing. He also questioned her willingness to be a concubine in order to marry herself off to someone she had only met a few times. Chang Dalei found it very suspicious that a proud and arrogant person, who was clearly a strong woman and the boss of a mountain village, would say something like that. He claimed that it wasn't because she was drunk or because she was fascinated by his sour poetry. Marrying him was just a pretense, and being ugly was just a way for her to better cover up her lies. He also thought that she was still looking at him in a negotiating attitude a while back. He believed that if she wanted him to help her deal with her family, like acting as her boyfriend type of help, he still doubted it because it had only been a few hours for her to become impatient. Chang Dalei was sweating profusely as he assumed Fan Lihua must have some kind of scheme but not enough time, which was why she was haltingly hanging on him. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was asking for marriage, leaving him to wonder what went wrong and if it had anything to do with the Ring Clan daytime visit. He assumed she offended the Ring Clan by choosing him because the Toad Village had the power to deal with them, which made him wonder if she wanted to drag the Toad Village down with her. He cursed, knowing that Fan Lihua's mission would be difficult because there was no girl in the world who insisted on marriage unconditionally. Chang Dalei noticed Fan Lihua's foolish and stupid temper with an ulterior motive, and thought that if he pointed it out right away, her scheme would fail, and he would be useless, prompting him to wonder if she would stab him with a knife. He pondered what he should do and whether he should run from the honey trap or continue the mission. He questioned why she was so eager to marry and suggested that they get to know each other first because he didn't like falling in love after marriage. He also informed her that even if he got a concubine, he would also need consent from his wife. Fan Lihua called him a useless blockhead and asked if he was that afraid of his wife, and Chang Dalei just laughed it off. Chang Dalei asked her if she could give him some time to think about it because things were happening so suddenly for him. She told him she could only give him one night and was cut off in the middle of her sentence. Fan Lihua mumbled in her sleep, prompting Chang Dalei to inquire about her. Chang Dalei wondered if she passed out, thinking that she must have used a lot of courage to say her proposal, causing him to sigh and thinking that even though she was scheming something, she was still a bashful girl. Then, all of a sudden, Fan Yue appeared, relieved that she had finally found her because everyone had been searching for her and wondering why she had come all the way to the stable. She dragged her sister there and scolded her for sleeping there because she would catch a cold. Chang Dalei assumed that Fan Lihua ran into a problem that forced her into this situation. However, he ignored it, questioning her who told her to pick him, as he couldn't just give up on her when he still didn't know what was going on. He reasoned that he would just stay for a few more days to look around, believing that his brothers at the Toad Village should have almost discovered that he was there by then, while a system notification notified him that his current fear value increased to 1,014,320. In the morning, the next day, Chang Dalei asked Fan Lihua why she had come back. Fan Lihua said he was quite interesting, and that he still acted casually even though he was trapped, and asked him if he was afraid to die and what he thought about yesterday's matter. And Chang Dalei laughed and told her that it couldn't be taken seriously because yesterday's matter was nonsense spoken despite being drunk. Fan Lihua told him not to play dumb because she remembered what he said, and Chang Dalei pleaded to be set free so he could go back and ask his wife, and if she agreed to let him take in a concubine, he would immediately come and marry her. Fan Lihua referred to him as a useless man and asked if he wanted to eat because he hadn't eaten anything all day. She held out a bowl of rice and told him if he agreed to marry her, he would get to eat. Chang Dalei argued that it was not appropriate for him to sell his body for a bowl of porridge and mocked her food, advising her to do slightly to improve its quality. Fan Lihua became irritated and asked him if he was still complaining because letting him eat was not bad enough. She proceeded to gulp down the porridge. Chang Dalei smirked as he observed her. Fan Lihua left nothing in the bowl and burped. She informed him that the food was all gone and that if he decided to become her husband, she would personally cook him a table of food. Chang Dalei chuckled and said that with love, he would be fulfilled with just water, and that if he could see her every day, even if he had to eat sugar and shallow vegetables, he would still be willing. He asked her if she still had porridge. A tapping noise was heard nearby. Chang Dalei wondered if it was the Ring clan, while Fan Lihua wondered why they had come in the first place and who had allowed them in. Chu Jai greeted Fan Lihua as they approached her. He asked her what she thought about the matter regarding marriage. Before she became angry, Fan Lihua told him there was nothing to talk about and to get lost, and she asked Elder Yin if he was the one who brought them in. She cursed at him as she asked him if he had brought the Ring clan into the village to collude with them, and Elder Yin explained that they were only trying to bribe him with money and that it was an insult to him, while also telling her that it was all a misunderstanding. He went on to say that he wanted to refuse at first, but Chu Jai gave him too much, which was why he showed sincerity. Elder Yin stated that because he watched her grow up, he could be considered her uncle, and he naturally hoped that she would find a good spouse, and that now that Zai Yanbu was interested in her, it was their honor. Fan Lihua told him that he didn't need to trouble himself because it was her business. She pointed at Chang Dalei and told them, honestly, that he was the person she liked. She went on to say that she caught him and that she was going to find a good day to marry him. Chang Dalei figured out that she wanted to use him as a shield. Chu Jai mentioned that their custom was quite special, catching the guy you liked and imprisoning them to scorch them under the sun, and he wondered if she intended on drying him up before entering the bridal room, prompting Elder Yin to question her if she was not joking. And Chu Jai responded by asking Elder Yin who the guy was. Elder Yin informed him that he was a hostage that she captured the day before, which caused Chu Jai to mutter in confusion and ask Fan Lihua if she was playing with him. He threatened her if she didn't want them to go ahead and snatch her because she was taking the hard way, which irritated Fan Lihua. Fan Lihua yelled, wondering where the brothers of the descending Jade village were and if everyone had become a traitor. Elder Yin smirked as he told her not to waste her effort because while she chatted with her hostage, they got rid of all her loyal subjects. He chuckled and inquired as to why she couldn't get any news. Elder Yin told Fan Lihua that she woke up late that day, and he calculated the time, believing that it would be about time. Fan Lihua began to vomit blood. She realized that the breakfast she had that day was poisoned. Worried, Chang Dalei shouted Lihua's name, realizing there was trouble, and urged to escape the metal cage as soon as possible. Lihua, on the other hand, expressed frustration. Yin Zhang informed Kaiju to retrieve Lihua as she was poisoned. Kaiju then ordered his men to tie her up and take her away, explaining that she was weakened by the poison and that her strength was left in her body. His men then began to attack Lihua, who appeared powerless and struggled to stand. However, Lihua advised them that even though she was weak, they couldn't do as they pleased. Suddenly, she employed the crushed jasmine pear blossom cut technique and swiftly slashed out one of her villagers. As the man was being cut, she mentioned that the descending Jade village was also affiliated with the fans. Shocked, Kaiju cursed and wondered how she still had strength, questioning why Yin Zhang did not give her more drugs to weaken her further. Yin Zhang responded that he had already given Lihua double the usual dose, insisting that even horses would collapse. The sword's light blossomed like pear blossoms, and the shadow moved faster than a star as Lihua swiftly sliced through the men, their screams echoing in pain. Boundless flew the descending Jade, small jasmine pear blossoms one after another, slaughtering all who surrounded her. Determined, Yin Zhang ordered his men to capture her, mocking them as a bunch of losers and emphasizing that she was weakened. He also instructed them to quickly bring the person he had told them to catch. While Lihua continued slashing out the people who met their demise, the men questioned what kind of monster she was. Struggling, Lihua pondered the pain she felt, realizing it was poison causing cramps and weakness throughout her body. Facing her enemies, she also reflected on the state of her village during the 2 months she was away, defaced by wretched people. She remembered her beloved people poisoned one morning and did not even manage to get the message to her. And the rest of the village turned their swords against her. Slowly placing her swords to her neck, she contemplated that if captured, it would amount to nothing more than being sent to the Ring clan to face humiliation. With determination, Lihua concluded that in such a case, it would be better to die. Yin Zhong and Kaiju panicked, realizing her intent. They urgently ordered their men to quickly bring her up, while Chang Dalei shouted at her not to do it and tried to break the cage. He screamed for the key and offered his help. Exhausted, Lihua turned her head to Chang Dalei, wondering if he wanted to save her, questioning if anything would change even if he got out and what would change. She noted that Chang Dalei's men were not there, and only the Ring clan was present. She also pondered that if Chang Dalei revealed his identity, it could mean facing hundreds of Ring clan members and likely death. She thought about pulling him down to fight against the Rings, but it seemed futile. Perhaps Chang Dalei already knew that, which might explain his treatment of her. She then spoke and told him not to come out. Frightened, Chang Dalei could only call out Lihua's name, feeling helpless. However, Yin Zhong was annoyed and questioned her if she wasn't afraid to die. Then he threatened her with her mother and Yue, suggesting she didn't care for them anymore. Her mother called her name, while Yue resisted and told Lihua not to mind them and urged her to leave. With fear evident on her face, Lihua called out to her mother and Yue, while Yin Zhong continued, questioning if she dared to kill herself and leave her mother and Yue behind. He warned that once she died, she should know what the Rings would do to them, asking if she couldn't see the big picture and think of others. Lihua struggled to stand as Yin Zhong threatened to send Yue to the Ring tribe if she died. He painted a grim picture of the potential mistreatment Yue might face, suggesting she could end up with an unknown number of men. In response, Lihua challenged him, asking if he dared. Yin Zhong continued, insisting that when Yue grew up, she would blame Lihua for leaving her and causing her suffering in the world. He suggested that everyone would be happy if Lihua married Kaiju and urged her to think about the others. Although fear was visible on Yue's face, she still told Lihua not to mind her and to escape quickly. Yin Zhong suggested that she should let herself be arrested without fighting back. Suddenly, in response, Lihua released her sword and knelt. As the breath released from the bottom of her heart, her body struggled to support itself. Kaiju then ordered his men to tie her up. While Lihua was being held, Yin Zhong asked her why she was bothered, and Lihua responded by threatening him and vowing to kill him. Yin Zhong told Lihua that they were all from the same village and questioned why they drew swords against each other. He held Lihua's face, emphasizing that if she came to her senses earlier, so many of their men wouldn't have lost their lives. Disappointed, Yin Zhong showed pity and remarked that her eyes seemed lifeless. He suggested that she be good and contribute to the Ring tribe, highlighting that her mother and Yue were safe in his hands, while Lihua just stared at him. Meanwhile, Kaiju's men called him, emphasizing the trouble they faced and questioning if Lihua could still marry the chief. In response, Kaiju stated that their chief didn't lack women and that marriage was merely a pretense. He noted that they wanted Lihua for her horsemanship, and as long as her family was in their hands, forcing her to train a group of elite cavalries was not a problem. Kaiju called Yin Zhong and informed him that the descending Jade village was now under his control. He instructed Yin Zhong to handle his village, suggesting killing those who needed to be killed and locking up those who needed to be locked. He then mentioned that he would be taking Lihua away, and Yin Zhong agreed and wished him well. As they watched Lihua being taken away, Yin Zhong addressed the villagers, stating that it was good for them that Lihua had married their Western Yan tribe. He then ordered to put Lihua's mother and Yue in the dungeon and keep them under close guard. Smirking, he emphasized that with the Ring tribe's protection, they would surely be able to soar in the future. Suddenly, Yin Zhong noticed a sound from behind when Chang Dalei expressed his exhaustion. He mentioned that not anyone could imitate Uncle Long's method of breaking the iron cage. Surprised, Yin Zhong then noticed Chang Dalei and said that he came out on his own. And also, the villagers questioned how he wrenched open the cage with his bare hands. One person disagreed, commenting that it wasn't bare hands but soaked clothes and branches that were used. At that moment, the villagers seemed to see a hungry jackal freed from its cage. Chang Dalei released a tremendous aura. He told them that he was hungry and asked if they had any food. Serious, he dismissed his request and emphasized that he should save people first. Chang Dalei mentioned that although it was a little late, at least the mission objective had been clarified. Villagers commented that he was not afraid to die, while Yin Zhong asked Chang Dalei what he was doing out there. While brushing off the dust from his body, Chang Dalei responded that he would settle things quickly and then eat. He mentioned that he didn't know whether the food in that village was poisonous or not, noting that he was most annoyed by people who spoiled food. Chang Dalei then told Yin Zhong that to prevent him from backstabbing, he threatened to kill everyone there first and then save Lihua. Angry, Yin Zhong told Chang Dalei that he was just a hostage and shouldn't dare to be arrogant. He ordered someone to kill him and send him to die. The villagers attacked Chang Dalei, shouting at him for daring to act that way and threatening to kill him. Swiftly, Chang Dalei jumped, striking the person's jaw with his knee, and seized the sword. He threw the sword to grab it and slashed one of the villagers. The other villagers, seeing Chang Dalei approach with a sword, were trembling and surprised but fearful to get close to him. Meanwhile, Chang Dalei commented on the blade of the sword that there was no good sword because it felt uncomfortable. However, he dismissed it, stating that he was in a rush and it would make do. He dashed towards the villagers, while they warned each other to be careful of his attack, with some urging to kill him. As Chang Dalei slashed out at the villagers, he pondered that by using sword skills with a blade, the power would decrease, but it would be enough to deal with the underlings. He slaughtered the villagers using the Alfei blade technique with incredible speed. With each move, the fear point values increased rapidly. The shouts of fear echoed. Determined, Yin Zhang continued to order someone to kill Chang Dalei quickly. He assured his villagers not to be scared while he insulted them. Yin Zhang contemplated who Chang Dalei was, and since Lihua captured him, she had been hiding him there, not allowing anyone to come near. He wondered how the strong Chang Dalei got trapped in their village. Frustrated, he questioned himself about which esteemed master Lihua had kidnapped. He hurriedly ran with his horse and told his villagers that they should hold on while he went to find Kaiju to ask for reinforcements. Along with those who died and those who ran away, this massacre only went on for a few hours. Surprised, Yuer couldn't believe what she saw when she noticed Chang Dalei standing there, looking quite formidable. Yuer questioned Chang Dalei if he was saving them, recalling what Lihua had told her about him being someone kidnapped from the outside. She asked who Chang Dalei was, while Chang Dalei was covered in bloodstains. Chang Dalei told her that they could talk about it later, and that they should leave first. He instructed them that they were more familiar with their village, suggesting they find a place to hide. And if there was a secret passage, they should escape through it and remember to block it after escaping to prevent pursuers from catching up. He told them not to let the Ring clan catch them and reassured them that he would take care of Lihua. At the same time, the Ring clan got ready to leave the descending Jade village, while Lihua was tied up on the horse and appeared tired. When Yin Zhang's voice reached to call Kaiju's attention, he rushed towards him and told him to wait a moment. Puzzled, Kaiju asked Yin Zhang why he came again. Yin Zhang informed Kaiju that a problem occurred. While he expressed gratitude to the heavens in his thoughts, he continued to express thanks, thinking that the Ring clan had not left yet. His expression showed joy as he believed that if he reached the Ring clan, he could let them deal with Chang Dalei. Putting an end to his contemplation, Yin Zhang turned around and was frightened to see Chang Dalei leap behind him and swiftly get killed. Surprised, Kaiju commented that Yin Zhang was killed. His followers seemed to recognize Chang Dalei as the person who was locked up in the cage. Lihua was surprised as well, and the rest of the Ring clan stopped. Kaiju inquired about Chang Dalei's identity, commenting that judging by his skills, there was no way he was unheard of. He asked for Chang Dalei's name. Chang Dalei stood in front of them, wondering why they didn't recognize him. He thought that perhaps they had never seen his face before, especially now that he was holding a normal blade and not the special sword. In that case, he decided it was better not to introduce himself. Instead, he responded to the Ring tribe, stating that if they were asking for his name, he should start talking from when Nuwa started making people. A glowing smoke emerged around Chang Dalei and continued talking, stating that if they were asking for his surname, they would have to discuss splitting heaven and earth apart. However, they were asking about who he was. A beep from the system indicated a significant increase in fear value from 1,335,110 to 100 W. Chang Dalei told them that they could treat him as a village husband that she snatched. Another beep followed, informing them using Horn's war song, with a fear value of 10 W. The time for reinforcement to reach was unknown, and reinforcements were approaching, signaling that the battle would soon start. Kaiju swiftly issued orders to kill Chang Dalei. The Ringers were furious, questioning how Chang Dalei dared to charge towards them by himself. Defending themselves, the Ring clan wielded their spears, shouting for Chang Dalei to die. 4 spears lunged toward Chang Dalei, but to their surprise, Chang Dalei disappeared, showcasing remarkable speed. They warned each other to be careful as he appeared above them. While still in the air, Chang Dalei wondered where Lihua was, concern evident as he clenched his teeth. His gaze focused as he spotted her in the clutches of a ringer, realizing that he found her. With confidence, Chang Dalei declared that they did it, and swiftly unleashed his exploding fireworks, slicing through the ringers that attacked him. The injured ringer growled in pain as Chang Dalei aimed to break through and open a path. Amidst the chaos, the ringers continued shouting to surround Chang Dalei. Others informed that Chang Dalei broke in, and the lines were breaking up, commanding others to maintain their formation and continue to order others to surround and kill him. Beside Kaiju, his men commented that Chang Dalei was driving straight in and questioned where such an incredible Chang Dalei came from. Kaiju mentioned that Chang Dalei was breaking in that direction. Worried, he noticed that his target was Li Hua's direction. Chang Dalei's fear value kept increasing as he continued killing the ringers on his way. He cut off the arms of one of the ringers and said that he was coming straight ahead, while the fear value kept increasing. Chang Dalei shouted Li Hua's name, who confusedly looked at him. He urged her to ride with him fast. Li Hua hesitated and responded that she could not go with him as her mother and Yuer. However, Chang Dalei assured her that he had already saved them and that they had run away, reminding her of her experience as a horse rider and encouraging Li Hua to take him on in a race. Chang Dalei promised to cover for her when they broke out. Enraged, Kaiju ordered the ringers not to let them get away, while the ringers accused Chang Dalei of daring to steal their people. The two masters combined their power to break through. Li Hua instructed Chang Dalei to go on while she focused on riding the horse, leaving the enemies to him. Chang Dalei declared that they would tear away from the siege. He slashed at a ringer attacking them, causing the ringer to scream in pain. As they approached the village gate, the ringers informed them that they could not block them. Kaiju realized the urgency and instructed his people to block off the main gate, ensuring Chang Dalei and Li Hua couldn't escape. He directed the second team to withdraw to the back and block the village gate, urging them not to let them get out of the gate. Some of the ringers cursed and questioned what kind of monster they faced. Meanwhile, Chang Dalei commented that the ringers were adjusting their formation, and it didn't look good because they blocked off the village gate. Li Hua noted that if they forcefully broke it might lead to them getting surrounded. Chang Dalei asked if the mountain village had another road, and Li Hua confirmed that there was a secret passage at the meeting hall, providing a route for retreat. Chang Dalei acknowledged it, stating that they should turn back to the mountain village. Li Hua urged him to hold on tight as she increased their speed, emphasizing that he shouldn't fall from the horse. Then Chang Dalei hugged Li Hua's waist, causing her to be flustered. She scolded him, telling him not to grope around. Chang Dalei was surprised and apologized to her, explaining that it was not on purpose. Li Hua quickly commented that in a few more days, when they got married, he could touch her, and he shouldn't be impatient. Chang Dalei was left confused by her words. The two of them teamed up, easily escaped the siege, and headed towards the inside of the mountain village. As they arrived back at Descending Jade Village, Chang Dalei assisted Li Hua in walking and asked if she was okay. Li Hua reassured him that she was fine, mentioning that the drug wouldn't kill her and she could still manage. Chang Dalei attempted to make a light-hearted joke, suggesting that he understood the pain of having a period, likening it to having an aunt. But Li Hua just gave him a confused look and wondered what he was talking about. Suddenly, Chang Dalei surprised her by carrying her. He told her that if she didn't want to do strenuous exercise, he was there for her. Chang Dalei asked her where the secret passage was that he would carry Li Hua until there. Embarrassed, Li Hua directed him to the secret passage in the basement of the gathering hall. Chang Dalei playfully commented on her weight, suggesting she should lose some. Li Hua retorted, telling him to go to hell. Laughing, Chang Dalei changed the subject, urging her to take the antidote. Li Hua questioned where he got it, and he casually replied that he snatched it from Yin Zhong. A beep notified Chang Dalei of a fear point exchange for the antidote, and his current fear point decreased to 1,351. After a while, they reached the basement of the house. Li Hua instructed Chang Dalei to put her down as they had arrived. She looked puzzled at the rocks she saw and questioned what was going on. Chang Dalei asked her what was wrong. Worried, Li Hua explained that the secret passage was blocked, and it was deliberately sealed from the inside after someone had left. She expressed her frustration, wondering how it could happen. The secret passage was supposed to be known only to high-ranking individuals. Suspicious, she doubted that Yin Zhong was responsible. She cursed him, believing that he had planned everything so well that even the only secret passage was blocked. Chang Dalei sweated as he remembered the time he instructed Yuer to block the secret passage after their escape. Feeling guilty and unable to admit the truth, he looked at Li Hua without saying anything. Embarrassed to confess, he asked if there were any other secret passages in the area, considering the Descending Jade Village size. Li Hua glanced back at him and responded that there were no other secret passages. Chang Dalei asked again if that was the only one, and Li Hua confirmed that it was the only one. Meanwhile, the ringers surrounded the village. A person reported to Kaiju that they were hiding inside. Kaiju instructed them to quickly go in and get them out. He commanded his men to dismount and form a perimeter, ensuring that no one could escape. As the ringer rushed inside the house, Chang Dalei realized they were there. He asked Lihua where his sword was. Lihua informed him that it was in her room. Chang Dalei asked where her room was, and she said it was on the second floor. In a rush, they went upstairs. Outside, Kaiju ordered his men to guard the intersections. Upon entering the house, they found it as they went upstairs. The ringers quickly instructed each other to be cautious as Chang Dalei was known for his strength. The ringers followed them upstairs, and a person announced that they were there, and suggested others to break down the door. Someone ordered to kill Chang Dalei and take Lihua. At that moment, Chang Dalei swiftly unsheathed his special sword and used the exploding fireworks technique to slaughter the ringers that were near the door. The ringers were surprised and seemed to realize their mistake. Dust filled the air from the broken door, and Lihua asked Chang Dalei if they could stop the Ring clan. Chang Dalei replied that he didn't know. While tying his sword to his hand, he mentioned that he couldn't stop them all. The ringers suddenly became scared as they recognized Chang Dalei. A ringer mentioned that the sword Chang Dalei held was an ordinary sword, which made his face change to fear, and he struggled first to utter Chang Dalei's name. It was notified that the possession duration was halfway through the incense stick. Forced into a corner, a wave of attacks approached them like a tidal wave. Ringers shouted to kill as they closed in. The two joined forces, acting like a sharp sword that split the enemy tide. Some questioned how many people had to die to kill them, while others expressed frustration and cursed as they saw bodies around. Others hesitated to go because he was Chang Dalei, even if he was the bravest warrior of the rings. One assured his companions not to be afraid upon hearing Chang Dalei's name. Others commented that Chang Dalei and Lihua were exhausted, urging everyone to go. Some hesitated, informing others that they would go first. Facing a prey cornered to death, one recommended Tease to take the lead. They were also afraid of the prey's death-defying counterattack in a desperate situation. The two gasped, with Chang Dalei asking Lihua if she could still hold up, and Lihua nodded. The set quickly shifted as a ringer pushed out from the window and shouted as he got thrown. With a loud thud on the ground, the ringers outside were shocked to witness T's defeat. Some expressed surprise, mentioning T's reputation as a skilled soldier in the army. Meanwhile, Kaiju observed the situation with a clenched jaw. T struggled to stand up but still managed to call Kaiju's attention, informing Kaiju that the man inside was Chang Dalei. Kaiju, surprised, asked who it was again. T seriously repeated Chang Dalei's name and mentioned that it was the one who wiped out 100,000 of their warriors in Yuzhou in one fell swoop. Shocked, Kaiju struggled to comprehend how Chang Dalei ended up there. T explained that it was indeed him holding the ordinary sword, and he couldn't be mistaken. In disbelief, Kaiju considered the merit of killing Chang Dalei and presenting his head to Jin Wendao. He believed that catching such a big fish would bring him immense merit. Determined, he ordered his men to set fire to the house and proclaimed that they wouldn't take Lihua anymore. The ringers, shocked, warned Kaiju that their men were still inside the house and urged him to reconsider, emphasizing the presence of many wounded their men. Undeterred, Kaiju insisted that if they could kill Chang Dalei, no matter how many died, it would be worth it. He commanded his men to set the house on fire. After he set the order, the ringer quickly spread kerosene, straw, and wood. They ignited the fire, causing it to quickly spread throughout the house. Kaiju continued to command his men to guard the four sides, preventing Chang Dalei from escaping. The ringers inside panicked as they ran out and some warned others to run faster. Meanwhile, inside the house, Lihua was furious, questioning how they dared to set fire to them. Chang Dalei responded, criticizing them for giving up without allowing the wounded people to move out, implying that they didn't have a heart. Frustrated, Chang Dalei realized that the possession time ran out, the physical fear points bottomed out, and reinforcements did not arrive. He cursed the situation. Lihua reassured him not to worry about her and urged him to escape for his life. However, Chang Dalei questioned what she was talking about and if she joked. Tired, Lihua commented on Chang Dalei's skills, stating that he could break out completely and mentioned that she had no more strength. She pointed out that if he took her, he wouldn't be able to escape. Chang Dalei asked her what she meant, emphasizing that he was a man and couldn't leave a woman behind. He piggybacked Lihua and mentioned that if they came this far, they couldn't just give up. Lihua murmured his name, asking if they couldn't escape. She requested that if escape wasn't possible, she asked Chang Dalei to kill her with his own hands, as it would be better than being humiliated by the Ring tribe. Chang Dalei firmly told her not to talk nonsense and to try to recover her strength. Lihua sought an answer from Chang Dalei. He responded that he could only guarantee that he would protect her until his life burned out. Kaiju noted that the weather was warm and dry, and the fire would burn more once it caught the wind. When the fire stops, they find their body and the ordinary sword and he brings it to Jin Wendao. Kaiju also ordered his men to keep their eyes on the perimeter and not let Chang Dalei and Lihua get out. T remarked that with such a massive fire, it would be challenging to escape unless they could fly. Shocked, everyone exclaimed to look, realizing that Chang Dalei and Lihua were on the roof. They said that Chang Dalei was not dead yet. Kaiju reassured his men not to worry, stating that Chang Dalei wouldn't survive if he dared to jump down, as they would hack him to death. Surrounded by flames, Chang Dalei simply commented on how big and beautiful the fire was. On the other side, Kaiju told his men that either Chang Dalei and Lihua would be buried in a sea of fire, or they would jump down into the enemy and be killed. He giggled, expressing that it didn't matter how they died, as that was presumably what he wanted. Lihua asked Chang Dalei if he remembered what she had asked him last night. Chang Dalei responded that her question about getting married was no longer relevant. He glanced at Lihua and told her that, as matters stand, she interrupted his statement, disagreeing that it did not make sense. She continued, saying that from the moment he chose to appear to save her, that question became incredibly important to her. She slowly got nearer to Chang Dalei's face and said that she knew he didn't want to answer the question, but if they both survive in the end. She suddenly kissed Chang Dalei, surprising him, and his face turned red while they were on the rooftop engulfed in flames. Lihua let go of the kiss and vowed that she swears that she would make Chang Dalei fall in love with her. As the fire grew bigger, the ringer who watched commented that the fire reached the top floor, indicating that Chang Dalei and Lihua were not coming down and appeared to be buried alive in the sea of fire. Another person chimed in, expressing regret that Lihua's talent might have been burned to death. Another person asked Kaiju if the general might blame them for not being able to bring Lihua back in time. Kaiju questioned them about what they were afraid of, emphasizing that if they retrieved Chang Dalei's corpse, he thought that Kaiju could not wait to reward them generously. In the blazing fire, Chang Dalei and Lihua jumped from the roof, catching the attention of the Ring tribe and announcing that they were still alive. Despite Kaiju's command to surround and kill them, Chang Dalei and Lihua skillfully used the pear blossom slash and exploding fireworks technique to fend off the attackers. The two teamed up to face the enemy. Within 3 feet, swords danced in the air and no one survived. Witnessing Chang Dalei and Lihua's successful defense, the Ring tribe members were both in awe and expressed frustration. One member even suggested to Kaiju that with the bravery shown by the bandits, they would only end up losing more lives if they continued the siege. However, Kaiju remained adamant in his command, urging his people to persist, drain their opponent's physical strength, and use their swords to kill them. They surrounded Chang Dalei and Lihua, stating that they absolutely could not escape. Someone suggested dropping their weapons to give them a painless death. Lihua turned to Chang Dalei, mentioning that they had no strength and that it was over. However, the system suddenly informed Chang Dalei that they were there. Smirking, Chang Dalei became confident and said the show had just begun, dismissing the notion of an ending. Chang Dalei remained confident, challenging the Ring clan, and claimed that his master had worshipped the South Pole Immortal as a teacher, stating that Tianbai Golden Star was his sworn brother, and Marshal Tianpeng was his senior brother. Chang Dalei challenged them, saying that he could ask his senior brother, Marshal Tianpeng, to summon 3,000 celestial troops and generals through a phone call and let them witness what was called a chrysanthemum, full of injuries. Disbelieving, T asked what Chang Dalei meant. Kaiju responded to his men that Chang Dalei was just pretending, stating that his surname was Cheng and that they shouldn't act crazy. Suddenly, the sound of many horses rumbling from afar could be heard, approaching the village. Determined, Qin Man shouted that if they didn't release Chang Dalei, they would slaughter all the people in the village. T commented that it was not good and that an enemy was coming from behind. Another ringer expressed doubt, questioning if it's the celestial troops and wondering why there are so many of them. Kaiju insulted his men, shouting that they shouldn't panic because it was just Chang Dalei's reinforcement. He ordered them to get on their horses to prepare for battle. 500 grassland soldiers shouted and sheathed their swords, while Qin Man informed everyone that he found Chang Dalei, who was being besieged by the Ring tribe. He commanded that they go and break the Ring siege and save Chang Dalei. As they clashed, one of Chang Dalei's men laughed and said that it had been a long time since he killed a Ring clan. In just one round iron hoof charge, the people in front of Chang Dalei were dispersed. Qin Man suggested that Chang Dalei should take a rest, and they would take care of the others. Lihua questionably asked what was going on. Chang Dalei responded that he was leaving it to him. Zhang Fei commanded to protect Chang Dalei and kill all the ringers. It's hard to even call it a battle. After all, the mountain bandits had an absolute advantage in numbers. While they were still eager to wipe them out, that they took no survivors as they shouted kills. The unequal battle only lasted half an hour. After that moment, the trouble ceased and things started to settle down. Qin Man reported to Chang Dalei, saying that more than 500 rings were all wiped out, and they seized hundreds of horses and some gold and silver. He continued that they also captured more than 100 people from descending Jade Village. They said they were hiding and not involved in the rebellion, and that the village was their territory. Chang Dalei responded, saying that they were there to save him, but he felt like they were there to rob as well. He mentioned that the mistress of the village was still around, while the system beeped that he completed a robbery mission. Confused, Qin Man asked him if descending Jade Village captured him and inquired about what he would do with Lihua, who kidnapped him. Lihua, who was nearby, lowered her head as she heard all of it. Chang Dalei defended Lihua, stating that she had only invited him to her village for guidance. Unfortunately, she encountered a traitor in her village who colluded with the Ring tribe and started a rebellion. Qin Man seemed to believe Chang Dalei's explanation, and Lihua was surprised and uttered Chang Dalei's name. Chang Dalei continued to explain, suggesting that it was all a misunderstanding. He continued, emphasizing that Lihua was her friend only and not an enemy, that she had no intention of harming him. Suddenly, not far away, Yue rushed towards them and called Lihua's name, asking where she was. Shenji, who was accompanying Yue, explained that they caught Yue and an old woman behind the village. Yue mentioned that she wanted to find a guy with no clothes, and when Shenji heard it, he brought her to them. Yue called Lihua, crying. Relieved, Lihua only called Yue's name while Yue hugged her. Lihua inquired about their mother, and Yue replied that she was shocked and went into the house to rest. Yue asked about the people with them. Flirtatious, Lihua introduced Chang Dalei as her husband and explained that the people who came to save them were Chang Dalei's men, causing Chang Dalei to shiver, while Yue was shocked at the revelation. Shenju was surprised by what Lihua said. He suddenly cursed and quickly told Chang Dalei that he took only 2 days and managed to seduce another village master. Yue blushed and asked again if she got married. Qin Man was embarrassed and informed Chang Dalei that Su Ying was waiting for him at home. Yue added that Chang Dalei was her brother-in-law and kept mentioning that Lihua was about to get married. With a proud expression, Lihua agreed and reassured her that when she and Chang Dalei got married, descending Jade and Toad Village became one family. Embarrassed, Chang Dalei asked what she was talking about. Lihua seduced Chang Dalei as she hushed him, telling him to listen to her first. Chang Dalei tried to stop her. Suddenly Lihua became serious and whispered to Chang Dalei's ear that the Western Yan tribe lost more than 500 men in descending Jade Village, and they would likely send troops for revenge. She feared that the remaining people from her village wouldn't survive if the Ring clan attacked again. She continued, revealing that, in the past, she challenged martial arts masters to find someone who could beat her and help her escape a forced marriage. In the end, she caught him, but he got involved in their clan's inner rebellion. Lihua emphasized that Chang Dalei had the power to confront the Ring clan, and it was the Ring clan who feared Chang Dalei. Lihua expressed the need for an ally like Toad Village. She proposed that her village would follow Toad Village's command in the future, hoping for Chang Dalei's help when the Ring clan returned. However, she couldn't simply hand over her entire village, which was her father's hard-earned inheritance. So, she proposed that if they got married, her village, including herself, would belong to Chang Dalei. Feeling uneasy, Chang Dalei thought Lihua was talking in circles, leading to the idea that it was difficult to handle a beautiful woman's favor. Chang Dalei was feeling uneasy and hesitant, afraid that rejecting her proposal might make Lihua angry and end up beating him. Chang Dalei distanced himself, snapping his fingers to confirm what Lihua had said. He promised her that from that moment on, Toad Village and descending Jade Village would be allies, living and facing challenges together. As a condition, Lihua would now be considered one of his people. Following this statement, a beep from the system confirmed that his mission was completed. The system expressed satisfaction, suggesting that Chang Dalei had won over Lihua's heart and teasing him about having many plans for the next steps. It hinted at the initiative Lihua might take, emphasizing the bravery of ladies from the prairie in matters of both love and hate. Lihua asked when they would get married. Overjoyed, Lihua giggled, stating that she was now Chang Dalei's. She expressed concern about moving too fast and playfully asked about naming their first child, finding the idea shameful. Playing dumb, Chang Dalei focused on practical matters, stating that he would send people to help rebuild descending Jade Village to prevent the Ring clan from seeking revenge. He instructed Li Hua that he would trouble her to help him train cavalry and take care of horses, and casually offered her a monthly salary for her efforts, leaving Li Hua confused. With a bewildered expression, she stopped Dalei and inquired about his intentions regarding her taking care of horses and the offered salary. Chang Dalei clarified that she was now considered someone hired by him, and he was leaving that aspect of the job to her. Hurt, Li Hua sought clarification, asking if she was just considered one of his people. She urged him not to insinuate that he was hiring her to take care of horses and train soldiers. Chang Dalei nonchalantly confirmed and questioned if there were any problems. He explained that Descending Jade Village excelled in taking care of horses and was skilled in horsemanship, and emphasized that their villages were mutually helping each other, offering a monthly salary of 500 silvers for her village and expressing a willingness to add more. In the end, Chang Dalei decided to play dumb. Li Hua, with an adorable expression of frustration, persisted that he was wrong, that she was not talking about that, and insisted that he knew what she meant and shouldn't feign ignorance. She insulted Chang Dalei, stating that he was worse than a lady, and demanded an answer. However, Chang Dalei laughed at her only, which made Yuer concerned. Yuer called Li Hua, asking what they were arguing about, and she attempted to intervene, advising Li Hua to control her temper and not scare her brother-in-law away. However, Li Hua dismissed Yuer's advice, stating that it was an adult problem and asking the children not to interrupt. Su Ying watched them from a distance, while Chang Dalei continued to chuckle. While Li Hua clung to Chang Dalei, he noticed Su Ying and called her by name. Su Ying directly asked who Li Hua was. Feeling guilty, Chang Dalei struggled to come up with a story and quickly said that it was a long time since they last met, fearing that he couldn't say anything wrong, or his life would be in danger as he thought about it. Angry, Xiao Yi scolded Chang Dalei, calling him a playboy, and questioned why Su Ying took the time to come there just to find him hugging and touching another woman. Chang Dalei replied, saying that Xiao Yi shouldn't talk nonsense, and that he was constantly keeping his body pure. Serious and silent, Su Ying decided to take Chang Dalei with her, insisting that they go back home. While watching, Qin Man speculated that Chang Dalei might have to kneel on the washboard when he gets home. Shenji added that it was a habit that kept attracting trouble, and that Chang Dalei couldn't change. Observing them, Li Hua wondered if Su Ying was Chang Dalei's wife, while Yuer, with an irritable demeanor, asked who Su Ying was and why she took Chang Dalei away. Li Hua explained that Su Ying was the tall wall she needed to overcome. Yuer questioned her about the tall wall, stating that Su Ying wasn't tall at all, at least not taller than her. Li Hua replied that it wasn't just about height and that Su Ying was trouble. Yuer asked Li Hua if she had confidence, and Li Hua confirmed and added that, as the saying goes, with the proper pickaxe, no wall can't be broken. Meanwhile, in the system space, the machine flew towards the space. As it flew, it entered codes, and the access request permission was allowed. Upon entry, the machine questioned the system that had been hiding in the space for days, asking about her activities. It questioned her about recent events involving Chang Dalei, particularly a flirtatious situation that nearly led to him being beaten by hundreds of people. The machine was puzzled as to why she didn't intervene and instead sent her clone. In response, the system downplayed the situation, considering it just a few hundred people in small cases like a piece of cake. She believed Chang Dalei could handle it. However, in the realm of the system space, there was something more important that needed her attention. Curious, the machine inquired about the matter. The system revealed that the second fairy was about to emerge, and the machine acknowledged this. As they observed the orb, the system mentioned that it only needed the right time for the awakening. The machine questioned whether the emergence was linked to Chang Dalei's soul, and inquired about the origin of the second fairy. The system speculated that it might be linked to the power of the fate of the Great Empire or incarnated by that empire. The Descending Jade Village started rebuilding their meeting hall. The remaining members had to engage in building up their spirit, and their defense facility also needed improvement. Lastly, Chang Dalei left behind men from Taman leading 500 people to guard the Descending Jade Village. From on, the Descending Jade Village formally became Toad Village's ally horse ranch, a place especially to train cavalry. A beep from the system notified that 180 remaining people from Descending Jade Village joined Toad Village's population, 5,011. In the evening at Toad Village, Xiao Yi pushed Chang Dalei inside, urging him to go in quickly as Su Ying was waiting for him. While Liu Zhai was there and called Chang Dalei, she murmured to him, suggesting that Su Ying appeared upset and proposed that if he didn't feel happy. Seducingly, she suggested that he could stay overnight in her room, which was next door and quite big. Chang Dalei was so attracted by her proposal that he could not respond. Shortly after, Chang Dalei entered Su Ying's room and called for her. Despite not meeting or keeping in contact for months, Chang Dalei unexpectedly felt a sense of estrangement towards Su Ying. Embarrassed, he commented that she must be tired after a busy day, and suggested she warm up her legs and rest early. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Su Ying, perceptive to the minutest details, there was nothing in the world that could be hidden from her. He realized that, although he unintentionally raised Wanner and Lihua's favorability a little too much, he hadn't asked himself honestly, as he did not even exceed half a step and did not do anything wrong towards her. Yet, he felt nervous about seeing her again. Chang Dalei was surprised by Su Ying's sudden hug and her calling his name. When the two were alone, Su Ying no longer had to keep up both the appearance of the Su Clan Association's boss and Su Ying, as Su Ying cried in front of him and expressed how much she missed him. The yearning and emotion that were separated for a few months have finally overflowed from within the heart. Chang Dalei softly called Su Ying's name. He expressed how he also missed her as he hugged her tightly. The moment they embraced, the estranged feeling from both was all but lost, and they shared a night filled with the sounds of love in their room. As the saying absence makes the heart grow fonder held for them. The beep from the system notified Chang Dalei of a long, tiring day. Overhearing the sound of love from Chang Dalei's room, Liu Jai could not help but pout sadly. After their intimate moments, both exhaled heavily. Su Ying inquired about Lihua, mentioning that she heard from others that Lihua had captured him to be her husband. Su Ying jokingly questioned if Chang Dalei was not tempted when such a pretty girl took the initiative to deliver herself to him. Awkwardly, Chang Dalei explained that they only met a few times and that he was only interested in Lihua's ability, as he needed her help with something. Su Ying responded playfully, suggesting that it didn't seem to be just that, and he was a good husband. Chang Dalei mentioned that their shared experiences of life and death might have given birth to some strange feelings, especially considering the intense emotions of a feisty lady from the prairie usually had more intense emotion. Chuckled, Su Ying asked him if he liked Lihua, proposing that he could bring her into his room if he was interested. Chang Dalei was about to react, but Su Ying continued, stating that having one more person to take care of him when he was outside fighting would give her peace of mind at home. Awkwardly, Chang Dalei swore upon heaven that he no romantic feelings toward Lihua, expressing his satisfaction with Su Ying and Liu Jai. Su Ying stated that they were already spouses, and there was no need to discuss such things. Chang Dalei called her attention and explained that they had been joining and separating many times from Qin New Mountain to Jingzhou and to Qin Chuan. He suggested waiting until they were settled down before making any decisions, emphasizing that they couldn't forget things again. Su Ying questioned him about the thing. He declared to remake the wedding and formally welcome her into the family. After that conversation, they made love again, and Chang Dalei acquired another beep after a long, tiring day. In the other room, Liu Jai commented that she couldn't fall asleep, as she felt annoyed and wondered how long they were going to do it. Meanwhile, in the Ring Tribe jurisdiction northwest, dozens of tribes gathered. One person called out Jin Wendao, urging him to do something for them. Jin Wendao, curious, asked what was wrong. The man informed Jin Wendao that this month's iron ore shipment was the responsibility of their Western Yan tribe. But there was an accident on the way this time. Jin Wendao, intrigued, inquired if they lost the goods. The man's name was Wu Simu and revealed that he was fortunate that the goods were brought back. But only a few dozen people returned alive from Qinchuan. Jin Wendao inquired about who was responsible. Wu Simu explained that the mountain bandit Lihua, whom he kept an eye on at the Qinchuan border, noted that he asked his men to propose marriage. However, Lihua not only refused but also joined forces with another mountain bandit to kill all his men. Jin Wendao criticized his men, calling them trash for not being able to handle one village. He asked him how many men he needed. Wu Simu requested 2,000 heavy cavalry from Jin Wendao, expressing his desire to crush the village. Calmly sipping his tea, Jin Wendao questioned the need for such a large army and asked about the village that required such forces. Wu Simu clarified that it wasn't just any village. Chang Dalei had appeared and led the people of Toad Village to kill all his men. Jin Wendao was so surprised that he coughed and almost choked on his drink. Wu Simu expressed concern, and Jin Wendao, after recovering, asked again if he heard correctly about Toad Village and Chang Dalei. Wu Simu confirmed it, emphasizing that Chang Dalei was carrying an ordinary sword, leaving no room for doubt. Deep in thought, Jin Wendao cursed himself and pondered how Chang Dalei appeared in Qinchuan. He cautioned Wu Simu not to be reckless and emphasized the need for careful consideration in the long run. Enraged, Wu Simu questioned why Jin Wendao wanted to take so much time to think about it, asking if Jin Wendao was not interested in avenging his people. Serious in his warning, Jin Wendao explained to Wu Simu that provoking Chang Dalei was not a good idea. He emphasized the critical nature of the current time in the fight for the throne, urging Wu Simu to avoid causing extra trouble. Wu Simu was about to say something, but Jin Wendao cut him off, suggesting that he behave these days and not cause trouble during the major event. Wu Simu confirmed it and expressed that he dared not cause trouble. Jin Wendao dismissed him. Despite the advice, Wu Simu seemed reluctant as he contemplated his feelings toward Chang Dalei and expressed his determination not to let him go. Jin Wendao became depressed while he silently poured his tea. He contemplated and questioned how the ungrateful Wu Simu managed to attract Chang Dalei just for a woman. Irritated, he felt that the situation was too familiar, considering what might happen if Chang Dalei became angry and attempted to assassinate him during the coronation. Fearful, he decided that he needed to eliminate the lurking threat in advance and promptly called someone. He quickly ordered his men to pass on his command to send someone to take care of Wu Simu of the Western Yan tribe and ensure they didn't stir up trouble. His men confirmed his order. A few days later, in descending Jade Village, someone in their watchtower spotted the approaching enemy and exclaimed that it was not good, the rings were coming. Upon receiving the information, someone urged everyone to prepare for the incoming attack, and the sound of drums echoed through the village. Lihua and Qin Man observed the Ring tribe. Lihua questioned why there were only a dozen of them, and Qin Man realized that the leader seemed to have something to say. The leader of the Ring tribe respectfully announced that they were ordered by Jin Wendao. He presented items to them, explaining that he was sent by Jin Wendao to apologize for the actions of their tribesmen the other day. The supplies were offered as a token of appreciation, and he politely asked them to accept them. Lihua was skeptical, Qin Man was in disbelief, and others in the village questioned why the Ring tribe had dropped off the stuff and left. Lihua pointed out that this group of Ring clan had yielded. After another half-month passed, Qin Man assumed the role of an instructor, and the gathered men from the two villages began to show the spirit of a team. Lihua was responsible for training the cavalry, and a heavy cavalry unit was slowly forming. At the same time, Liner also came to Toad Village to raise horses along with Lihua. Lihua reflected that all the village work was now on the right track. She observed that communication between the two villages was getting closer, and with a sly grin, she considered that it might be time to carry out her poaching plan. She laughed and mentioned Chang Dalei's name as she jokingly stated that he couldn't escape. Fan Lihua taught them what Sun Tzu said in his Art of War: knowing yourself and your enemy allows you to fight and win 100 battles, which she laughed hysterically. She called out her mother and Fan Yuer and told them that she was overseeing the descending Jade Village and had no time to spare, so she decided that she would send them to live in the Toad Village for their safety, while she paused as she mentioned for the second reason. She went on to say the other reason, that she would need their help in collecting information about Chang Dalei, her husband, leaving Fan Yuer to excitedly say that she would work hard for the sake of her lifelong happiness, while her mother realized her daughter had finally enlightened. Meanwhile, in Toad Village, Fan Lihua told Chang Dalei that she would put her family in his place, and that he would have to care for them as if they were his own mother and sister. Fan Yuer addressed Chang Dalei as her brother-in-law, prompting Chang Dalei to laugh and ask her not to refer to him as her brother-in-law, before telling Fan Lihua not to worry. After a while, Fan Yuer hummed as she ventured into Toad Village. She realized it was big and wondered who she should ask first. She believed she should ask first in a random place with a large number of people. A large crowd gathered and asked Fan Yuer if she wanted to inquire about Chang Dalei's past, on which Fan Yuer agreed, telling them that she loved hearing heroic stories and wondered if they could tell her the story of Chang Dalei. Fan Yuer was disappointed because one of the people told her that he arrived late at the Toad Village, while the others were the same and told her they couldn't help her. She inquired as to who could tell her about Chang Dalei's past. They informed her that she could go to the senior brothers, which piqued her interest, and asked if they could introduce her to them. Liao Jia informed her that Chang Dalei would always say things that they didn't understand, while Liao Yi added that he would also do things that surprised people. And Huang Senyuan stated that he developed the Toad Village with only a few people into a powerful village that could resist the Ring tribe's main forces of 100,000, leaving Fan Yuer in awe. In other places, Zhu Yi told her that Chang Dalei could always make strange things, and that she could get a lot of inspiration from the many things he had done. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei informed her that Chang Dalei was a disciple of the South Pole Immortal, claiming that an immortal was assisting him although most people didn't believe him, and Gao Fei Bao stated that they couldn't help it. They easily get along, eat and drink together, making Chang Dalei didn't look immortal because he was too easygoing. Princess Minjiu asked her if she wanted to know about Chang Dalei, and Fan Yuer nodded. Princess Minjiu looked down and crunched the book she held. She informed her that Chang Dalei was an asshole, a bastard, and a leecher. Fan Yue noticed Princess Minju's temper was so similar to her sister Fan Lihua scolding Chang Dalei, and she wondered if they were the same shy. She also thought she seemed to be a potential rival of her sister, and since she couldn't ask anything, she reasoned that she'd better go and ask someone else. She came across him and asked if he was Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong inquired as to who she was and what she wanted. Fan Yue blushed as her mind went blank, realizing that he was so attractive and claimed to be her type. She became shy as she admitted to him that she was not talented and apologized for bothering him before later asking if he was married, which confused Zhao Zilong. Fan Yue wondered what she was doing, that after roaming around for a long time, all she asked were useless things. She sighed, thinking that she would have to stay for a few more days because she was unfamiliar with the place. She was perplexed when she noticed something. Fan Yue wondered if the structure she was at was a medical center. She remembered what she heard, that the medical center's doctor was also an old senior brother. She decided to go in and ask, and knocked on the door to find out if anyone was there. She entered and greeted Liu Bei, saying she wanted to talk to him, which caused Liu Bei to question her. Liu Bei inquired what she wanted to talk about and invited her to come and sit down. Fan Yue agreed, realizing Liu Bei was so young and wondering how he became the head of the medical center at such a young age, as well as noticing that he seemed to emit an extraordinary aura. It was such a beautiful day, but it almost became a shadow that Fan Yue could never forget for the rest of her life. Another day of hard work at the Toad Village's blacksmith shop, as someone yelled at the workers, encouraging them to work harder and wishing them all the best. Mu Changjang had been promoted to blacksmith shop steward due to his hard work. Someone thanked them for their hard work and promised to see them again tomorrow. Mu Changjang entered the house as night fell. He rested in his bed, grumbling about another long day. He paused for a little while and said nothing. He realized something and screamed in disagreement. Mu Changjang's face darkened as he realized he came there for a purpose other than to become an outstanding blacksmith. He told himself that he couldn't go on like that and he had to get moving. Mu Changjang read his Toad Village infiltration diary, which started in August as he successfully infiltrated the Toad Village and was assigned to the blacksmith shop while he wished for Mo Mingmi to bless him to complete the mission. Some days later, he wrote that in 8 hours of forging, he expressed that life's great hardships were honestly not to deceive him. Forging, boating, and grinding soybeans. And as for September, Mu Changjang wrote that he was forging and he seemed to have lost some weight. In the following days, he wrote that the Toad Village attacked the descending Jade Village, and only civilian workers were left in the village, believing that it was the best opportunity to attack. However, they came back in half a day, and he had no choice but to give up. At the end of September, he stated that he was forging and he had not taken a month off. However, the food was delicious, and he could still hold up. He started the month of October stating that he was an attentive person, and even if he were smithing, he could still make achievements. That day he was promoted to become the blacksmith shop steward, which made him happy. The next day, he was forging iron, and whenever he saw the admiring eyes of his brothers and heard their praises of Zhu Shenji, he felt that his whole body was inexhaustible and more energetic when he picked up and swung the sledgehammer. He ended October stating that he was happy working as a blacksmith. He read what he wrote in November, which was that he was just forging. In the next few days, he realized he had a more important mission and had not come to do smithing. He continued reading as his diary stated that his purpose was to spy on the Toad Village and gather information or assassinate Chang Dalei, realizing that was his real purpose. The following day he expressed that Chang Dalei couldn't see through it, realizing that it seemed there was no chance as he could only start from Zhu Shenji. Mu Changjang became depressed as he continued reading, complimenting Zhu Shenji for how wise he was and wondering how he could implement his plan into action. He could only wait for the opportunity and continue on smithing while he ended the month of November with him just forging. Meanwhile, early in the morning, at the blacksmith shop, workers were taken aback when they noticed the steward come so early, while a clanging noise echoed. Mu Changjang set his goals, and if he had the strength to do so, he would exert his body to do something. As Mu Changjang continued his work, one of the workers stated that he was worthy of being a steward because not everyone could have that much strength. Zhu Shenji praised Mu Changjang, telling him that the performance of the blacksmith shop depended on him, and Mu Changjang replied that he was overpraising. A few days later, the sun set and the moon rose. Someone greeted Zhu Shenji, expressing his relief that he had finally arrived. Mu Changjang informed him that he lived in a simple environment and hoped he didn't mind. Mu Changzheng also stated that he had specially prepared him good wine, as well as fried dishes, to treat him, causing Zhu Shenji to chuckle and ask him why he bothered. Mu Changzheng invited him to hurry up and take a seat and told him that he could now have this achievement because of his favors. He insisted on going on and stated that he would drink first. Zhu Shenji felt at ease when he saw that they drank the same jar of wine and ate the same dish, prompting him to say that Mu Changzheng was unusually humble and fond of learning. Mu Changzheng inquired of Zhu Shenji whether he believed their village would be attacked by others. Zhu Shenji's face flushed as he thought it was good wine, and he responded to Mu Changzheng, urging them to come if they wanted to fight as there would be nothing to fear because of Chang Dalei. Surprised, Mu Changzheng asked if Chang Dalei had a method, and Zhu Shenji agreed. He informed him that he came to the Toad village because of Chang Dalei's reputation, provoking Zhu Shenji to tell him how capable Chang Dalei was, and Zhu Shenji to question him if he knew where Chang Dalei's abilities came from. Mu Changzheng asked him if he could enlighten him, and Zhu Shenji replied that an immortal had imparted a skill on Chang Dalei in a dream. Mu Changzheng stated that he had heard people talking about what he said and wondered if there was really an immortal in the world, which Zhu Shenji called him out, telling him that he did not believe it at the beginning. As he grew old watching over Chang Dalei, he claimed that he was quite ordinary in all aspects. He also informed him that after the death of the old village master, Chang Dalei became like a new person, with more knowledge and understanding, and he also learned immortal technique. Mu Changzhen wondered if it was true, and Zhu Shenji told him that it was far more than true, and more real than real gold. Zhu Shenji mentions the Five Thunder method, the summoning of wind and rain, and scattering beans into soldiers. He clarifies that he saw it with his own eyes and could never lie to him. Mu Changzheng had a thought that the last time the 18 lieutenants attacked, the people who escaped said that Zhu Shenji was standing on a high platform, while from what he heard from Zhu Shenji was different, so he wondered why he put all the credit on Chang Dalei. He realizes something. He believes Zhu Shenji was trying to make himself hidden behind the scenes while making Chang Dalei's reputation louder, just like when the forest was beautiful and the wind would destroy it. He claims that Zhu Shenji seemed to be ordinary, but when he looked carefully, he saw a man of true talent who never shows off and who didn't need to show his true colors. Mu Changzheng chuckles and asks Zhu Shenji if no one could break through their village. As he sipped his bowl, he states that it couldn't be better while feeling agonized, as the bitter wine in his throat hurts, and wondering who knew his sadness. Zhu Shenji chuckles and responds that he couldn't think of a way if it was someone else, but he's different from them, which puzzles Mu Changzheng. He informs him that as the village master's strategist, he had to think for his well-being no matter the situation, and that he had been thinking hard these days about how he would break through the village, and when he thought of the way, he naturally had a way to pull it off. Mu Changzheng is taken aback because it would be natural for Zhu Shenji to find a weakness in the village defenses, so he asks him if he had thought of a way. Zhu Shenji agrees but stops mid-sentence as he was about to tell him. He realizes he can't tell Mu Changzheng because he was a bastard. He scoffs at him, telling him why he should tell him about it when they're just going to drink. Mu Changzheng realizes how close he is, and after what he had just asked that had Zhu Shenji on alert. He claims that he couldn't be reckless, and that he needed to take it step by step in order to coax him to talk. He laughs, informing Zhu Shenji that he didn't understand what he was saying because he had less knowledge. He tells Zhu Shenji that they're going to keep drinking. Mu Changzheng laughs and tells him that they're going to drink and not talk about work. As the night grows darker, his voice echoes outside, inviting Zhu Shenji to carry on drinking and praising him for being a great drinker. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 different dishes, Zhu Shenji prompts him to go faster and informs him that he had a strong alcohol tolerance, and he could drink as much as he could. Zhu Shenji drank his bowl, causing him to burp from time to time, while telling Mu Changzheng if he knew how the 100,000 heavy cavalry of the Ring tribe was defeated by the spell he cast, as he summoned the water from the river and flooded the 100,000 Ring tribe. Mu Changzheng's eyes widened as Zhu Shenji admitted that he did it, surprised at how the alcohol could make one speak the truth. He addressed Zhu Shenji, inquiring about his opinion on where they should start to break through their village. Zhu Shenji burped and asked what he meant. Mu Changzheng slapped the table and inquired how to break through the village. He stood up and addressed it as their village. Mu Changzheng's face darkened, asking Zhu Shenji what he feared most. Tipsy, Zhu Shenji repeated what he said. He imagined Chang Dalei, who was nearly burned to death, instructing them to pile up a lot of firewood and pay attention to the fire because it was a very hot day. Zhu Shenji whispered that he feared fire, making Mu Changzheng confused about his answer. He reiterated his fear of fire and paused after informing him on how to break through the village using fire. Mu Changjeng's face stiffened as he gained the knowledge to use fire to break through the village. He repeatedly mumbled what he had said as Zhu Shenji slept in front of him. Zhu Shenji grumbled in his sleep as Mu Changjeng realized that with just 8 words, a bowl broke down to the ground, which made a clunking noise. Mu Changjeng thought that the mystery had been solved, and he no longer had to stay in the village. He believed that in order to get those 8 words, he had waited so long, endured and suffered so much that he couldn't even look back as he expressed his relief by stating how beautiful the sight would be when the village fell into the sea of fire. Mu Changjeng cried as he realized that he succeeded. Meanwhile, at the Qinchuan Pass, Mo Mingmi asked his advisor if there was any news from Mu Changjeng's side, as he believed that it was more than 2 months. The advisor told him there was nothing yet and wondered if he blew his cover. Mo Mingmi assumed that no news was sometimes good news, meaning that he wasn't exposed yet. A soldier informed Mo Mingmi that someone crawled over. Mo Mingmi yelled, asking the man who he was, while the man gasped in exhaustion. Mu Changjeng lifted himself up and called out to Mo Mingmi. He informed him that he was back, as he ran like crazy for a day and a night. Mo Mingmi ordered his men to go get him as he realized that it was Mu Changjeng. After a while, someone reported that Mu Changjeng was awake. Mo Mingmi inquired if he found out anything. Mu Changjeng reported that it was fortunate that the task he entrusted to him finally got completed, and he informed him that the news came from Zhu Shenji's mouth. The military advisor was taken aback and asked if it was the man known as the Miracle of Foresight Jade-Face Zhu Shenji, while Mo Mingmi inquired as to where he found such an outstanding person. Mu Changjeng informed them that he also knew Zhu Shenji was very outstanding and decided not to reveal the matter in front of him, and that he was able to elicit the method for breaking the village from him because he gained his trust and got him drunk last night. The military advisor wondered why Zhu Shenji from the Toad village would think of ways to break into his own village. Mu Changjeng responded that there were things that ordinary people, aside from military strategists, did not know. He also mentioned that, according to Zhu Shenji, you could only defend yourself if you knew how the enemy would attack. The military advisor realized that it was indeed the case, leading Mo Mingmi to believe that his intelligence was not even close to that of Zhu Shenji. Mo Mingmi inquired of Mu Changjeng as to what Zhu Shenji had said, and he replied that he only said 8 words. Mu Changjeng stated that to break through the village, they needed to use fire. Both Mo Mingmi and the military advisor were stunned. Someone expressed himself about the subject. The military advisor disagreed that it wasn't a good idea, reminding Mu Changjeng that the Toad village was on an island. He explained that it was surrounded by water, and water vapor was abundant, and with fire, they would get half the results with twice the effort. Mo Mingmi assumed that Zhu Shenji already knew his identity, and decided to deliberately use those words to deceive by luring them into a trap. Mu Changjeng, on the other hand, claimed that if it was a trap, he would have said a more realistic trick. But he believed that the plan for the fire attack appeared unreliable but was true. Mo Mingmi thought it made sense, but he was uncertain about how he should execute the fire attack plan. The military advisor argued that the fire attack on the Toad village on the island was too impractical unless large quantities of kerosene, sulfur, and gunpowder were used. He also mentioned that the cost was huge, and if it went wrong, it would be very bad for them, advising Mo Mingmi to be careful, which made Mo Mingmi realize that what he said was also true. Mu Changjeng asked Mo Mingmi if he could ask a question and if they knew what Toadstool was and what Zhu Shenji did. He wondered if they could compare themselves to Zhu Shenji when it comes to the sharpness of vision and cleverness of strategy. The military advisor said something about the subject, and he readily acknowledged his defeat to Zhu Shenji. Mu Changjeng stated that he guaranteed it, that the fire attack plan from Zhu Shenji when he was drunk was the Toad village's weakness, and that it was just that with their intelligence, they couldn't keep up with his thought process yet. He also informed them that once he was gone, Zhu Shenji would be on alert, as things have to move quickly, and if he became cautious, he believed that they would miss the foolproof opportunity, prompting the military advisor to understand, and stated that now that the answer had been given, it was up to them to solve it. After a while, someone told them to come on and ready the sandbox, as they would be staying up all night to discuss the plan. The military advisor explained to them that the boat dock at Toad Village was built on an open area along the river and a large amount of wood was piled. He believed that those places were perfect for fire attacks. He went on to say that if they first burned down the boat dock, they would lose their ability to fight on the water and would be unable to retreat. And Mo Mingmi added that they would retreat to the mountain village to hold it. The military advisor claimed that they would use a large amount of gunpowder to cause a forest fire, destroying the mountain forest and forcing them to abandon the defensive city and escape the mountain village. He also stated that the boat docks, grain elevators, and gunpowder stores were the most important strategic targets, and that they would concentrate their army with big ships from the opposite direction and attack in one breath. The military advisor told them that forcing them to engage in physical combat on the island plain was unnecessary because they only needed to start a war on flat land, and with their superior strength, the rest would be easy. He informed Mo Mingmi that his plan would cause forest fires the fastest because he believed that a small fire was no way to drive them out of the village. He also claimed that their soldiers were very fast, and that they would prepare lots of sulfur, gunpowder, kerosene, and other fire-starting materials the next day. The military advisor requested Mo Mingmi to personally lead the army the following day and dispatch 10,000 men to attack Toad Village, confident it would be a sure win. Mo Mingmi commended him for the excellent plan, causing the military advisor to sigh in exhaustion and conclude that Zhu Shenji had provided him with the answer, and he spent the night contemplating solutions. He chuckled, thinking that the gap between him and Zhu Shenji was not as significant as he thought. He scoffed, asserting that it would not be possible for him to defeat Zhu Shenji at scheming. As the morning sun rose, Zhu Shenji approached Chang Dalei with bad news. He stuttered as he mentioned the traitor, and Chang Dalei told him enough because he already knew what happened. Chang Dalei stated that the mole was one of Mo Mingmi's people, whom he expected to attack them because he knew he would personally lead 10,000 men, plus 5,000 men of the 18 lieutenants who should arrive tomorrow, as he read the latest information Yun Zhonglong had brought back to him. Zhu Shenji, on the other hand, argued that what he wanted to say was that he learned this morning that the traitor Zhang Kang had disappeared because he was drunk for a whole day and night. Chang Dalei cursed Zhu Shenji on his thought, claiming that he was just as useless as always because he only now realized that Zhang Kang had disappeared while others had already run back to report information and were already on their way with soldiers. He asked him if he had not told Zhang Kang anything important, and Zhu Shenji denied telling him that he always kept an eye on him and said nothing, which made Chang Dalei feel relieved because the terrain of Snake Island should be familiar to him, but he believed that if they were pushed onto the island by them, it would be a problem. He told him to inform the whole village to prepare for war. The next day, countless ships were seen at the sea. Someone informed Mo Mingmi that they would arrive at Toad Village in 10 miles. Mo Mingmi chuckled, claiming that that day was just right for a fire attack, as the sky was clear and the sun was high in the sky. He also stated that the northwest wind would support them, and that the wind would give power to fire, causing it to get even stronger, believing that Toad Village would stand in a sea of fire. And Mu Changzheng also believed that the god wanted to kill Chang Dalei too. Mo Mingmi laughed, assuring Mu Changzheng that if the fight would be successful he would get the first credit. Someone yelled that it was the Toad Village's boat dock, while another said that they would begin the breakthrough with a fire attack, claiming that while they were putting out the fire, they would take the shore and kill and set fire to everyone. Meanwhile, at the shore, someone yelled at everyone, informing others that the enemies were coming, stating that they actually decided to send their entire force to attack them, and ordered their men to hurry up and fire the signal to prepare to meet the enemy. Back at the sea, someone ordered them to beat the drums and told everyone to prepare. As the military advisor informed them about the downwind, a loud drum noise was heard. He instructed them to ignite and string the bow. He waved his flag and ordered the archers to release the arrows. Burning arrows flew in the sky, making whooshing noise. As the people on the shore warned everyone to be careful because those were fire arrows, others advised them to shield up, and someone was concerned that the fire arrows hit the woodpile. The villagers went into panic as the boat dock caught fire, telling each other to quickly organize people to put out the fire, and realizing that the wood was dry as it burned when it touched an open fire. Chang Dalei and Zhu Shenji directed everyone to bring the injured back to the village first and watch out for the arrows, as well as to put out the fire as quickly as possible, which made Chang Dalei think that it would be troublesome to let those traders dominate the topography of their village. He believed that it would be a problem if they were to have a large amount of gunpowder at any price. He wondered who gave them the idea, and Zhu Shenji informed him that if it did not work out, they had to give up the place. People yelled that the grain store was full of wood, while the warehouse on the right was also on fire, and others noticed the fire in the back. Chang Dalei reasoned that they took advantage of the village's disadvantage because their firefighting measures were not yet perfect. He slashed at the incoming arrows with his explosive fireworks technique. Zhu Shenji was taken aback and asked Chang Dalei what he was doing, and he replied so they could get a broader view and the people underneath could see his command. Chang Dalei grabbed a flag and told Zhu Shenji to use it and help him organize firefighting efforts. He reminded him that the dock should not be destroyed as it took so much manpower and resources. Zhu Shenji accepted command of the firefighting effort and asked Chang Dalei what he intended to do. Chang Dalei stated that he was responsible for keeping the arrows away from him, as he believed that his personal safety was important, which made Zhu Shenji chuckle in agreement. He also mentioned that he had to do something on the way there, prompting Zhu Shenji to inquire what he had to do. Chang Dalei replied that he would call the wind, and Heart continued it by summoning the rain. Above, Heart foresaw what was happening. She raised her hand, claiming that the Toad Village meteorologist had reminded them that the weather had changed from sunny to heavy rain, and that they should bring an umbrella. Someone stated that in ancient times, there was the Battle of Poyang Lake, and now there was the Battle of Toad Village, which he did not expect. He expected the island to be surrounded by water, the land to be wet, and the fire attack to be half as successful with half the double effort, and claimed that the island turned out to be covered in foliage for a long time, and there were dead branches all over the mountain. He went on to say that it was also because Toad Village was constantly under construction, causing the wood to pile up like a mountain. The man claimed that the fire was indeed a wonderful way to break through the village. Mu Changjing informed Mo Mingmi that the fire had grown so big that people were starting to panic, and Mo Mingmi told him to prepare to board the island and land on the beach. The military advisor was astounded that Zhu Shenji had grasped even the smallest details, prompting him to praise him as brilliant. However, he was saddened at Zhu Shenji and stated that he made a bad move that allowed them to seize the opportunity. He giggled hysterically as the fire engulfed the boat docks of Toad Village. The military advisor was confused about what he noticed. He wondered if it was Chang Dalei, while the person next to him was Zhu Shenji. He was confused about what they were doing, assuming that Zhu Shenji was commanding them to put out the fire while waving the black flag. The military advisor explained that the 5-colored flag was used to give orders in the army, while the black flag indicated the appearance of water ahead. Meanwhile, Heart instructed the clouds to gather. Countless thunder rumbled down the sky. The thunder rumbled while Mo Mingmi's army's arrows continued to fly. The military advisor was puzzled as he looked up. Then suddenly rain came pouring down when Heart stated that the last would be when there was rain falling. Rain dropped on the face of the military advisor, making him realize that it was raining. Mu Changjin wondered if it was raining, and Mo Mingmi wondered what was going on as well. Heavy rain shocked the soldiers. While the villagers were ecstatic and told each other that it was raining, others assumed that it looked like a rainstorm. One of the villagers laughed as the rain just came in time. Zhu Shenji told Chang Dalei that the rain was too unnatural, and wondered if he had used his power again. And Chang Dalei responded that it was all thanks to his second brother. Mo Mingmi, on the other hand, was enraged and demanded to know what the hell was going on, causing Mu Changjing to struggle to respond. He wondered if he could set a fire in that weather, wondering who said to use a fire attack. And Mu Changjing responded that he remembered Zhu Shenji said that he had the ability to summon the wind and rain. Mo Mingmi wondered what he talked about and if he thought of him as stupid. Mu Changjing argued that what he said was true and that he would not deceive him, and the military advisor asked Mo Mingmi not to blame him for the battle. Mo Mingmi addressed the military advisor by name but did not finish what he said. Depressed, the military advisor appeared to be a completely different person. His heroic spirit was gone. His hair had withered, and the entire person appeared to have aged several years, and he informed Mo Mingmi that the method of fire was correct. He claimed that the rain came in a strange way, and Mo Mingmi responded that the rain was not only strange but also had the appearance of a monster wreaking havoc. According to the military advisor, when the Ring tribe attacked the Toad Village, they also encountered such strange heavy rain. He originally thought it was just a superstitious rumor and thought of competing with strategist Zhu Shenji in stratagem, which he didn't expect. The difference between him was already the difference between immortal and mortal. He believed that mortals could not defeat heaven and claimed that Zhu Shenji had seen through nature's mystery. Zhu Shenji asked Chang Dalei if he could stop his magic power because his old bones couldn't stand the heavy rain, and Chang Dalei assured him that he would take him down. Chang Dalei wrapped him around his arms as he leaped the tower, making Zhu Shenji scream. Mo Mingmi realized that they disappeared. Then suddenly the rain gradually slowed. Heart chuckled and stated that it had been a long time since she had been active, so she decided to give them something big. Then suddenly a strong wind blew. Soldiers yelled at each other as the wind blew and shifted to a headwind. They warned each other that the wind and rain were getting stronger, while someone told them to take control of the boat and take the helm, and others warned them to be careful because the wind direction had changed. Someone ordered them to quickly lower the sail because the wind and waves were strong, reminding them to watch out for the torrent. The boat began to rumble as they realized that the fleet was too dense and they would collide if they kept going like that. Mo Mingmi's troops faced a crushing defeat before they even came face to face with the enemy. And in front of this heavenly power, 15,000 soldiers abandoned their armor, and finally, many of them fell into the water. Mo Mingmi, Mu Chengzhen, and the military advisor struggled to survive. Mo Mingmi looked up, astounded that there was such a strange person in the Toad village as Zhu Shenji. As he accepted defeat as God's will, a massive tornado formed, and someone informed them that the military advisor had fallen into the water. Then a system prescript appeared, stating that after the battle, Zhu Shenji became famous throughout the world, and he was later included in the record of the Book of the World's Strange People. The storm lasted only a few hours, but it seemed as if a super typhoon landed for months. The river rose by 1 meter, and a mission notification popped up, stating that the mission to defend the village was 3/10 progress. Soldiers dangled from a floating wood in the sea, as if dead. Someone told Chang Dalei that his second brother was really powerful, claiming that the storm shattered lots of Mo Mingmi's soldiers and lieutenants. Chang Dalei instructed Zhu Shenji to lead their brothers to arrest those who washed up on the shore, and Zhu Shenji agreed. He praised Heart for playing a big game this time and advised her not to exhaust herself like she did the last time. He told her to take it easy, and Heart responded that she didn't have to play when the second sprite came out. She laughed and told Chang Dalei that it was her last time playing with water, so she had to have some fun. Chang Dalei claimed that Mo Mingmi had bad luck because his rice was looking for trouble. He wondered who gave him the idea to use the fire attack and asked Zhu Shenji if he knew anything. But Zhu Shenji had the same question. After a while, at the Toad Village martial arts arena, Chang Dalei addressed the captive soldiers. He told them that Mo Mingmi had committed a lot of evil, and this time, they were all innocent people affected by the heavenly wrath of the immortals. He viewed all of their information, assuring them that he would send them off after a while. However, before they go, they have to give him some information about Qinchuan Mountain. The information was gathered in such a way that it appeared they were all ordinary soldiers, with the exception of the top military advisor, which caused Chang Dalei to wonder. As he viewed the information of the military advisor, Yan Dai, 40 years old, who accompanied Mo Mingmi to attack the Toad village, he realized he had accidentally caught a big fish. He greeted Yan Dai and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Yan Dai was surprised and wondered how he recognized him. He realized that it was Zhu Shenji, who was staring at him. Zhu Shenji was perplexed, as Yan Dai felt relieved that he had been seen through by him, claiming that losing in the hands of Zhu Shenji was not so bad. Mo Mingmi was greatly weakened after the battle, prompting Chang Dalei to take the initiative to send someone to negotiate between the two sides. Along with military advisor Yan Dai, a man inquired about the non-aggression treaty as well as a trade route. Lieutenant Zhu asked Liu Bei who he thought he was and if he still wanted to be on an equal footing with Mo Mingmi. Liu Bei denied and stated that the question was not whether the Toad village was worthy but rather whether Mo Mingmi was qualified to sit on an equal footing with them. Negotiations between the two sides continued for several days, using the prisoners of the battle as bargaining chips. And finally, both sides signed a non-aggression treaty and divided their spheres of influence. And the portion Chang Dalei got included 3 lieutenants and a trade route. In any case, Chang Dalei and Mo Mingmi maintained the apparent peace, though it was feared that it would not last long this time. Chang Dalei stated that with Su Ying's arrival, he could finally get away from the village chores management and think about the future. And he also realized that he didn't have such a leisurely day for some time. Chang Dalei also stated that there were 2 flower queens accompanying him, Liu Zhihan who had the fragrance lingering, and Yi Jidao who lightly played the music he taught her from his previous life. He claimed that people said the red sleeve fragrance was good for reading, as it was a wise remark of an experienced person. He wrote the things he had to do, which included requesting teachers and carrying out literacy activities, as well as establishing complete rules and regulations, storing grain for winter as his brothers needed to change into thick clothes, and training infantry cavalry. He also wondered about the single brother's problem and had an idea to buy some female slaves. However, he denied it as it was not his style. Chang Dalei realized that he needed to upgrade to a level 3 village, but he realized that the blueprint for a level 3 village could only be obtained after completing the mission. As he viewed his incomplete missions, the first was to upgrade level 3 mountain village, for which he lacked the blueprint. The second was to complete 10 robberies, which he already let Gao Fei Bao and others do, especially robbing the 18 lieutenants. The third was the Red Sky Sword exclusive mission, and the fourth was to defend the village 10 times, which Chang Dalei sighed as he realized that there were so many things to do. He also stated that there was a mystery about the system, which seemed to be revealed only after the village's strength continued to improve. He wondered if the system wanted him to save the world and bring peace to it. And he wondered if it did want him to rob money, food, and women while concentrating on being a mountain king and catching lollies. He also thought if the system wanted him to rule the world and fuck the damn emperor. So he asked Heart, however, she couldn't answer his question. Chang Dalei pondered what he truly wanted and whether it was power, as he hated the official circle, or strength, which Heart said she could give him. He also needed strength, but if he pursued it too far, he believed he would become a monster who only fights and kills. He considered women but claimed that desire without love is nothing more than beastly intercourse or throne. He stated that because Emperor Ming was so weak, he was not particularly interested in the throne of the empire. It would be interesting if he could send Princess Minjiu to the throne, as he was cultivating her. Chang Dalei claimed that none of those were what he wanted. And as the ink from his brush dripped, at that moment, Chang Dalei had no spare energy to do it and wondered if it was the reason why the system wanted him to upgrade the level of the village. He thought that only when one's families and brothers lived a good life could they change the chaotic world. And as he wrote that the poor could only think of oneself and success could make everyone live a better life, Chang Dalei decided to continue to expand their own power first. Gao Feibao appeared, informing Chang Dalei that he brought back the grains for winter, and Chang Dalei praised him for doing a good job and inquired how many pounds he bought. Gao Feibao informed him that there were more than 300,000 pounds in total and that originally, the 18 lieutenants controlled the rice stores and did not sell them grains. He added that they went to rob them, and that in addition to Yun Zhonglong, they robbed a total of 7-8 lieutenants. A mission notification popped up, stating that the 10 robbery mission was completed 10/10, and he was rewarded with a level 3 village blueprint, prompting Chang Dalei to commend them for their efficiency. Gao Feibao galloped up on his horse. He rode around town informing everyone that the Toad village was hiring workers and that those who arrived first would be served first. He went on to say that interested parties could apply at the tea stall outside the city, and people with flyers were given priority. The people inquired about the Toad village, which was a group of mountain bandits 2 to 3 months ago. One guy informed others that it was good to work there, without getting beaten up or scolded, while someone else added that the daily meal was enough, and there was meant to eat on occasion, and that the Toad village people also give salary for work, extra pay, and good treatment, and he could earn some money to help out with his family expenses during the slack season. They began to gossip, with one another asking if there were such good things and wondering why someone was robbing him of his flyers that he picked up, while others told them to hurry up because they didn't know how many people they were hiring, believing that it would be gone if they went late, and another asking them to wait because he was also coming. Meanwhile, people arrived one by one, and finally thousands of people came to apply. Huang Senyuan informed one of the applicants that they don't accept sneaky slackers. He also told them that they were grouping them according to village and town, and that if one person was lazy, the entire group's wage would be deducted. Then someone asked who dared to fish in troubled waters and idle on the job, reminding them not to forget where they were. A system notification popped stating that level 3 village was under construction. Meanwhile, in Heijia City, lakebed fishing, Su Ying assigned the Liu brothers to open another restaurant in Heijia City to make money and gather information. One of the 18 lieutenants greeted Chang Dalei, and Chang Dalei invited them to sit because there was no need for them to be cautious because they had already exchanged blows that led to their friendship. He informed them that he negotiated with Mo Mingmi to divide the sphere of influence, and he assigned the 3 of them to him, and asked the 3 lieutenants if they knew it, and they agreed. One of the lieutenants asked if they were going to become Mo Mingmi's enemies now that they were following him. Chang Dalei assured them that by following him, they would not suffer because Mo Mingmi used to be in charge. But now that he was here, it was his territory. Yun Zhonglong asked what he wanted them to do for him. Chang Dalei informed them that he asked Mo Mingmi for a trade route so he could use it to do business with the Ring tribe. The other lieutenant informed him that the trade route in the Qinchuan mountain range was dangerous and had ferocious beasts, and later on, the other route was open, so the route was abandoned. And Yun Zhonglong added that there were also other people who had the idea of the trade route in the beginning, and they all died on the road in the end, while the other stated that Mo Mingmi wouldn't give the route so easily. Chang Dalei argued that just because it was a dangerous route didn't mean they couldn't go, otherwise he couldn't create a monopoly, as he envisioned, and first, they took the herbs, salt, and tea leaves to open up a market. He informed them that he was responsible for the supply of herbs and that they were in charge of the other 2, and one of them stated that he knew a way to illegally trade salt. Yan Zhonglong stated that he knew a few tea vendors, and the last one knew how to sell for the exchanging of jade and furs. Chang Dalei was overjoyed and told them to return to prepare the goods, and he would personally lead the team for the first batch of goods. He believed that, based on what he had found, Mo Mingmi had opened up a trade route for human trafficking 10 years ago. He assumed the orphan of the White Snake Master was sold to the Ring tribe through the trade route, believing he could find her by following the trade route, as he told the 3 lieutenants to keep a low profile, enter the village quietly, and not shout. Meanwhile, at Mo Mingmi's mansion near the Qinchuan border, someone addressed Mo Mingmi and asked if he truly agreed to sign the agreement. Yan Dai wondered if they would allow Chang Dalei to go on, and if a man as ambitious as him would be willing to sit on an equal footing with them. Mo Mingmi responded that he understood what Yan Dai said and believed that it was better to be silent than to make a move because, after their bizarre defeat, the Qinchuan border was greatly wounded, and the people were scared and had no desire to fight. He went on to say that they had no chance with Zhu Shenji in charge of the Toad village, and if they wanted to attack, they had to wait for his absence. And Yan Dai argued that the fighting power of the Toad village was not weak, and even if they wanted to eradicate them, he feared that they would have to pay a great price. Mo Mingmi concluded that they had to borrow troops outside. Yan Dai inquired as to who he desired to borrow troops from and whether it was the Ring tribe. Mo Mingmi told him that he wanted to borrow troops from Jin Wendu, but he was refused because he was fighting for the throne and didn't have any troops to lend. He accepted that he really couldn't, so Mo Mingmi could only borrow some troops from Minister Kui. Mo Mingmi also expressed concern that Minister Kui would be blamed, asserting that in less than a year, they were forced to borrow troops due to Chang Dalei and Zhu Shenji. Yan Dai reassured him that it wasn't their fault, but that the Toad village was evil. He directed Yan Dai to deliver the secret letter to Minister Kui in Jinju, as well as inform him that they were going to arrange for someone to take care of the trade route that Chang Dalei wanted. Yan Dai agreed, and just as Chang Dalei was preparing to open the trade route, Zhu Shenji asked someone if she wanted to know what happened between Chang Dalei and Su Ying in the past. He assured her that she was asking the right person because he witnessed how Chang Dalei got Su Ying's heart back then. He informed her that he saw Chang Dalei sneaking into Su Ying's room to leave a small note, and he took a look at it. The letter stated that the content of the letter was Chang Dalei just wanted to do 4 things with her and have 3 meals a day. Zhu Shenji had been thinking for a long time that it wasn't just a simple 4 things and eating. After a while at the descending Jade village, Fan Lihua's mother reported what he heard from Zhu Shenji. Fan Lihua then assumed Chang Dalei liked those. The next day at the Toad village, someone informed the madam that the descending Jade village had sent a letter that stated that it must be handed over to Chang Dalei. Su Ying told the man to hand it to her, and the man agreed. Su Ying opened the letter and read its content. The letter stated that as the night deepened, she lay and listened to winds buffeting the rain, and iron-clad horses over frozen rivers came charging into her dreams. She woke up and fell deeply in love with him, as there were only 4 things she wanted to do with him, and 3 meals a day. The day before she found out that she liked him, today, and tomorrow she would like him very much. Su Ying's hands trembled. She blushed, wondering why Fan Lihua was taking the initiative, and if she knew what shame was. Fan Lihua thought that she wrote a lot of letters, but they all sank in the sea. She heard that women chased men's interlayer yarn and wondered if Chang Dalei would occupy his own village and completely put her aside, claiming that with his nature it wouldn't be impossible, which made her depressed as she was not his worker. She considered learning from those young ladies who embroidered a scented bag for their lover, but Fan Yue rushed in, calling her sister. Fan Yue showed her how she found out the key information from the Toad village. She informed her that, according to what she found, Chang Dalei had a flat wife named Liu Jihan in addition to the legal wife Su Ying, and that, at first, Liu Jihan was treated the same as her, until they arrived in Jingzhou. She continued to explain to Fan Lihua, which made Fan Lihua blush and ask her what she said. Fan Yue ecstatically cheered for her sister, believing that the method would work since Liu Jihan had succeeded. She told Fan Lihua that she was an outstanding woman, unlike those who lacked the strength to kill a chicken in comparison to those young ladies. She went on to say that the grassland girls could love and hate boldly because there was nothing to be embarrassed about because they were just getting married. Fan Lihua cheered up, stating that if she liked a man, she must grab him, and there was no need for her to be annoyed. She dashed out, instructing someone to prepare her a horse and a jar of good wine. And as the sun rose up, meanwhile, at the Toad village, Chang Dalei read a book. Someone invited Chang Dalei to a drink. Chang Dalei asked Fan Lihua what brought her there, telling her that he had planned to visit her but had been busy and had not found a good time yet. but he was glad she came, and Fan Lihua replied that she was not here for any other purpose than to have a drink with him. Chang Dalei awkwardly smiled, wondering if she was being a jerk again and why she had suddenly come towards him for a drink, while informing Fan Lihua that he was not a heavy drinker and would prefer not to drink. Fan Lihua fumed and stabbed her knife at the table. She let him choose between drinking and dueling her, which caused Chang Dalei to struggle to answer to drink. Fan Lihua told him she had been thinking for a long time, and it was her business that she liked him, even though she knew he didn't like her back, so she wouldn't force him. She sprinkled drugs on the bowl and asked Chang Dalei if it was okay if they could be drinking buddies, chat, and spank each other. She encouraged him to cheer as their bowls collided. Chang Dalei chanted that geometry was life, while Fan Lihua yelled that cup-to-cup calls for a song. She informed him that her late father always hoped that she would find a son-in-law to help her develop the descending Jade village, and while he could claim that the village was her dowry, she implied that he was still leaving her alone now that he occupied it. Chang Dalei told her that she always led the descending Jade village, while Fan Lihua cursed him and said that he stole her heart and wanted to run away. She did, however, tell him that they would stop talking about it and just drink, and as Chang Dalei passed out on the table, Fan Lihua invited him to drink more. Fan Lihua smirked, wondering how he could be down after only a few drinks, while Chang Dalei, drunk, grumbled about how hot it was. Fan Lihua inquired if he ever liked her, wondering if the drug was having an effect, and Chang Dalei replied, of course. She pounced over him and chuckled, saying she knew it. She kissed Chang Dalei countless times and took off his clothes. Then a person came in, addressing Chang Dalei and telling him that they made him Tong Sui. Both Fan Lihua and Chang Dalei were shocked while making a mess around them. Su Ying was irritated, and a system notification stated that her liking for Fan Lihua shifted from good sisters who needed to be examined to hateful cheating cats. Chang Dalei was perplexed and called out Su Ying, while Fan Lihua's jaw widened. Su Ying took a deep breath. She informed Fan Lihua that Chang Dalei was drunk and asked for her forgiveness if she had offended her with her words and actions. Su Ying dragged Chang Dalei outside, while informing Fan Lihua that it was already late, and she should get some rest. Fan Lihua said nothing as she was left alone. She cursed under her breath. As Su Ying helped the drunk Chang Dalei, Fan Lihua realized that his beard was cut off. Someone grumbled, stating that it was so hot. Chang Dalei asked Su Ying if she could open the window as it was so hot. Su Ying assumed things because Chang Dalei was not that drunk, despite not being a heavy drinker. She presumed he was a guy who wanted to cheat. Su Ying thought that Chang Dalei had luck with ladies. After a while, as the morning birds woke up, someone groaned. Chang Dalei wondered as he woke up with a sore back and weak knees, but the memory of last night was blanked, while Su Ying slept beside him. The madam praised him after hearing that the herbs, salt, and tea leaves were delivered. She stated that it was the first trading, and that they needed to open up the market first, which was why they would only bring 20 packs of goods. Su Ying informed them that, in addition to the goods, there was camping equipment, and that this time they would be escorted by the Taman squad, who would bring 50 men with them. Chang Dalei informed Su Ying that the mountain trading route was dangerous, telling her that she did not have to follow him, and Liu Jihan told him that she also wanted to go. Su Ying argued that they didn't know how to do business because they were too busy fighting every day. She explained that's why she went to accompany them on their first trip, so they wouldn't be deceived by others until bankruptcy. Liu Jihan insisted, telling Su Ying that she also wanted to follow. Qin Man reported to Chang Dalei that all the stuff was ready, and that they could set off at any time. And Chang Dalei thanked him for his trouble, while Liu Jihan sneaked away behind them. Enraged, Su Ying scolded Liu Jihan to go back because she was not allowed to come with them, making Liu Jihan screech. Depressed, Liu Jihan expressed her desire to follow Chang Dalei, but Su Ying told her not to because they were not going out to play this time, and advised her not to cause trouble. Chang Dalei said his goodbye to Liu Jihan, who waved at them. Liu Jihan wished them a safe trip and told Chang Dalei to come back soon. Su Ying became aware of Liu Jihan's whining when she stated that they were only going away for a few days. She asked Chang Dalei if he was reluctant, and Chang Dalei responded a little, but Su Ying simply stated that it was time to go, as they had a lot of love debts, and that their first stop was the descending Jade village. After a while, someone said that by climbing over the descending Jade village's mountain range, they could go around the shortcut to reach the trading route. and that the village also had a type of short-legged horse that was thought to be more suitable for traveling mountain roads. The voice added that they would change to those types of horses and find a guide to guide them, to prevent them from getting lost. While Xiao Linger realized how short the horse was, Su Ying asked Chang Dalei why he brought the 3 military officers, and he replied that it was to interact with them and to build trust. Su Ying asked him if they could trust them. Chang Dalei informed her that he specially investigated before, that those 3 and Mo Mingmi's relation were the most hostile, and Yun Zhonglong had a grudge with Mo Mingmi. That was why he immediately submitted when he was captured, while the other 2 had not much interaction with Mo Mingmi after getting liberated by him. He said that they were all mountain bandits looking for money, and since he brought them to earn money, he believed that sooner or later they would be one of his men. Su Ying inquired if he was not going to meet Fan Lihua because she noticed she liked him so much. The 2 of them indulged themselves as they chatted, where Chang Dalei expressed that it wasn't like he didn't want to meet her, it was just he couldn't beat her. He claimed that Fan Lihua had a short temper and was foolish, and if she flipped out, she was going to catch him and beat him up, as he still wanted to keep his reputation. Not knowing how long he lay down, Chang Dalei started to feel sleepy while he wondered why they were so slow. Chang Dalei claimed that the world was very quiet, with no phone, internet, just tedious and boring, that one could spend a whole afternoon staring at a cloud and daydreaming. He went on to say that one could also spend a few months just waiting for a person's letter. After some time, Qin Man and the others began marching. He called out to Chang Dalei and informed him that all things were ready and that they could set off anytime. Chang Dalei praised them and asked if they had found a guide to guide them. Qin Man informed him that it was a good guide, before asking Chang Dalei if he wanted to guess who it was. Chang Dalei wondered who else it could be until someone in a white robe mentioned themselves. Fan Lihua greeted Chang Dalei, asking if he was surprised or shocked. Qin Man informed Chang Dalei that Fan Lihua grew up around the area and was familiar with the surroundings. He asked him if he was surprised, and Chang Dalei stated that he sure was surprised and sarcastically told him he did a good job. Fan Lihua noticed Su Ying and wondered why she was following him again, while Su Ying wondered why in the world they called Fan Lihua, because she knew it would be difficult to spend time with Chang Dalei, making Chang Dalei tremble for the gathering of both women. Chang Dalei wondered if they would start fighting and tear him in half. Someone instructed them that they're going. After they left the descending Jade village, the group continued heading into the mountain range. Qin Man inquired the lieutenants if they had noticed. He went on to say that Chang Dalei had been unusually quiet, despite the fact that they expected him to be very talkative, and that he had also noticed that Fan Lihua appeared happy and talked cheerfully, and Chang Dalei let out an awkward laugh. The group continued to march towards the mountain. Someone cautioned them to be careful of the cliff. The grassy area was cut off by Qin Man and the others. He continued to pave a way through the bushes. Qin Man felt relieved after he finally came out. Then there was a hanging bridge beyond a cliff in front of him, as well as a massive mountain. Ammon steps forward and states that the trading route has an unexpectedly dangerous bridge. Chang Dalei is certain why no one is using the route, as it immediately becomes hell mode due to the suspense bridge. He claims that the bridge will not be able to withstand future trade, and that if they want to support unending goods traffic, they will need to rebuild a new bridge, while claiming that their priority right now is to pass through the bridge because they don't have any tools to repair it, and they will have to wait until next time. He instructs Qin Man, if he could trouble him, to check on the bridge's condition, and Qin Man agrees. After some time, a report comes in stating that the suspense bridge has some traces of erosion, but the structure is stable, and it should be able to support the caravan. And Chang Dalei asks Qin Man why they didn't get around the canyon, and Qin Man replies that the route was a shortcut, and if they took a detour, it would take them a few more days to travel, and someone suggests that they split them into batches and move slowly, as they might be able to pass through it. The horses neigh in shock as their hooves clack into the ground. Yun Zhonglong asks Chang Dalei what they should do as the horses refuse to cross the bridge. Fan Lihua tells Chang Dalei that she got a plan stating that they should unload the goods first and carry them on back to pass through. Use black cloths to cover the horse's eye and have someone lead them, and Chang Dalei agrees and tells everyone to follow her plan and unload the goods. He instructs them that people go first, and 5 people in a group, to carry the goods and walk slowly, and informs them that the horses go last and have to travel with them in pairs. Someone yells at them to stand straight, not to look down, and to keep looking at the front person's head so they wouldn't feel scared. It also warns them to be cautious and to hold on to the chain. 5 men per group, and it takes them half a day to cross it, and most of them have crossed the suspense bridge, and as a man holds tight on the bridge's chain. However, at some parts where they were unable to inspect, The bridge's chain cracks. Chang Dalei tells Su Ying to be careful as they cross the bridge. The chains snap, and the bridge becomes unstable, making everyone scream as they realize that it is not good. Chang Dalei tells them not to panic and instructs the people in front not to worry about the goods anymore and throw them away, as they should cross the bridge fast. He instructs the people behind to fall back and stop moving forward. As the people hold on tightly, Chang Dalei yells at them to hold on the chains and go up quickly, hurrying them to move towards the cliff. He yelled at them to walk fast. The bridge snapped, making a loud noise, and someone told them to be careful as another one broke. The 3 lieutenants screamed as one of them fell. Chang Dalei called out to Kaio He and Jiulu, realizing that they were falling. Both men screamed. Chang Dalei's eyes narrowed. He held out his arms. Chang Dalei grabbed both lieutenants' arms. He told them to hold on tight as he's going to pull them both up. Jiulu showed his gratitude towards Chang Dalei, and Chang Dalei told him to come up. Someone screamed that the bridge was broken as it snapped at the other end of it. Chang Dalei and the others held on tight as they swung with the bridge. Fan Lihua and Su Ying fell off, which made Chang Dalei call out to her. Chang Dalei's face darkened. Su Ying called out for Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei held out his hand, screaming Su Ying's name. However, Fan Lihua also descended as both of them tried to save Su Ying. Fan Lihua was closely approaching Su Ying. She grabbed her in her arms. As she took a rope on her waist, she told Chang Dalei to catch the rope she threw. Chang Dalei grabbed the rope while he unsheathed his sword. He stabbed it at the cliff as he released his colorless double-winged phoenix skill. The sword still slid through the rock. He held on tightly to the rope. A creaky noise was heard as they continued to descend at a fast pace. They came to a halt while hanging beneath the cliff. Chang Dalei's men shouted out to him, concerned, inquiring about his well-being. Assuring them he was fine, Chang Dalei urgently requested to throw a rope. Chang Dalei instructed his companions to pull up Lihua and Su Ying first before his rescue. Having narrowly avoided a dangerous fall, Su Ying embraced Chang Dalei, her relief palpable as she voiced her fears of never seeing him again. Chang Dalei comforted her, calming her worries that he was fine. Meanwhile, Lihua silently watched Chang Dalei and Su Ying, and a touch of envy flickered in her eyes. After Su Ying's tears were shed, she turned her gratitude towards Lihua, acknowledging her for saving her life. Su Ying pledged never to forget Lihua's great kindness. Feeling a bit awkward, Lihua reassured Su Ying, emphasizing that they were family. She pointed out that if anything happened to her, Chang Dalei would be sad. Chang Dalei couldn't help but notice the strange competitive tone between Lihua and Su Ying, though it seemed somewhat less than before. Abruptly, Zhonglong called out to Chang Dalei, acknowledging their luck in escaping with no casualties, but lamenting the loss of some goods. Chang Dalei responded emphatically, prioritizing the safety of their people. However, their problem was that Qin Man was stranded on the opposite side of the canyon, while Qin Man and the rest of the men were silent about the situation. Inquiring about the possibility of retracing their steps, Chang Dalei was met with Zhonglong's explanation that the canyon spanned numerous mountains, rendering it a substantial and impractical detour. The group was stranded in the deep mountain with no guide to lead their way. Chang Dalei proposed the solution to construct a bridge across the narrowest part of the canyon, recognizing that they could build a bridge, and acknowledging that building a bridge was their only option. Lihua questioned Chang Dalei's certainty, highlighting the canyon's 10-foot width and the seemingly impossible task of building a bridge overnight. Collected, Chang Dalei calmly questioned why it would be deemed impossible. He invoked the saying that if one wants to become rich, one needs to build a road, emphasizing that it was time to show the speed of the so-called infrastructure maniac from Toad Village. Taking charge, Chang Dalei dispatched people back, and after 5 days, a majestic engineering team comprising up to 300 people arrived. This elite group included several first-class craftsmen alongside countless others. A local villager urgently instructed the others to hasten and bring up iron chains, while another person sought out Chang Dalei, informing him that they brought food for everyone. With purpose, the assembled team began to command to tear the broken bridge and salvage usable materials. One person mentioned that Qin Man was on the opposite side, emphasizing the need for both sides to cooperate in building a rope bridge that could accommodate people. A person informed them that there were numerous 100-year-old white fruit trees, each towering over 10 feet tall. Eagerly, they felled the trees and divided them in half. Collaboratively, one person directed others to pick up the pulley while the massive wooden sections were pulled. With synchronized effort, commands echoed from both sides, instructing them to put the wood up. Amid the construction, Chang Dalei urged heightened attention to safety, emphasizing the use of safety ropes to prevent any unfortunate falls. The sounds of workers resonated in the surroundings. One individual directed the chain to be sent, while others focused on stabilizing the base and hitting the rivets. Reports arrived confirming that the blacksmith shop produced a lot of chains, ensuring there were enough for them. Upon completing the bridge, a report came affirming that the work was done. However, concerns were raised as they acknowledged that the purely wooden bridge had a limited lifespan. To ensure continued trading, they recognized to strengthen the structure continuously with chains. It took 7 days to complete the bridge repair project. A beep notified about triggering the village skill construction proficiency. This skill reduced the construction consumption time by 50%. With the bridge ready, Chang Dalei ordered the transportation of goods and horses across it, and his men confirmed. Observing the accomplishment, Lihua, Yuju Lu, and the others marveled at the sight. Wearing a satisfied grin, Chang Dalei proudly declared that his people could build a big village in 2 months, and the bridge was just like a stream of abundant water. In time, Qin Man called Chang Dalei. Turning to face Qin Man, Chang Dalei mused on the rumor that Qin Man had played a desperate helping hand during the bridge construction. Qin Man suddenly kneeled and admitted his fault. He requested punishment, leaving Chang Dalei surprised and asked what he was doing. Blaming himself, Qin Man openly acknowledged that his negligence and carelessness could have resulted in death, insisting that he deserved punishment. Compassionate, Chang Dalei approached Qin Man and urged him to stand and talk. However, Qin Man remained resolute, asserting that he wouldn't dare to rise unless he faced punishment. Amidst that, Su Ying calls Chang Dalei. She relays a disconcerting discovery that their people had found evidence that the previous bridge chain was artificially cut off. Displaying the compromised chain, Su Ying detailed how someone had used a saw to cut a crucial part before burying it in the soil. She continued that the bridge was barely supporting its weight initially and risked collapse if subjected to continuous use. Infuriated, Qin Man expressed his frustration, affirming that the act was aimed at them. Expressing suspicion, Chang Dalei remarked on the 100 secrets and 1 sparse, highlighting their carelessness. He mentioned Mo Mingmi, stating that he truly knows how to play the game. With a furrowed brow, Chang Dalei contemplated the fact that Mo Mingmi had nearly killed many of his men. The intense hatred causes him to vow to take note of it. He called Qin Man, who responded quickly, and swiftly issued orders to assemble 10 men to establish a station post at a critical junction on the commercial road. And 10 groups of people would operate on a 7-day rotational shift, ensuring to prevent the recurrence of such incidents. With the security measures in place, Chang Dalei resolved to resume the road construction, emphasizing his determination to settle the score with Mo Mingmi sooner or later. Qin Man affirmed his orders. The team continued to depart through the canyon, being careful along the way, and not daring to be careless. Encountering wild tigers in the wild occasionally could be dangerous. Soon after, they became an extra meal for them. While eating, Lihua remarked that eating rations every day made birds fade out of her mouth. Qin Man humorously added salt in a salt bee style, and Su Ying suggested to Chang Dalei to eat more tiger meat to invigorate Yang. Chang Dalei, however, remained silent. Moments later, they encountered a wild blind bear, which meant a larger meal. While cooking, Lihua expressed amusement at the food, Qin Man's playful addition like a salt bee, and Su Ying commented about invigorating Yang. As they continued their journey, they encountered a group of monkeys throwing feces at them. Lihua became furious and chased them away with a bow and arrow. 5 days later, the team finally came out of the Qinchuan Mountains, entered the grassland, and found an empty spot in the field. As night fell, one of them highlighted that the grassland had dozens of tribes, big and small. The smallest was estimated to have a few dozen people, and the largest may have tens of thousands, such as the Western Ring tribe and Western Yan tribe. The master behind these tribes was supposedly Jin Wendao. Lihua commented that she heard Jin Wendao and Mo Mingmi were trading a lot of iron ore and forming a heavy cavalry. She remarked that in a few months, Jin Wendao might have taken the throne. Chang Dalei mentioned that the name Jin Wendao sounded familiar. Lihua asked Chang Dalei if he knew Jin Wendao. Taio, he sighed, stating that the Ring tribe's fight for the throne was getting more intense. Zhonglong added that many tribes had been involved. Chang Dalei responded that he fought with Jin Wendao 2 years ago, and wondered why he was alive. While busy looking at the map, Chang Dalei emphasized that since the Ring tribe was at war, he asked if they could still do business. They confirmed that there are rules for fighting over territory, and some places would not be affected by the war. Zhonglong mentioned that there is a fixed trading market in the grassland. The tribes regularly traded their supplies there every month, and everyone had something to buy. He continued stating that if the market is turned upside down, it would be hostile to everyone. Su Ying chimed in, saying that the Ring tribe is more used to bartering and is still at the very beginning of commerce. She gave examples like salt, tea, and herbs that could be used as currency. She continued that after all, the following day was the trade fair. Chang Dalei acknowledged it and concluded that tomorrow, he, Lihua, and Su Ying would take a batch of goods first to explore the situation, and the rest would stay to guard the goods. Lihua, shifting the conversation, inquired about Chang Dalei's axe. Chang Dalei explained it had been used in the bridge construction last time, so he arranged for someone to bring it along. Lihua recommended that Chang Dalei bring the axe with him the next day, suggesting it could be handy in case he encountered someone who might try to rob him. Chang Dalei, puzzled by the suggestion, sought clarification and asked why. She explained that in the martial world, others might not have known what he looked like, but his weapon and technique would certainly spread farther than his appearance. Lihua emphasized that Chang Dalei used the ordinary sword to kill Longting, snatch Wanner, assassinate Hu Yanba, and accomplish other great things. The ordinary sword already represented his identity. Calmly, Chang Dalei responded that it was all the fame that came from killing in the pile of corpses. Lihua emphasized that although the Ring tribe worshipped the strong, if their fists were big enough and their strength strong enough, there would be no shortage of people worshipping him as a king in that place. However, she emphasized that Chang Dalei was an exception. He was so famous that many princes wanted his head at a high price. Once his identity was exposed, the aftermath would be troublesome. Chang Dalei acknowledged her words, expressed his understanding, and assured her that he would enter the village quietly without making any sounds. It was late at night, and the dew gradually fell, with everyone dispersing one by one until only Chang Dalei remained outside. Inside the tent, he inquired of Zhonglong whether Chang Dalei could make them rich. He added that even if the business road was open, they would still be viewed suspiciously by Mo Mingmen. Yu Lu pointed out that they were following Chang Dalei, and once Mo Mingni regained strength, he would make use of them. Zhonglong responded that he didn't think it was a big deal. He continued, highlighting that when he first arrived, Chang Dalei only had 2,000 people, and their 18 lieutenant allied forces couldn't do anything to him. Now, he not only stood firm but could also make Mo Mingni bow his head. He emphasized that they sold themselves to Mo Mingni for so long, and now that they wanted to kill them along with Chang Dalei. While he listened silently. Zhonglong added that, on the contrary, Chang Dalei saved the three of them. As long as they worked hard and remained loyal to Chang Dalei, he would take care of Mo Mingni, and he would do something for them, and he agreed. Shifting the conversation, Yu Lu asked if they had heard that someone in the south had raised the counter flag, signifying that chaos was coming. In response, Zhonglong assured them to follow Chang Dalei, and their futures would be secure. After their conversation, Zhonglong exited the tent. He approached Chang Dalei, who was sitting near the bonfire, and mentioned that he had told them everything. Smirked, Chang Dalei acknowledged it. Zhonglong commented that he believed they would ride on their pirate ship. Chang Dalei asked what he meant by a pirate ship and warned him to watch his mouth. Zhonglong repeatedly confirmed it. As morning arrived, Chang Dalei contemplated that, in addition to commerce, his biggest goal of the trip was to complete this mission. He looked at his tasks and thought about the silver eyes and the bracelet. The Miaozhong traces on her body made him wonder if her physique would be different from normal people. He highlighted that such an obvious feature should attract people's attention. And if one wanted to find someone in the vast grassland, the market was the place with the most information. While contemplating, Su Ying called him and informed him that everything was set and they could go, which he acknowledged. Lihua reminded him not to forget to bring the axe. As they ventured into Ring tribe territory, she emphasized that they should be wary. Nevertheless, Chang Dalei conveyed to Qin Man the request to set up a camp in the designated area and wait, prompting Qin Man to confirm. Somewhere in the grassland, Lihua pointed out the presence of a relatively rare forest, located amid many tribes. It appeared to be the market trade fair. She explained that frequent wars occurred among the small tribes of the Ring clan. Each family had a hatred for killing their fathers, taking their wives, and sort of things. She noted that if one proved stronger than the others, even stealing wives would result in them willingly becoming slaves. Lihua jokingly emphasized that they couldn't engage in actions like stealing someone's wife while glancing at Chang Dalei. Smiling awkwardly, Chang Dalei recalled the past incident when he stole Su Ying, but he simply nodded to Lihua, stating that they were civilized people. As they headed to the forest, Chang Dalei called Su Ying and Lihua to ask for help inquiring about a 14-year-old girl with silver eyes and a silver bracelet. Curious, Su Ying asked who that was and how she never heard of him knowing someone like that. Chang Dalei responded that he was entrusted by someone, and that girl was the orphan of a deceased friend. Inside the forest, Lihua was amused as there were a lot of people there on the first day of the market trade fair. Chang Dalei instructed them to look around and find a place to set up a stall. As they walked through, Chang Dalei observed the items people were selling, such as animal fur, jade, prey, war horses, and even girls. He contemplated that there were a lot of weird things being sold. Suddenly, he stopped as he caught sight of something. Surprised, he wondered if the item was a European-style telescope. Soon after, he purchased the telescope with a bag of salt. He contemplated the telescope, first invented by an optician in 1608. It had been more than a decade since it became popular and even spread to China. He also considered the geographical context, the 13 states of the empire bordered by the ocean in the east and the Ring tribe in the northwest, prompting him to question what lay further west. While contemplating history, Chang Dalei tested the telescope, reflecting on the fact that the world's history differed from his previous life, and the structure of the entire world remained a mystery. He pondered that the world was more than just the empire, and that there was more beyond the empire, and the Ring tribe outside the empire. Feeling dismayed, he wondered what lay beyond the rings. Continuing, he caught sight of Su Ying and Lihua, who noticed his fascination with the object. Su Ying asked him what it was, and Lihua, recognizing the item, inquired if it was the 1,000-mile mirror from the far west. Both Su Ying and Lihua smiled at him. Su Ying questioned Chang Dalei if he could see clearly. Chang Dalei responded with a smile, stating that he could see clearly and thought that they seemed to be getting close those days. Su Ying advised Chang Dalei to stop playing and hastened him to put out their goods on display. Soon after, their goods were arranged. A person selling nearby noticed them and drew the attention of others to Chang Dalei's salt, tea leaves, and herbs. Another person mentioned that their items were in demand. Annoyed, a man asked who Chang Dalei was. Others speculated that he might be an imperial. One man reacted, stating that it had been a long time since he had seen an imperial in the market. Another man pointed out that there were only 4 of them and asked the other man if he wanted to fight. Chang Dalei held onto his axe, emphasizing that once goods were out, some people became greedy, making it easy to be robbed without the strength to trade. He swung his axe in front of them and introduced himself as Ali Appa, claiming to have come on the trip just for business with them. The man mentioned that the axe was heavy, but Chang Dalei easily carried it on his back. Another man commented that he could use such a heavy axe as a weapon and pointed out that the woman next to him might not be a good person either. They reassured others to be careful, as they didn't know where those 3 came from. Then Chang Dalei added that if they all didn't want him to do business, they could ask the axe in his hand if it agreed. Amidst the arguments, a man politely engaged in conversation with Chang Dalei, addressing him as a friend. He asked if he could trade a horse for 3 bags of salt. Chang Dalei responded that it was no problem. Other people followed, inquiring if they could trade their hound for bags of salt as well. One person presented gems, asking if he could trade them for 5 bags of tea leaves. Another person joined, offering a 16-year-old girl as a potential slave, describing her as delicate. With a nice figure and beautiful looks, he asked making a trade. Another man responded with laughter, suggesting the man bring his wife instead, stating that female slaves are not very convenient. Amidst the banter, Chang Dalei asked everyone about a girl with silver eyes, stating that if the information was real, he was willing to trade 10 bags of salt for it. Finally, Chang Dalei used the 3 packets of goods on hand for many gems, jade, 10 horses, and some grassland, especially herbs, but obtained no useful information about a silver-eyed girl. Upon returning to their tent, Lihua expressed her surprise as she did not expect to get so many things in exchange for the 3 packs of goods. Su Ying responded, stating that the Ring tribes were indeed straightforward. If they liked something, they were generous and never bargained. Chang Dalei emphasized that cotton and ironware were also in demand, and they could bring more next time. Continuing, he reiterated the plan for the next day, emphasizing that they would all go together and bring all the goods. Showing enthusiasm, Qin Man predicted they were going to make a lot of money this time. Not far away, hidden from view, 2 individuals observed the group. One of them exclaimed that they discovered the hiding place of Chang Dalei and noted the abundance of stuff they brought along. The other person suggested his pal stay there and keep an eye on them as he was planning to report back to their chief. The person responded, urging his pal to hurry up, as they were not the only ones watching them. As the night fell, at the Toad Village temporary camp, in the quiet of the night, Chang Dalei was sleeping, and someone quietly sneaked into his room. He noticed the presence and swiftly sat up. To his realization, it was Lihua. Curious, he inquired why she hadn't slept yet. Lihua, with a soft demeanor, explained that she could not sleep, leading her to come and see him. She shared that she had been sleeping with Su Ying for the past few days and had been talking to her about some things. Her tone shifted slightly as she continued, revealing that Su Ying had confided in her about his preference for gentle and ladylike girls. Blushing, Lihua presented a pouch she had crafted, expressing that she had made it especially for him. However, Chang Dalei's unresponsive expression remained unchanged and only called her name. If a person puts aside their sword to make needlework, even if it stabs his hand, the finished product still looks very bad. The stitching is disorganized, and the threads are messy. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Lihua eagerly asked if he liked it. But he couldn't throw it away after all. This is a girl's heart stitch. Originally, he thought Lihua only had special feelings for him after suffering together, but now he feels her heart's heavy affection. If such a beautiful woman falls in love and devotes herself, heaven doesn't grant it. He's afraid it will damage her predestined lifespan. Indifferently, Chang Dalei responded that he liked it and added a rhetorical question, stating, how could he not like it? Curious, Chang Dalei inquired about the design of the pouch, specifically questioning the representation of two turtles. Offended, Lihua corrected him, explaining that those were mandarin ducks. Suddenly, Qin Man entered the tent abruptly, bearing bad news for Chang Dalei. He relayed that the night watchman had spotted a group of cavalry approaching. Irritated, Lihua pondered the timing and questioned why they had chosen this particular moment. Remaining calm, Chang Dalei acknowledged the report, recognizing the unfavorable situation. He instructed everyone to wake up and prepare to face the approaching enemy. They mounted their horses as soon as they awoke. The enemy questioned them about Chang Dalei's group camping without permission, aiming to induce terror by implying they were unaware of the laws. The opposing side's leader, Lu Hong, instructed Chang Dalei to leave all their belongings behind and pretend that nothing happened. However, maintaining his composure, Chang Dalei responded that it was the first time that was natural for them to be suppressed by local thugs, and they either paid or fought, while Lihua beside him was visibly pissed. He suggested they either paid or fought to conduct business safely. Chang Dalei dismissed Lu Hong's reasoning as dull, but Lihua interjected, telling Chang Dalei that he was talking nonsense, and that she should cut them. Outraged, Lihua charged forward, accusing them of daring to spoil their grandma's good deed and challenging them to eat her sword. Chang Dalei sought Qin Man, who promptly commanded his subordinates. Taohe, visibly scared, turned to Zhonglong for guidance on what they should do next. In fear, Zhonglong asked what else they could do, emphasizing that they were all in the same boat. Chang Dalei's group launched an attack with the command to break the army, behead the generals, and kill the enemy. All his men echoed the call to kill them. His men accompanying them were elite troops from Toad Village, and they advanced toward the enemy. On the opposing side, there was surprise and disbelief that Chang Dalei would dare to charge at them. Some expressed the sentiment that the attackers should recognize the strength of the Ring tribe. Feeling indignant, Lu Hong ordered his forces to engage and kill them. In the ensuing clash, the two forces collided in the middle of the night. In the forest, a man asked if they heard about Chang Dalei being targeted by Lu Hong of the Western Ring tribe the previous day. One person confirmed that they heard and expressed pity, noting that it was challenging to buy goods from Chang Dalei as they would be forcibly seized by the Western Ring tribe. The conversation continued with the person stating that it was like killing the goose that laid the golden egg and believed Chang Dalei's goods were not bad. The other man mentioned that the two chicks were pretty good, and if not caught by Lu Hong, the two women might still be here. The man responded by laughing, stating that they bought them as they were rare beauties. Their conversation stopped as they saw a group approaching from a distance. To their surprise, they questioned if it was them, with another man expressing disbelief and asking if the information was fake. Chang Dalei announced that they brought more goods this time, including salt, tea leaves, and herbs. He called Qin Man to bring all the goods, and Qin Man confirmed. And he announced to everyone that they got a new shipment last night, consisting of slaves who delivered themselves to their door, caught fresh and energetic. The gossipers were surprised. Chang Dalei declared to start the bidding. The onlookers called for Lu Hong, with one person expressing disbelief that they got caught by Chang Dalei. A person suddenly called out to Chang Dalei's attention and complimented his skills. The person approached them and asked if he could release Lu Hong, and he was willing to pay a ransom. Chang Dalei pointed out if he meant Lu Hong, and the person confirmed that Lu Hong was his good-for-nothing subordinate. The person introduced himself as the eldest son of the chief of the Western Ring tribe, Hai Yan. Chang Dalei also introduced himself as Ali Appa. He mentioned that they were there for business and warned Hai Yan that if they made a move, everyone would be happy to make money. He warned them again that if they dared to make a move on them, they should be prepared to turn themselves into goods, as goods are naturally meant to be sold. However, Hai Yan responded that Lu Hong made a move on them but missed and got caught. He mentioned the rules of the grassland and that he, himself, was willing to use 50 animal skins and 20 horses as ransom. In addition, he hoped that Chang Dalei could sell them all the herbs at a negotiable price. Contemplating the events of the previous night's battle, Chang Dalei assessed that there was no hostility from the Western Ring tribe but rather a newfound respect. In light of this, he decided that a peaceful negotiation would be the best course of action. Without making a smiling face, he agreed to Hai Yan's proposal, instructing him to return with the agreed-upon ransom, assuring Hai Yan that they would patiently await his return. However, Chang Dalei had one more thing to say. He called Hai Yan and informed him that he came to the grassland to do business and look for a 14-year-old girl with silver pupils. Hai Yan, intrigued by the unique eyes, mentioned that it was easy to remember. He agreed to go back and inquire among his men to ask around. Doubting, Qin Man questioned the nature of the people, expressing concern about the possibility of them going back on their words. Lihua reassured him, stating that the Ring tribe was known to be quite trustworthy. Chang Dalei encouraged them to continue selling. After a while, Hai Yan and his group returned. He mentioned that, in addition to the animal skins and horses used for the ransom, Hai Yan brought other goods and proposed trading herbs directly with Chang Dalei. Since Chang Dalei was a businessman, Hai Yan requested the preparation of more medicinal herbs, expressing the desire to establish direct trading with their Western Ring tribe. Considering the potential of having regular customers so soon, especially from a significant tribe like the Western Yan tribe, Chang Dalei thought it wasn't a bad deal. He assured Hai Yan that it was their pleasure to do business with him and asked if he had any information about the little girl. Fortuitously, Hai Yan conveyed that they found some information. A small tribe situated in the western part of the grassland seemed to be the home of a strange girl with silver eyes. According to his men, she exhibited divine powers, so she was the person Chang Dalei was looking for. Hai Yan further assisted their quest by providing a roadmap, which he thought Chang Dalei needed. Chang Dalei expressed gratitude to Hai Yan, acknowledging his thoughtfulness. After receiving the guide, Chang Dalei contemplated that he hadn't mentioned the girl's special physique. However, the information Hai Yan brought stated that the little girl was born with divine power, making the credibility of this information high. Nonetheless, Chang Dalei decided to be cautious, considering the possibility of a trap. He called Qin Man to instruct him to carry back the exchanged goods, prompting Qin Man to confirm. He also called Lihua and Su Ying to accompany him, and Lihua affirmed it. Chang Dalei thought that he should take them due to Lihua's horsemanship and Su Ying's insight, which would be useful. The three followed the guide to look for. Occasionally, they used salt blocks to inquire from nearby tribes. As they asked for directions, the man pointed out that it should be in that direction. He warned them to be careful because the armies of Jin Wendao and the 18th Prince were confronting each other in the northwest of the grassland. The ongoing battle might soon reach the western part of the grassland. They continued walking for 2 straight days and finally reached that mountain range. Quietly, Chang Dalei was surprised, while Su Ying remarked that the disputes in the grassland never stopped. And it turns out that there is such a peaceful valley hidden from the world. Lihua commented on the beauty of the view. As they looked in the serenity of the place, Chang Dalei instructed them to come along as they went to inquire. Approaching the village, Chang Dalei introduced their group as businessmen, stating that they were looking. But before he could finish his words, an old man interrupted him, concluding his words stating silver eyes. He sought information from the old man if Chang Dalei was referring to Amu's little girl. The old man recognized that they were referring to Nu Nu. Chang Dalei inquired about the name Nu Nu, and the old man responded that the girl was very strong, so they nicknamed her Nu Nu. Amidst their conversation, the old man noted that there she was, while Nu Nu was whizzing, and Chang Dalei and Lihua glanced at her. Carrying a container of straw food behind, Nu Nu continued whizzing. Chang Dalei thinks about Nu Nu's silver pupils, born with divine powers, and is delighted that they found the right person. Approaching Nu Nu, Chang Dalei and Lihua tried to engage in conversation with her. Chang Dalei showed her the bracelet to see if she would recognize it, while Lihua asked about her name. However, Nu Nu became scared, perceiving them as malicious figures. From her perspective, it seems that they were trying to persuade her by showing her a treasure. Nu Nu headbutted Chang Dalei, causing a loud thud, and shouted in pain, while Lihua was surprised by it. As Nu Nu ran away, Chang Dalei acknowledged Nu Nu's incredible strength. Su Ying asked if he was okay, and Lihua was surprised to see him with a nosebleed. Chang Dalei called her silver-eyed girl, asking her not to leave as they were not bad guys. Nianu hugged an elderly woman, asking Chang Dalei, Su Ying, and Lihua if they were from the empire. The elderly woman expressed her uncertainty about the guests from the empire coming all the way there, and inquired about their purpose, while Nianu hid behind her. Chang Dalei mentioned that his name was Aliapa and that he was entrusted to him by his late friend. The elderly woman invited them inside to have a glass of water and rest for a bit. Wu Lumu called Nianu to come closer, and Nianu complied without saying a word. Surprisingly, the elderly woman noted that the bracelet was the same. She expressed her disbelief, mentioning that she didn't expect people in this world to still be looking for her and considered it a blessing for Nianu, showing that many people care about her. The elderly woman shared her story, revealing that her name was Wu Lumu. She originally lived in the central part of the grassland, but her 2 sons were captured by the Ring tribe and died in battle shortly afterward. She moved to the west part of the grassland, discovered the valley, and settled down. Smiling, she mentioned that it was a long time since she adopted Nianu. As Wu Lumu's stories continued, she still remembers the night they all came together to celebrate the sacred fire festival. Suddenly, a table in the back corner was knocked over, startling everyone. The clan saw only the silver eyes in the darkness, rustling and eating. It was originally thought that a hungry wolf entered the clan, but when everyone came closer to see, it turned out to be a small child, dark and small, with eyes shining silver, somewhat sinister. She looked like a hungry young wolf. The person speculated that Nianu was a slave and questioned how she managed to escape. The person ordered another person to send Wu Lumu to come. Besides her, the man commented that Nianu might be sinning, highlighting that she was just a small child. Meanwhile, the woman inquired about how Nianu ended up wandering across the grassland. Wu Lumu shared that it was her first encounter with Nianu, describing her as a gift from God to her. She was named Nianu Yinmu from that moment on, highlighting that she was a good and special child. Despite being long and thin, Yinmu was incredibly strong, earning her the nickname Cowgirl. During their conversation, someone commented that Nianu was supposed to be grazing the cow, questioning why she carried it on her back. Both Nianu and the cow seemed puzzled by the events. She revealed that Nianu was mute, perhaps it was the act of a human trafficker. Wu Lumu chuckled as she shared the story, explaining that every time Nianu returned from grazing, she didn't know how to get someone's attention. To solve this, Wu Lumu made her a whistle and an ocarina, and taught Nianu how to play a melody, and Nianu proved to be very well behaved. Every time she came back from grazing, she would whistle, and everyone knew immediately that Nianu was coming back. Over the years, Wu Lumu watched Nianu grow into a beautiful little girl, and she couldn't express how happy and excited she felt. She mentioned that her heart ached with excitement like a void. So, she called the 3 guests and thanked them sincerely for coming to Nianu. But if they take Nianu away, she asks if they could wait until she can spend her last days with Nianu. Chang Dalei quickly responded that it was not necessary, and he believed Wu Lumu was mistaken. He explained that his friend was no longer alive, and her daughter had grown up and had her own life now. If the people from that time knew about this, they might have smiled. Chang Dalei also mentioned that perhaps later he would take Nianu to honor her real parents. He added that the bracelets, one on Nianu's wrist and the other he possesses, were originally a pair, so they should return it to its rightful owner. And since the last wish of the deceased has come true, they won't bother them further and bid their goodbyes. Wu Lumu called Chang Dalei, telling him that there was no need to rush. She suggested that since it was already late, they should stay overnight and leave the next day. She informed them that they arranged a banquet with the clan to honor the guests who had traveled from afar. After that conversation, they moved to the banquet. Su Ying called Chang Dalei's attention, and someone invited him to join for a dance. Chang Dalei, feeling shy, mentioned that he couldn't dance. He chuckled softly, expressing that if only he were there, he would be the old king of square dancing. Chang Dalei showed a modest smile, and suddenly music played. The lyrics conveyed a far, far away place. The stars shone brightly at night, and in the vast meadow, he grew up listening to his mother's heartwarming songs. He sighed, remembering his childhood and the comforting tunes of his mother. The song continued, describing someone calling him by his childhood name, looking away gently in the wind. It painted a picture of someone standing on the boundless grassland, wondering who was calling him by his childhood name and looking away gently in the wind. He still stood on this boundless grassland, telling the mother that the child was going to a faraway place. As the song ended, Heart suddenly notified that Chang Dalei's task was completed. It suggested that he hit the road home. Somewhere on the grassland, in the morning, Su Ying informed Chang Dalei that once a month, they exchanged silk, iron, porcelain, herbs, tea, and rice with the Ring tribe for skins, horses, stone, and jade. She suggested that they give the goods to the next seller, who sells them and exchanges the proceeds for silver and grain. Finally, the profits are divided proportionally among Toad Village, Descending Jade Village, and the village of the 3 lieutenants. Su Ying also mentioned that they secured several large deals, and the business was fully disclosed to the market. Chang Dalei confirmed and asked her to mount her horse as they were ready to return, and Su Ying confirmed. As their group traveled to leave, Chang Dalei noticed a commotion ahead. He informed his people to wait, as it seemed like someone was fighting in front, cautioning them to be careful. Some of Chang Dalei's men questioned what was happening and why the Ring tribe members were at each other's throats. Someone replied that tribal conflicts were not uncommon, even during the reign of the King of the Rings, let alone in the present day. Chang Dalei commented that this seemed more like a one-sided siege than a regular battle. Su Ying drew Chang Dalei's attention to a young man leading the group, identifying him as Hai Yan from the West Yan division. Chang Dalei decided that they would greet Hai Yan after dealing with the situation. He instructed Qin Man and Lihua to stay put, and they confirmed. Su Ying reminded Chang Dalei not to forget to wear the fake beard as they approached them. With a gesture of respect, Chang Dalei asked Hai Yan about the reason for their presence. Hai Yan reciprocated the respectful gesture and explained that Jin Wendao had recently defeated the army of the 18th prince with 10,000 iron horsemen. Some of the deserters were causing chaos, spreading fires, and looting in the area. He remarked that they were ordered to eliminate those deserters. Hai Yan asked Chang Dalei if he just returned from the Western Mountain a few days ago, inquiring if they saw any deserters from the 18th prince on the way. Chang Dalei responded that they didn't see a single person. Hai Yan explained that the terrain in this area of the Western Mountain range was complex, so it was normal that they did not find them. Chang Dalei added that the grassland was vast, and the search might take some time. Then Hai Yan mentioned that he had something important to attend to and took his leave, telling Chang Dalei to take care of himself. Expressed her concern. Su Ying speculated whether deserters were fleeing toward the Western Mountain. She questioned if they would find the valley where Niu was. Chang Dalei's eyes widened in terror, and he agreed that only some old and weak women and children belonged to their tribe in that valley. He expressed his feeling uneasy about the situation and decided that they needed to go back and check it out. As they rushedly returned to his group, Chang Dalei shouted to Qin Man, instructing him to take the merchants back, and told Lihua to follow him. Wearing a shocked expression, Lihua still confirmed Chang Dalei's command. They arrived at the valley at night, and the flames illuminated the grass. Chang Dalei's eyes flared in anger at what he saw. Lihua gritted her teeth, while Su Ying was visibly shocked. The so-called flame of war could be the spark after the war, but it could also easily destroy the most beautiful things in the world. His anger was palpable. Chang Dalei urged them to hurry and check for survivors, prioritizing saving the people first. In a tent that caught fire, Su Ying looked inside and saw only dead bodies. Chang Dalei, frustrated, instructed them to quickly move the bodies outside, whether dead or alive, while someone was sobbing. In another tent, he found Niu and her Wu Lumu. Shattered, he ran to them while calling their names. He thinks that Wu Lumu sacrificed herself to shield Niu, and they were both pierced by a sword from behind. Checking Niu's airways, Chang Dalei realized there was still a pulse. Anxious, he urgently called Heart for help. He pleaded with Heart to save Niu. Heart explained that it sensed the master's bloody breath and mentioned the red sky sword moving foolishly. Confused, she corrected herself, realizing it was not the red sky but it was Little Bai, the white snake. She asked the white snake if even her remaining soul begged her to save Niu. During her appeals, a ding sound from the system warned that there was no triggerable task to directly mobilize system power. But Heart revealed that it couldn't directly use its energy to save Niu. Another ding followed, notifying that by draining the remaining power of the white serpent bloodline from the sword, the red sky sword had split in two. One part retained the remaining power of the white snake bloodline, while the other one contained the ontological power of the red sky. She suggested that to save Niu's life, she would have to give her all the remaining power of the white snake on the red sky sword, hoping she could harness the extraordinary power. The village disappeared, and Su Ying covered Niu with a blanket, while Chang Dalei kneeled among the dead. Su Ying informed him that Niu's breathing had stabilized, and she slept soundly. She also mentioned that Lihua had tracked down the killer by following the horseshoe marks, but the hope was slim. Speaking with frustration, Su Ying revealed that this tribe, which amounted to around 50 people, currently only had Niu left. While Niu slept peacefully, Su Ying called Chang Dalei, but she took it back and breathed heavily. As Niu slept, she dreamed of her people who called her name repeatedly. Someone was relieved that she was back. A person praised her for being clever and obedient, promising to teach her how to make a cricket using grass. Another voice commended her strength, while others invited her to eat. The old man inquired about whether she had returned from grazing cattle. Lastly, the voices of Wu Lumu calling her name and the people's voices shattered like glass. Niunu remembered witnessing the slaughtering happening to the people in their valley outside or inside. Blood splattered everywhere. The terror in her eyes was palpable and the pain in the surrounding cries overwhelmed her. She cried pitifully. Afterward, she disappeared from where she slept. Simultaneously, Su Ying softly called his name and inquired about his well-being. In response, Chang Dalei expressed frustration, stating that in this world, the death of tens or more people was commonplace. From the spring and autumn warring states period to the present, wars and massacres resulted in countless deaths over thousands of years. To him, these were just numbers, and he had taken more than 100 lives. Witnessing an entire tribe die was disdainful to record it down in history, but a speck of dust within the chaos. Su Ying gazed at him with a sense of sorrow. Chang Dalei extended his hand, continuing to convey his thoughts. He mentioned that even though it was just a speck of dust, it still hurt when it got into the eyes. He bit his lip as he held back tears. Sharing in his sorrow, Su Ying mentioned that as long as human greed persisted, disputes were bound to be. She added that amid these conflicts, the strong would dominate, and if the weak could not resist, they were bound to be consumed. Offering solace, she mentioned that this had been the way of the world for thousands of years, and all they could do was protect their family members. Chang Dalei questioned whether it was right just because the same thing kept happening. Concerned for future generations, wondering if they would have to keep fighting. He continued by mentioning that in the unending disputes, one had two options: either kill everyone, leaving only oneself, or withdraw from the chaos, just hiding like a tribe in the corner, not knowing when their luck would end due to bad luck. Su Ying believed that their descendants shouldn't have to be like that, and people in this world shouldn't endure such harsh conditions. There should be a new way in this world that tells the people the way for the weak to live is to have more freedom, to be unbounded. As the horse hooves approached, Su Ying mentioned that Lihua was back. Curious, Chang Dalei asked how it went, inquiring if she found any escapees. Lihua informed them that she did not, as the night was dark and there were no campfires in the area, so she was unsure if they were being cautious or had already run away. Surprised, Chang Dalei suggested that they wait until morning and seek help from Hai Yan. Su Ying proposed bringing Niunu. Despite her growing up in the grassland, she still looked like an empire's citizen and could not speak. Suddenly, Chang Dalei cursed as he discovered that Niunu was gone. Meanwhile, somewhere at the bottom corner of the mountain rock, a person commented that it was a good hiding place, secluded and with the sound of an owl's cooing. One suggested staying there for a few days until the investigation ends, returning to the tribe. Another person mentioned the delicious booze made by the small tribe. They noticed someone, causing the person to think that there was a sound, and the other person cautioned everyone to be careful, thinking they might be pursuers. A person spotted an observing eye and wondered if it was a wild wolf, but it turned out to be Niunu. She walked with a black strong aura, carrying a large axe, and had many wounds on her body. The tribes were surprised by Niunu's presence, questioning what she was doing there. One asked about the axe in her hand and how she could lift such a heavy one. Tauntingly, another person commented that she was pretty. They all creepily approached Niunu, and one greeted her, asking if she went in the wrong direction at night. Another person mentioned that since she came to their door, they had no reason not to accept her. A person added that it was a lucky night, as they now had something to eat and play with. Holding her jaw high, the man gave a creepy smile, saying to let him be happy. However, Niunu instantly swung her axe, beheading the man. They were all surprised and ordered to go and kill Niunu. They quickly attacked her, but Niunu effortlessly sliced through them. Shouting in pain, one man claimed he got her and ordered others to cut her to death, insulting her as a fool. However, Niunu growled in anger, and the cut area instantly healed. Fear was visible in his eyes. The man trembled as he spoke. Niunu turned her glance at them, and the man exclaimed, questioning what kind of monster she was. Niunu swung her axe at them, causing the men to scream from the swift slashes. The men continued to attack her relentlessly, with Niunu remaining silent. She suddenly cried with uncontrollable power, causing her to growl maniacally. Niunu surged forward, her movements swift as she cleaved through their bodies with ease. The men, gripped by terror, recounted her brutal actions, describing how she forcibly split someone in half. Others marveled at her monstrous strength, emphasizing their attempts to slash her multiple times, only to witness the wounds miraculously healing in the blink of an eye. Bewilderment spread among them as they questioned her nature, with some labeling her as a demon or an undead creature. Amidst the chaos of the night, the screams of the dying resonated, and the other men urged those who could to flee from the scene. Meanwhile, Chang Dalei, Su Ying, and Lihua hurried forward. Chang Dalei inquired if they had heard a thunderous sound, and Su Ying confirmed it was up ahead. Lihua speculated that they were hiding in that location, expressing frustration at her inability to find them earlier. As they approached, they encountered wounded men who urgently shouted to run. Two men who managed to escape tried to confront Chang Dalei, demanding to get their horses, and launched an attack. However, Chang Dalei calmly stated that they were acting recklessly, and the two men ended up dying. As they continued to go in there, Chang Dalei commented on the strong smell of blood. He instructed Lihua and Su Ying to stay put and not enter without his signal. Chang Dalei dismounted and walked into the area, his boots splashing the blood. He discovered the dismembered bodies of the men. He thought about how Lihua couldn't find this hidden corner even after searching for a long time. But Nianyu had found the hideout directly. Chang Dalei softly called Nianyu, and Nianyu stood in the corner and suddenly dashed towards an attack. Chang Dalei was able to block her attack but was shocked by her sudden brute force. Chang Dalei informed Yanmu that it was him, and Yanmu hissed in response. He checked for information about her. Chang Dalei wondered what was going on and if Yanmu could no longer distinguish him from the enemy. A system information appeared, stating Yanmu's name, age 14, with the hidden attributes of the white snake's body. The Avenger, as the system evaluated her level of combat as Supreme, which made Chang Dalei curse as she became a Supreme overnight. Hart informed him that Yanmu lost control, and Chang Dalei inquired as to what was going on with Yanmu's state. Hart informed him that to save Yanmu, she gave her all of the White Snake's abilities, and only one of the White Snake's abilities she could mobilize, as she got the White Snake's self-healing powers, through which she could survive naturally. She also mentioned that it was the first time she directly gave extraordinary power to a mortal. She also explained that she wanted to slowly introduce Yanmu to the power of the White Serpent after that. But her urge for revenge was stronger than she thought, which led directly to the alienation of her soul by the power of the White Snake, and she claimed that it was still too reckless to carry extraordinary power with a weak mortal will, as it would happen when the mind was immature but had great power. Hart went on to inform Chang Dalei not to fight Yanmu because there was no point in fighting with a madman, and a friendly slap in the face was useless. She told him to stay back and leave it to her because she didn't think he could take care of the situation. Hart also mentioned that the power of the system would infinitely reinforce one's desire, and stated that with such a valuable example, she could have something for her exploration of the origin of the system. Hart went on to say that by reinforcing desires like killing and hurting people to gain fear points, using fear points to become stronger, and all other signs that the system's origin was a power that brings people down, she believed that when desire reached a certain level, a person would be corrupted by the force. She reminded him that he was the system's host, and she was the administrator, and that he would not be corrupted because there was no requirement for him to use the power. She mumbled as she noticed that Yanmu had a strong desire for revenge. She realized that after her revenge, Yanmu did not manage to get out of the state and almost became a maniac. Hart, however, stated how fortunate she was that the corrosion did not last long, and Yanmu was a good child by nature, and stated that as long as she was around, good children couldn't become bad ones. After a while, the crescent moon rose. Su Ying inquired about what happened, and Chang Dalei replied that he slaughtered the few remaining when he arrived. It could have been a power struggle or a fight with Hai Yan's people, but he couldn't care less because their gang was dead. He expressed his relief that those individuals did not touch Yanmu. Su Ying inquired about Yanmu but was cut off, when Chang Dalei assured them that Yanmu would be fine after a good night's sleep as she was just a little tired. Hart told him not to forget to bring Yanmu back because her soul was still damaged, and he should take her with him so she could always take care of her. Chang Dalei told the others not to tell anyone what happened because he planned to take Yanmu to the village. After some time, a few cross-shaped woods were erected to the ground. A hand tied a piece of cloth into it. Yanmu kneeled in front of a mound, and Chang Dalei and the others observed her. Yanmu closed her eyes as if she were praying, thinking of a faraway place. Chang Dalei and the others continued to observe her. Yanmu placed something on her mouth and thought about growing up with her mother's heartwarming singing where the stars were especially bright at night. She cried as she wondered who was calling her name, and stated that she was telling her mother that the child was going far away. After a while, a bird chirped. It flew. Yinmu said to her mother that the child was going far away, where a voice told her they were going. Meanwhile, at the fallen jade village, Liu Zhihan mumbled that as Chang Dalei ordered her, the horses were left in the fallen jade village to mount a cavalry. She complained about how annoying accounting was because she really wanted to see Chang Dalei. Liu Zhihan stated that she came to the fallen jade village to greet Chang Dalei after hearing the news and was puzzled as to why he wasn't back even after the caravan returned. A voice outside repeatedly yelled that Chang Dalei was back. Liu Zhihan's mood brightened as she chuckled. A scream addressing Chang Dalei greeted them. Liu Zhihan embraced Chang Dalei with a warm hug as she addressed him. Chang Dalei asked her if she was a good girl, and Liu Zhihan agreed. She turned around asking who the girl was. Chang Dalei introduced her to Yinmu and informed her that he brought her back from the rings and that she would now be a member of the Toad Village. He asked Fan Lihua to let Yinmu bathe and change her clothes first. Liu Zhihan felt threatened as she questioned whether Chang Dalei brought a slave from the rings, and if she wasn't enough, that he had her. She imagined that she left Chang Dalei and wondered if he no longer wanted her. Su Ying looked at Liu Zhihan, who was anxious and worried, and said nothing as she mumbled Chang Dalei's name. She was curious as to what Liu Zhihan was thinking about this time. After a while, Fan Lihua bathed Yinmu. Meanwhile, Chang Dalei praised the 3 lieutenants and stated that after the goods were exchanged for silver rations, they would divide them equally among the 5 villages, and assured the 3 lieutenants that they would not be mistreated. Yun Zhonglong stated that they would tolerate anything Chang Dalei did because he was righteous and eager to make money with their men. Su Ying asked Liu Zhihan if she was jealous of Yinmu, and Liu Zhihan struggled to respond, and Chang Dalei told the 3 lieutenants that they should all prepare for their next trade, and asked if they could help him in collecting all possible current information from the area. Fan Lihua appeared, calling out Chang Dalei. She informed him that Yinmu had been washed by her and was wearing her old clothes, and she asked if she could let her stay in the fallen jade village because she liked her. A voice asked someone if they wanted it, and another voice told that someone to wait and warned her not to touch his axe, because it was heavy. Liu Zhihan's jaw was wide open as she said nothing. She noticed that Yinmu carried the 108-pound ghost face axe on her back like it was nothing. Chang Dalei observed Yinmu, who was feeling satisfied. He smiled as he thought that he had found a suitable owner for the axe. He told Yinmu that from now on, the axe would be hers to use. After a while, about a month later, the construction of the level 3 toadstool was largely completed thanks to the improvement of the building skill, as there were dwellings, kitchens, forges, summoning platforms, weaving mills, and etc. The island was covered with arrow towers and was equipped with heavy crossbows, whereas the river at the edge of the island was littered with chain reefs, and only those who knew the code could get through the shallows. A voice told Chang Dalei to look at the information from various sources. Princess Minju informed him that he needed to distinguish between the real and fake. She informed him that a group of barbarians in the South China Sea came ashore and sold all kinds of strange and bizarre things. She also mentioned that the civil strife of the Ring tribe continued to break out, and many princes fought to death. Princess Minju went on to say that Jin Wendao had completely stabilized his power in the western part of the grassland and was just around the corner from obtaining the throne, and she also mentioned that a demon had appeared somewhere. She went on to say that there was an uprising in Jiangnan by the Justice Cult, with over 100,000 followers, and that the Imperial Palace had begun to send troops to encircle and suppress the followers of such a cult, which prompted Chang Dalei to inquire about the Justice Cult. Princess Minju handed him papers and asked him to look at them because it was their foreign missionary teaching. According to legend, the Toad King was born from Pangu's left eye, which lived above the Moon Palace, and the Red Snake Demon King was born in its right eye, which resided in the True Sun Temple, where the Toad King had been fighting the ferocious Red Snake Demon King for thousands of years. It stated that if the Toad King won, the weather would be favorable, and times could be peaceful and prosperous. However, if the snake won, the raging war would continue, and the people would live in dire poverty. Chang Dalei's eyes widened as he thought that the setting of the toad and snake looked familiar to him, just like Naruto X Sasuke, who he used to talk about. He continued reading, where 100 years ago, the Red Snake Demon King used a poisonous scheme to get the Toad King drunk on wine, and the blood descendants of the Red Snake Demon Skin sat in the Dragon Palace, where Chang Dalei continued it as he mumbled that it was the current Lai family now. He claimed that the followers of the Justice Cult believed in using their blood to defeat the Lai family, driving away the Red Snake, and awakening the Toad King. Chang Dalei also stated that it let him swallow the filth of the world with his huge mouth and return the light to earth. He teased Princess Minju, saying he didn't expect her to be a beautiful snake, and asked if she knew how to bite, and she simply chuckled. Princess Minju blushed as she admitted that she still bit on occasion. She muttered under her breath that he didn't know. Chang Dalei expressed disappointment because he thought the justice cult was so great that they didn't even bother making up a myth, and he believed that it appeared to be just a bunch of illiterate mobs who couldn't achieve great things. And a little later Zhu Shenji appeared, calling out Chang Dalei. Zhu Shenji informed him that the restaurant had sent a sacred portrait of the justice cult and claimed that he would be stunned if he saw it. Princess Minju asked if it was the portrait of the god that the justice cult followers worshipped every day, and Chang Dalei wondered if it could still scare him because he believed that there was nothing scarier he hadn't seen. Zhu Shenji placed the scroll he brought on the table and informed him it would be difficult to say. He instructed them to look as he unrolled the scroll. The three examined the contents and said nothing. An image of a frog was printed on it, leading Chang Dalei to question. His face darkened, and he cursed as he realized it was his toad flag. Chang Dalei instructed someone to bring him the toad flag. Zhu Shenji held the two scrolls, asking Chang Dalei if he liked them, prompting Princess Minju and Chang Dalei to question what he meant. Chang Dalei was irritated, wondering if those justice cult members were insane and what was wrong with them for creating the same logo for their toad flag. Princess Minju said nothing. He claimed that if there were a trademark protection law in place at the time, he would have sued them into bankruptcy. He told Zhu Shenji to hurry up and take down their toad flag, not to be so ostentatious about it. Enraged, Chang Dalei also ordered him to focus on collecting information about the justice cult because he wanted to see who had the guts to eat a bear's heart, which Zhu Shenji agreed to. A few days later, a large amount of information about the justice cult was placed on Chang Dalei's desk, and a voice reported that the cult rose up in Yangzhou in the last 6 months, and in just a short period of time, they gathered more than 100,000 believers. Chang Dalei mumbled that what was written on their banner was that the evil gods would descend, and justice would shine brightly. Princess Minju expressed that she didn't expect the cult's power to expand so quickly that even the Qinchuan had followers of the justice cult. She also mentioned that today's empire was riddled with holes and was in danger, and now that the cult of over 100,000 rebels had risen, she believed it would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chang Dalei asked her how she could say that so easily, reminding her that she used to be in a high position. Chang Dalei informed her that there were a few rebellions and dozens of rebels in the Dawu Empire every year, that there were people who couldn't survive and wanted to revolt and proclaim themselves as king, and most of them were killed in the cradle, which would not get anywhere. He stated that the so-called thin camels were bigger than horses, and just like the rabble of the justice cult, he believed that the program of action had to be supported by myth stories because he didn't think it would be possible to completely overthrow the Dawu Empire. He went on to inform her that, according to the information their brothers had collected, the bottom of the justice cult hierarchy was the common people who were exploited by the landlords to the point where they could barely survive. He also mentioned the shogun, who was the person who managed the believers at the bottom of the hierarchy, and the leader of the cult who was above the shogun was the supreme general, who was responsible for many things. However, they couldn't find his name. He went on to say that on the surface, the supreme general was the supreme leader of the justice cult, leading Princess Minju to question him about what he meant by the surface. Chang Dalei explained that in the legend, the real leader of the justice cult was actually the supreme god behind the supreme general, and it was said that the supreme general was the only disciple of the god, who was entrusted by heaven and blessed by immortals. He mentioned that there was little information about the supreme god, whose name and origin were unknown. Chang Dalei claimed that it was said that the supreme god was a capable person who could summon wind and rain, scatter beans and turn them into soldiers, and have so many believers in such a short period of time, which led him to believe that the person's ability, as well as hiding his identity, meant that his plan was not small. Princess Minju speculates that the justice cult developed so quickly that Emperor Ming couldn't ignore it, and Chang Dalei agrees and states that the imperial palace already sent people to encircle and suppress them. Chang Dalei claims that they couldn't let the imperial palace think that their toad village worked with the justice cult, and informs her that he will also change his nickname because the cult worshipped even the Toad King's name, prompting him to ask Princess Minju what she thinks is a better nickname for him. He mentions names like Jinchuan Tyrannosaurus, Invincible Tyrannosaurus, and Jade Wyvern because he thinks they should sound cool and stylish. Princess Minju suggests that he just call himself the Toad Hero, which prompts Chang Dalei to ask her why. And Princess Minju replies that in the story he told her, the hero was the one who saved the princess, which causes him to disagree because it was not cool enough. Day by day, late autumn is over and winter comes, and the weather gets colder. As winter should be a day to rest and recuperate, Chang Dalei does not dare to idle around. He purchases 5,000 sets of winter clothing and bedding, which are distributed by Su Ying to all the brothers in the Toad village, and taking time to bring Yinmu to her biological mother's grave to offer incense, and kowtow, which completely settles Chang Dalei's worries. In addition to those trivial matters, there is also the daily army training, and also the sharpening of one's martial arts skills. Chang Dalei fights Zhao Zilong. Zhang Fei cheers for Zhao Zilong to do his best, and Liu Jihan cheers for Chang Dalei. Zhao Zilong thanks Chang Dalei for the battle, and Chang Dalei says nothing. He wipes his sweat and tells him that it is enough for that day. Chang Dalei notices something. He sees Qin Man and Fu Dalei fighting. Qin Man hammers down his spear towards Fu Dalei, who struggles to block it. Chang Dalei ponders about the matchup, while a man beside him expresses how good Fu Dalei is, saying that he was almost killed by Qin Man a few months ago, and now he can hold out for a few minutes. Fu Dalei sits on the ground, exhausted. Qin Man holds out his hand and asks Fu Dalei if he can still hold up. Fu Dalei expresses his gratitude for Qin Man's guidance and suggests for him to come again. A system information about Fu Dalei appears, who is 17 years old and has the skills of an elementary leader and saber skill, prompting Chang Dalei to recall that Fu Dalei was more like a blank whiteboard the first time he saw him, but now he is a little stronger. He thinks daytime is for training, and nighttime is for studying with Princess Minju to improve the Toad village system. Princess Minju informs Chang Dalei that Lai Xinzai is idling every day. She requests to let him teach people to read, as he is running around for the past days and wants to go to do business. She believes that it is now time to let him work. The next day, Lai Xinzai taught everyone to read and write. Lai Xinzai observed the chaos made by his students and said nothing. He claimed that it was much better to mine than to teach them to learn. And at the same time, Chang Dalei also closely watched the movements of the cult, and the Justice cult base was breached and suffered heavy casualties. The members scattered to flee, and the Justice cult was seriously damaged, prompting Chang Dalei to recall his previous statement that the Justice cult would not be able to achieve anything great. The village was noisy every day as the construction of the level 3 Toad village neared its completion. As winter approached, workers left one after another with their wages. Chang Dalei believed they would have a prosperous year with their money. A system notification appeared, stating that the level 3 village construction was completed, and the level 3 village had been reached. Another notification stated that a random village skill called Solid Defense had been rewarded, having the recovery time of village defenses, recruiting, and surrendering. Also, a Rehabilitate skill had been rewarded. The system also informed that the host failed to improve his strength. Another notification stated the replacement of the special reward, which could randomly boost a person's hidden attributes. Chang Dalei was overjoyed that 3 village passive skills had been rewarded at once. He assumed that upgrading to a level 3 village did not improve his strength, but instead gave him such a reward. He thought hidden attributes were a good thing and wondered if he could use them to improve his own hidden attributes. He was about to press the system option, stating that he could also choose to reappear hidden attributes that had disappeared. Chang Dalei questioned himself from being a good person to a great person, claiming that the special bonus with hidden attributes was clearly more useful than the skills. He used Su Ying's insight as an example and reasoned if he should give her the upgrade because he claimed that all people make mistakes, like the time he was in a hurry to give first aid. He assumed that Su Ying could also be stupid when she's in a hurry. He realized something about Su Ying's insight that continued to grow as he imagined Su Ying asking him where he had gone because he hadn't come back to bed the night before. He replied that he had gone to work all night. Su Ying leaned in closer and sniffed him. She told him she smelled lies because he had the rough scent of Liu Jihan, which prompted her to ask if he slept in her room the night before. This led to the present Chang Dalei saying nothing. When Chang Dalei realized Su Ying had a strong sense of oppression, his face froze, and he disagreed with himself that he couldn't use it on her. He kept thinking about the reward. He claimed that it could make hidden attributes that had disappeared reappear, and that if used correctly, it would be equivalent to remodeling oneself, claiming that he only needed to think about who he should use it for. Chang Dalei wondered if he should ask Heart for her opinion. Then, as he was reminded that in the past, Heart would always appear whenever the village was upgraded, he wondered why she didn't show up this time. Meanwhile, at the system space, as a voice felt relieved that it had finally been born, broken pieces began to float. Heart addressed the Destiny Sprite. Heart expressed her disappointment because she preferred having a good sister, but the sprite was actually a dragon. She wondered what name she should give the dragon. She stated that the essence of the country's destiny is for the unyielding souls of the soldiers who died for the country. The Empire's soul was also the foundation of the country. Only the physical body dies, not the spirit. Only one strong soul dies a heroic death. She decided to call the dragon Guo Shang. Heart introduced herself and informed the dragon that she was its senior. They were now colleagues, and it should take care of her. A system option popped up, stating to click to transfer the console authority. After clicking, the system stated that the system store had been transferred. The system routine maintenance was working. Heart informed Guo Shang that there were no bugs in the two functions. She would leave that part of the work to him. The dragon remained silent, and a system notification appeared, requesting permission to transfer to the Destiny Sprite Guo Shang. As she hummed, Heart told him to work hard, and she would have more time to study the nature of the system in the future. Heart was overjoyed because she would have more time to play in the real world, read books, and play games without having to work overtime every day. She rejoiced and yelled that it was finally time for her liberation. A few days later, someone yelled for people to move and get out of the way. A carriage rushed by, with the driver warning everyone to move out of the way. Someone instructed the others to quickly take him to Liu Bei at the medical center. Someone also yelled to inform Chang Dalei that there was bad news. A voice mentioned that they all knew the descending Jade Village was the brother of the Toad Village and wondered why the Toad Village had changed their new clothes. But her descending village still wore the old ones. Fan Lihu expressed her irritation and told Chang Dalei that he could distinguish the center of the palm from the back of his hand. Chang Dalei responded that he forgot because he was really busy recently and got confused. He assured her that he would inform Su Ying, but their conversation was cut short when Gao Fei Bao appeared, yelling that he had bad news. Gao Fei Bao informed him that when they were purchasing foods in Heijia City, they had run into the imperial soldiers who were besieging the justice cult. Two of their former brothers were involved and got seriously injured. He requested Chang Dalei to go to the medical center. Meanwhile, at the medical center, a voice asked for Liu Bei. Chang Dalei asked him which brother was injured and how the situation was. His expression was dark as he realized who it was. He screamed Lin Chong and Lin Sheiyu's names. A voice inquired of Gao Fei Bao how he came across both Lin Chong and Lin Sheiyu. Gao Fei Bao informed him that they were purchasing food in Heijia City when they saw officers suppressing the justice cult, and that although the fact that they were a lot of members, he claimed that they were all riffraff who were defeated in a short period of time, which made the followers scattered and running away. He went on to say that they saw Lin Sheiyu among the escaping followers and assumed he had joined the justice cult. Chang Dalei's face stiffened as he considered why Lin Sheiyu was so foolish. He inquired of Liu Bei on their conditions, and Liu Bei informed that it was not good. Liu Bei informed him that Lin Sheiyu's injury was serious, and that his shallow medical skills could only keep him alive, and that whether they would survive or not depended on fate. Chang Dalei cursed under his breath. He asked Gao Fei Bao if there were any famous doctors in Heijia City and instructed him to bring them all to cure them both. He also told him not to tell others about them joining the justice cult. Chang Dalei considered what Liu Bei had just said about fate and declared that he would not depend on fate, and that he might not even need to do anything. He asked for permission to enter the system space. Chang Dalei opened his eyes. As he stood on a glowing tile, he called the system. Chang Dalei asked for Heart and if she was present. He requested for her to reply if she could hear him. A voice greeted him and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Chang Dalei realized it wasn't Heart's or the lottery machine's voice but rather an unfamiliar one, and he wondered who was responding to him. He turned around and was greeted by a shining jade dragon. Chang Dalei's eyes widened as he wondered if it was the second system sprite. The dragon did not respond, but Chang Dalei asked for its help in recovering Lin Sheiyu and Lin Chong's health, and the dragon informed him that he had insufficient authority to be able to do so, and asked him why he wanted to save them. Chang Dalei stated that there was no reason because he was simply saving people and asked the dragon if there was any medicine that could save them in the system shop if it couldn't save them directly. The dragon searched, and a system notification appeared, stating that the search had been completed and that 170 medicines that met the requirement had been found. Chang Dalei reasoned that the dragon gave such a stiff response and claimed that the dragon's distant and oppressive feeling is somehow familiar. The dragon asked him if he wanted it, and he agreed, and he realized that the feeling was also the same when he had a conversation with Emperor Ming in prison. The dragon prompted him to exchange as the light faded away and its real look appeared. Chang Dalei inquired what to exchange as he believed that it was bought using fear points, and the dragon disagreed with him. Guo Shang stated that he was born from the destiny of the great empire, and chose not to save the traitors who he desired to be saved. He said that he couldn't refuse him if he insisted on saving them, even though he wasn't willing to do so. However, he realized it was still his duty. That's why for a fair deal, he told Chang Dalei that he would give him what he wanted and take away what he didn't want to lose. He asked him if he was willing to exchange. Confused, Chang Dalei asked him what to exchange and thought that he couldn't definitely accept because if he accepted, he believed he would lose something important. Chang Dalei didn't respond as Gu Shang pressured him to exchange or not. It teased him to forget it and mocked him for wanting to save two traitors, the so-called brothers of his. Guo Shang didn't stop mocking him, telling Chang Dalei that he was ridiculous for starting to waver after knowing that he had to give up on something else. However, Chang Dalei told him that he was annoying. Chang Dalei stated that the great empire meant nothing to him, provoking Guo Shang to exchange whatever he wanted and rhetorically ask what if he wanted to save traitors. Chang Dalei expressed that he didn't care if he lost something because if Lin Shaoyu was dead, his life would be gone forever. He wondered what Guo Shang would take from him. Guo Shang granted his wishes, and a system notification appeared, informing him that two peerless grade medicines, the blood spirit pill, were exchanged. Guo Shang informed Chang Dalei that in exchange, something would be taken away from him. A system notified Chang Dalei that he lost the good person hidden attribute, and Guo Shang told him that he was an evil person in his eyes, while Chang Dalei expressed that he felt as if a part of his soul was ripped off the moment his attribute was taken away. On the shelf, books were arranged. Heart read on a couch while lying down. Heart's face stiffened as she realized something. Guo Shang questioned what he meant by a good person, seeing him as nothing more than a mountain bandit who sheltered traitors, claiming that he did not deserve this hidden attribute. Guo Shang also mentioned throwing away the Empire's greater good for trivial matters. As a shining orb shone on Guo Shang's hands, he declared that he would destroy it. Chang Dalei sweated and gritted his teeth. Heart suddenly appeared above them, wielding a massive hammer. She descended as she held the hammer with both of her hands. Heart swung her hammer on top of Guo Shang's head, threatening him to eat it. A massive explosion was heard when Guo Shang forcefully descended to the ground. Chang Dalei addressed Heart's name. Heart found it strange as she wondered if she had asked the lottery machine to teach Guo Shang, and also asked Chang Dalei how he came across Guo Shang. She questioned Guo Shang for daring to use the dragon power against Chang Dalei, not only because it was unfamiliar with its job, but also because it was foolish and narrow-minded, wondering if Guo Shang's brain was fried from being worshipped in the shrine for 100 years. She went on and warned Guo Shang that if he knew that Chang Dalei didn't have the attribute, he would have a completely different path in the future. Heart assured Chang Dalei that she would give him back his attribute, and Guo Shang threatened her if she dared to, and Heart grumbled Guo Shang almost cost her some big problem just because she didn't give him some whacking. And the system notified that the good person's hidden attribute had been acquired, leading to Chang Dalei asking Heart if there was anything that he could do. Heart told him there was no need and told him to take the medicine and go save Lin Shaoyu and Lin Chong. She explained what she had previously stated, that she would deal with special matters, and that the mundane one was what he had to do. She instructed him to continue building up his mountain village and exploring the world by completing the mission to make the mountain village stronger, and she assured him that the system would also grow, which would help him become stronger as well. She told Chang Dalei that she had a feeling the world would become chaotic soon after going through the White Snake and Yin Mu's matter, and that it wasn't just chaos because there were many deviants causing mischief in between. She warned him that this type of unusual matter was not something that humans could deal with. Heart assured him that she would help him deal with troubles that a normal human couldn't deal with. As Guo Shang charged at her, she flew towards the dragon and said something to Chang Dalei. She slammed the hammer on Guo Shang's face and told him that as comrades who depended on each other and connected souls should do. Heart claimed that it was a crucial point in changing the world. As the two system sprites fought, Chang Dalei and the lottery observed them without saying a word. Chang Dalei realized that they were truly deities fighting each other. The lottery machine argued what he meant by fighting, as it was just a one-sided whacking, stating that Heart was angry because she had been watching for so long before the dragon was even born. But Guo Shang almost ruined the whole thing the moment it took over. Chang Dalei inquired what was the deal with Guo Shang, and the lottery machine explained to him that the Empire's destiny was created from the brave warriors' sacrifices from the war. However, he now doubted it. He went on to say that the brave souls' sacrifices for the great empire were decreasing, while their bureaucracy was flourishing. He claimed that the empire was ill, which caused Guo Shang to be born from its destiny to become like that. The lottery machine filled him up with more information that Guo Shang got worshipped for hundreds of years by the commoners before it even took form, which caused it to be arrogant, while Heart slammed her hammer on Guo Shang, telling him to eat it. The lottery machine stated that when Guo Shang had just been born, it didn't get the situation and still dared to act like shit in front of Heart, and he revealed his true nature the moment she left. Heart continued whacking Guo Shang. The lottery machine also stated that Heart wouldn't be lenient when it comes to beating those types of idiots who like to abuse power or want to dominate others' fate. Concerned, Chang Dalei asked if Heart wouldn't beat Guo Shang to death, as he noticed he was becoming smaller from all the beatings, and the lottery machine replied that Heart was still expecting Guo Shang to take over a part of the job so she could travel with him. The lottery machine stated that Heart surely didn't hold back, as she even broke the dragon's horn, and he remembered how even more brutal she was when she hit him a few years back. Heart sighed in exhaustion while holding some of Guo Shang's hair on her hand. She asked Chang Dalei if his soul was alright and informed him that ripping off an attribute forcefully could cause some damage. She addressed the lottery machine, reminding him that she had asked him to teach Guo Shang how to do the job and inquired as to how it came across Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei assured that he was fine, and the lottery machine struggled to answer her. Annoyed, Heart wondered if the lottery machine was slacking off to play games again. The lottery machine felt scared as he continuously struggled to answer her. He changed the topic and held 2 balls in his hand, informing Chang Dalei that it was the medicine pill that he wanted. The lottery machine told him to take it to save people and informed him that the medicine wouldn't taste good once it cools off, and Chang Dalei understood. He informed him that the Peerless Grade pill was a single pill that cost 1 million fear value and thanked him for doing business. And Chang Dalei was surprised at how expensive it was, and a system notification popped up, stating that his fear value had been deducted for 2 million, leaving him with 1,531,814 fear value. A hand held the 2 medicines. It came close to Lin Sheiyu's mouth, making him take them. 3 days later, a voice yelled at Chang Dalei, informing him that Lin Sheiyu woke up. Chang Dalei ordered Qin Man and the others to go back for a while, as there were some things he wanted to discuss with them alone, and they agreed. Lin Sheiyu addressed Chang Dalei, and Chang Dalei told him not to get up until he was healed. Chang Dalei inquired if he had grown up and remembered what he told him about his desire to retire from official life. Lin Sheiyu addressed Chang Dalei, who assured him that they weren't going to talk about it further. Chang Dalei told them that they should have come to him a long time ago because he had a large territory on the island and could afford to care for one more person. But he claimed that they were eager to join a church of justice instead, and Lin Sheiyu replied that they had lost this time. Lin Sheiyu informed him that they should not have started so early, and that if they had another year or 2 to gather strength, they would not have lost as badly as they did. Chang Dalei paused and said nothing. He asked Lin Sheiyu how they came to join the Church of Justice. Lin Sheiyu hesitated to respond and looked at Lin Chong, who remained silent. Chang Dalei continued to interrogate them, asking what was their status in the Church of Justice, as he assumed if they could be a high-ranking official, and Lin Sheiyu wanted to say something but stopped. Chang Dalei, on the other hand, asked another question if they were headed to a place, and if so, he believed that it was a good position, and Lin Sheiyu shook his head for an answer. Chang Dalei was surprised as he learned that they were not a key player, which again Lin Sheiyu shook his head. Chang Dalei expressed relief and instructed them to tell him the truth about their position in the Church of Justice. He guessed whether they were a divine lord, divine general head, or leader, as he informed them that it wasn't like he didn't know anything about the Church of Justice. Lin Sheiyu and Lin Chong looked at each other and said nothing. Lin Sheiyu informed him that he was neither the head nor the leader of the Church of Justice, and assured him that he was not lying. Lin Sheiyu revealed that he was the one who originally created it. Chang Dalei's eyes widened in surprise. He laughed and told Lin Sheiyu not to be ridiculous because he knew him well. Lin Sheiyu looked him dead in the eyes. Chang Dalei inquired Lin Sheiyu about the Church of Justice, which he was cut off in the middle of his sentence. Lin Sheiyu revealed that he was a divine general. A system information appeared, stating Lin Sheiyu's background, whose age was 21 and had the experience of the divine general of the Church of Justice. Shocked, Chang Dalei had a thought that the vague feeling of an evil premonition becomes more and more intense, as he couldn't express his disbelief about the divine lord. Lin Sheiyu said. He struggled to complete his sentence about the Church of Justice. Lin Sheiyu pointed at him and told him that it was him. Chang Dalei's jaw dropped as he couldn't believe what he had heard. After calming down a bit, a voice inquired them to tell him more about it, and asked what the Church of Justice was all about. Lin Shayu informed him about his father, who was killed by Emperor Ming, and as his son, the revenge for the murder of his father must be carried out. However, the emperor was hiding inside, and he had the protection of the fish dragon guards. He claimed that he couldn't kill him even if he was the best martial artist in the world, which led to Chang Dalei assuming that was why he wanted to have more people. Lin Shayu said that due to years of war, the prosperous regions south of the river were now also suffering from constant exploitation by the government. Many people lived a life worse than dogs and were willing to follow if given hope. He added that the Church of Justice, where they preached everywhere in Yangzhou, had already amassed more than 100,000 believers in less than a year. They fought a few battles against the rich and won all of them. Chang Dalei claimed that the Church of Justice did not seem to be formed by him, such as raising a team of people in 6 months and using propaganda and other methods. He asked if someone else helped him. Lin Shayu informed him that indeed one more person was involved. He had met Guo Fanren, a Taoist, and asked if Chang Dalei remembered him. Chang Dalei confirmed if it was the two Taoists, one old and one young, who held the white flag with a message to see through the human world. Lin Shayu agreed and informed him that they were the ones who had rescued him from the heavenly prison. Guo Fanren also helped them set up the Church of Justice. He claimed that the Taoist was somehow influential, and without him, they could not have achieved such great things. Chang Dalei asked what the Church of Justice wanted to do in the end, and if it was simply to take revenge. Lin Shayu inquired if Chang Dalei remembered what he said when they first met. He reminded him that he had told him he had an idea, just as Chang Dalei had said he would save those in need. Lin Shayu reminded him that he would break the old world to build a new one. Chang Dalei agreed, stating that he still remembered and had started to try already. Chang Dalei informed him that the Toad village was introducing a new system, eradicating illiteracy, allocating fields so that everyone had enough to eat, and distributing labor according to needs. He explained that personal safety would be provided first, followed by food and clothing, and finally, the people's intelligence would be slowly developed. Lin Shayu's face stiffened, and he asked Chang Dalei if he had not understood. He expressed that the world had been hopeless for a long time, with the rich being unkind, the powerful mostly degenerates, and the thieves and bandits evil. He asked how many people Chang Dalei thought suffered every day in the empire. He stated that the great dynasty was full of people who were like dogs and flies. One word from the emperor, and they appointed a coward to become a god of war. For the sake of profit, they could insult the souls of those who died for their country, as the rings had repeatedly violated the border, and the empire had lost 10 out of 10 battles. Lin Shayu expressed that his Lin's clan fought hard to resist the rings, and in the end, they were betrayed by 9 clans. He wondered where justice and righteousness were when the Lin family's graves were dug up, and the bones were left in the wilderness to be eaten by vicious dogs, and in a world that now cursed the Lin family. Lin Shayu stated that the royal family was the only cause of all, that as long as Emperor Ming existed in the world. He claimed there could be no justice in the world. A black flag with a red circle drawn on it was raised. Lin Shayu expressed that even if he involved the whole world in war, he would exterminate the emperor and reasoned that only justice would shine brightly in the world. Chang Dalei yelled his name. Lin Shayu's eyes were on fire, making Chang Dalei realize the little light in Shayu's pupils. He argued that it wasn't light, but fire. Chang Dalei claimed that the fire was about to burn, and it was burning. He stated that Shayu was the fire phoenix wrapped in vengeful fury and wondered if his fire would sweep the whole world. Chang Dalei asked Hart what the system would be like if he chose to let Toad Village join the Justice Cult. Hart informed him that if he joined the cult, she would need to adjust the system's function from mountain bandit to insurgent army, and during that period, the system would not be accessible, and the operation would be irreversible, and that so far he built a level 3 village, claiming that his men were reshuffled. She also informed him that some people would leave him, such as the Lai brothers and sister, as well as some brothers who did not want to be rebels, prompting Chang Dalei to declare that the price was far too high. When Lin Shayu told him that there were brothers all over the world, and that the cult respected him, he had 100,000 followers, and as long as he gave the order, they would follow it. Chang Dalei ignored him, advising him to get well and told him not to think so much, as they would talk about the rest later, assuring him that he was still his brothers, and Lin Shayu just addressed him. Lin Shayu informed him that they had come to ask him to come out, and that if he gave the order, hundreds of thousands of people would be under his subsidiaries, and the world would be his, which led to Chang Dalei's disagreement as he must not go on the same path as the cult. He thought that judging from Lin Shaoyu's leadership skills, he hardly considered what to do after the revolution was successful, and even if he took over the command, he was not sure that he could control a group of strange men in a short time. The huge amount of hatred had turned Lin Xiaoyu into a fire phoenix that set the prairie ablaze, as he wanted to burn the great kingdom's royal family into ashes, and finally burn up together with them himself. Chang Dalei wondered what happened after that. That once Emperor Ming died, he believed many warlords would certainly rise, and another chaotic world of wars and constant suffering for people. Chang Dalei claimed that the people would be able to resume farming and the tenacious weeds would sprout from the ashes until one of the warlords won and a new king took over the throne. He expressed that in the end, nothing had changed as it was still a great kingdom, and that the people of the world were just changing to a new master to worship. Chang Dalei claimed that one should be prepared because killing Emperor Ming was still difficult, and ruling the country was even more difficult, as the world would be meaningless. He wondered if they had to repeat it for 100 years until the far west opened its doors with the roar of the Industrial Revolution, and repeated the same story of his previous life. Chang Dalei was surprised at how frightening the silk stockings and binoculars had appeared in the west, and their industrial production level. He dozed off and just stared. Chang Dalei wiped his forehead and said nothing. When he realized it was snowing, he believed he had a long way to go and declared that he would seek and explore everything from top to bottom. Liu Zhihan appeared, telling Chang Dalei to quickly get back to the house because it was snowing and he would catch a cold, which Chang Dalei understood. She asked Chang Dalei to stay with her tonight because she had asked someone to go to the city and buy a good thick goose feather bed and convince Chang Dalei that it was soft and warm. After a while, the bitter winter and the first winter snowfall were ushered in Toad Village. The literacy and military classes were held simultaneously at the Toad Village, with training during the day and classes at night. Chang Dalei was in charge of the military class. He instructed his students that fighting against the enemy was like regulated water. If the enemy had strong momentum, they must avoid the impact, and they must use methods such as using diversion to divert the flow. Liu Zhihan had a thought that everyone was waiting for Chang Dalei to finish his class. Chang Dalei went on to say that for a weak enemy, seizing the opportunity to destroy him was similar to building a dam to keep water from flowing away. He noticed Lin Shaoyu. Chang Dalei expressed regret for not being able to accompany him on his path to raise the revolution flag, which he was determined to do, but he would just teach him something else because he believed he must survive, whether he succeeds or not. He wondered how far Lin Shaoyu would go in the future, and whether it was all a blessing or a curse for him. While telling his students about the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and about the Yellow Turban Army Revolution, Lin Shaoyu focused on reading the book, while Chang Dalei stated that under the written notes on his slogan of Zhang Jiao, the empire's power would disappear, and the Yellow Turban Army would rise, and the cycles of 60 years would be prosperous. Chang Dalei went on to inform them that the reason for failure was that they couldn't get the support of local tyrants and had poor discipline, and the leader couldn't restrain his subordinates, so it easily split. While behind Lin Shaoyu was Fu Dalei, who was focused on reading. After a while, a water wheel was seen. Zhu Yi informed Chang Dalei that she, along with other craftsmen, had built the water wheel according to his idea. She claimed that using the water wheel they could irrigate fields of 12 acres in a day. Zhu Yi expressed her disappointment that they built it at the wrong time, as the river was also frozen. She stated that they would have to wait until next spring to use it. Chang Dalei reasoned that the frozen river was thick enough for horses to pass through. He realized that the Toad Village had lost its geographical advantage of the water island, and that all of their river defenses had disarmed as of now. He expressed his concern that Mo Mingmi would take the opportunity, but he also wondered why no news of the attack had yet arrived. And Zhu Shenji arrived calling out for Chang Dalei. Zhu Shenji informed him that the New Year's Eve was approaching, and he wanted to go to the descending Jade Village to pick up Xiao Linger. He requested if he could arrange for someone to accompany him. Chang Dalei agreed and instructed him to go to Gao Fei Bao and ask for his assistance. He also told him to pass his order to strengthen security around the area, and send more spies to find out what was going on at the Qinchuan border, which Zhu Shenji agreed to. Yan Dai asked Mo Mingmi when they should start because the time and place were favorable, and Mo Mingmi replied that they should wait 2 days until the frozen river became stronger, and that the heavy armor army they borrowed from Lord Kui would also be trained by then. A soldier rushed in, yelling that he had urgent news to report to Mo Mingmi. The soldier yelled, informing Mo Mingmi that the scouts had just sent important news. He reported that Zhu Shenji left for descending Jade Village an hour ago, Mo Mingmi smirked as he realized that the time and place had finally come, as well as the last person. He believed that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mo Mingmi instructed them to pass on his orders to prepare the troops, including the 18 lieutenants, and anyone absent would be executed first. He ordered them to attack the Toad village at dawn the next day. He also summoned Mu Changjiang and ordered him to take 2,000 men and march on the descending Jade village to guard the perimeter of the fortress, and instructed him not to attack and to depend only on trapping Zhu Shenji. Mu Changjiang assured Mo Mingmi, stating that he would definitely live up to his expectations. Mo Mingmi predicted that the battle would be bound to be difficult, and the final battle, and that the outcome would decide who would be the leader of Qinchuan. Where he had information on all their numbers, where the descending Jade village had a population of 300 plus, and that the attacking Mu Changjiang outnumbered them with his 2,000, while the Toad village had 5,000, and Mo Mingmi and the 18 lieutenants combined had 20,000 troops. At the descending Jade village, a voice yelled that the enemy had attacked, and instructed their brothers to get ready to fight them. Zhu Shenji was perplexed, claiming that the village was much further from the Qinchuan border than the Toad village, and he also wondered why they had brought all their men so far around to fight the descending Jade village. A cavalry in front didn't say anything as Mu Changjiang lined up his men in the back. A man next to Mu Changjiang asked when they would attack, and he mocked him. Meanwhile, on Zhu Shenji's side, Fan Lihua stated that she had heard that Zhu Shenji was a good strategist, so he asked him to tell them how they should fight, and he didn't respond. Zhu Shenji had a vision of Chang Dalei advising him that if he wasn't around and someone asked him for advice, he should first hang on and not do nothing and say anything, and he understood. Mu Changjiang expressed his difficulties as his task was extremely hard to accomplish, and wondered how he could be enough in front of Zhu Shenji with the number of men he brought. Mu Changjiang informed his men that their task was to stall Zhu Shenji, and instructed them to set camp and not act rashly, while on Zhu Shenji's side, he instructed them to wait and see how the other side would attack first, and decide whether or not to defend, and a voice praised him for his brilliance. Both sides were wondering what they should do next. Back to the Toad village, the Rings were good at cavalry field battles, while the Empire was good at heavy weaponry siege. And this time, the river was frozen and the people were able to move freely, so the heavy weapons could be transported directly to the island. Chang Dalei had no choice but to retreat to the village, and a voice yelled that the enemy was coming and instructed everyone to attack. On Mo Mingmi's side, soldiers yelled at the shield soldiers to cover the ladders. Tin Man informed them that the giant crossbow team was in position. Someone yelled that the crossbows were loaded, and a voice ordered them to release, as their target was the soldiers pushing the siege chariot. Soldiers began their climb to the walls, while a barrage of arrows and rocks descended upon them. Toad village archers were ordered to release their arrows. A voice yelled at them to leave no one behind and beat them all down. Mo Mingmi attacked several times without success, and 10 days later, the attackers lost thousands of men, but no one could break through the walls of the Toad village. Judging from the war for the last few days, the combat power of Mo Mingmi's soldiers was very average. Lai Xingzai inquired as to what was going on and how he could defend a city at that level, and Chang Dalei replied that according to his information, those who attacked them in the previous few days were from the army of the 18 lieutenants, and he believed that no matter how heavy their casualties were, the death of those soldiers would not hurt Mo Mingmi. Chang Dalei claimed that the Qinchuan border still had a hidden elite unit, and that Mo Mingmi had not used his real cards yet, prompting Lai Xingzai to ask if there were any hidden explosives in the village because he was so confident. Chang Dalei informed him that they were out of explosives, and Lai Xingzai laughed, and Chang Dalei had thought that after finishing the mission this time, he wouldn't use explosives for the time being because he assumed that if he used explosives, they wouldn't dare to fight. Lai Xingzai noticed how Chang Dalei was dressed so casually and asked him if he was not afraid of becoming a target, and he replied that Su Ying embroidered the dress for him and asked Lai Xingzai if he wanted it. Hart appeared and presented herself, followed by a mission notification indicating that the current mission progress to complete a village 10 times was 9/10. Meanwhile, at Mo Mingmi army camp, Yan Dai reported that those 10 days were considered good, and they had at least reached the bottom of the Toad village. He claimed that the situation was more positive, and he informed Mo Mingmi that the gunpowder they had been fighting with for so long wasn't still being used by them. He assumed that it had all been used up, which was great news for them. Mo Mingmi agreed, and stated that the Toad village was completely different without Zhu Shenji. Yan Dai stated that without Zhu Shenji, the Toad village could be broken, and if they wanted to completely destroy them, he believed they would have to lose a lot of manpower. He went on to say that it was also a good opportunity to weaken the 18 lieutenants' strength, claiming that no one would be left to grow, and be strong. Yan Dai advised Mo Mingmi to begin with the 3 lieutenants, Yun Zhonglong, Kaio He, and Yu Jielu, claiming that due to the recent attacks, the 3 of them always worked without any effort, and he expressed his concern that they had been long rebellious. Mo Mingmi stated that he recently placed them in Chang Dalei's sphere of influence and wondered if they truly believed they were his people. Yan Dai inquired if they should get rid of those 3. Mo Mingmi told him that there was no need for that, as killing generals in a war was detrimental to the soldiers' morale. He stated that in the next attack, he would let the 3 of them take the lead and that if they refused to go, he would behead them for disobeying the military order, and that if they were willing to go, he would let Chang Dalei clean them up. Yan Dai asked what if they turned their backs on them, and Mo Mingmi chuckled, not knowing what he meant, and wondering if Chang Dalei would accept them. Mo Mingmi believed that the 3 of them were the bricks that would pry open the gate for them, and that if Chang Dalei accepted them, they would open the city gate for them, and the city would be destroyed. Mo Mingmi directed that all 18 lieutenants be summoned. Frustrated, Mo Mingmi grew angry with his 18 lieutenants as they were still unable to conquer Toad Village even after half a month passed. He believed them all capable enough of the task. He calls Zhonglong, Kaio He, and Yu Jielu to inquire if they have any excuses. Nervous, Zhonglong claimed that it was not due to their incapability, but Chang Dalei was just too cunning. Doubtful, Mo Mingmi questioned Zhonglong's words about Chang Dalei being too cunning. He suggested that perhaps deep down, they all felt favorably towards Chang Dalei and sought confirmation. Mo Mingmi informed them that he heard they were living quite well by following Chang Dalei recently. Anxious, Zhonglong attempted to make another excuse, but he bowed his head and persuaded Mo Mingmi, vowing loyalty and assuring him that he would not side with Chang Dalei and would not dare have any disloyalty. Mo Mingmi chuckled with satisfaction, expressing his belief that they were only following Chang Dalei due to the circumstances. Acknowledging their situation, Mo Mingmi ordered the 3 to lead the main assault for tomorrow's fight. He informed the other lieutenants that they would soon conquer Toad Village, cautioning them not to slack off. Bowing in response, Yu Jielu and Zhonglong expressed their determination. Zhonglong made it clear that he would not disappoint Mo Mingmi, vowing to conquer Toad Village even if it meant risking their lives. After their meeting, the discussion continued among the 18 military lieutenants at their camping site. Yu Jielu criticized Mo Mingmi for being unreasonable, stating that he did not know that conquering Toad Village was hard. He emphasized why Mo Mingmi wouldn't go fight himself but expected them to risk their lives. Annoyed, Kaio He pointed out that they were providing their army provisions and weapons, emphasizing that Mo Mingmi hadn't even provided food and daily items, highlighting that men were dying every day, and he questioned where in the world this was not unreasonable. Zhonglong urged them to lower their voices, reminding them that they were in Mo Mingmi's territory and warning them to be careful not to be overheard by others. Pleading with Zhonglong, Kaio He asked what they should do the next day. Zhonglong responded that the ones who knew the most about Toad Village were the 3 of them. He pointed out that Qin Man, Zilong, and a few others were all people who could take on hundreds of men by themselves. He questioned what they could use to fight against them, highlighting the difficulty of just putting their heads inside weapons. He emphasized that if there were no other way, they would have to withdraw and expressed his unwillingness to die for Mo Mingmi. Yu Jielu questioned the idea of withdrawal, asking where they could go since all places around Qinchuan were considered Mo Mingmi's territory. With a serious face, Zhonglong confirmed the issue, stating that they couldn't simply give up on their business and become losers. However, he emphasized the danger of going outside Qinchuan's mountain pass, considering Mo Mingmi's temper. If they were caught, he feared not even their bone would be left. Kaio He sighed in response, expressing the opinion that if Chang Dalei were the boss of the place, their lives would likely be much better. Yu Jielu agreed, believing that helping Chang Dalei could be considered righteous as long as they help him. He wouldn't disregard their hard work compared to Mo Mingmi, whom he seriously considered a scum. However, Yu Jielu questioned if Chang Dalei could win this time. Kaio He admitted uncertainty but mentioned hearing that Mo Mingmi had borrowed an elite from the superiors who had yet to show his capabilities and asked Zhonglong for his insight. Zhonglong, mumbling to respond, the 2 urged him to stop mumbling and share his ideas about whether they should follow Chang Dalei this time. Then, Zhonglong suggested that Mo Mingmi might be hiding a trump card and questioned whether they believed Chang Dalei couldn't be doing the same thing. Curious, they asked him to clarify. Zhonglong explained that they only saw Qin Man defending Toad Village, and strong fighters like Zilong, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu had yet to join the fight. He believed Chang Dalei was intentionally holding back on purpose, expressing that he didn't know what motive Chang Dalei had for doing so. Zhonglong dismissed the notion that Chang Dalei might be afraid that his men were too strong to the point of beating Mo Mingmi until he ran away, giving the example that even the Ring clan with 100,000 men was nothing to Chang Dalei. He emphasized that Mo Mingmi's attack shouldn't be a threat to Chang Dalei. Shocked, they questioned Zhonglong's claim of 100,000 Ring clan members. Zhonglong confirmed it, acknowledging that many people thought it was fake. He urged them to consider the truth. When he heard of the battle record, he got curious, emphasizing where Mo Mingmi dared to fight Chang Dalei. At most, he could only be seen as an oversized stone blocking the road. He added that Mo Mingmi had always been a mountain bandit, and now he seemed to have gone crazy, acting as an emperor at Qinchuan Mountain Pass with backing from Qiuxiang. He and Yujielu reacted with exaggerated disbelief, questioning how they were supposed to fight Chang Dalei the next morning. They expressed concern that it seemed like a dead end. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Zhonglong reminded them that if they wanted to live, they should follow his lead the next day. He emphasized that the information discussed that night should never be leaked outside, no matter what. Deep at night, a carrier pigeon flew across the night sky. The next day, before the morning fog even dispersed, as the sound of war drums went off, Mo Mingmi once again launched an attack. Zhonglong, Kaiohe, and Yujielu, three of them took off standing at the foreguard. As the enemy marched closer to the Toad village, Xing Zai halted them and announced Chang Dalei's presence. He asked them to lower their weapons, assuring them that Chang Dalei would be benevolent and would let them all off. However, the opposing side instructed them to keep going and not dilly-dally. Nervous, Yujielu asked Zhonglong what they should do. In the face of tension, Zhonglong explained that Chang Dalei's words were a signal and replied to follow his lead. Again, Xing Zai warned them to throw their weapons on the ground. Suddenly, Zhonglong swiftly discarded his weapon and ran fast toward Chang Dalei's village, surprising Yujielu and Kaiohe with his actions. Xing Zai shouted at Zhonglong to put his hands up and showcase a certain traditional skill from a foreign country, as Chang Dalei had instructed. Terrified, Zhonglong raised his hands while running, declaring his willingness to surrender, and insisting that they were willingly giving up. Frightened, Zhonglong kept repeating that they were giving up, while Yujielu was also following behind, raising his hands, and pleading for mercy since they had surrendered. Their soldiers followed them, running in panic, causing others to stumble and fall. Bewildered, Xing Zai warned Chang Dalei to be careful, suspecting it could be one of their tricks, while Chang Dalei just stood beside him. Chang Dalei responded, assuring Xing Zai that there was no need to worry. He already discussed everything with Zhonglong, leading them, and they were prepared to take them in. He ordered his archers to release arrows to cover Zhonglong's soldiers during their retreat. At the gate, Zhonglong's soldiers anxiously urged them to hurry up and open it, instructing others to enter fast. As they entered Chang Dalei's village, some of Zhonglong's soldiers expressed gratitude to Chang Dalei. One even vowed loyalty to him, claiming they would never stand alongside Mo Mingmi, while the rest of his soldiers continued thanking Chang Dalei. However, the villagers responded sternly, dismissing the nonsense. They decided to capture everyone and lock them up in prison, promising to discuss matters after the war. And some villagers scolded the Zhonglong soldiers, warning them not to run around. Other villagers advised their companion to keep Zhonglong's soldiers under control, cautioning that those who disobeyed would be treated as spies and executed immediately. Back to the war, on the opponent's side, Mo Mingmi was filled with rage and saw this as an opportunity moment, mentioning that he patiently waited for Chang Dalei to open the gate. Driven by determination, he commanded his cavalry to break down the gate and ordered his troops to launch an attack on the city. Mo Mingmi declared that whoever successfully broke down the gate would receive a reward of 100 gold bars and a promotion to a military officer. His troops were resolute in their decision to attack. The soldiers brought ladders while directed them to occupy and seize the gate. Meanwhile, Chang Dalei, equally determined, ordered Qin Man and Man Zijun to go outside the city and face the enemy. He also called Zilong and Zhang Fei, instructing them to prepare for battle. After the last surrendered soldier got inside the city gate, Zilong and the others who had been on standby at the gate fiercely took off. Upon exiting their gate, Zhang Fei urged everyone to fight fiercely and block off any pursuers. Qin Man, equally resolute, shouted with determination, encouraging his men to showcase the training they underwent in the Toad village, and emphasized that they let Chang Dalei witness their achievements. After defending for half a month, the first time Chang Dalei chose to take the offensive stance, to directly fight off the root of the problem, Chang Dalei prepared to take Mo Mingmi's head to bring an end to the mission of defending the village 10 times. 18 military lieutenants' troops have been dispersed by Toad Village. Leading the charge, Zhang Fei, Xilong, and Qin Man took the forefront, shouting orders to kill and urging their men to go on and instructing their men to change in a trident formation. Amid the action, Zhang Fei expressed his excitement to be the one to take down Mo Mingmi. Smirking, Xilong responded that they would see who could claim Mo Mingmi's head first. Meanwhile, Qin Man remarked that Chang Dalei finally granted them to fight. The 3 platoons went directly towards Mo Mingmi's main army. The 3 leaders shouted for their men to follow their lead and yelled commands to kill. They divided into 3 squads: Qin Man's squad, Xilong's squad, and Zhang Fei's squad. The 3 platoons arranged as a trident, destroying everything in their path and sweeping up everything. Meanwhile, an evil intent was evident on Mo Mingmi's face as he displayed a smirk. He instructed his troops to retreat and let Chang Dalei's men break in. On Chang Dalei's side, as he used his telescope, he wondered why Mo Mingmi were not scattering but instead retreating in an orderly fashion. He pondered the reason behind Mo Mingmi's continuous retreat. The forces are drawing back like a tide. Following that, they revealed the thing they had been hiding. While Chang Dalei observed through his telescope, shocked visibly on his face as he spotted a heavily armored soldier in the distance, numbering around 5,000. Concerned, he questioned if those were Mo Mingmi's hidden cards. At the same time, Zhang Fei, now close to the armored soldiers, commanded his men to go after Mo Mingmi, who was just behind the battle formation. They all shouted kill, believing that capturing Mo Mingmi's head would automatically break apart. Their determination was unwavering. The armored soldiers were ready. Zhang Fei attacked one of them but was easily blocked and expelled. He tried to stab again but quickly realized the thickness of their armor. He contemplated that despite delivering 2 direct attacks, the armored soldier was only knocked down. Suddenly, Yan Dai issued commands to the front troops, urging them to do everything to hold off the enemy. The 2 cavalry troops were instructed to surround the opponents from both sides. The 2nd and 3rd teams were instructed to be on the left, slowed down, and joined in. He told them to spread out in the battle formation. Using the heavily armored soldiers as a shield against the trident's sharp edge, Yan Dai ordered them to follow by encirclement, spread out, and surround them. Chang Dalei realized the tactical prowess of luring the enemy by acting weak and using heavy armored soldiers to block the cavalry charge. He expressed that Yan Dai's was something else. He issued orders to his troops to retreat, preventing them from being wrapped up like dumplings. As their drums sounded and ordered the troops to retreat, Qin Man and Zhang Fei turned their heads as they received the command to fall back. Chang Dalei instructed that all the troops retreat and that the front group change into the vanguard group. Xilong turned to Qin Man and Zhang Fei, informing them that they held off the enemy while sending the troops back to the village. They repeatedly instructed them to retreat. The encirclement is yet to be formed. The 3 troops efficiently broke away from the blockage. Chang Dalei issued a command to archers to release the arrows to cover those who were retreating. It was another siege that continued for a whole day. In the end, after abandoning a few hundred corpses, Mo Mingmi temporarily retreated. Suddenly, a beep sounded that the mission for defending the mountain village 10 times was completed, and some defenses completed 10 over 10. After the earlier war, as night fell in Toad Village at Chang Dalei's study room, he complained about the mission that had persisted for several months in a row. They fought major battles, and now, finally, it was completed. Miserable as he recalled how he had been happy and comfortable when the system bug provided the defense mission, while Hart was by his side, listening to his frustration. She spoke up, stating that the stuck bug mission was too much to handle, so it was repaired to prevent it from getting stuck again. Hart explained that the method of issuing rewards had been changed from providing rewards upon completion to completing the mission 10 times to receive all the rewards, highlighting that it would be hard to get stuck on a bug now. Suddenly, a beep from the system congratulated Chang Dalei on completing the defense mission 10 times and asked him if he wanted to receive the rewards. Hart highlighted that the mission was completed and the rewards would not be bad. She persuaded Chang Dalei to collect the reward, which Chang Dalei clicked to receive them. A repeating beep followed, and the rewards he got included 5 battle flags, 10 acres of farmland, good wine, a long sword, clothes and herbs, 50 pounds of grain, and a special reward, a new battle song. Hart informed Chang Dalei that when the battle song was used, he would lose all his fear points. She advised him to spend all his fear points before utilizing the song. Flustered by the information, Chang Dalei questioned the kind of song that required him to spend all his fear points. Hart clarified that it's not about spending but rather dispelling. When the battle song was used, one's fear and hesitation vanished from the mind. She added that it wasn't necessary to use it immediately. Suddenly, another beep notified again that a new war song had been added to his favorites. Hart continued, explaining that among the miscellaneous rewards, the most important one was the borrowed power from the 14 major stars in the sky, transformed into a battle banner. She explained the significance of the 5 battle flags that each brought a stat boost to the army. She detailed the effects of each banner, starting at orange banner buff, Alcade, which increased the speed of one side charge, blue banner buff, Alker, which boosted one side morale, gray banner buff, Mizar, which improved one's own side's cohesion, pink banner buff, Aliyah, which weakened enemies' morale, and lastly, black banner buff, Megrez, which boosted one's own side's fighting spirit. She proceeded to explain that each team could only use one battle flag within a range of 1,000 meters, but the effects could be stacked on each other. She emphasized that the stronger the effects would be greater with higher morale in their army. Hart reminded Chang Dalei to use the banners well. Moments later, still in the night study room, Qin Man, Gao Fei, Zilong, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei gathered outside. Zhang Fei initiated by asking why Chang Dalei summoned them at such a late hour. Chang Dalei responded, explaining that he had commissioned someone to design the 5 battle flags, and he was entrusting them with this responsibility. He handed the power flag to Guan Yu, the wicked flag to Gao Fei and Gao Hu, the ruinous flag to Qin Man due to his brave nature, the finance flag to Zilong, and the treasury flag to Zhang Fei. Chang Dalei elaborated that, in addition to providing them with the battle flags, he was shifting the strategy of Toad Village from defense to offense. He also mentioned having gunpowder, which would be more than enough to deal with the heavily armored soldiers. However, he emphasized that soldiers who could carry hundreds of pounds of iron armor into battle were rare talents among them, especially when gathered in a group. He brought out that the main topic of the night was not just to deal with Mo Mingmi's heavily armored soldiers, but also to find a way to kill Mo Mingmi. After 3 days' rest, Mo Mingmi launched a major attack. More catapults and ladders were assembled and were now put into use, and the time they were no longer testing or stalling for time, but they wanted to take down Chang Dalei in one fell swoop. The heavily armored soldiers were responsible for the main attack, blocking the attack and opening a path for the following troops to climb up the city wall. The soldiers continued to advance, saying to kill, and commented on where to position the heavy crossbow supposedly, claiming it couldn't shoot down, and ordered to go. They were undeterred and continued climbing the ladders as they moved forward to attack. Observing the situation, Chang Dalei ordered his archers to shoot at the heavily armored soldiers on the ladders. However, he realized that the arrows were unable to get through. Chang Dalei swiftly commanded his archers to stand down, asserting that the enemy troops were in range. He called upon his sailors, instructing them to bring out what they prepared for the last 3 days. He commanded his sailors to pour, allegedly pouring a bucket filled with water down onto the armored soldiers who climbed, causing them to slip and shout in frustration. The weather was cold, and the dripping water turned into ice. 100 pounds of iron armor were not easy to move when the water was poured. Hundreds of heavily armored soldiers in the vanguards were frozen. Chang Dalei, determined to counter the enemy, issued another command to kill and ordered his troops to go out and attack. He called Qin Man, Zilong, Zhang Fei, Gao Fei, and Gao Hu squads, as well as Xiao Yu and Ling Chong. With a resounding roar, Chang Dalei's squads charged into battle, determined to face Mo Mingmi's troops in the showdown at Toad Village, the clash of the best. On the other side, Mo Mingmi's troops informed that Chang Dalei's men were coming out. Mo Mingmi expressed satisfaction, commending their excellence, and mentioned that the last time Qin Man, Zilong, and Zhang Fei were able to escape, and warned them not to try to escape this time. Excitement is visible on his face as he commands his troops to kill them. As the battle unfolded, Zilong commented that the heavily armored soldiers were not enough to be feared, highlighting that their defense was strong but lacked mobility. Qin Man also mentioned that with the cavalry, they could easily slaughter small groups of troops, as the heavy armor acted like an unmoving turtle shell. Zhang Fei reiterated that the objective was to kill Mo Mingmi, while Guan Yu emphasized the great achievement that whoever could kill Mo Mingmi. Gao Fei mentioned that he could boast in the village for a year after this. Chang Dalei commanded them to get into formation, emphasizing that the 6 squads would work together to break through the enemy's formation. The auras from the 5 flags are layered. If you looked at them with Chang Dalei's eyes, Toad Village warriors are covered with layer after layer of aura. As the 5 squads slaughtered Mo Mingmi's troops, the 5 banners continuously boosted, enhancing their sides' morale, increasing the speed of their charge, boosting their sides' fighting spirit, improving their sides' cohesion, and weakening the enemy's morale. Qin Man led the charge, shouting commands to kill, while on the opposing side, Mo Mingmi's troops warned him that he must retreat. However, Mo Mingmi repeatedly insulted the Toad village, claiming they were nothing more than a bunch of bandits. The sounds of killing were incessant, the battle flags were staggering, and soldiers were losing their armor. Mo Mingmi's troops urged him to leave first, claiming they could hold off the Toad village forces. However, realizing they couldn't withstand them, they eventually decided to retreat. Yet, the momentum of the Toad village is like a tiger. No matter how reluctant he was, the situation was over. Mo Mingmi was unable to achieve victory and could only flee in embarrassment under the escort of his guards, leaving behind only the ground full of corpses and fallen siege equipment. Xing Zai praises Chang Dalei's men were truly fierce and pointing out that they defeated 10,000 opponents with just 3,000, creating a mess. Chuckled, Chang Dalei sarcastically replied that the enemy was too weak. Xing Zai highlighted that it looked like Chang Dalei won already. Boastfully, Chang Dalei responded that he was a master of cheat, suggesting that if he could defeat those weaklings, he might as well use frozen tofu to beat himself to death. Confused, Xing Zai stammered while trying to grasp the word cheat and wondered what Chang Dalei was saying, as he could not understand. Chang Dalei only responded with a sly laugh. Chang Dalei reflected on the realization he had back at King New Mountain when he fought the rings. In his eyes, the world was within reach, although he found the unlimited exchange of fear points and gunpowder alone enough to wipe out the entire empire. But the world obtained through the process brought nothing but ruin, which he found unattractive. Instead, he contemplated fixing the broken empire in the direction he liked. After the battle, Chang Dalei ordered his men to clean up the battlefield and count the spoils of the battle. More than 1,000 ordinary soldiers and 500 heavily armored soldiers were captured. Chang Dalei was ready to convince them, hoping that more people would join the Toad village. A beep sounded as he saw soldier-type heavily armored soldiers. The people in Mo Mingmi's camp fled, but all the supplies were left behind. A person asked if they were Mo Mingmi, and another person responded that he managed to escape. In reaction, the person expressed pity. Amidst the aftermath of the battle, Chang Dalei and his forces discovered a substantial number of resources, several armor sets and weapons, 300 war horses, engineering carts, catapults, several tents, and countless supplies. Chang Dalei obtained a lot. Meanwhile, in descending Jade Village, Lihua reflected on her happiness at Shenji's powerful presence, noting that the enemy troops didn't put up a fight. With a blank expression, Shenji responded, while Linger asked Shenji if the enemy left. Ironically, the enemy and the leader were defeated. The news that Chang Dalei defeated Mo Mingmi in the frontal battlefield spread like wildfire. Mo Mingmi suffered heavy losses. Many focused on Qinchuan now fully trusted Chang Dalei. He dominated Qinchuan for many years, relying on the Qinchuan border city. Now, it seemed that only the one who held this border of Qinchuan could be considered the rightful lord of Qinchuan. At this point, the fourth assault was over. At night, in the Toad Village meeting hall, Zhonglong greeted, and Chang Dalei welcomed him, and asked everyone to take a seat and not be overly cautious as they were all family. Chang Dalei explained that he called them together to discuss how they could launch an attack on the Qinchuan border. Gao Fei hesitated for a moment and questioned Chang Dalei about his intentions to attack the Qinchuan border. Chang Dalei confirmed it, and that he not only wanted to defeat Mo Mingmi but also to capture the Qinchuan border and take over that place. He mentioned that Zhonglong, Kaiohe, and Yu Jialu were more knowledgeable about the situation of the Qinchuan border than he was. Yu Jialu asked Chang Dalei how many men he thought would be needed to attack a city like Qinchuan. Determined, Chang Dalei responded that they defeated Mo Mingmi on the frontal battlefield. He emphasized the moment when Mo Mingmi lost all his troops and lieutenants, and his morale dropped, and highlighted that it was a good time for them to beat the dog in the water. Kaiohe emphasized that Qinchuan had high walls and a significant number of soldiers, noting that it was not easy to take it down. Also, Zhonglong added that even though many Qinchuan troops were killed in the last battle, their numbers still far exceeded those of the Toad village. He expressed concern, stating that attacking Qinchuan would be no different from sending themselves to their deaths. Chang Dalei highlighted that Qinchuan was guarded by at least 22,000 soldiers and mentioned the 10 besieged, which means that the number of people besieging the city should be at least 10 times the number of defending the city. But the Toad village only had 7,000 people, and he feared that only about 4,000 could fight. Xing Zai chimed in and suggested that they attack Qinchuan at night for a better chance of winning. But Chang Dalei responded that it was difficult as Qinchuan was in a state of war readiness, and Mo Mingmi's eyes were constantly watching their side all the time. Xing Zai pointed out that if they mobilized their troops, it would put Qinchuan on high alert. Chang Dalei questioned them if there was a way to make the guards at Qinchuan let down their guard. He cautioned Chang Dalei to be careful. Chang Dalei suggested that if they couldn't break through from the outside, perhaps they could start from the inside. But someone asked how they could sneak in. Chang Dalei thought if there was any power within Qinchuan that they could turn against Mo Mingmi. He asked Xing Zai, who once worked in a mine in Qinchuan. As Chang Dalei was about to ask him, Xing Zai immediately dismissed his idea, stating there were no tunnels, and even if there were, they wouldn't be suitable for an army to infiltrate. But Chang Dalei clarified that he wasn't referring to tunnels but rather the miners. Curiously, Xing Zai questioned what a group of slaves could do. The meeting lasted till late, but no suitable method was discussed. Alone in the night, Chang Dalei sat in contemplation. Suddenly, Su Ying approached him while carrying a tray. She asked if he didn't want to join the celebration happening outside. Chang Dalei responded that today was not the time for celebration. The real celebration would be held after they suppressed Qinchuan. Su Ying sat down beside him, expressing concern that he had been pushing himself too hard lately. While sipping the hot tea, Chang Dalei asked if he was. She claimed that she could see that behind him, there seemed to be an immortal helping him. And she shared her thoughts about everyone going to study and that going on a road that had never been seen before. She hoped that fewer of their men would die during the war. She acknowledged the desired speed was yet to be achieved but emphasized that some things could not be rushed. In frustration, Chang Dalei mentioned that it seemed like the best opportunity to attack Qinchuan. Once Mo Mingmi caught his breath, it would be challenging to take over Qinchuan again. Su Ying said that if that was the case, she wished to be part of the meeting and offered to share responsibility for that too. Su Ying suggested they start planning the wedding. Chang Dalei was taken aback, wondering why at that time. Observing Su Ying with a furrowed brow, he questioned her intentions. In response, Su Ying simply nodded and asserted that Toad Village needed a name, one that would enable his men to act without being suspicious of Qinchuan spies. She highlighted the best reason was to prepare for Chang Dalei's wedding. Even so, Chang Dalei expressed his sentiment that the wedding seemed to have become tasteless. He wished to make it a little more pure. Su Ying, however, dismissed his concern, stating that it didn't matter to her, acknowledging her role as a supportive wife. She noted that in times of conflict, her only recourse was to silently pray to God and worship Buddha for her husband's well-being. Her eyes filled with love, Su Ying continued, stating that they needed to be careful to survive in these chaotic times. She expressed concern if Chang Dalei couldn't come back, she wouldn't be able to live anymore. However, she urged him to think about how to face other people amidst wedding matters, considering that some may not like it. She brought up Liu Zhai, describing her as clingy, and suggested not to care about her feelings and to leave her out. She also mentioned Lihua, emphasizing that she's not older and highlighting her character, stating that she should become the wife of a large family. Su Ying advised Chang Dalei that if he missed such a strange woman like Lihua, it would be difficult for him to find one in his second life. Su Ying shared that she had been dealing with them a lot recently, emphasizing to Chang Dalei that he shouldn't let them down. She also mentioned Jidao, noting that she shouldn't be counted. Su Ying playfully accused Chang Dalei of being a merciless womanizer who kept his lovers around and jokingly threatened to bite him to death. Suddenly, Chang Dalei screamed as he urged Su Ying to be gentle. With the announcement of the wedding at the celebration banquet, Toad Village was filled with an atmosphere of joy. How tense it was during the war, how relaxed it was now. The people erupted in cheers, raising their glasses, and their faces were filled with happiness. Yue called out to Lihua, who seemed drunk, and exclaimed that Chang Dalei was getting married. While Liu Zhai was taken by surprise as she read the letter. She asked Chang Dalei about it, however, Chang Dalei coughed as he struggled to explain. Frustrated, Liu Zhai complained to Chang Dalei, saying that she also wanted a wedding. Chang Dalei attempted to clarify that Su Ying would explain later. Liu Zhai, on the other hand, answered that she didn't care. She asked Su Ying directly, but Su Ying said she wanted Chang Dalei to make it up to her that night, causing Chang Dalei to be left speechless. Meanwhile, somewhere in the place of Toad Village, Jai Tao was singing outside, which started at Phoenix returns to its hometown. Traveling to Four Seas to seek its mate, the time was not yet come, and there was nothing to do. It mentioned a beautiful lady in the boudoir, far enough that it poisoned her heart. The lyrics questioned the reason for acting like lovebirds, flying and soaring together. She sang this during the snowy night, continuing with the lyrics that questioned who would know the harmonious traffic between heart and mind in the middle of the night. Nearby, Xiao Yu was drinking tea, and as he listened to the harmonious song, it continued, both wings rising and flying high without making it feel bad. While Xiao Yu was relaxing, Lin Chong suddenly approached him and informed him that the war was over, and Toad Village no longer needed their assistance since Chang Dalei did not want to work with them and suggested that they should leave. Smiling, Xiao Yu replied that they would stay for a few more days. Regardless, it was Chang Dalei's wedding, and they couldn't be absent from such an important event. While in another room, Wanner could be seen crying, clearly hurt by the news, and letting out an insult. As the news spread throughout Qinchuan, including the 18 lieutenants, various mountain bandits, rich merchants, and city lords, everyone was prepared to offer congratulatory gifts to the new master of Qinchuan. The wedding site in Toad Village became hugely decorated. People united and shouted to hoist up lanterns and ribbons for display, while Shenji was busy receiving gifts from various people, starting with senior official Ximen, who sent a congratulatory gift of 10 boxes of aphrodisiac herbs. Shenji suddenly questioned why Ximen sent those gifts. He also mentioned that the Lord of Heijia City sent 100 pieces of flowered cloth. The 3 lieutenants, Zhonglong, sent 300 pairs of armor, and the Bottom Lake Fish Staff sent 3,000 taels of silver for Su Ying. Shenji expressed gratitude to them and invited them to Chang Dalei's wedding banquet in 10 days. At the same time, Toad Village also sent ships out to purchase the necessary supplies for the wedding banquet. Meanwhile, in Mo Mingmi's mansion in Qinchuan, Yan Dai informed him that Toad Village had sent an invitation. Confused, Mo Mingmi asked what was wrong and questioned if it was a war letter or a challenge to fight. Yan Dai explained that a few days ago, their scouts were spying on the outskirts of Toad Village. He informed Mo Mingmi that Toad Village held a celebration banquet for 3 consecutive days, followed by a high-profile announcement of Chang Dalei's marriage. He handed the invitation to Mo Mingmi, who read it seriously and felt relieved that it was not a war letter. Suddenly, Yan Dai called Mo Mingmi and contemplated the recent events. He reflected on the day when Chang Dalei defeated them with only 3,000 troops and when Mo Mingmi came back and fell ill. He realized that it was clear that Chang Dalei's men were strong enough to defeat 15,000 with just 3,000 and noted that Chang Dalei passively defended for half a month. Also, recall when Mo Mingmi launched a full-force attack with a thunderous force, and they rushed their attack head-on like a joke. Yan Dai pondered that losing the battle wasn't important and highlighted the matter was Mo Mingmi's attack was ridiculous as a child's play against Chang Dalei's extremely contemptuous attitude, but he was unable to resist. He contemplated the idea that now Shenji had returned to Toad Village. Mo Mingmi believed he could no longer find a way to defeat them and had to accept the current situation and questioned his willingness to coexist with Toad Village. Suddenly, Yan Dai bowed to Mo Mingmi and advised him to take care of his health. Coughing, Mo Mingmi acknowledged that Qinchuan was greatly weakened but informed that they could recover in a given time. He suggested sending people to keep an eye on Toad Village and emphasized that as long as there were no signs of large-scale army movements, they should be left alone. Yan Dai informed him that they had recently gone out on a large scale to purchase supplies as they prepared for the wedding banquet. Mo Mingmi informed Yan Dai that Qi Zhang had sent a message, instructing them to prepare more 2-legged sheep to send to Jingzhou. Yan Dai assured him that the preparations were underway, though it might take some days. Mo Mingmi urged him to expedite the preparation, emphasizing that things were more important over there and Yan Dai should know that these goods were for Qi Zhang's son. Speaking of the person, there was even fear in Mo Mingmi's eyes. Yan Dai inquired if Mo Mingmi was referring to Qi Yonghai, the lunatic or demon. Mo Mingmi clarified that he meant the natural-born demon. A few days later, outside Qinchuan, shadows were seen on the cliff's surface. A person questioned the presence of Chang Dalei, and Chang Dalei confirmed. 3 days later, the elite troops of the Toad Village were assembled. Xingzai asked how many people there were, and Chang Dalei answered that there were 3,000. He explained that the elite troops were currently lying in ambush with 3 days' worth of dry food. Surprised at the 3,000 people, Xingzai expressed that it was a small number. Chang Dalei bragged that they were all elite. He explained that even if they were elite when they were going to attack the 10,000 Qinchuan guards with only 3,000 men, they could only win by surprise. Chang Dalei also highlighted that under the name of the wedding, they secretly built the plank road. Despite the covert transfer of troops, all forces' eyes were now on the Toad Village. He stated that they had only 3 days at most, and after 3 days, if the Qinchuan forces discovered their trick, they only had 1 chance, and explained that missing this chance would make it hard to fight Qinchuan in the future once they recovered, and at that time, they could only retreat or launch a forceful attack with all of their force. Also, he warned that a forceful attack would result in significant losses of people. Chang Dalei proposed arranging spies inside Qinchuan to gather information, but Xing Zai explained that the customs were under strict inspection, making it difficult for spies to enter with heightened security. Facing this challenge, Chang Dalei suggested that he would do it by himself. Xing Zai expressed surprise and questioned how Chang Dalei planned to act. Chang Dalei jumped from the cliff and told them that he would provide them with the detailed topography of Qinchuan the next day. With determination, he swiftly headed toward Qinchuan city. He approached stealthily, climbed walls, and moved cautiously to avoid detection by guards. Chang Dalei observed the passing guards and proceeded to jump quickly behind them. He skillfully leapt fast without being noticed by the guards and thought that there were very few residents in Qinchuan, and soldiers were patrolling the street. He just needed to avoid them. While swiftly leaping, Chang Dalei observed the patterns of the guard shift times and noted the defense area and the heavily guarded places, which were the troop deployments and warehouse locations. During his exploration, Chang Dalei remembered the special exploration map function of the system and called Hart about it, admitting that he had not used it for a long time. In response, Hart happily confirmed it. Throughout the night, most areas of Qinchuan were roughly observed. It was like the ability to explore the fog of war like the Red X or the Empire X. Suddenly, the Explore Qinchuan achievement had been achieved. Hart giggled as she acknowledged Chang Dalei, who got the reward of the Qinchuan map. Chang Dalei could get a detailed map of the place with the help of the system as long as he completely explored places, but the function was usually rarely used and rarely mentioned. Later that moment outside Qinchuan, Toad Village Barracks, Chang Dalei triumphantly revealed that he had acquired the detailed topography map of Qinchuan. He pointed out key locations, including the barracks, granaries, stables, and Mo Mingmi House. However, he emphasized the need for caution, as these places were heavily guarded, especially to prevent alarming the snake, and couldn't directly assassinate Mo Mingmi. Acknowledging some weak points in the wall garrison, Chang Dalei outlined his plan. He cautioned them that it was not going to be easy and mentioned that he caught a small captain to interrogate. He emphasized that he observed for a whole day, and the information the small captain said was true. Chang Dalei said that before the enemy could discover that the smaller captain was missing, they must take action. His 5 troops looked bewildered as they became speechless. Xing Zai frowned and inquired if all of this came from just one night of prying. Chang Dalei confidently replied that it was a piece of cake, asserting that these were his basic skills. Whether they believed it or not, he maintained that given a few days, he could even find out what Mo Mingmi ate in the evening. Chang Dalei proceeded to share more details of the plan, focusing on the city gate, which had 3 teams guarding in rotation, with 100 people per team. He outlined their defensive area and the change of shift times. Outside Qinchuan, Toad Village Barracks, Chang Dalei emphasized that the opportune moment would be at 1:15 midnight during the shift change. He emphasized that it was a time when the guards would be most exhausted and likely to be more relaxed. He assigned specific roles to the group of elites on the wall, noting to open the gates within a quarter of an hour and led the troops into the city. Chang Dalei called Zilong, and Guan Yu were tasked to follow him to the city tower, while Qin Man would be responsible for occupying the armory. Gao Fei and Gao Hu were assigned to attack and occupy the granary. Additionally, Lin Chong and Xiao Yu were designated to join him in the city tower first, and later, they would collaborate to attack and occupy the barracks. Li Hua had the responsibility of taking over the stables, and the plan involved setting fire to drive away the horses. The 3 lieutenants would enter the city, emphasizing the importance of killing Mo Mingmi in a short time, believing that it would be able to ensure victory in the battle. While he explained, Nianu suddenly poked him. Chang Dalei turned back and asked what was wrong. Chang Dalei asked if she felt cold or if she wanted clothes, but Nianu shook her head, indicating that it wasn't the case. He wondered and asked if she was trying to fight for the past, and Nianu nodded in response. Chang Dalei, realizing that Nianu possessed great strength but hesitated about letting a child go to the battlefield, did not seem appropriate. He thought. Hart intervened, suggested taking Nianu with him, and claimed that she would be useful. He tapped Nianu's head and agreed to take her along. He told her that she would follow Li Hua, and they would go together with them. He informed Xing Zai of one more thing. After entering the city, Xing Zai would need to meet him at the mine and remarked that he had worked there for a few months before, emphasizing that he was more familiar with the terrain. Xing Zai reacted, questioning why he would go back to the mine. He described it as hell, and he had managed to escape, noting that there was only a group of numb guys waiting to die, except for the stones. Chang Dalei disagreed, stating that he believed the mine was a critical piece in defeating Mo Mingmi. As time passed slowly, reaching about 1:15 midnight, in Mo Mingmi's camp, 2 guards chatted. One guard mentioned that it was getting colder, and the other responded that if they stayed up a little longer, someone would come to replace them. They continued chatting, with one guard asking why they hadn't seen the third captain that day. The other guard replied that he didn't know, mentioning that the third captain ran every day to spend the night in the Yichun courtyard, and he guessed the captain drank too much the previous night. The conversation took a turn as one guard suggested they go to the Yichun courtyard later to see the third captain. However, Chang Dalei jumped behind them and suddenly attacked the guard. The other guard was taken aback but swiftly stabbed the guard down and moved to take down the other, stabbing through his mouth, and blood spurted out. One guard was knocked down, while the other pressed his throat as the blood dripped down. However, their bodies lay on the floor as they died. Chang Dalei retrieved a rope and carefully tied it for support. He threw the rope down for his companions. A squad of 50 elite soldiers began climbing the walls. Suddenly, guards spotted them. Chang Dalei was calm and mentioned that someone had come and that their response should not be slow. The guards were startled and alerted everyone, calling for troops while gripping their weapons. They identified Chang Dalei with his group, noting that there were less than 30 of them. Remaining calm, Lin Chong commented that it was a small number. Chang Dalei smirked, instructing them to proceed as planned. Serious, Xiao Yu responded that before the enemy army could react. Xilong continued saying that within a quarter of an hour, they opened the gate and Chang Dalei initiated the attack. Meanwhile, in Mo Mingmi's mansion, Yan Dai received information that a letter arrived from Jingzhu. It stated that they were aware of their defeat and scolded them harshly. Mo Mingmi expressed his frustration, realizing he was just a pawn in the hands of Qi Xiang. He revealed that he served Qi Xiang for over 10 years, and now, when he was deemed useless, he could easily get rid of him. Yan Dai advised him to take care of his health as Mo Mingmi was drunk. Puzzled, Yan Dai questioned why Qi Xiang wanted them to capture so many two-legged sheep for his son every year, with the numbers increasing annually. While pouring his tea, Mo Mingmi explained that perhaps Yan Dai only heard of Qi Xiang's son's demonic reputation, revealing that not many people knew about what he had done, as all news related to it was blocked by Qi Xiang. Mo Mingmi shared that he met Qi Xiang a few years ago when delivering the two-legged sheep and heard about his deeds through special channels. He added that it was rumored that Qi Xiang's son was born normal, but one day, his son played with his maid to death, opening her belly. Acknowledging that the death of the maid was not a big deal in the family, Yan Dai widened his eyes as he listened to the gruesome story. Mo Mingmi continued, explaining that initially, people thought that Qi Lenghai was lecherous. However, they later discovered that Qi Lenghai was not just lecherous but a psychopathic murderer. He had a liking for killing women and children, noting that if anyone dared to stop him, he would kill them without hesitation. It seemed like he enjoyed the pleasure of killing, savoring the fear and despair of others, and he remarked that Qi Lenghai was 100% a devil. Yan Dai expressed disbelief, wondering how such people could exist in the world and whether Qi Xiang allowed his son to let him go. Mo Mingmi replied that Qi Xiang was old and wanted to pass all his possessions to his son, and he didn't care if his son killed a few people. He abruptly suggested to Yan Dai to forget about it and leave those big shots alone. Mo Mingmi shifted the conversation, mentioning that they would send goods to Jinju tomorrow. He questioned whether they could be of any use to them if they couldn't even handle such minor issues and sighed. Suddenly, a soldier intervened and reported to them. Panicked, the soldier informed that the Toad Village people were attacking them. Both Mo Mingmi and Yan Dai were surprised by the report. A few minutes earlier, the battle ended quickly, and within a short time, dozens of bodies fell under the city gates. Chang Dalei attacked the soldiers who were screaming in pain. Then, the city gates swung open widely, and someone shouted to open the gates quickly. Chang Dalei's men rushed inside as soon as the gates opened. He commanded them to split into 4 groups and complete their objectives. Urging his men to hurry, Qin Man emphasized the need to destroy the target locations before the city guards could respond. Determined, he instructed his men to follow him and to attack the armory, while Guan Yu called Zhang Fei to join him in assaulting the granary. Gao Fei and Gao Hu set commands to kill and set fires to disrupt the situation, pointing out their goal was not to kill but to create chaos in Qinchuan. At the same time, Lihua instructed her men to seize the stables and release all the horses in Qinchuan. She called Nianyu to follow her and not to run around. Each of the 4 teams had its objective, and they launched a surprise attack. In a very short time, Qinchuan was filled with flames, and the sound of shouting and screaming could be heard. The remaining men with Chang Dalei shouted to kill them all, seize everything, and burn down the armory. Chang Dalei's men were advancing relentlessly, aiming to eliminate and seize all and burn down the armory. Most of the guards responded in a panic. Some just awakened from their sleep and couldn't even grab their weapons and armor. Other soldiers wondered, asking what happened and where so many people had come from. A few questioned their captain on what to do then. Their faces reflected the confusion of the situation. The captain, trying to calm them down, instructed them not to panic and to follow him to kill their enemy. However, the soldiers were quickly overwhelmed due to Qin Man's strong defense, and he slashed the soldier, causing him to scream in pain. Chaos erupted in the battle with houses catching fire. The soldiers screamed in fear, claiming they couldn't stop them. Someone shouted that everyone should run as there were too many of them. Despite the chaos, Qin Man displayed determination. He commanded that the armory was successfully seized and instructed to signal the fireworks. He told his men that there was no need to hold and that they rejoin the rest of the group, instructing them to move on to the next target. The fireworks quickly soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings as fires spread through the city. While in another part of Qinchuan, some people urgently woke up their comrades, alerting them to the enemy attack. Soldiers were informed that the granary was on fire. Reports came in rapidly about chaos in the city and the enemy's attack. In a very short time, many strategic targets were seized and burned down. Meanwhile, in different directions, Zhonglong and Kaiuhi were fierce, mentioning that someone dared to fight them and expressing the belief that those individuals must not value their lives. While in another direction, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu declared their intent to take Mo Mingmi's head. Also, Li Hua announced that the stables had been breached, and the horses had been released, leaving the enemy with no horses to use. Qin Man, on the other hand, shouted in triumph as he declared that the armory had been seized. At the same time, Gao Fei and Gao Hu reported that the granary had burned down. In different parts, Xiao Yu and Lin Chong also declared their advancement to aim for the barracks. Meanwhile, Mo Mingmi, who was at the top of the defense wall, observed the situation in his city. Frustrated, he questioned how they dared to attack at this time and with such a small number of troops. Yan Dai mentioned that Shenji was still in Toad Village. Grinding his teeth in anger, Mo Mingmi muttered Chang Dalei's name, expressing his resentment because they were bullied too much. He mentioned that this was his turf. He ordered someone to get his weapon. With determination, Mo Mingmi declared that since Chang Dalei dared to attack, he wouldn't let them leave. He issued a command for all battalions in Qinchuan to engage in the fight. The defenders of Qinchuan also gathered in a short time and entered the city to defend it. A roaring scream of soldiers advancing as they launched an attack. Meanwhile, Chang Dalei was accompanied by Xing Zai. He explained that they were currently at the barracks of Qinchuan, and most of the soldiers went out to respond, leaving only a few soldiers inside the barracks to guard. He pointed out that Mo Mingmi's elite soldiers were likely guarding his residence, and if Mo Mingmi stayed there, he noted that they would have to fight their way in. Chang Dalei highlighted that they had 3,000 to 4,000 people but noted that losing a large number was necessary to fight a bitter battle. He mentioned the strategic importance of occupying various objectives to weaken the defending troops of Qinchuan, conveying that the actual battle was about to begin. He mentioned that the final mission point was the key to victory. He said that they had to be fast. In a sarcastic laugh, Xing Zai mentioned that it was easy for Chang Dalei to say, stating that he didn't have the kind of lighting skills. He panted heavily as he asked Chang Dalei to wait. As they ran, Chang Dalei grabbed Xing Zai's wrist and told him that they would fly, suggesting that he would carry him. Xing Zai belatedly reacted as Chang Dalei immediately leaped off the wall. He let out a frightened yelp but was hushed by Chang Dalei, who whispered for him to lower his voice. While Chang Dalei swiftly dashed through the barracks, he informed Xing Zai that the barracks were empty, presenting an opportunity for Xiao Yu to seize it. Overwhelmed by his situation, Xing Zai was still able to question Chang Dalei that it was Xiao Yu's business to seize the barracks, asking him what they were going to do. Chang Dalei clarified that they had different goals. He revealed that the location of the barracks was here, suggesting that it would have been much better if they built the barracks in the city center. He claimed that the biggest reason was that they wanted to guard the iron ore cave. He further explained that their primary objective was the mine, which would play a key role in breaking the number gap. Chang Dalei instructed Xing Zai to go and emphasized that after entering, it was up to him as an old employee to lead the way. They were now behind the barracks of the Qinchuan mine cave. Back to the chaos in the city with Mo Mingmi's 20,000 defending troops joining the defense. Both sides were outnumbered several times. Reports came that the defenders entered the city through the North Gate barracks. Mo Mingmi's 10,000 troops entered the city from the barracks. At the same time, Qin Man briefed his men that their army went deep into Qinchuan. Each unit had its main objectives, and after destroying the objective, all of them would gather. One of their men relayed the signal that everyone gathered. Determined, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu emphasized that they would face them and had come this far, they would not back down. With over 3,000 plus Toad Village men, they prepared to face Mo Mingni's overwhelming force of 20,000 plus defending troops, which also showed determination as they screamed to kill and surround them. At this point, the people were united and had one goal, which was to confront 20,000 people head-on with 4,000 men in the city. Orders were given in Toad Village for everyone to gather, with Nianyu watching them silently. Meanwhile, at the Qinchuan Northgate barracks, there were only a few soldiers left, making them vulnerable. Xiao Yu called Lin Chong, asking if they should go to support Chang Dalei, who was in the mine behind the barracks. In response, Lin Chong reassured him, emphasizing Chang Dalei's abilities, and pointed out that the key was dealing with the main force in the city. He mentioned that Toad Village's army must have encountered Qinchuan's main force by now, and they needed to resolve it quickly. He urged them to go and provide support to their men. Xiao Yu agreed with his assessment, urging them to clear out the remaining people in the barracks. Inside the Qinchuan mine cave, as they ran downward, Chang Dalei inquired with Xing Zai about the number of miners who were locked up, prompting Xing Zai to answer that there were around 10,000 people. He shared the harrowing experience of being locked up for months and the nightmare that most people experienced being locked up for 3 years before release. Surprised by the information, Chang Dalei asked again about the 3 years before they were released. Xing Zai remarked that true freedom could only be redeemed after death. As they continued, Xing Zai claimed that if Chang Dalei had not asked him to lead the way, he would never have stepped into the place again. He shared that Fu Dalei and he had been mining for months. He revealed that those months had become a nightmare that he would never forget and claimed that he had not found the chance to escape due to the guards' negligence. He feared his life would be taken. Their faces turned grim as they saw something, and Xing Zai mentioned that it was the dark corner where sunlight never shone. As they proceeded to go down and revealed the hundreds of skeletons, Xing Zai exclaimed that it was real hell. Chang Dalei clenched his teeth in anger. As they went down, Chang Dalei and Xing Zai were spotted by soldiers who inquired about their identity. Without hesitation, Chang Dalei attacked the guards, causing them to scream in pain. The guards below became alarmed and wondered about the commotion. They asked what was going on, and other guards warned them that there were intruders. The guards attempted to defend the place, but Chang Dalei swiftly approached, resulting in their slaughter and subsequent screams. The slaves in the cells were bewildered. One exclaimed to look, while another mentioned that the guards had been killed. They questioned the identities of Chang Dalei and Xing Zai. One slave shouted to Chang Dalei, addressing him as a warrior, and pleaded for him to save them. In a different setting, Chang Dalei asked Xing Zai if he hadn't found it yet. Xing Zai informed them that he had found it, referring to the keys of the cells. Chang Dalei instructed him to hurry up and release everyone. After Xing Zai opened the cells, the slaves hurriedly got out, shouting for help and pleading to be saved. This caused the cave to become crowded. Guided by Xing Zai's repeated urging them to move on, walk faster, and hurry, the slaves rushed towards the exit of the cave, even though they were exhausted from being inside. Upon reaching the outside, some slaves were panting heavily, while others continued to urge them to keep moving. An elderly man exclaimed that they were going to escape from the mine, questioning what they would do afterward and where they should go. Fearful, he added that up ahead were Mo Mingni's barracks, guarded by tens of thousands of soldiers. He asked if Mo Mingni's soldiers would let them go. As all the slaves were out of the cave, the silhouettes of Chang Dalei and Xing Zai caught their attention. They questioned whether Chang Dalei would save them, noting that he had already led them out of the mine. Another slave mentioned that they had nothing left in their current situation and asked where they could go. Someone pleaded, calling them a warrior and asking to be saved. A slave suddenly knelt before Chang Dalei, saying that since he had saved them, he pleaded for him to do it till the end. They all suddenly knelt before them, repeatedly asking for help and insisting that he save them by all means. As the slaves knelt before them, Xing Zai told Chang Dalei that he miscalculated. He also mentioned that the slaves were putting all their hopes on him. Irritated, Xing Zai commented that the slaves were just a bunch of wretches tortured to numbness, and it was completely useless. However, Chang Dalei disagreed with Xing Zai. He said that the slaves had just forgotten how to behave. In his thoughts, Chang Dalei called upon Heart and exchanged his fear points for swords to place them in a tent at the back. Suddenly, a beep sounded, indicating the exchange for 586 swords, and reminding him that fear points were now at 1,537. Chang Dalei took a deep breath before shouting at them for kneeling after being saved. He emphasized that he saved them by setting them free and not by making them fall down and kneel. He questioned how many times they knelt, continuing with his words that kneeling after being caught kneeling after being rescued, and questioning if they ever kneeled in a truly useful way. He put forth the idea that if they ever received fewer lashes because they kneeled to someone, they might believe people would respect them because they kneeled to them. Chang Dalei made them realize and conveyed to them to wake up, asserting that no one in the world was worth their kneeling, and he was also not worth their kneeling. He explained that they should stop deceiving themselves and others. Continuing his statement, Chang Dalei questioned the people about what they wanted and what they could achieve by escaping. He told them that they didn't want to wait until they were completely reduced to captive livestock and asked if they would only think of resisting when they became cold corpses. Chang Dalei made them realize that they had broken out of the cage and questioned if they wanted to go back to the mine where the sun didn't shine. With determination, Chang Dalei emphasized that he was not their savior and there never was one. The slaves listened intently as Chang Dalei further explained that the only person who could truly save them was themselves. With conviction, Chang Dalei spoke to his men attacking Qinchuan, informing them that they were outnumbered, 4,000 against Mo Mingmi's 20,000 soldiers, yet they fought without hesitation. He raised his sword, declaring that they were fighting for freedom and the liberation of Qinchuan, and their blood and lives were fading away. As the battle song activated, Chang Dalei's fear points were deducted. He mentioned that the oppressed, abused, and starving slaves of the world should rise. The fireworks illuminated the sky, and the battle song resounded with thunderclap sounds and sudden thunder shocks, symbolizing the brutal thief extinguishing its traces. To witness the glory of the light shining on the red sun, Chang Dalei continued to speak and told them to admire the brilliant fireworks as a signal from his men, indicating that they had occupied the barracks, and the way ahead was clear. He asked them what they were afraid of. In the sky, Heart was seen flying and also spoke that no heroes, no emperors, and no one could free them, they were on their own. She said that only by destroying Mo Mingmi could they survive in Qinchuan. Chang Dalei asked if they wanted to continue running away. He advised them that being captured by Mo Mingmi again would eat up even the last bit of their self-respect, and they had no way back but to submit and be enslaved. He emphasized that they needed to wake up and fight back. As the battle song continued, the lyrics conveyed that the old society was completely destroyed. A glorious new society had been created. Don't say they are worthless, and from now on there shall be a universal world. Chang Dalei declared that they gathered their strength to repay the humiliation they suffered at the hands of Mo Mingmi. The slaves were visibly moved by Chang Dalei's words, while he conveyed to them to fight with him that they needed their strength and to fight together with him. One slave was moved by his words, causing him to lift his strength. Suddenly, Xiao Yu appeared behind Chang Dalei as he continued his proclamation that they were not fighting alone, declaring that they should not say they have nothing, as they should be the masters of the world. Surprised, Xingzai was speechless as he watched, with the music stating that only the great labor army, the laborers of their world, had the right to enjoy life, and there was no room for parasites. Chang Dalei urged them to pick up their shovels, hammers, and take up their swords to reclaim the lost dignity. Interrupting, all the slaves joined in, shouting to fight for their food, dignity, and freedom. Their roars echoed with strength as they declared this to be their final life and death struggle. Chang Dalei continued to rally them, shouting freedom or death, and the slaves echoed back, screaming freedom or death in unison. The battle inside Qinchuan is raging. Yan Dai was personally in command of 20,000 troops who formed a large net encirclement. He commanded his heavily armored soldiers to advance, and the cavalry to flank and attack. Fearless, at the same time, Qin Man commanded his men to advance. He mentioned that Xiao Yu had got it and proceeded to order his men to break through to the north gate. Simultaneously, 5 flags kept buffing for blessings, and Qin Man led the 5 squads to advance and kill all the enemy. The defenders of Qinchuan laid siege to the Toad Village army, utilizing their familiarity with the home turf and numerical advantage. Yan Dai commanded his soldiers to surround the Toad Village army and use the geographical advantage to encircle them, advising them to slowly wear them down. Also, Qin Man commanded each team to use cavalry as the vanguard to penetrate the enemy's defenses and break through wedge formations. When the two armies met, the battlefield turned into a flesh and blood millstone. As Yan Dai advanced, he contemplated that this was their city and home turf and thought that the siege was on and that they just needed to slowly wear down the enemy's physical strength, tear off their flesh and blood with one bite. Meanwhile, a soldier reported that the enemy appeared in Northgate and pointed in the direction and emphasized that there were at least 10,000 people. Surprised, the soldiers looked behind them and questioned who they were and when they had gathered so many people. Determined, the slaves, armed with weapons, were shouting to kill the enemy. The soldiers realized who they were, with one stating that they were slaves from the mines who had escaped. Shocked, Yan Dai turned to his subordinates, and one soldier questioned how they had broken through the barracks blockade and how they had managed to escape. They expressed disbelief that they dared to come at them. Yan Dai told his soldiers not to panic and emphasized that they were just a bunch of slaves. He issued commands to his soldiers to turn to the rear, deal with the desperate lunatics, and hold the formation to kill them all. The roaring of both sides resonated in the surroundings. One slave commented on Mo Mingmi, calling him a bastard. The determined slaves attacked the soldiers, with one shouting that he wouldn't give up his life and was going to kill them all. With a bewildered expression, Yan Dai, along with his soldiers, contemplated how these slaves dared to defy them. He insulted the slaves, calling them spineless, while the soldier wondered why they weren't afraid of death and questioned if they were all crazy. The oppressors felt the raging momentum of the slaves who had their bones broken erupted in anger. Suddenly, Yan Dai felt a bone-chilling chill in his heart. He wondered who was stirring them up, who had awakened them. They were on the verge of drowning in this sea of fury. Just in a moment of confusion, from the angry waves of the crowd rushed out ordinary man Chang Dalei faces them. Frightened, Yan Dai realized that this was how it had been. He uttered Chang Dalei's name, who had leaped towards him carrying a sword. Yan Dai was executed using the man's wrath technique. Blood spattered 5 steps. He sliced Yan Dai's neck, causing him to be thrown out from his horse. The soldiers were shocked, and fear was evident on their faces as they yelled Yan Dai's name. Chang Dalei, with determination, declared that Yan Dai was dead and called on everyone to follow him. The roaring slaves continued to advance, assaulting the soldiers, and declared that the time had come to reclaim their freedom. Meanwhile, Qin Man also advanced and announced that Chang Dalei had succeeded. He commanded his men to kill and scatter the enemy. After Yan Dai was killed, 10,000 miners joined the battle, and the uncommanded 20,000 Qinchuan troops were only reduced to headless flies. Then the already anxious war situation began to become clear. Everyone didn't know what to do. Some were still fighting, holding their weapons with dazed faces, while others had put down their weapons and surrendered. Mo Mingmi, hiding in the back, saw that the morale was not good, so he wanted to flee with hundreds of soldiers. His soldiers informed him that the city was destroyed, and Yan Dai was dead. A soldier advised him to escape. Enraged, Mo Mingmi couldn't believe it and wondered how this could have happened. As a key target, Mo Mingmi couldn't escape easily. The city gate had long been blocked by Chang Dalei's men, and finally, he had to escape into his own house. So, 3,000 soldiers from Toad Village besieged Mo Mingmi's house. Chang Dalei's men charged and were ordered to rush and to kill Mo Mingmi. Frustrated, Chang Dalei became aggressive, challenging Mo Mingmi to come out and be killed by his hands. He destroyed the door using the exploding fireworks technique, causing a significant impact. While running through the house, Chang Dalei couldn't help but express his frustration. He asked himself where Mo Mingmi was. Chang Dalei issued orders to Gao Fei to quickly search for Mo Mingmi and not let him escape. His men also questioned if Mo Mingmi was gone. As they searched, they expressed disbelief, questioning why he had said that they couldn't find Mo Mingmi. His men reported that they found a tunnel, suggesting that Mo Mingmi might have escaped through it. Chang Dalei instructed everyone to search the entire city, determined not to let Mo Mingmi get away. He warned the soldiers not to loot and emphasized that anyone who committed adultery would be executed. Chang Dalei called Xiao Yu and ordered him to organize the miners because they were their comrades. Also, he commanded to open the granary for unburned grain and cook it. Someone also announced that those who surrendered would be spared and instructed them to put down their weapons. Chang Dalei reminded them to treat captives well, as Mo Mingmi had fled away. Suddenly, he questioned someone who was displaying such an attitude. A beep sound indicated the capture of skirmishers. Chang Dalei acknowledged it and ordered the person to put down their weapons and armor. He repeatedly emphasized the instruction to put down weapons and armor, questioning the person why he was taking off his pants. He called Qin Man to take the prisoners and lock them up. Remembering, Chang Dalei inquired about the whereabouts of Lihua and Niunu. The battle lasted for several hours, until dawn. Half a bucket of rice for Mo Mingmi, and many were worried as he sent soldiers. 30 miles within Qinchuan had changed hands, and the Toad ultimately became Qinchuan's king. Meanwhile, outside Qinchuan city, there was a wheel hidden in the bushes. Suddenly, a hand emerged, revealing that it was Mo Mingmi, who was breathing heavily. With a face full of anger, Mo Mingmi expressed frustration and mentioned Chang Dalei as a murderous bandit. He commented that Chang Dalei couldn't catch him. Upon emerging from the well, Mo Mingmi burst into laughter and said that he had been dealing with bloodshed for decades. He mentioned that there were many people in Qinchuan trying to kill him and emphasized that Chang Dalei also wanted to catch him. Mo Mingmi vowed that until the day he rises again, that would be the day of Toad Village's destruction. He abruptly stopped and wondered who had seen him as he noticed someone approaching. He didn't say anything. He just looked at her, and it turned out it was Niunu. Wondering about Niunu carrying a big axe on her back, Mo Mingmi thought that she might be a child coming out early in the morning to cut wood. Niunu, on the other hand, silently looked at him. Mo Mingmi remarked that now that Niunu had seen him alive, he couldn't let her live. He exclaimed that she would die as he was going to attack. However, in an instant, Niunu swiftly slashed him, causing shock to Mo Mingmi. His eyes widened while Niunu looked at him mercilessly. Mo Mingmi saw the white snake on Niunu's back, recalling an incident from 10 years ago. After that, Niunu took a deep breath. It seemed like a very important thing had been accomplished. She walked away in a pleasant mood. The Battle of Qinchuan has ended. A night passed, and the dust of the great battle at Qinchuan Pass settled. Chang Dalei began leading men to clear the battlefield, put out fires, capture enemies who fled, and track Mo Mingmi down. He said that those who wanted to get rid of the grass should not leave roots. After his treasury was opened, gold and silver were seen in quantities of a mountain. More than a decade of accumulation was occupied by Chang Dalei afterward. Depending on the earnings, most of the gold and silver were distributed to the brothers from Toad Village and the men from the mine, leaving only a small portion as a reserve. Chang Dalei declared that in times like those, they won together, but they also stood by each other in difficult times, while his men cheered him on. He called the people and informed them that those who were willing to join them would become residents of Qinchuan Pass from that day, with arrangements for housing and settlement fees, as well as fields allocated for cultivation, and reduced taxes for the first 3 years. Only after 3 years were normal payments required. Additionally, he also told them that if they wanted to go home, they would send them home and cover the travel expenses and handling fees. But if they could choose to live here or leave, in short, they were free. In the end, most of the miners chose to settle in Qinchuan Pass. There were still several thousand prisoners to be treated, and their officers to be confined and pacified either by reward or punishment. Because of the special treatment of prisoners and the control of common soldiers by these officers, with a little more protocol, they could become Chang Dalei's people. After everything, Lihua saw Niunu and exclaimed that Niunu was back. Niunu walked towards her. Mad, Lihua asked where she had been, questioning if Niunu knew that there was a war last night, and expressing how worried she was. Niunu just looked at her with a poker face. After the event of Qinchuan passing, Chang Dalei had 1,000 tasks ahead of him, a mess. Countless tasks had to be completed, and the pile of papers on the desk was higher than a mountain. Busy, Chang Dalei contemplated the tasks he handled, pacifying the prisoners of war in the city, bringing the 18 lieutenants under control, and eliminating the remnants of Mo Mingmi's party roaming the region. Feeling tired, he considered the current population of Qinchuan Pass, which had exceeded 10,000 people, and thought that the food supply was a small problem for now. He foresaw it becoming a significant issue in the future. Chang Dalei also reflected on the impending wedding date with Su Ying, realizing it was approaching imminently. Additionally, the fact that Mo Mingmi had not yet been captured weighed heavily on his mind. Overwhelmed with worry, he contemplated summoning talents through the summoning platform to help with the challenges he faced. However, he realized that those summoned individuals would require tasks to be performed and couldn't be used directly. He also pondered that, currently, he was busy and could not call people over to add to his mess. Amid these thoughts, Gao Hu urgently reported an emergency. He informed that their men found Mo Mingmi's body in a dry well outside the city. Curious, Chang Dalei inquired if Mo Mingmi had died just like that and who was responsible. Gao Hu admitted not knowing the details but informed Chang Dalei that Mo Mingmi's body had been found in a dry well outside the city, and that he was killed with an axe. Feeling a slight relief, Chang Dalei mused that it seemed good, and evil would always be rewarded in some way. He was notified that his mission was complete, and he had obtained the Red Sky Sword. Chang Dalei informed Heart that they now had the Red Sky Sword and asked if he could fight with them. Heart taunts him and informs him that it would be a waste to fight with the Red Sky Sword, and questioned him if it was not enough that he had her possession. Heart informed him that with the approval of the sword, the newly developed skills were the most important core. She stated that she was going to start. The sword suddenly lit up and emitted a brilliant light. After the successful invocation, the sword gave off a satisfying hum, surrounded by radiant lights. Heart commented that ordinary people worked hard for decades before becoming significant, gesturing towards the sword. She smirked and said that reaching the supreme level is as difficult as ascending to heaven, emphasizing that not only for the exceptionally gifted but also for ordinary people aspiring to reach the supreme level. The system notified Chang Dalei that they had acquired a new system skill called the Hall of War Spirit. Hart explained that the Hall of War Spirit served as a gateway for ordinary people to break through to the supreme level. The information revealed that the main functions of the War Spirit system were activated and introduced a new feature called Road to the Ultimate Rise, which required spending 1,000,000 fear points to open. He also received a new skill, which was the Soul Rendition skill. Chang Dalei expressed his surprise at the possibility of breaking through to the supreme level, as he had encountered less than 5 supremes in the past few years. He acknowledged that upgrading a top character to supreme for only 1,000,000 fear points seemed like an incredible offer. But Hart questioned how could it be that easy. She informed him that some have talent and become supremes at a young age and others don't progress after several decades, even if their whole head is already covered with gray hair. She emphasized that the Hall of War Spirits provides an opportunity for enlightenment, allowing him to glimpse into the supreme level, with success depending on their level of enlightenment. Chang Dalei responded that it felt like a shift in awareness similar to a game. Hart agreed with him, explaining that one could have several equivalent professions before reaching the supreme level, and she provided an example, stating that someone could be an excellent writer and an excellent butcher at the same time. However, upon advancing to the supreme level, the choice of a supreme profession could only be made once. Hart elaborated by giving an example that Chang Dalei could either become a supreme swordsman or a supreme mountain bandit. Other professions would be relegated to support roles and could not reach the supreme level. Chang Dalei understood her explanation, noting that big mouthfuls often get choked. Specialization in only one profession was normal, as he guessed. As morning arrived, Hart mentions that once the path of ascending the ordinary is opened, not reaching the next level within a month is considered a failure. She emphasizes that each person has only one chance, costing 1,000,000 fear points every time. Failure means that ascending will be impossible for the rest of his life. She advises Chang Dalei to be well prepared for everything, that he should have enough time, and not get caught up with other things. Chang Dalei responds, acknowledging that he has been busy lately, so he had to delay the supreme ascension process for a while. Shifting the conversation, Chang Dalei inquires about the second function of the Hall of War Spirits, specifically the Soul Rendition. Hart explains that during her studies of the world and life, she discovered that the barriers between the worlds of the living and the dead should not be broken. As a result, that study was abandoned, and the only remaining feature was the only thing left from the study. Hart elaborates that the function leads the souls of those who fell in battle to the path of reincarnation, while their remains stay in the Hall of War Spirits. Chang Dalei seeks clarification about the remains, and Hart confirms him, describing them as the traces of their existence, their tombstone, so to speak. The Qin Pass was a truly majestic pass and pure military fortress. The buildings inside could house 100,000 elite soldiers, with barracks, the general's residence, horse farms, and mines. Qin Pass was located in a dangerous area whose sphere of influence extended to the surrounding villages, huts, towns, and so on. The actual control area was about 800 miles. There were hundreds of things to do in the Qin Pass after the Great War. Chang Dalei still cannot trust Mo Mingmi's managers, who were initially left behind. At present, these people are still in the review and inspection stage. Managing a major city with tens of thousands of residents and an influence that spread over 800 miles could be very complicated. Chang Dalei, on the other hand, did not rest for 2 consecutive days. Tired, Chang Dalei pondered that he was going to die. Su Ying watched the Toad village and could not do more than one thing at a time. Even the over 100 executives she ordered haven't arrived in time. He's only accompanied by Hart at the moment. Optimistic, Hart cheers Chang Dalei and says that the daily tasks are in his hands. However, Chang Dalei doesn't respond as he is visibly tired of working. Hart informs that if the village continued to be built on the 3rd level, it would eventually rise to a city. However, she doesn't know how long it will take to build a city on Toad Island. For the time being, only the destroyed Qin Pass needs to be repaired, and some renovation work needs to be done. She encouraged Chang Dalei to proceed with the restoration of Qin Pass. Hart mentioned that Toad Village would become a level 4 mountain village and a level 1 Toad city, promising that the rewards would be great. Chang Dalei, however, sighed deeply. Hart playfully teased him to stop sighing, asking why he didn't get to work and suggesting that he wouldn't want to work overtime on his wedding night. This motivated Chang Dalei to accelerate his work. After some time, Liu Bei informed Chang Dalei that they found an exceptional group of people in the dungeon who were challenging to handle and needed him personally. Tiredly, Chang Dalei inquired who they were and why he still had to handle it personally. Liu Bei clapped his hands and mentioned bringing the people in. Upon entering, the people asked Chang Dalei who they were and why there were young children among them. Liu Bei explained that they were people captured by Mo Mingmi from various places, referred to as two-legged sheep in the dungeon books. They were supposed to be sent to the capital for others' amusement, but Toad Village intercepted them. He further explained that there were thousands of women and children, some of whom had lost their families when they were captured and now had no home to return to. He asked Chang Dalei what to do with the people. Chang Dalei pondered for a moment and ordered that they be settled in Qinchuan, instructing Liu Bei to take care of their residents from that day onwards, considering them the residents of Qinchuan Pass. Liu Bei sought clarification about residents, and Chang Dalei confirmed it, instructing him to give them something to do, everything including textile processing and agriculture, except for the meat and leather industry. Chang Dalei further explained that if someone falls in love with any of them, they are strongly encouraged to marry and have children. However, he emphasized that if someone couldn't control themselves and engaged in sexual abuse, they should be treated according to military law and the instrumentalities of the crime. When Liu Bei inquired about the little kids who couldn't do much, Chang Dalei suggested opening a schoolhouse and allowing the children to learn to read and write. Liu Bei immediately affirmed the idea. That afternoon, Wanner was the first to arrive at Qinchuan Pass from Toad Village to help with affairs. Chang Dalei apologized to Wanner, expressing shame for bothering her with the matters. He acknowledged that without her, he would be in a difficult situation. In response, Wanner mentioned that she wouldn't have come if she wasn't worried about Xing Zai. The next day, Xing Zai came by to help after hanging around town. Pissed but still smiling, Wanner asked Xing Zai if he was still alive. With a hint of mockery, Xing Zai replied, asking what she was talking about. He claimed to have been in many battles and seen a lot, questioning if there was anything he hadn't experienced. Bursting into laughter, Xing Zai teased Wanner, saying that he had heard she came this way for him and wondered how could he abandon her. Chang Dalei sensed a subtle tension in the air, maintaining his calm, while Wanner was visibly irritated. Amid Wanner's murderous intent, the affairs of Qinchuan were handled in an orderly manner. After 3 more days, all kinds of management talent sent from Toad Village finally came to Qinchuan. The team led by Mo Mingmi had been inspected and reactivated. The management of Qinchuan gradually got on track. New houses were built amidst the rubble. During the winter, Qinchuan began logging to build houses. Qinchuan transformed from a military stronghold with a few civilians to a large and prosperous city. The name of Qinchuan was changed to Toad City. There were still 3 days before Chang Dalei's wedding. A notification from the system indicated that the primary Toad City repair progress was 75%. Meanwhile, in Chang'an Jingzhu, Huayang Palace, Royal Study Room, Emperor Ming inquired if Wanner was still with Chang Dalei. Liu Aji responded, informing Emperor Ming that they kept a tight watch, couldn't get close, and just observed from a distance. It was Her Highness Wanner. He continued that they also saw Xing Zai, noting a significant change in Xing Zai's appearance and informing that he was still in good condition. Relieved, the emperor expressed joy that Xing Zai was still alive and asked if they were okay. Liu Aji shared that poor mountain and remote areas couldn't be compared to Chang'an, but both Xing Zai and Wanner had suffered. Despite that, they were very happy. He added that Xing Zai was as relaxed as ever, and Wanner's temper was much calmer than before. The emperor remarked that Xing Zai still liked to fool around, but Wanner had grown up a lot. He mentioned that neither of his 2 children bothered him. He also asked if Chang Dalei had taken over Qinchuan. Liu Aji confirmed it and informed him that Mo Mingmi was dead, and Qinchuan had now fallen into Chang Dalei's hands. He also added that the influence of Qi Zhang in Qinchuan had been uprooted for over half a year. The emperor chuckled, acknowledging that he was right about Chang Dalei. He mentioned that they should be unhappy there and laughed. Meanwhile, in Minister Qi's mansion, a eunuch approached Qi Zhang and asked if they should be sent to settle the matter. Qi Zhang suggested letting Song Bakken go, stating that Lin Wenchen's death had finally made him comfortable as the Liangzhu governor. He felt that Song Bakken should solve the matter in his territory. The eunuch affirmed Qi Zhang's order. As the eunuch left, Qi Zhang let out a deep sigh, looked up at the sky, and muttered the name of Emperor Ming Gao Na. Back in Qinchuan City, early in the morning outside their gates, there was excitement as someone mentioned that Toad Village had organized a wedding banquet, and influential people from all over Qinchuan came. Someone exclaimed that it was a big occasion. The lieutenant addressed Zhongguo, asking if Chang Dalei's invitation to the banquet meant that nothing untoward would happen, seeking confirmation. He mentioned that a few days ago, Chang Dalei seemingly transformed Qinchuan overnight in preparation for the wedding banquet. He also noted that such a person, who arrived only half a year ago, replaced Mo Mingmi. Another lieutenant mentioned that among the 18 lieutenants, Du Nguyen was cleaned up by Chang Dalei. He expressed concerns that they also had a problem with Chang Dalei and asked Zhonglong what they should do if Chang Dalei decided to kill them all. But if they didn't come, they were afraid they would send a large army to fight them. In response, Zhonglong tried to reassure them, stating that Chang Dalei's heart was full of benevolence, which was different from Mo Mingmi's. He also claimed a personal connection with Chang Dalei, expressing confidence that there would be no problems. Delighted, the lieutenant expressed their reliance on Zhonglong to speak for them when the time came. Another lieutenant acknowledged Zhonglong's insightful vision and confidence in Chang Dalei's ability to handle things. Zhonglong reassured them once again, expressing that they should not worry as he would take care of it. As Chang Dalei became the master of Qinchuan, Zhonglong's position among 18 lieutenants rose. He ultimately became the spokesman of Chang Dalei. Inside Qinchuan Toad City, the lieutenants who entered were still gossiping. One of them commented that the entire village was filled with lanterns and silk ribbons dancing in the sky. Another lieutenant jokingly remarked about holding such a grand occasion just for marrying a woman. However, Zhonglong hushed them, advising against saying anything improper as others might overhear. Another lieutenant shared information that the development of Toad Village wouldn't have been achieved without Su Ying's help, and the people greatly respected her. Zhonglong added that Su Ying was responsible for all aspects of the village's food, clothing, housing, and transportation, causing them to be pleased. He further said to them that it was said that Su Ying was a rare and wise helper. She had been with Chang Dalei since the beginning of King Nu Mountain. He warned them that if they said something improper and annoyed Chang Dalei, he wouldn't be blamed for not saving them. The lieutenants understood the warning. Minutes later, it was seen that Xiao Yu was setting up lanterns outside Chang Dalei's residence. While she was doing so, the lieutenants who were chatting, and Zhonglong reassured them not to panic, and informed them that tomorrow was Chang Dalei's wedding and assured the lieutenants that Chang Dalei wouldn't organize such a big occasion just to get them. The conversation continued, and Zhonglong urged them to hurry up and not keep Chang Dalei waiting as one of them laughed. But it was seen that Xiao Yi slipped from the ladder, causing a loud plop as she fell. Inside the gathering hall, Zhonglong greeted Chang Dalei, and all the lieutenants knelt before him. Chang Dalei reassured them to relax and not be so tense, questioning why everyone looked nervous. Wearing a smile, Chang Dalei told them that he called everyone for a friendly conversation and assured them not to be nervous because he didn't eat people. Besides him, there's Nianyu, the peerless expert who was brought to the town. The 18 lieutenants faced Chang Dalei. The more relaxed, the more nervous the lieutenant became. Feeling uneasy, a lieutenant questioned Chang Dalei why he called them. Chang Dalei mentioned that he knew they used to be Mo Mingmi's people. They all became nervous, wondering if Chang Dalei was going to settle scores with them later. Chang Dalei continued and asserted that by following Mo Mingmi, they were involved in many bad things. This revelation left them startled, except for Zhonglong, Yu Lu, and Kaio He, who remained calm. Suddenly, all of them bowed and pleaded with Chang Dalei to spare their lives, while the three looked on in silence. With a question, Chang Dalei asked what they were kneeling for and told them to get up quickly. One lieutenant spoke up, stating that now Qinchuan is Chang Dalei's domain, and they, the 18 lieutenants, cannot do much in his territory. He said that if Chang Dalei wanted to kill or settle the score, he should just say it, while Nianyu was busy looking around. Chang Dalei laughed and acknowledged that, though they were associated with Mo Mingmi's wrongdoings, he knew they were not guilty and had nothing to do with them. He took out the seal and showed it to them, mentioning his name, Tang Nu, which he dismissed and said that he, Chang Dalei, stated that the lieutenant of Ambien was granted the official seal. Surprised, one lieutenant expressed that it turned out Chang Dalei had done something for a good reason, and the other lieutenant questioned if it was the official seal of the empire, the tiger seal. Chang Dalei said that as the saying goes, if the name is not correct, the words are not valid, and nothing could be done. He revealed that he offered the identity to pay attention to the name and terms are correct. He reflected on how long Mo Mingmi had occupied Qinchuan and expressed his frustration, stating that Mo Mingmi wanted to slap all the small animals that passed by and emphasized that the heinous crimes committed had an endless list. Chang Dalei made them realize the extensive list of bad things Mo Mingmi did, leaving the lieutenants in awe, especially Zhonglong, who started coughing. Zhonglong swiftly shared a story, stating that Chang Dalei was right about Mo Mingmi being heartless and committing numerous evil crimes. He highlighted the capturing of people for mining and robbing civilians in Qinchuan for over a decade, causing many people to lose their lives in the mines. He asked the lieutenants to consider the situation, imagining themselves at night, hiding at home, and hugging their wife while sleeping, only to have a robber suddenly break into their house. With Zhonglong taking the lead, the crowd began to follow him and counted Mo Mingmi's sins. Due to this realization, the lieutenants shared their own experiences. One lieutenant shared that he witnessed Mo Mingmi trample a child named Xiao Qiang to death in front of other parents. Others acknowledged and shared the unjust actions of Mo Mingmi as well, such as killing civilians and a family of 36 just because of a civilian spat in Qinchuan. Lastly, another lieutenant mentioned that Mo Mingmi was a lustful person who exploited the prosperity of the wealthy entrants of the village. The atmosphere in the gathering hall became tense as the lieutenants expressed agreement, stating that the people of Qinchuan could not live. Yunu expressed her disdain for them, while Chang Dalei listened intently. Deep in thought, Chang Dalei reflected on the past, questioning how Zhonglong could have recited the lines wrong. But the result was achieved. With conviction, Zhonglong shouted and stated that in short, with Chang Dalei, everything would be different and everything would be better. The clear sky of Qinchuan was coming, he declared. After hearing about Mo Mingmi's oppressive actions, Chang Dalei acknowledged that human feelings were a good thing, recognizing the truth in the lieutenant's words. He thought that as long as the news spread, if Mo Mingmi's remnants wanted to attack him in the name of revenge for Mo Mingmi, they would have to consider 3 points, and his position as the Lord of Qinchuan would be secure. With a smirk, he directed them to write everything they had just shared and write clearly about Mo Mingmi's crimes. He also instructed them to post the information in villages and towns for everyone to understand the type of person Mo Mingmi was, prompting the lieutenant to agree. Chang Dalei thought that this was a petition, and if these things were publicized, they would no longer be able to stand with Mo Mingmi's remnants. He inquired about the rules that Mo Mingmi set for them before. Zhonglong reported that Mo Mingmi ruined the business of Qinchuan. He held control over all the salt and iron, doing business with the Ring tribe. All caravans passing through Qinchuan had to pay a significant protection fee. He mentioned that's why few caravans came to Qinchuan anymore. Additionally, he also revealed that the 18 lieutenants themselves were pressured to contribute a large amount of money and food to Mo Mingmi every month. He further explained that without the caravans, they had no income and had to pay a monthly tribute to Mo Mingmi. Without money to pay tribute to Mo Mingmi, they could only rob nearby villages and towns. Therefore, the finally rich Qinchuan was made miserable. Moreover, the more the people were robbed, the poorer they became and the caravans were. They refused to come, so Qinchuan fell into a vicious circle. Feeling disappointed, Chang Dalei pointed out that there's no business acumen. He said that since he is now in charge, the rules naturally need to be changed. One of the lieutenants responds that all of them would listen to Chang Dalei, and they would do whatever he told them to do. Chang Dalei acknowledged it and told them that first, they had to do these things. He took out something from his back, which was a scroll, and commented that the location and layout of the 18 villages were completely like a star in the sky. Recognized that is blindly expanding and cannot form a strategic defense. Then he shared the plan with them, calling on Zhonglong to guard the Meiyuan, Kaiohe to guard the Sichuan Valley, and Yu Jialu to guard the Grizzly Forest, and mentioned the other lieutenants, each given specific tasks. Chang Dalei outlined his vision, expressing the desire to establish a total of 20 villages, including the descending Jade Village and Toad Island. He envisioned these villages as strategic points, akin to 21 nails stuck in the Qinchuan Pass, fully secured by their people. As he packed up the scroll, he instructed the lieutenants to move within a month. He handed the scroll to them and said that each place would build a beacon so that if one side was in trouble, the others would know right away, and ensured that no one could mess with them as long as they were united. While the lieutenants read the scroll, one of them commented that they had to move, as there were so many of them. Another one expressed a dismissive attitude, stating that it was troublesome. In response, Chang Dalei questioned that they looked disappointed and asked if there was a problem. With a serious face, he reassured the lieutenants that if they found it difficult, he could send someone to help them move, remarking that his people were very strong. Uncertain, the lieutenants pondered Chang Dalei's words, wondering how he would assist them. There was a sense of apprehension, questioning whether the help would come in the form of a knife or a spear. They quickly assured Chang Dalei that there was no need for additional help, and they would manage to complete the relocation within a month. Chang Dalei acknowledged it and shifted the discussion to a different topic. He brought up the issue of generating income for everyone's livelihood in the future. He pointed out that the current Qinchuan was desolate, with a vast area and few people, mainly due to Mo Mingmi's actions, causing caravans not to dare to come. He emphasized that they had no income, so he declared that the first to do was to bring the caravans, and they didn't charge tolls to caravans that pass by in the future. The lieutenants looked at each other with concern that without tolls, they questioned what they would do for a living. Chang Dalei clapped his hands. He quickly added that the arrivals should be here by now, instructing someone to let them in. People entered the room, and Chang Dalei introduced them as his wife's business contacts she had made over the years, along with his various contacts. He also mentioned that their presence at the wedding banquet was also an opportunity for cooperation. The lieutenants turned their attention to them as they were surprised. Chang Dalei, with a strategic mindset, continued to outline his vision for the economic revival of Qin. He proposed a partnership with merchants to attract caravans, ensuring smooth trade by having the lieutenants escort them, albeit with a reasonable fee. Chang Dalei acknowledged that the initial earnings wouldn't earn much money, but he urged them to consider the long term, highlighting Qin's rich resources, including fertile land, iron ore, jade, and fur, and many special products could be exported. He also emphasized that the population was sparse. They must find a way to pull up the population of Qin with many people to improve productivity, export more goods, and collect more taxes, and encouraged everyone to actively publicize Qin, attracting both businessmen and refugees to trade and settle down, assuring everyone that Qin was not the same as before, and if anyone was robbed would compensate for certain losses. He called the concept investment promotion. Looking ahead, Chang Dalei mentioned that as Qin prospered in the future, they would start to collect taxes normally. He concluded by expressing his intent to engage in discussions with everyone about future win-win cooperation and sustainable development, and emphasized the need to divide interests fairly and solicit refugees. The people who participated in the meeting would witness the recovery of Qin, except for a certain little girl, which was Niunu, who slept at the meeting and was confused about the situation. The day before the wedding, Liu Zhai suggested to Su Ying to try on a hairpin, and Su Ying agreed. Su Ying mentioned that it was her first time wearing a wedding dress, so she called Xiao Yi and asked if she looked beautiful. Xiao Yi happily agreed, responding that Su Ying looked beautiful no matter what she wore. Curious, Liu Zhai asked Su Ying how it felt to get married. Su Ying answered that she and Chang Dalei were already engaged at Qin New Mountain. However, due to chaos at that time, they couldn't have a proper wedding. With excitement, Xiao Yi mentioned that she had only heard from others about getting married to the one you love. Wondering for a moment, Su Ying found the words to express that she felt full of happiness. The three beautiful women, Liu Zhai, Zhai Tao, and Su Ying, showed endearing smiles on their faces. On the wedding day, the lanterns were lit, and they began the parade. A crowd gathered, cheering and clapping, as people exclaimed that she was coming and that the bride was here. In the carriage, Su Ying glanced outside. The people were shouting that they wanted to see it, while others mentioned Chang Dalei's name. Viewer expressed her desire for a wedding like it, and Niunu showed a poker face, cleared up the obscurity, bringing forth darkness and light, giving birth to all living things and prosperity for humans. On Shenji's face, joy was evident as he read the marriage ceremony. Seal up the affections with a document in the ceremony. The wedding today was a gift, witnessed by the guests. Share the offering and exchange the nuptial cup, witnessed by heaven and earth, honored by the sun and moon. Once the ceremony ended, the husband stopped being muddled, built a healthy family, celebrated the glorious day, and endured the suffering together, prayed for the ospreys to sing praises. They held hands as they prayed. An everlasting flute sound for the auspicious dragon and phoenix. They both reminisced about the time when they first met and spent time together. Even in a raging flood, with only candlelight in the chilly cave, the unyielding love withstood all. A pair of lovebirds, deep in love, benevolent spouses, like the Bingdi lotus, for the living being to grow luxuriantly and be comparable to the ideal fate of true love. The towering mountain and the splendor bright moon, together forever, noble and far-reaching, for the wedding to specially bless them. After the ceremony was completed, the air was filled with joy, accompanied by lively cheers. Someone expressed their wish for Chang Dalei to have a child soon, shouting words of celebration and wishing the couple together forever. The sounds of jubilation echoed in the room, with Liu Zhai and Zhai Tao singing. As the night progressed, the guests engaged in various activities. Some remarked on the lively atmosphere, while others on a nearby bench were deep in conversation. Some guests requested more liquor, and there was a humorous mention that Yuer also wanted to indulge in liquor. However, it was noted that children shouldn't drink liquor. At another table, Yuer exchanged playful banter with Niunu, offering her shrimp in return for Niunu's bun. Nianu gave her a quizzical look in response. The men within sight were drinking and bragging, playing drinking games while yelling 5 and 6. The sounds of friends mingled persistently in their ears. They all shouted to drink more and not to stop celebrating. He told someone to be easy on him as he mentioned that he was still injured. In response, someone teased him, questioning why he didn't consider himself a patient when he gulped half a pound of liquor. At another table, Lihua joined Shenji in a cheerful toast with a celebratory spirit. While at another table, Lin Chong engaged in a serious tone, suggesting to Xiao Yu that they should wait until the morning before departing. However, in their background, we saw Lihua and Shenji enthusiastically drinking and encouraging Shenji to have one more cup, playfully betting 100 coins on him. Xiao Yu responded and confirmed with Lin Chong, and they joined in the cheers. Surrounded by a lively atmosphere, Lihua laughed heartily, proclaiming herself as the strongest in both horsemanship and liquor tolerance. Onlookers praised Lihua's tolerance, while teasingly calling Shenji weak. Meanwhile, Wanner in the distance looked toward Chang Dalei and Su Ying sighed deeply, mentioning that she could never win. She expressed her admiration for Chang Dalei and Su Ying's happiness with a smile, while Xingzai comically tilted his head. Xingzai told her to stop pouting, expressed his happiness, and offered to accompany her for a few drinks. Annoyed, Wanner told him to leave, but Xingzai persisted, suggesting they enjoy some delicious food together. Wanner, pleased with the idea, cheered with Xingzai. The banquet continued late into the night, full of liquor and food, and the guests enjoyed themselves. The 4 children, Linger, Niunu, Yuer, and Xiao Yi, gathered together. Linger shared that she obtained the fireworks by begging Sen Yuan. Excitedly, Yuer mentioned that this particular set of fireworks was very fun. Xiao Yi giggled, while Niunu remained unresponsive. Yuer used a stick to light the fireworks. Once lit, they joyfully watched the fireworks soar into the sky, delighting in the display. Fireworks beautifully illuminated the night and created excitement among the people. Meanwhile, in Chang Dalei and Su Ying's room, their sheets lay scattered on the floor after their intimate moment, and Su Ying, dressed seductively, watched the fireworks through the window. While watching, Chang Dalei suddenly back-hugged her, causing Su Ying to startle. Gripping her, Chang Dalei complimented her, saying that she looked good. He held her hands. Su Ying jokingly called him a pervert, asking if he hadn't had enough just now. Chang Dalei remained silent. After that, they shared an intimate kiss by the window, with the background of the fireworks display. Outside their village, people watched the fireworks, illuminating the night, and the joy on their faces was evident. The children, Niunu, Yuer, and Xiao Yi, cheered loudly. Yuer demanded more fireworks, urging for a continuous release of fireworks, like a sword salute. Xiao Yi commented on the crackling sounds of the fireworks, while Niunu tried to shout through. Back in their room, Su Ying addressed Chang Dalei as her husband and instructed him to look. She shared that she had been reading people since she was young, claiming she could guess most people's nature with just a look. However, she admitted there was something she was curious about, especially regarding Chang Dalei, but she didn't dare to ask him about it. Chang Dalei responded and encouraged her to ask, stating that there should be no secrets between them. Su Ying recalled the time when they were at King Niu Mountain, where she had asked him if there were fairies in this world. She confessed that she initially didn't believe in fairies, but witnessing phenomena like things appearing out of thin air, and the ability to summon the wind and rain made her believe. Continuing, she acknowledged that it might be their most important secret, but she was genuinely curious. She asked Chang Dalei if he could let her see what a fairy looks like. Chang Dalei responded seriously, saying that he had to consult with someone, prompting Su Ying to confirm. So, in his thoughts, Chang Dalei called Heart, asking if she was there. Heart responded, saying she heard him and blessed him. She asked if he wanted to let a human other than him see her. Chang Dalei wondered if it was possible. Heart explained that it wasn't impossible, but she couldn't randomly appear in the real world. Instead, she suggested guiding her consciousness into the system space to meet her. The person just needed to apply for a spot for visitors. Chang Dalei expressed his excitement, saying that it was great. Chang Dalei informed Su Ying, addressing her as his dear wife, to come quickly and asked her to close her eyes. They embraced each other as Chang Dalei informed her that he would bring her to visit the fairy. Su Ying, feeling delighted, happily agreed. Later on, a notification granted permission for applying a visitor to the system space. The system space welcomed them. Time was slowed down, consciousness separated from the body, crossing a barrier. The feeling of emptiness seemed to have passed for a long time, but it also felt like just a moment. With Su Ying's sharp sense, she truly experienced an abnormal sensation. But this kind of weird experience of emptiness didn't cause even a hint of panic to Su Ying, just because of the man holding her tight from behind. Chang Dalei woke her and said that it was done, and she could open her eyes. When Su Ying opened her eyes, she was amazed and wondered if this was the fairy realm. In disbelief, Su Ying expressed her realization that there is a fairy in this world, and the fairy is living here. Chang Dalei responded, asking if she found it awesome and mentioning that, as a veteran who has seen this many times, they always talk cheerfully about it. Su Ying turned to Chang Dalei as she called him. Chang Dalei was suddenly worried and asked her what happened. Embarrassed, she nervously inquired if she was going to meet the fairy soon and whether she needed to clean up and prepare fast. Su Ying also commented on her appearance, expressing concern that she might look rude to the fairy in her current condition. This surprised Chang Dalei. Su Ying continued, suggesting that they should go back and change their clothes first, as meeting the fairy in their current state would be too disrespectful. She wondered what to do and proposed to go back to change their clothes. Unsure of what to do, Chang Dalei scratched his head and responded that they didn't have to be so particular about it. When Hart arrived, she called Chang Dalei and congratulated him on getting married. She remarked that he brought his wife. Then Hart asked Chang Dalei again if he was sure about letting Su Ying know about her, and that she was his most important secret. Chang Dalei smiled and replied that Su Ying was not an outsider. Su Ying's face showed surprise as she saw Hart, and she uttered the word fairy. While Hart examined Su Ying's memory, she was in deep thought, realizing that Hart was indeed a fairy. With just a glance, Su Ying felt that her soul and memories were being scrutinized by a being that transcends the mundane. Understanding her past instantly, Su Ying thought that all her secrets were being uncovered at a glance. Hart giggled and mentioned that Su Ying is a good child. She informed Su Ying that she might have known about her existence for a long time but had never seen her before, noting that letting her know in advance was not a bad thing. She questions what she should call her. Feeling tense, Su Ying stammered in her words, saying that Hart could call her whatever she wanted. With a wink, Hart did not hesitate and called Su Ying her wife, surprising both Chang Dalei and Su Ying. Chang Dalei's face contorted in shock, and Su Ying blushed and was also shocked by Hart's unexpected declaration. Irritated, Chang Dalei exclaimed that Su Ying was his wife, not her. With a hint of silliness, Hart mentioned that she was Chang Dalei's Hart, and they were essentially the same person. Confident, she stated that Chang Dalei's wife is her wife too, without a doubt. Chang Dalei acknowledged that it made sense, but he still felt like something was wrong. In a serious tone, Hart continued, saying that since Chang Dalei brought Su Ying to meet her on their wedding night, it would be polite for her to give something to his wife as a welcome gift. She affectionately called Su Ying dear and asked her what she wanted. With seriousness, Su Ying expressed her wish that after Chang Dalei became the master of Qinchuan, he wouldn't be as busy as he was now. She hoped that he wouldn't be occupied by trivial matters all the time, so she could help him more in trading. Su Ying acknowledged her limitations and wished to share the burden with Chang Dalei, hoping it would give him more time to be with her. Chang Dalei uttered Su Ying's name. Hart giggled and remarked that she thought Su Ying might wish for eternal life or eternal beauty like other humans. She noted that those two were not something a mortal should have. Hart agreed to grant Su Ying's wish, stating that it was a simple enough request. Hart granted Su Ying a clear mind and keen eyes, enabling her to see through people's thoughts. The beep sounded as Su Ying obtained skills, gaining comprehension by analogy and enhanced senses for trading. Another beep followed, indicating the acquisition of another skill and protection against demons and monsters, and the last notification that obtaining a hidden attribute. As Chang Dalei thought Hart's actions were becoming more like those of a fairy, he wondered if it was good for Hart. After checking Su Ying's information, Chang Dalei discovered 3 new skills and 1 hidden attribute. In disbelief, he remarked that Hart was indeed generous. Hart proudly laughed, informing Chang Dalei that everything came from his fear value and stated that she just presented Buddha with a borrowed flower. Chang Dalei stood there in shock, while Su Ying's face wore a puzzled expression. He questioned that the fear value was now reduced to 1 million. A subsequent beep indicated a deduction of 8 million, leaving him with a remaining fear value of 1,513,004. Hart remarked, wondering why Chang Dalei looked hurt, mentioning that she had bought stuff for his wife. Chang Dalei, with a slightly awkward expression, reassured her that he wasn't. At 5 o'clock in the morning, when the sky glimmered light, 2 people passed by drunk individuals sleeping on the ground. Lin Sheiyu and Lin Chong proceeded to walk outside a building gate. A voice asked them if they were leaving. Chang Dalei told them if they weren't going to say a word before leaving. Lin Sheiyu realized it was Chang Dalei, who told them that it would be unethical for them to behave like that, informing them that if Su Ying had not seen them sneaking around, he wouldn't have known they were leaving without saying goodbye. Lin Xiaoyu informed Chang Dalei that their wounds had completely healed and that they would no longer need to fight for Toad City, so he decided it was time to leave. Chang Dalei begged them to stay in the village as their brother because he knew it would not be easy for them to get together. Lin Xiaoyu pondered what he was going to respond to. He told Chang Dalei that if he were born as a son, he must avenge his father. Chang Dalei paused and had a long silence. He concluded that every man had his own ambition, and that if they wanted to leave, he would not keep them, and he assured them that he would be their brother for a lifetime. Chang Dalei picked up his cup. He expressed his concerns that once they go, whether the wind and rain would be a blessing or a curse that no one could say, as his heart was also inevitably concerned. Lin Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude, thanking Chang Dalei for taking care of them the past few days. He assured him that no matter where he was in the future, if he gave an order, he would go through fire and water and would not shy away from sacrificing himself. Chang Dalei smirked, puzzled as to why he would say such a thing. Chang Dalei stood up, and also assured him that he would always be his brother no matter where he goes in the future. He instructed Lin Xiaoyu not to hold it to himself to send a message if he couldn't get through. Lin Xiaoyu smiled in agreement. Chang Dalei clapped, stating that before they left, he would give them something so they would not go on the road empty-handed and go around saying he's a cheapskate. Chang Dalei gave them 2 good horses, 2 sets of armor, and some money for their journey. He told them that the most important thing was the battle flag named Mizar, the one which he was holding. Lin Xiaoyu recognized that flag that seemed to be that of Guan Yu. Chang Dalei told him that he got it back from him, and he would give it now to him. At the time of farewell, Chang Dalei had a million words in his heart he wanted to say, but he couldn't say those words which were in his heart, so he just mentioned Lin Xiaoyu's name. He tapped him on the shoulder and cautioned him to be careful on the way. Lin Xiaoyu stared at the flag. He held the flag in his hand. He closed his eyes. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly knelt on one knee. He bowed to Chang Dalei, stating that he couldn't repay his kindness. Chang Dalei, surprised, told him to get up because they didn't do that in Toad Village. However, Lin Xiaoyu insisted on bowing again. He told Chang Dalei that he was not going for fame or power, but for revenge and to return the world to peace. And that if he succeeded, he assured him that he would be the master of the world. He stared at Lin Xiaoyu's dedication. Chang Dalei had a thought that even if Lin Xiaoyu had been carrying a deep blood feud, he claimed that beneath the surface he was still the same stubborn boy who wanted to become a big silly lad. Chang Dalei's eyes widened as he realized something. He also knelt on one knee and told Lin Xiaoyu that he had one more thing to give to him. Puzzled, Lin Xiaoyu wondered what it was. Chang Dalei instructed him that he must cherish it later, as it was a very important thing. He placed his hand on Xiaoyu's head and hoped for him to be still the same hot-blooded young man he was. And he also hoped for his heart to still believe that there was still justice and righteousness in the world and would not be consumed by hatred and fall into the devil's path. Chang Dalei declared to use it as a light shone above them. He ordered that the hidden attributes that Lin Xiaoyu had once lost reappear. A system notification appeared, stating that the character gained the hidden attribute of the man who aspires to become a great warrior. Lin Xiaoyu still didn't know what had happened, but something hard had formed inside him. A system information appeared about Lin Xiaoyu, who was added with the hidden attribute. Chang Dalei reasoned that the hidden tribute was insufficient and couldn't improve the battle power. Then, Hart had found a solution. Another notification popped up, stating that the War Soul Hall function was open, and his fear points had been deducted by 100. Lin Xiaoyu expressed confusion on his face. A glowing humanoid figure appeared. Hart told him that she would help him break through and hoped for him that his future path would be smooth. Lin Xiaoyu started his peerless path, as both of them left without looking back. Chang Dalei and Yinmu observed the two who left. Chang Dalei concluded that hard work could only do so much, and the rest would have to depend on fate since he entered this chaotic world. He wondered what would be the outcome of the path Lin Xiaoyu had chosen and claimed that he could only pray for him. He noticed the sunrise. Chang Dalei stated that it was dazzling like a newborn phoenix. As Yinmu kept playing with her flute, Chang Dalei told her that they're going. He asked if she wanted bread or steamed buns for breakfast, and she whistled in response. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. There was a chill in the air in spring, and birds started migrating. It was the season for everything to sprout. City Lord's mansion, summoning platform, barracks, workshop, storage, market, and military policy department, horse farm, mines. Chang Dalei opened a school for children of school age. Chang Dalei instructed everyone to send all of their children to the new school they were planning to open, as they all suffered from a lack of education and believed that the children's education could not be slacked. He assured them that if they found it difficult, he could send someone to pick them up because he knew the world was not peaceful, and the road wasn't safe, and the lieutenants misinterpreted him, wondering what he meant by sending them to school, as it was obviously sending their own flesh and blood as hostages, while another stated that even Mo Mingmi had never used such cruel methods. A variety of goods began to appear at the Qinchuan market. Then Fan Yuer mentioned that there were sugar-coated haws, sugar cakes, and rouge gouache, and Xiao Yi added that there were also new clothes, shoes, and jewelry. But Yin Mu was unimpressed. Meanwhile, at the blacksmith shop, Zhu Shenji told Mu Changjiang that the shop couldn't operate without him. And at the artisan workshop, all kinds of blacksmiths, craftsmen, carpenters, masons, tailors were gathered. A system notification appeared congratulating Chang Dalei for obtaining the primary city of Qinchuan, and that the Qinchuan repair was completed and showed an option for renaming the city to the Toad City, which was owned by Chang Dalei with a population of over 20,000 people and also had the skill of solid defense and mining mastery. Another notification appeared, stating that the system had rewarded Chang Dalei with a top 1 mount with skill 2, as well as a top pair of armor, and that his random skill, the Ilfei Quick Sword, had been upgraded. And another notification popped up stating that the host's power had increased and had broken through the supreme rank, which caused him to be overjoyed, whereas Hart stated that his perseverance and training with top figures such as Qin Man, Zhao Zilong, were still effective, that his physical strength had increased, and that the level cap had also increased. Chang Dalei, on the other hand, wondered why he felt nothing had changed despite the fact that his power had risen to the supreme rank. Hart explained to him that the top rank was the apex of mortals, whereas the supreme rank was beyond mortal limits, and that while the reward allowed him to directly break through to the supreme rank in physical strength. She went on to say that the kind of promotion was due to the system's quick success, including the variety of combat experience, enemies' movement, strength, speed, and reaction. Hart reminded Chang Dalei that all of those needed to be controlled and familiarized, as the supreme was a threshold, and power alone wouldn't be enough, and if there was no corresponding control ability. She stated that it would be like having a tiger inside his body, and if released it could hurt other people and himself, as she informed that the power she put had a shackle on him, to seal up his supreme power. She reminded him that the power could only be his when he learned how to control the fierce tiger, which led to Chang Dalei contemplating. Chang Dalei reflected that before she possessed him, he didn't have to worry about losing control of his power, which elevated him to the supreme rank. Hart informed him that possession was the power she gave him and assisted him in controlling it, and that she had to carefully maintain his body from being injured by supreme power, stating that it was a very delicate operation. She also reminded him that the system's power to enhance was a quick success, and that the characteristics of quick success were to enhance strength fast. But the foundation was unstable and dangerous. She went on to say that after reaching the supreme rank, it would especially become more violent and out of control, and if left uncontrolled, it would easily harm others and distort and alienate the mind and body. She warned him that that was why she would rather give him war songs, battle flags, and possessions, but also trying to avoid forcibly enhancing his own power, and that type of pus buff prompt. Chang Dalei imagined Yin Mu and asked about her situation, as he noticed that she became supreme overnight and did not need to do anything so troublesome to control her power. Hart explained that Yin Mu was completely fused with the white snake, and it was similar to possession but permanent. She went on to say that she was just very violent that night, and if she hadn't pulled her back to her senses, Yin Mu would have gone crazy. Hart reminded Chang Dalei that his power comes with a price, and stated that step by step, he wouldn't be thinking of becoming Superman once successful. She asked him if he was ready to control the power and enter the supreme world, and Chang Dalei thought about his answer. Chang Dalei stated that Princess Minju and he were in charge of the overall administration. But the busiest time had passed, and now they could only do a few days' work in just one morning, prompting Hart to inquire why Princess Minju was a bit unhappy, as it was good to do it quickly, and Chang Dalei replied that Su Ying was in charge of the business and part of the administration. But he assumed Princess Minju and Su Ying would have no problems working together. He also added that Qin Man and Guan Yu were in charge of the military, while Liu Bei was in charge of logistics and medical treatment, and Zhao Zilong, Zhang Fei, and Gao Fei Bao were of urban defense. Chang Dalei thought about their job and stated that it was sure enough that it was better to use the squad he had nurtured himself. He had a thought that he hardly had to deal with the big and small affairs of the village, as he claimed he would be finally free when everything was on track, and the workload would naturally be reduced. Chang Dalei told Heart that he was ready, and they should start, and Heart agreed. She snapped her fingers, and a system notification popped up, stating that the upgrading of the host to the Supreme Path started. At Liangzhu City, the city lord's mansion, a man informed that Minister Qi was managing the Northwest for many years, and that he would soon gain control of the whole Northwest, claiming that he was just waiting for the empire to fall apart before swallowing up the entire country in one fell swoop. However, Song Poking argued that Minister Qi's plan could only be delayed when Chang Dalei suddenly appeared, who killed Mo Mingmi and occupied the Qinchuan Pass. Lulu added that Emperor Ming might have looked foolish, but sometimes the one choice he makes became a crucial move. Jiang Weihu also asked them what trouble it could cause if a mountain bandit just killed another mountain bandit. Lulu got upset and asked Jiang Weihu if he was looking down on him, reminding him that back in the years, there was someone who looked down on Chang Dalei until he held an ordinary sword in front of everyone and pulverized the empire's dignity, claiming that that person's achievements were impressive, and telling him not to underestimate him just because he was a mountain bandit. Jiang Weihu said nothing. Sun Poking inquired Lulu on what Minister Qi's plans were to deal with Chang Dalei and asked if he would take him in as a servant or get rid of him. Lulu told him that Minister Qi would kill him, plagiarize the Toad Village, and take back the Qinchuan Pass, prompting Sun Poking to ask if he wouldn't spare anyone. Lulu informed them that there were 2 people from Toad Village Minister Qi wanted to live. Sun Poking asked him who, and Lulu responded that it was the 6th Prince Lai Xingzai and Princess Minjiu. A voice asked when they could dispatch all the troops, and Lulu responded that they couldn't rush it because the justice cult had appeared in Liangzhu, and Lin Wenqin's remnants were yet to be wiped out, and both sides seemed to have intention in colluding, and told them to wait until Liangzhu was done with organizing their military rations. Logistics were prepared, which he believed should be around 3 months later. Lulu agreed and told Sun Poking to try to make it fast, and Sun Poking responded that there was still a small matter other than those, and mentioned the young Master Qi's fiancée, which was Zhu's family eldest Lady Zhu Wenting. Sun Poking informed them that Lady Zhu Wenting suddenly had an urge to go on a trip, so she accompanied him to Liangzhu, and informed them that the Zhu family's status in Jiangzhou was not low. His family's eldest lady was enough to be on an equal footing with the princess. Jiang Wei stated he didn't expect that those 2 families were in union, and that the one Lady Zhu going to marry was Minister Qi's son. To which Sun Poking agreed, and said that the marriage date had been set, and he believed she might have thought that she wouldn't be able to leave the house anymore after she got married, so she wanted to play as much as possible for one last time. Whereas Lulu chuckled from the idea that a young rich boy from a prosperous Jingzhou was coming to their poor place, claiming that he must have simply liked being the moon surrounded by the stars. A voice expressed relief that they would benefit from it and instructed them to send children of similar age to accompany them, and a voice agreed. At the drilling field in Toad City, a voice told everyone that there was an order from Chang Dalei that today the drilling field would be closed, and it was prohibited to enter. Chang Dalei thought that 1 month's time limit was quite tight. A system information appeared stating Chang Dalei's information, who was 20 years of age, and had a skill of eloquence, colorless double-winged phoenix, 2 hearts beat as 1, Devil King's 3 broad axe, and Alfei's fast sword had leveled up. The road to supreme rise was opened, with the rising requirement without chain. Do not keep the reign of the fierce tiger. Chang Dalei ordered it to start. Clicking and clacking sounds were heard. The noise continued. Chang Dalei ordered it to come out. The tiger howled, as there was a vague raging power awakened from within the body, following the blood flowing throughout the whole body. After that, the fierce tiger broke free, unleashing its power. The peerless shackle was open, and the power flooded the whole body. Chang Dalei noticed that his vigor, speed, and reaction instantly rose to a new level. He also mentioned that Alfei's sword first style and second style were easily grasped, and it was as natural as breathing. He encouraged himself to be faster and more accurate. Chang Dalei had a thought that a skill as overloaded as colorless double-winged phoenix could also be used at will. Sword-slashing noises were heard, while the villagers panicked, wondering what it was. The villagers were in awe of such incredible swordplay from Chang Dalei, while others assumed that at that rate, the drilling field was going to get destroyed. Qin Man yelled for them to get back, whereas Guan Yu warned them not to go into the drilling field without his command and instructed them to get back. Chang Dalei thought that all kinds of fighting experience and combat stances flowed into his body. He assumed that only memorizing it in his brain was not enough, and he needed to make it a part of his muscle memory. Following it, countless fighters' shadows holding weapons with different techniques appeared out of thin air. Chang Dalei expressed that he had to sharpen himself with battles. He screamed to kill as he slashed down his shadow enemies. Chang Dalei stated that the power was peerless, luscious, that captivates people. He smirked. Chang Dalei stated that his blood vessels were exploding, allowing it to seize life and death. He grunted with his expression stiff. Chang Dalei realized something. The tiger howled, making Chang Dalei stunned. Hard instructed the tiger to back off, and golden chains began to swirl. The tiger was entrapped by the chain while he howled in struggle. Black aura scattered around Chang Dalei. He breathed heavily in exhaustion. He continued catching up with his breath. Chang Dalei realized that just in time he felt like a vicious spirit that wanted to kill and destroy everything. And if he did not have the Hall of War spirit in the last moment, it would have occupied his body. He believed that the peerlessness that others trained slowly and steadily should not have that kind of risk, and only the one as intensive as his would be that dangerous. He also realized that he did not control his strength properly, that injuries caused by muscle ripping appeared in his body. He presumed that stronger strength would require more delicate control, and that those shadows with various types of weapons. As he imagined the shadows, he was reminded that they looked more like swordsmen who were teaching him how to react and fight off different kinds of enemies. He had thought that as long as he could completely absorb all of those skills, he would be a peerless swordsman by the time. Wooden fences were destroyed as they were covered in dust. A voice expressed his concern. Zhu Shenji told Chang Dalei that the drilling field's ground had gotten plowed all over. He laughed, asking Chang Dalei if he was intending to change the place into a plowland. Chang Dalei turned around to look at him with his eyes red. Zhu Shenji was taken aback at what he saw. He stuttered to ask Chang Dalei what had happened to him, and Chang Dalei responded to give him a moment and that nothing had happened. Zhu Shenji told him that he scared the hell out of him right and there and asked him to guess what he thought of him when he saw him right then. Chang Dalei asked him what he meant, and Zhu Shenji explained that he saw a human-devouring monster that just climbed out from hell. Chang Dalei pondered Zhu Shenji's response and said nothing. He asked him why he came, as he had said not to disturb him if there was something important, and Zhu Shenji chuckled and informed him that a monster had appeared outside of the city, and they tried driving it away but failed because they couldn't fight it off, so he came hoping for him to go and take a look. Chang Dalei wondered what monster it was, and Zhu Shen responded that he would know once he took a look. A silhouette of people gathered below the village. The people cheered for the third master. Zhang Fei cracked his fist and chuckled, while the people behind him cheered. 2 black horns appeared, and its hooves clattered. A raging black bull readied itself to charge. Zhang Fei screamed his war cry as the bull began its charge. The two collided, sending an impact to both sides. Zhu Shenji told Chang Dalei that the black bull was fierce and they were competing to see who could subdue it. And Chang Dalei expressed his disappointment that even Qin Man, Guan Yu, and the others were defeated. The bull sent Zhang Fei flying. Zhu Shenji asked Chang Dalei if he was not going to try, and Chang Dalei asked him back if he was trying to embarrass him, and Zhu Shenji argued, stating what he meant, and reminded him that he tried to make him a dignitary person and take the honor. Chang Dalei had a thought about the black bull, wondering what nonsense it was because he remembered that the reward said amount. However, it didn't mention that it had to be a horse. A system information appeared about the black jade black moon beast, who was a top rare beast with a skill of savage ramming and stone force. Chang Dalei imagined different kinds of mounts and wondered if he should ride a bull as he had already ridden a thin horse in Qingyu Mountain and a camel in the grassland. Hart interjected, asking him if he didn't want to ride a cow, and explaining that there were 2 options. One was to ride on a turtle, and the other was to ride on a pig, and she let him choose, and Chang Dalei awkwardly laughed. Chang Dalei contemplated it since it was a mission reward. He approached the bull and told everyone to step aside and not to go and wrap the mess. Zhang Fei expressed his pain, whereas a voice stated that Chang Dalei was making a move. Qin Man wondered how Chang Dalei subdued the black bull, whereas Zhu Shenji cheered for him to step up, while Zhang Fei stated that the black bull was not generally violent, ugly, or fierce, and assumed that Chang Dalei would be humiliated as he was. The black bull exhaled pretty heavily. Chang Dalei, on the other hand, coughed. He screamed at the black bull. Hart expressed that the beast dared to act wildly. She told the black bull to meet their master and come over. The people were puzzled about what was happening, wondering if Chang Dalei knew about the bull. The bull slowly approached Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei held out his hand while the bull was approaching. It puffed hard in front of Chang Dalei. Then suddenly the bull kneeled down. where it made the crowd in shock. Zhu Shenji informed everyone that he got it, and they asked him what. He told them not to forget that Chang Dalei's ability was immortal art. Golden Star Tabai was a village master close friend, and assumed that the bull was the head of the most exalted Lord Lao, and the people understood. Zhu Shenji went on to say that it turned out that God's induction sent the black bull to be the mount of Chang Dalei, and the people praised him for his brilliance, and on the other hand prompted Chang Dalei having a thought that it's a mess, and instructed someone to get the saddle bridge and a rope. The saddles were installed at the bull's back. Chang Dalei climbed on its back. He asked Yin Mu if she wanted to ride it, and Yin Mu answered him with a whistle. Chang Dalei agreed, as he believed that her desire to ride a bull was reasonable. He patted her head and told her to saddle up. They started riding the bull, where Yin Mu was having fun. Sword slashes swished through the air, destroying countless wooden boards. Zhu Shenji stated that Chang Dalei started to plow again, and the martial arts training ground seemed inevitable. A gust of smoke lingered through the area. Exhausted, Chang Dalei breathed heavily. He had a thought that he seemed to be slowly getting the hang of it, wondering how long his body would last practicing that hard. He also contemplated that those moves seemed formidable, powerful, and dynamic, that failing to accurately control it would dissipate the power everywhere, which was a complete waste. He presumed that if he could control it precisely, it would not be such a mess as destroying the surrounding. Chang Dalei claimed that it was now time to change the venue and told Yin Mu that they're going to change places. Chang Dalei deliberately let Yin Mu and the Black Bull be his own protectors, to prevent accidental intrusion and going overboard on killing himself. Meanwhile, at the Qinchuan martial arts training ground, concrete walls began to rumble. Yin Mu expressed amusement. After being buried on the wall bricks several times, Chang Dalei chose to train in the wild. A single slash cut the surrounding trees. Chang Dalei continued to swing his sword, cutting all trees surrounding him. A tree fell on him, and Yin Mu poked him with a stick, but Chang Dalei asked her to stop because he couldn't move, and instructed her to take him back. Yin Mu whistled while riding the black bull, and Chang Dalei fainted behind her. A mountainous horizon emerged, and under it was the Toad village. Chang Dalei expressed his pain, asking Su Ying to be gentle. Concerned, Su Ying asked him how he could do it to his body. She told him that if he wanted to train, he could do so without hurting himself, requesting Chang Dalei that they just live a good life at home. Teasing and giggling with Liu Jihan, and preparing to have a few children, and she sighed, wondering why Chang Dalei was always like that. Su Ying chastised him, telling him that if he kept training like that, he was simply playing with his life, and that his health was more important, and suggesting that he stop. She reminded him that he was regarded as the world's hero and wondered how his descendants would fare if he continued pushing his body to its limits and collapsing. Su Ying also mentioned that they would probably put him in a harmonious biography, and after reading that book, thousands of people would make fun of him, and even she would laugh to death in the future. Whereas Chang Dalei collected some information about the records of weird people that stated he started studying literature and failed after 3 years, and later joined the martial arts school and was expelled after he was hit by a drum official. And also the harmonious biography Su Ying said, which stated that he was a bandit who did many evil things, killing people like a sack, and later got ill and started tearing down the walls, cutting down the trees, and facing God's wrath. He remembered Zhu Shenji entering the records of the weird people, and claimed that it would be difficult to rest in peace after he entered the harmonious biography. Su Ying continued to scold Chang Dalei while brushing his body. Chang Dalei thought that there must be something to limit the power in his body. He contemplated that if he continued to practice hard, his body would collapse first. He played his hands in the water. Chang Dalei stared at something in his peripheral vision. Su Ying noticed him. Chang Dalei pulled her hand. Su Ying blushed, telling him that he was silly, wondering what evil thoughts he was thinking. After a while, a towel Su Ying used was hanging on a bucket. The room became quiet, and only shadows could be seen. A voice requested Liu Jihan to bring the box into her room, and Liu Jihan asked which one, and the voice responded, telling her it was the box with the black armor inside. Su Ying inquired of Chang Dalei whether the black bull was sent by the immortal, as she had noticed a pair of armor appear out of thin air in the room the day before, informing him she had taken the time to change its size for him. She also told him that if he insisted on practicing, he should wear that armor to protect himself and not get hurt, while Liu Jihan appeared to wonder if the set she brought was the right one. Su Ying agreed and told her good work. Chang Dalei wore the black armor Su Ying wanted him to wear. Chang Dalei thought that the armor fit him perfectly and thanked Su Ying for her sewing skills. He claimed that he was no longer the same poor mountain bandit from Qingniu Mountain. A system information about the blood cloak appeared, with an attached skill fear of war that, When the skill was used, the more enemies he killed, the more enemies would be stuck with fear. Chang Dalei was overjoyed to have his own weapon, armor, and mount. A description of the sword appeared, stating that it was not just any ordinary sword but a top weapon. Please, Chang Dalei thought that they needed more people and equipment for their village. Meanwhile, Xiaoda scrubbed the floor. She wrung the rag she used for scrubbing. Xiaoda expressed her exhaustion and wondered why they needed to splatter so much water on the floor instead of simply taking a bath. She went on to say that she didn't know what they were doing during the bath to make such a mess. With the promotion of trade, many refugees migrated to the area, and Toad Village lent them food rations, seeds, and tools to be returned when the next year's harvest came. And now they were cultivating the land, building houses, gathering together, and becoming a small village. If they could settle on the land, after a few hundred years, it might not be possible for everyone to become a family. And as the sky was high and the sea was wide, there would be fresh green grass under the withered grass, and the snow would melt over the wasteland, and the black mud would come out. Whistle sounds were heard by the people as a stranger appeared out of nowhere. The people wondered who he was and were amused by the strong bull. The people kept whispering with each other while Chang Dalei, along with Yin Mu and the black bull, strolled around the area. A woman expressed her admiration to Yin Mu, stating that she was cute. Chang Dalei stated that spring was a good season because everything was new, and it made people believe that tomorrow would be better than the present. He told the bull that they were leaving, while Yin Mu played on her whistle, and the bull mooed now that he had finally been given the name Brave Bull for a short bull. After a while, at the Qin River, where it was located at the edge of Qin after crossing the river, it would be the area of influence of the Liangzhu shepherd. Chang Dalei came down and told them that they arrived. While Yin Mu and the bull rested beside him, he examined the water. Chang Dalei wondered if he should really try this method because the flow of water was so fast, and the river water was still bone-chilling cold in the early spring thaw. He wondered how he could seek the peerless path if he didn't suffer hardships in a land of warmth and tenderness where the Tomb of Heroes was, and he hoped that the method would work. He instructed Yin Mu to watch his clothes and not let strangers come near him, and Yin Mu whistled in response. A strong breeze swayed the field, while the bull rested, and beside it was Yin Mu who played with the butterfly. Chang Dalei submerged himself in the river and focused on his thoughts. He believed that 1,000 pounds of force could only have a 1 or 2% effect on the body when immersed in water. Chang Dalei claimed that it was effective, although the beast inside him was still powerful and violent. It was restrained by the current. He gripped his sword and stated that water was the softest substance in the world that could embrace everything. He also claimed that water protects the body from its own power. Chang Dalei swung his sword underwater, thinking that the more restricted, the heavier the rage and the more power surged out, but he thought it was restricted by the current. He closed his eyes and thought he needed to remain sane, like water with no form, shape, or thoughts. Chang Dalei explained that if water was poured into the cup, its shape would become one with the cup, and if water was poured into the bottle, its shape would become one with the bottle, and if water was poured into the teapot, its shape would become one with the teapot. He whipped his sword out and stated that water was the softest in the world, and it was also the most firm in the world. While resting on a water leaf, a frog observed Chang Dalei. It croaked as water splashed behind it. A few hours later, Yin Mu had been bored to death as she observed the butterfly. She looked beside her as if she had noticed something. She seemed to have felt something. Yin Mu tapped the black bull, waking it up. She rode the bull, whereas the butterfly had landed itself in the wheat. Chang Dalei let out a heavy sigh. He thought that in about 10 days, he would be able to fully control the power and become a true peerless swordsman. He sighed as he thought that it would be time to head back. He called Yin Mu and the bull, informing them that it was now time to go home. Chang Dalei looked around and watched his surroundings. Chang Dalei cursed, wondering if Yin Mu had gone back on her own and realizing that his clothes were still on the back of the bull. He worried that if he ran back naked, word would get out that he was an exhibitionist, and his whole reputation would be ruined. He called out for Yin Mu again, wondering where she had gone and how he could get back without clothes. Chang Dalei proceeded to follow the bull's tracks all the way. Meanwhile, someone stated that the black bull was strange and ugly. However, they believed that there was something interesting about it, and another voice said that he could capture the bull for her if she liked it. The woman was perplexed by what he meant by capturing, given that it was Yin Mu's bull, and told him he could buy it if she wanted because she was not short on money, and the man agreed. Miss Zhu told Yin Mu to sell the bull to her, while the man beside her asked Yin Mu if she didn't hear her and told her to set a price because Miss Zhu wanted the bull. Another man mentioned to his companions that Yin Mu was also cute, and the other replied that if he could buy her and send her to the capital, he would be able to gain His Excellency's appreciation. Miss Zhu was adamant that such a young child should not be spoiled by them, and that even if she bought her and brought her to Jingzhou, she would be her maid. And his men responded that she was right. Someone asked Yin Mu if she was dumb, and another said she should just tell them the price because they could afford any amount, while another said that if Miss Zhu was happy and accepted her as her maid, she could enjoy the benefits of a high position in the city. And Yin Mu didn't respond to them. The group circled around her, and one of the men wondered if Yin Mu was mute, whereas another one mentioned looking at the axe on the back of the bull, and claimed that it was some good stuff, while another taunted Yin Mu if she wanted to run. While Miss Zhu believed that Yin Mu wanted to flee, she ordered her men to catch her because she also wanted the bull to be her pet. A man wondered how Yin Mu could escape, believing she was just a shepherd. Yin Mu felt annoyed. She adjusted her legs not to fall. She tapped the bull, causing it to moo. The bull began its savage ramming and charged towards them. The men went off balance and screamed. The four men were outmatched as they yelled at each other that Yin Mu was heading to Miss Zhu. Frightened, Miss Zhu screamed for help. As the bull sent Miss Zhu flying, Yin Mu whistled. Miss Zhu's guards were dejected as they noticed their mistress flying. Miss Zhu landed on the ground while her men quickly rushed towards her. The bull smirked and exhaled a taunting breath, immensely proud of himself. A man warned them to be careful of the horse dung after he accidentally stepped on it, while another asked Miss Zhu if she was okay. And Miss Zhu cursed and expressed concern about her clothes. She cursed and stated how dare Yin Mu throw her in the horse dung. Miss Zhu ordered her men to kill Yin Mu because she wanted her head. The men charged at Yin Mu, cursing her and telling her she was courting death, yelling at each other to kill her. Yin Mu tightly held her axe and said nothing. A slash cut through the air. Yin Mu swung her axe, causing the men to step back. Miss Zhu's guards screamed as they lost grip of their swords. Miss Zhu had thought that those four men's martial arts were not bad, but she was surprised that they were still knocked back by a single move. Chang Dalei sighed and reprimanded Yin Mu for making it hard for him to find her as he almost ran back naked. And Yin Mu responded with a whistle. Chang Dalei inquired who they were and what the situation was. Miss Zhu blushed and covered her eyes, cursing Chang Dalei and calling him a filthy crook, hooligan, and lecher, rendering him speechless. Chang Dalei inquired who they were. He also inquired about what they intended to do with his sister and the black bull. One of the men asked Chang Dalei if he owned the black bull and told him to name his price because their miss wanted the bull. Chang Dalei was amused and told them they couldn't afford it, and another man replied that he shouldn't worry because there weren't many things in the world that he couldn't afford. Chang Dalei declined, telling them to leave because it was not for sale, which irritated the man, who asked if he wanted to leave and informed him that Yin Mu and the black bull had just hit their miss. The man refuted, telling Chang Dalei that refusing a toast was only a forfeit, and asked him if he thought he was a person when he negotiated with him politely because he didn't know who he was in front of him yet. And Chang Dalei challenged him, saying he would like to know more about it, while viewing the men's information. When the men's information appeared, Zhang Wukai told him to listen carefully and stated that his father was the Northwest General Zhang Waihu, who led 100,000 Liangzhu cavalry, and beside him was some son of an official who was an excellent swordsman. Zhang Wukai introduced Lord Song Bokan's son, Sun Yaok, who was the minister of Liangzhu, who informed Chang Dalei that if it weren't for his martial arts, they wouldn't have had the patience to negotiate with him, and the thing Zhu Wenting likes would be delivered to her house if it was in other places. Zhang Wukai introduced the Zhu family's daughter in Jiangzhou, Zhu Wenting, and informed him that her status was equal to that of the princess, where Zhu Wenting asked him what he had to say to Chang Dalei, and wondered if he could even understand. Chang Dalei never expected to have an unexpected harvest because he met a big fish while practicing outside for his swordsmanship and had no idea it was the son of the Liangzhu minister. He also claimed that they were very confident in their abilities, that they did not even take their master's entourage to travel. He told them he didn't have time to talk to them. Chang Dalei believed that their parents were willing to pay a lot of money to redeem them since they were all big shots. He smirked and mentioned about kidnapping them. He instructed them to be good and stood well because their kidnapping would start now. He ordered the men to stand on the left, while women on the right, whereas the gay and lesbian were to stand in the middle, which prompted Song Yaok to question him. Then blood splattered in front of Zhu Wenting, who was taken aback. Chang Dalei slew the three officials and told them since they had dared to come to Qinchuan, and wondered if they did not inquire before coming that there was one person in Qinchuan who they shouldn't mess with, whereas one of the men groaned, while Zhu Wenting fell to the ground wondering. She noticed the ordinary sword. Her face suddenly darkened as she realized he was Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei told her she had answered correctly, but it was far too late. After a while at the Qinchuan prison, someone informed Chang Dalei that the torture had not yet begun, and that they had confessed simply through coaxing and scaring, and Chang Dalei praised him for doing a good job. The man went on to explain that Song Bakeng, who took over Liangzhu under the influence of Minister Qi a year ago, tried to win over all forces in Liangzhu, as well as eradicate Lin Wenqin remnants and stabilize its position. Chang Dalei expressed disappointment, claiming that he and Mo Mingmi had their brains out, while the man continued to report that, aside from lending 5,000 heavily armored soldiers to Mo Mingmi, he never intervened, believing that he was not free. Chang Dalei stated that recently, preparation had been frequent before the war, and Zhang Wuhu mobilized 100,000 cavalry to the Liangzhu garrison, while Liangzhu people had their taxes increased this year. While reading the report, Chang Dalei also stated that the city of Liangzhu vigorously searched for the Justice Church and purchased a large number of weapons, horses, and grain following a good grain harvest. He assumed that Minister Qi ordered them to pull out the nail, and they looked like they were ready to free up their hands to deal with him. Song Yaok assured him that if he released them, his father, Song Bakeng, would forgive him and give him an important responsibility, and with his assurance, he would be able to give him an official position and ensure that his glory would be protected. Chang Dalei asked him if he thought of him as stupid, informing him that Minister Qi and him couldn't stand together after he killed Yang Longting a year ago. He also asked if he still wanted to pull him in and how naive he could be. A man laughed, asking Chang Dalei if Song Yaok wasn't an idiot. Chang Dalei realized that it was Gao Fei Bao and Zhang Fei wondering what was wrong, and if they were drinking again. Gao Fei Bao informed him that they just drank some wine and accidentally beat the two brothers guarding the door of the medical center, whereas Zhang Fei pleaded for Chang Dalei to let them out since he was present because they had been staying and dying from hunger. Chang Dalei was annoyed as the two of them knew how to cause trouble every day. He claimed that he just had to keep them locked up. He coughed, bringing back his attention to the prisoners and telling them that the Toad Village and Minister Qi had been long sworn enemies. He asked them how he could let go of the situation so easily when he could catch a noble child, while Zhang Wukai was crying and telling Chang Dalei that if he dared to touch a single hair of his, he would kill him with more than 100,000 cavalry who would be sure killed without leaving behind. Chang Dalei argued that catching him was an accident, and if his parents still loved their calf, it wouldn't have happened, and informed him that it didn't matter if they didn't catch him, as it was just a war, and the Toad Village was a strong city. Even if 100,000 troops were to attack, they would defend it. He threatened him that he would be the first to get him killed as it's really tearing each other up, and if he didn't want to die, he suggested that he could stay in the Toad Village as a hostage, and better pray that he was not treated as an outcast. He called out Zhu Wenting wondering what he should do with her, which made Zhu Wenting taken aback. Zhu Wenting was stunned, and the majority of her heart was cold. Realizing it was her turn, she thought it would be hard to escape from Jingzhu, but she didn't expect to fall into the bandits' den in Liangzhu, claiming she had just come out of the tiger's den and fallen into the wolf's den again. Gao Fei Bao told Chang Dalei that he shouldn't bother and just leave Zhu Wenting to him, and he would make sure she would be tormented. Chang Dalei told him to have some conscience and not make trouble for him while he was imprisoned. Gao Fei Bao suggested killing them one by one because he believed that keeping them was a waste of food. Zhu Wenting had thought that they didn't scare Chang Dalei. Even Song Zhong and Zhang Wu, who had moved out. She claimed that mountain bandits like to slaughter people's families to take advantage of their wives and daughters. She expressed fear that it's going to be fierce as she was born beautiful. Chang Dalei stated that although he had not become a big brother for years, he had heard so much about Zhu Wenting's family in Jiangzhu that many said that her family was the richest in the world, claiming that they were rich people. He smiled and assured her that she could go if her family sent a ransom. Zhu Wenting asked Chang Dalei if he would let her go. Chang Dalei informed her that her companions could stay as hostages, but it would be pointless for her to stay because he had no grudge against the Zhu family. It would be enough for him to overcharge the ransom as there would be no use detaining her. Zhu Wenting thought that she had escaped disaster but disagreed with herself because, in that way, she still had to be sent back to Jiangzhu, and it was not easy to escape. She wondered if she would be sent back to the fiery pit. Princess Minju appeared, calling out Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei wondered why she was there and was worried for her, telling her not to let her body catch a cold because the cell was dark and humid. Princess Minju responded, saying that he didn't have time to work with her because he had been practicing his swordsmanship every day, and informed him that they had discussed the law of the Toad City a few days ago. Still, there were still some places that needed improvement because he was hard to find that day. Zhu Wenting noticed Princess Minjiu. Chang Dalei informed Princess Minjiu that the law was a huge system, and that there was no cure for all diseases. Only through continuous patchwork could they make progress. Princess Minjiu retorted, saying that it was naturally not a perfect system. Many points of entry were refreshing and much better than the current law of the empire. Zhu Wenting realized that she was Princess Minjiu who Chang Dalei had robbed. Princess Minjiu always dressed up as a man and stirred up trouble in the capital, dressing as a eunuch and was fooling around in the place. The imperial Princess Minjiu who stunned the capital with her princess attire was the most favored princess of Emperor Ming. She was supposed to marry the King of the Ring and become the sacrificial lamb for the royal family. The news from the court clearly stated that Princess Minjiu had died on the way to make peace with the grassland. Zhu Wenting had realized that Princess Minjiu actually appeared in the Toad Village. It seemed that she had a deep relationship with Chang Dalei because she wasn't hurt. She believed that it was an opportunity for her. Zhu Wenting addressed Chang Dalei and Princess Minjiu. She told them that she had a business she wanted to discuss with Chang Dalei. Princess Minjiu requested if she could talk to her for a minute, and Chang Dalei said nothing. Then later agreed to Princess Minjiu's request. After a while, Zhu Wenting came out of her cell, where Princess Minjiu and Chang Dalei were waiting for her outside. Chang Dalei told her that he could tell him what she wanted to talk about there, as there were no partition wall ears in the room. Zhu Wenting was about to say something but paused. She told them she wanted him to place her under house arrest in the Toad Village and that if anyone from her family came, she requested them not to send her back. Chang Dalei was perplexed and inquired as to what she was thinking, informing her that she was in a bandit's nest and wondering why she would voluntarily want to detain herself and if she wasn't afraid of being spoiled by mountain bandits. He assumed she liked someone in the village and wanted to get close to him in that way, and told her there was no need for her to be so euphemistic and she could say it straight because Toad Village encourages free love, and he could give her to someone, which resulted in Princess Minjiu side-eyeing him. Chang Dalei blushed as he reminded her from the beginning to the end that Zhu Wenchen had only seen him once, asking her not to think he would take responsibility for her because she had only seen his body once. He also informed her that he had a wife, asking her not to play like that, which caused Princess Minjiu to blush as well. Zhu Wenchen laughed, telling Chang Dalei that he really knew how to joke and told him that she came to Liangzhu this time to have fun and to escape the political marriage arranged by her family. She went on to say that she had considered running as far as she could, but that if she was caught and sent back to marry, that would be her fate. But she noticed that Princess Minjiu was actually living in the Toad Village. She told them that Chang Dalei could take her in as a hostage, so she didn't have to go back to Jingzhou and get married to the Qi family. And while he already had a grudge against Minister Qi, she believed that he was not afraid of his revenge for robbing his daughter-in-law. Chang Dalei asked if the Prime Minister's son was unworthy of her, and if she didn't like paying attention to matching families, matchmakers' words, and parents' orders, whereas Princess Minjiu was reminded that the Prime Minister's son's name was Qi Nongai. Zhu Wenchen explained that Qi Nongai was not a good match for her. She stuttered to speak about him and paused, remembering what she saw, a man walking through a pile of dead bodies, where Zhu Wenchen hid behind a rock. She covered her mouth as she realized who it was. She expressed fear and stated that temper was somewhat brutal. Chang Dalei asked Princess Minjiu if she knew Qi Nongai, and she responded that she never met him, but she heard a rumor that he killed his maid alive in Jiangzhou. While looking for her information, Chang Dalei came to a conclusion, assuring her that they could take her in. But there were conditions. Zhu Wenting awkwardly smiled and told Chang Dalei to tell her, leading Chang Dalei to believe that there was nothing fishy about her information, which stated Zhu Wenting's name, whose age was 19, and lack of skill and attributes, while her only experience was being the eldest miss of the Zhu family who escaped marriage. Chang Dalei explained the first condition, assuring her that she would not be bullied in the Toad Village, but they would not keep idle people and she would not live in the village for nothing. So the Zhu family would provide her living expenses, and Zhu Wenting agreed as it was only natural. Chang Dalei stated the second condition that she needed her as an insider, and if they secretly planned to escape from the village, she should let him know, and when the people of Liangzhu city came to ask for people, she also needed to cooperate. In the end, Chang Dalei chose to release an unimportant prisoner, and left him to send word back to Liangzhu. A man rushed in, shouting urgently for anyone, stating that it was urgent and he wanted to meet Master Song. After that, the man kneeled, and Song Bakeng asked him to repeat the details of how he came back. The man stuttered nervously. Anxious, the man reported that Chang Dalei got scared the moment he heard Song Bakeng's name, almost making him kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. He added that Chang Dalei deliberately sent him back and wanted him to explain the situation properly to Song Bakeng, emphasizing that sending someone right away could help them retrieve their people. Angry, Song Bakeng sarcastically questioned him why Chang Dalei claimed to be afraid. And he questions why Chang Dalei didn't send someone to accompany him back and why they didn't all return together. The man responded and said that Chang Dalei may have been too scared and didn't think about it. Song Bakeng became furious and scolded the man, calling him a bunch of trash, stirring up trouble, and labeling him an incompetent idiot. He angrily threw his cup to the floor, shouting for the man to get lost. The officials in the room began discussing the situation. One official mentioned that the troops in the city were ready and the routes for provisions and support were prepared. Another official raised concern about Chang Dalei having hostages and questioned how they could send soldiers. A military official emphasized that the priority should be Zhu Wenting, fearing that if the Zhu clan discovered they were protecting her, the marriage alliance would be ruined. Song Bakeng in the room expressed frustration, realizing that for Qi Xiang to gain influence in the future, they would need help from the wealthy Zhu clan. He acknowledged the significant blunder they made and stressed the importance of not letting Qi Xiang know about it. The officials speculated that Chang Dalei released someone back to relay a message. He doubts that Song Yaok might not have any risk to their lives and that maybe Chang Dalei wanted to extort some money. He concluded that the top priority was to save the hostages, as the longer they waited, the more dangerous the situation could become. In the end, Liangzhu City could only hold on to the 100,000 troops. Song Yaok agreed that they should send someone to negotiate with Chang Dalei. They sent only 30 people as a negotiating team. They were unafraid of death while heading towards Toad Village to negotiate. A few days later, Qin River, having slowly been able to control the tiger within his body, while swinging and stabbing, gradually felt the swordplay getting smoother and easier. The swordplay led the water, changing the flow of water, as the water splashed as he moved, and with a swift downward cleave, he made the water dance. He employed a horizontal cut. At first, the sword move changes were too complicated and fancy, but he managed to digest most of the moves and made it into a part of his body instinct. And he stabbed the water in the middle, causing a big splash. After carefully fathoming the sword's moving direction, he found out that the simpler the move, the harder it was to resist. From simple to complex, he simplified the complexity. The essence of swordplay was a simple stance, coupled with a profound execution. For instance, by straightening up the sword and stabbing, as long as the strength was powerful, its force would be far bigger than those fluctuating swordplay. He performed the technique, Alfie's fast sword's third style, Thunder Flash, causing the fish to scatter from the impact. A beep notified, indicating that the host had achieved enlightenment in the way of the fast sword, breaking through to Peerless and congratulating Chang Dalei. The splashes from his practice caused rain, and he marveled at the power of peerlessness. He reflected on tales of people capable of fighting thousands or millions and thought that it was a joke told by scholars. Taking a deep breath as water dripped on his face, he also pondered the possibility that a peerless figure in this world could indeed confront 1 million people by themselves. Feeling complacent, he considered himself among them now. As he gazed at the sky, he noticed Heart flying. Recalling that he couldn't check information on Heart in the past, he realized that now, at the peerless grade, he could attempt to check her information. Curious about her level, he wondered if he could finally use it on her and curious to know about her level. While Heart congratulated him on advancing to Peerless, a beep from the system indicated that the power difference was too significant. Checking Heart's information failed, and another beep declared the failure. Heart noticed Chang Dalei's attempt and asked what he was looking at. With a mocking expression, Heart informed him that he couldn't see and that Chang Dalei still had a long way to go. The confidence he had just displayed vanished, and he awkwardly laughed, admitting that he couldn't see anything. Heart confidently acknowledged her peak status in the world. Chang Dalei called Nianu and Bull, who were resting nearby. He said that they would go, while Nianu was pleased as she used her whistle, and the frog on the side croaked. The path of advancement concluded, and Chang Dalei advanced into the peerless grade. In Chang'an Astronomical Observatory, Emperor Ming and Monk Yefu watched the sky, with Emperor Ming coughing. Monk Yefu advised Emperor Ming about the cold weather and thick fog, urging him to take care of his health. Curious about what Monk Yefu saw, Emperor Ming inquired, and although Monk Yefu hesitated, Emperor Ming insisted him to speak. Monk Yefu pointed out the stars and explained that many among the major stars shone brighter than before, engaging in a fierce battle in the sky, as if giants were confronting each other. He mentioned that the stars started shining from a specific direction during the rotation of the sky. Intrigued, Emperor Ming inquired about the direction of the place, and Monk Yefu responded that it was the northwest. Emperor Ming remarked that Chang Dalei was in the northwest direction. Monk Yefu conveyed the idea that fate might have set a destiny for all of them, but the man should overcome his fate. Suddenly, among the stars in the southern dipper, yet another star shone brightly. It seemed even some of the purple star's radiance was deprived. As it got brighter, it suddenly became a white fireball, passing by with a flash in the sky. Monk Yefu saw a star and mentioned that it was a powerful star. Meanwhile, at the Liangzhu border, the Taoist elder mentioned that Liangzhu's taxes had increased, and the civilians were suffering. He saw this as an opportunity to gather support through preaching, as there were already civilians willing to join. After rendezvousing with his father's remnants, they gained the most loyal members, and with their goals achieved, Xiao Yu suggested that it was time to leave Liangzhu. Someone addressed Xiao Yu as Divine General and asked about their next destination after leaving Liangzhu. Xiao Yu responded that they would head towards Yuzhou. The Taoist elder questioned the choice, pointing out that Yuzhou had become desolate after a big battle filled with bones. He expressed concerns about the population slowly recovering and emphasized that Yuzhou was too poor to consider it inappropriately. Xiao Yu insisted that since Yuzhou was now a land without an owner or jurisdiction, it was the right place for them. The Taoist elder inquired if Xiao Yu was already prepared, and Xiao Yu smiled and confirmed. He shared the time when Chang Dalei gifted him something before they split up. Although he didn't know what it was, he mentioned that a month had passed since that day. He had thought about many things and trained himself in the spear. Xiao Yu demonstrated his spear skills, using the wave breaker spear ninefold bang technique. After that, he cracked a large rock, causing an explosion. He mentioned the possibility of a miracle. Shocked, Lin Chong exclaimed that Xiao Yu's spear skills had improved at an incredible speed in just a month. The Taoist elder was also surprised, suggesting that Xiao Yu's spear had a hint of robbing the verve of ghosts. Xiao Yu began to ponder, considering the glorious figure he saw on the day of their separation. He described the glorious figure he saw. The gaze, which felt like warm sunlight, was not an illusion. He concluded that Chang Dalei might truly be immortal. At that moment, a star above the sky suddenly shone brightly, stealing away all the Dipper star's radiance. As the Taoist elder gazed at the stars, his eyes revealed a sudden shock. He quickly raised his hands, as the shining of a power star meet the Emperor for power. The celestial incarnates, shining through the long night, could be seen, and the marvelous people shouted with determination. Xiao Yu carried the righteous flag. Somewhere in Toad City, Shenji informed Chang Dalei that someone from Liangzhu had arrived. Chang Dalei replied, asking what they wanted. Shenji responded that they came to negotiate and asked Chang Dalei if he didn't want to meet them. Chang Dalei casually replied that he didn't. While relaxing, he instructed Shenji to let the professionals handle the negotiations and that they wouldn't fool around anymore. He further instructed that Su Ying would go and talk to them. Boredly, he instructed Shenji to call Liu Bei and explain something to him, letting him participate in the negotiation. Feeling concerned, Shenji reminded Chang Dalei that they agreed not to use Liu Bei in non-emergency situations. Indifferent, Chang Dalei reassured Shenji not to worry, as he would explain everything to Liu Bei, and he ordered him to go. In Toad City, official from Liangzhu greeted Su Ying, complimenting her on her beauty and elegance, confirming that Su Ying was indeed rumored. Due to Chang Dalei's busy schedule, they delayed their visit, and now they've finally come. Su Ying welcomed the official and explained that Chang Dalei was occupied, so she would be handling matters this time. She invited him to come inside. Without hesitation, the official mentioned that he had heard about Song Yaok and Zhu Wenting being guests of Chang Dalei. Awkwardly, he laughed, stating that both were young and talented individuals who couldn't forget about their parents despite getting along well. He added that Song Baking was concerned and had asked him to come and pick them up. Expressing his intent, he asked Su Ying if he could meet them first. Inwardly, the official thought that having a knowledgeable woman in the Toad City den might make the negotiations smoother. With a smile, Su Ying replied that since Song Baking had sent someone to pick them up, she should allow him to take them away. The representative chuckled, finding Su Ying easy to get along with. Su Ying responded, explaining that when Song Yaok visited their village as a guest, he was quite playful and had a small incident. The official inquired about the incident, and Su Ying called for Liu Bei to bring him in. Liu Bei entered with people carrying a patient. The official couldn't help but notice a change in the atmosphere. Liu Bei shared with them that Song Yao got drunk and injured their 2 guards at the gate. He expressed his frustration as the guards couldn't even get off the ground, wondering how they should settle the account. Their men, pretending to be in pain. The official thought that Toad Village was asking for a price. He assured Liu Bei that Liangzhu would cover all the expenses for recuperation and promised not to let their men be wronged. Then, he eagerly asked if he could meet Song Yao first. However, Liu Bei countered, stating that the Toad Village lacked medicine decoction fees. He emphasized that only the Toad Village could bully people, and no one could bully them. He jokingly added that after beating their people, they would like to pay some money to get out and said that there was no such thing as a good thing in the world. Irritated, the official urged Liu Bei to state a price so they could discuss the matter. Liu Bei responded that it's simple, following the martial world rules, tooth for tooth, an eye for an eye. He emphasized that if they let this incident pass, it would damage the reputation of Toad Village. He described harsh punishments for their men to be thrown into the mines to dig until they died, and women were tied to the dock to feed the snakes. Disturbed, the official was about to respond. But Su Ying intervened, pretending innocence and suggesting that specific compensation regulations needed to be discussed slowly, taking into consideration the attitudes of the other men in Toad Village, and reassured him of the need for careful consideration. The representative was left anxious. The more anxious the Liangzhu emissary was to get its people back, the less anxious Su Ying was. Both sides started playing mind games. Su Ying displayed her hospitality by offering the officials some tea, mentioning that even in their remote village in the northwest, they had excellent tea comparable to Chang'an. She continued her delaying tactics to limit and unconsciously had already darkened the sky. Su Ying kept a smiling face, giving the people of Liangzhu hope of successfully saving the hostages so that they wouldn't shed tears. Later on, Su Ying informed them that it was already late, and she invited them to stay in the guest house in Toad Village, assuring them that they could continue the negotiations the next day. And Liu Bei played the villain, emitting a kind of if they didn't kill them, he wouldn't be happy type of anxiety pressure. Liu Bei suggested to Su Ying that his advice was to kill them all, but Su Ying dismissed the idea, stating that although killing would save trouble, it was too wasteful. She suggested taking them to the guest house to rest as it was getting late, and continuing negotiations the next day. Liu Bei showed his irritation and disrespected the official, calling him an old dog and telling him that he would take him to the guest house. Liu Bei reminded the official not to sleep carelessly or wander around. Later that night, as the official walked, the official remained silent. His companions reassured him to calm down, saying that Chang Dalei wouldn't dare to make a move. Another official commented that in the war between countries, he mentioned that they don't kill the emissary, even if their country knew the rule, and questioned if Chang Dalei wouldn't be ignorant of it. As the villagers around them whispered, the official mentioned Chang Dalei's past actions, stating that he killed Longting in the presence of Emperor Ming, questioning whether his men would abide by rules. The villagers intimidated the officials, with one of the villagers asking if there was no one in their backyard and suggesting that they could bury the bodies there without anyone knowing. Another villager confirmed that they could go there, and another suggested waiting until they were asleep. Someone else proposed a more violent approach, suggesting cutting off their arms and legs and throwing them into a pig's den, claiming that Su Ying forbade them, but they could do it secretly to avenge their 2 comrades. Feeling troubled, the officials lowered their heads as they passed by the whispering villagers, and one of them expressed concern, saying that this situation wasn't good and that they were already discussing where to bury the bodies. Another official reassured them to calm down, emphasizing that with Su Ying's orders, they wouldn't brazenly take such actions. They decided to take turns keeping watch at night. The negotiating team stayed up all night, only because of strange noises that rang out of the window from time to time. Even the occasional flying dagger and arrow sent threatening letters. Negotiations continued for several days, but no results were achieved. And under such psychological pressure, the Liangzhu negotiators were already tormented to death as they looked depressed. Meanwhile, Chang Dalei mentions that the previous year, heavy snow closed the mountains, and recently, taxes in Liangzhu were increased, and the common people, who barely survived the winter, had most of their remaining grain taken away. He added that with the inability to pay taxes, many had no choice but to flee, resulting in a significant number of refugees from Liangzhu. Wanner remarks about the spring famine. Chang Dalei responds that while there was a temporary shortage of grain, if they didn't take action, He feared many would starve before the new rice crop grew. Wanner expresses concern that, despite having 10,000 acres of barren fields in Qinchuan, assisting so many refugees would still be a massive burden for them. She suggests purchasing surplus food from foreign traders for disaster relief before the famine becomes severe. She also cautions that if news of the famine spreads, some might deliberately stockpile grain and raise prices. Chang Dalei agrees, acknowledging that they could only help the refugees settle in Qinchuan. With a sense of gravity, Wanner expresses concern about the refugees outside Qinchuan. Chang Dalei replies that they could not control it, and even if they could, it wouldn't save Qinchuan, the people would starve to death. Reflecting on the Great Famine in Yuzhou, Chang Dalei recalls the grim reality of that time. Children were exchanged for food, and corpses littered the land. In the end, he could save 5,000 mountain bandits in King New Mountain. He feared the death toll in other places was even higher. Wanner questions how so many people could die, and Chang Dalei explains the realities to Wanner. He explains that even in prosperous Chang'an, dozens froze to death and mentioned the streets of beggars, elderly, and children who perished in corners of the streets. He shares that they were all cleared out by his men and at most, they filled 2 wagons with dead bodies. He points out to Wanner that she used to be in the palace with a charcoal stove, mink velvet, and hot soup, putting on a show of peace and prosperity. He questions her how she would know it. Chang Dalei emphasizes that without food, people had no choice but to starve and questions her rhetorically who wanted to be dead. He continues explaining that the people of the empire didn't want to die of starvation and emphasizes to her that they could only rebel and rob against the rich, powerful ruling class, and that the Ring tribe also didn't want to die of starvation, leading them to invade the empire and start a war. In the end, it was the common people who suffered the most and died. Wearing a snobby expression, Wanner listens in silence. Chang Dalei highlights the need to develop productivity vigorously. Even in the face of defending against foreign enemies, Chang Dalei asserts that having enough to eat was crucial. He shares some of his ideas, citing the introduction of champa rice from the South Yangtze River and its distribution as rice seeds to farmers. Wearing a content smirk, Chang Dalei explains the rotational planting system, the importance of making nitrate fertilizer, compost, green storage fodder, and more. Chang Dalei also reveals that craftsmen in the workshop were working overtime to produce iron farming tools like bending plows, barrel carts, and water wheels. He proposes lending these tools to farmers to clear wasteland and increase productivity, while Wanner, reading through his ideas, can't hide her astonishment. After settling those matters, Chang Dalei mentioned plans for education and research, leaving Wanner momentarily speechless. She asked if he came up with all this on his own, and Chang Dalei promptly replied that he didn't, while smiling. He mentioned that he whispered it to her and shared that it was whispered to him by the immortal in his dreams, while Hart stood beside him humming with a happy face. Wanner displayed a cranky attitude in response to Chang Dalei's statements. She asserted that he might be able to fool others with his supernatural stories, but not her. Suddenly, Wanner's face turned red as she thought that Chang Dalei knew a lot. She secretly smiled as she blushed and complimented that he wasn't bad for a man she liked. Later that moment, as they were still discussing, Liu Bei suddenly arrived and informed Chang Dalei that the Liangzhu negotiation team had left. In response, Chang Dalei expressed his concern and questioned if they were done and what the results were, wondering if they were released. Liu Bei explained that the outcome was the agreement to place Song Yaok, Zhu Wenting, Zhang Wukai, and others under house arrest in Qinchuan as hostages. Liangzhu would be allowed to send people to visit them once a month, and they would provide a living allowance. It was also demanded that the hostages' personal safety should be ensured without any harm and mentioned that they happily agreed. Chang Dalei expressed surprise at the seemingly harsh conditions, while Wanner questioned how Liangzhu could agree to such terms and still be happy about it. Showing a triumphant smile, Liu Bei explained that it was the result of their efforts. He mentioned that they initially started with the intention of securing the safe return of their people, which is not such a good thing in the world. He shared that there were initial disagreements, with both sides reluctant to back down. He kept insisting that the men should be thrown into the mines, and the women should be given to their men for fun. After a mutual tug-of-war for a few days, neither side wanted to back down. Their men put on a show of evil bandits, and the group of frail scholars was scared to sleep peacefully. Also, Liu Bei mentioned that the officials thought they were a group of unlinking killers who just wanted to get out in one piece. Su Ying eventually proposed a compromise, and the officials immediately agreed. Pleased, Chang Dalei expressed amazement and complimented Su Ying, saying she's a business genius and good at negotiations. He mentioned that he guessed it right and pointed out that the scholar faction has always cherished life, leading to the presence of many peacemakers and fence-sitter factions when the rings came. Pouting, Wanner commented on the number of good generals in the empire, but noted that they were easily bullied by the Ring tribe, leading to the signing of such a humiliating compensation treaty. She remarked that they are a group of guys without integrity. Chang Dalei expressed his belief that Song Bokeng would not be satisfied with the negotiation outcome, anticipating that another team would come in a few days. He asked Liu Bei to trouble him by then and mentioned that they couldn't give the people back to them anyway, using his ancestor Liu Bei's strategy of borrowing from Jingzhou. Liu Bei asked what he could borrow from Jingzhou. Chang Dalei chortled and explained to Liu Bei that he needed to grasp the general idea. Liu Bei agreed, saying that they would stall them and confirm Chang Dalei's request. Wanner questioned how long Chang Dalei planned to keep them locked up, and he replied that it would be for as long as possible, although he acknowledged that they couldn't do it forever. He emphasized that Song Bokeng cared about his son and ensured the safety of Song Yaok and Zhu Wenting, whom he considered their talismans. Chang Dalei even suggested that they could delay until they got married and had children in Toad City, envisioning them becoming part of their city by then. As she stretched, Wanner raised a concern about what would happen if Song Bokeng chose to fight instead of seeking his son's release. Chang Dalei accidentally glanced at Wanner's chest area, which was stretching, as he mentioned that they would also fight if necessary. He quickly turned his head as he reminded himself about his manners, while Wanner reminisced about the food in the palace being truly good, and Chang Dalei stuttered in his words. Chang Dalei continued, asserting that Toad Village wasn't afraid of anything in terms of warfare. Meanwhile, at Liangzhu, the officials returned and bowed to Song Bokeng. Frowning while reading the papers, Song Bokeng remarked that it was the result of their negotiations after so many days. The officials stated that this was the best result they could get. Expressing frustration, Song Bokeng called the officials good for nothing, questioning what they negotiated was that their people were not brought back, and they had to pay instead. He threw the paper to them, questioning how they even negotiated and what they discussed. Reflecting on the situation, the officials contemplated that Chang Dalei was a formidable individual, and they couldn't argue with Chang Dalei of Toad Village. They realized that if it were their sons who were captured, staying in Toad Village might have cost them their lives. One official mentioned that they did their best. Song Bokeng addressed them and questioned who was willing to go to Qinchuan again. He couldn't accept such conditions, and the matter needed to be renegotiated. Song Bokeng called the names of Lord Dai and Sir Liang, but Lord Dai claimed that he could not get away from his business affairs, while Liang claimed that he caught a cold last night and still had a headache, so he wasn't up for taking on a big job. It was evident from their faces that they were reluctant to get involved. He called out to other officials, Sir Zhang, Sir Lu, and Lai. Zhang nervously explained that he had just received a divination from an expert advising him against traveling far shortly, predicting a bloody disaster, while Lai reasoned that his wife was giving birth, and another person tried to make an excuse about Lai's wife being over 50 years old. Lu claimed to suddenly feel a stomachache, fearing he ate something bad. Anxiety was evident on their faces. Gritting his teeth, Song Bokeng remarked that Chang Dalei was just a mountain bandit. He questioned if Chang Dalei was that scary and if no one in Liangzhu was afraid of him. At this moment, the Liangzhu governor felt helpless, much like during the peace talks between Emperor Ming and the Ring tribe. Seeing the tension in the room, Song Bokeng thought of his officials as spineless insects. The people's eyes were watching the heart, and the heart was watching the mouth as everyone kept silent. He realized that renegotiation meant breaking the agreement, and with the brutality of mountain bandits, failing to agree on a word might lead to death in Qinchuan. He understood that being an official was not easy, and life was the most important thing for everyone. Liangzhu City sent negotiation teams again and again. Every time they negotiated, they thought they could bring their people back. But the result was the same disappointment. Time dragged on day by day just like that. In April, the spring famine broke out in Liangzhu, and people's grievances burst out, with a large number of refugees leaving their native places. People began to die one after another in Liangzhu, and the situation would continue until the first grain harvest. Liangzhu's governor was forced by its people's grievances to open the warehouse for disaster relief, and they no longer had the energy to tangle with the Toad Village. The negotiations began to stall. The news that Zhu Wenting was trapped in the Toad Village finally reached Jinju. At the same time, the people in Chang'an also sent the news back to Chang Dalei. After that, Chang Dalei asked Zhu Wenting to write a secret letter. The letter was accompanied by a token from Zhu Wenting and Wanner and was stamped with Chang Dalei's official seal. It was delivered by his people in Chang'an to Zhu Wenting's most trusted parents. When all the nobles in Jingzhou saw this letter, they thought Chang Dalei was one of Emperor Ming's men. This was a warning from Emperor Ming. Emperor Ming commented as he read the letter, stating that Wanner and Chang Dalei were using him as their tool. The Zhu family withdrew from this point. Hui Zhang is not willing to expose more of his cards to Chang Dalei for his future plans. Back in Toad City, Chang Dalei instructed Zhu Wenting, Song Yaok, and Zhang Wukai that Liangzhu hadn't sent anyone to negotiate for a long time. He congratulated them, stating that they were now their bodyguards, and playfully suggested that they could even join Toad Village. Zhu Wenting and Song Yaok gave blank expressions, while Zhang Wukai cried. The war can't be continued as the Liangzhu 100,000 iron cavalry can only be temporarily disbanded and go back to farming. The war preparation that had been brewing for several months were aborted. The policy of Toad City attracted a large number of refugees to settle in Qinchuan. Toad City ushered in a golden time of development. Time flew by, and 3 months already passed. Xiaoyi, who entered the room carrying a tray of food for Su Ying, advised her to rest for a while and drink some tong sui to relieve fatigue. Liu Zhai, also present in the room, questioned Su Ying that she had been eating sweets recently and asked if she was not afraid of gaining weight. Su Ying responded that she craved sweets lately, and Chang Dalei suggested that it would be great to eat more sweets if she's tired. In a serious tone, Su Ying suddenly called Liu Zhai, mentioning that she was almost 20 years old and would be a big lady soon. She planned to let Chang Dalei welcome her into the family properly. Su Ying emphasized that as a woman, it's better to establish a good reputation. And, after a few months, she would send Chang Dalei to Liu Zhai's room. Liu Zhai was shocked by Su Ying's sudden discussion and accidentally dropped her bowl of food. She asked why Su Ying was talking about this all of a sudden. Concerned, Liu Zhai wondered if Chang Dalei upset Su Ying, offering to talk to him for an explanation. Su Ying reassured Liu Zhai that Chang Dalei didn't upset her and took good care of her. Then Su Ying explained that it was her duty as Chang Dalei's wife to help him take concubines, expand his harem, and spread branches of his family. However, she considered Chang Dalei's nature that seemed weird and was afraid of her being jealous, so he never mentioned anything about concubines. She also expressed that Liu Zhai has long been a member of Chang Dalei's family and would be taken in sooner or later, and that they are as close as sisters, and there's no need to worry about quarreling. Su Ying added that Liu Zhai had been with Chang Dalei for a long time, and she must have wanted a status. Su Ying assured Liu Zhai that with status, there's no need to cheat. Embarrassed, Liu Zhai turned away and asked Su Ying how she knew all along. She clarified that Su Ying and Chang Dalei had only been married for a few months, and they were taking concubines so quickly. She wondered if there was a fear that some weird rumors would spread around the whole town. In a dignified manner, Su Ying responded that in a few months, she and Chang Dalei would not be able to make love for some time, and she rubbed her stomach. Visibly shocked, Liu Zhai asked if Su Ying meant what she was thinking, and Su Ying nodded. With widened eyes, Liu Zhai questioned how many months it had been, and Su Ying responded that it should be about 2 months. Surprised, Liu Zhai stood up abruptly and exclaimed that she was going to tell Chang Dalei about it. However, Su Ying stopped her, saying to wait for a second. Calmly, Su Ying stood up and mentioned that it was not urgent. She wanted to give Chang Dalei a surprise, and if Chang Dalei knows, he won't allow her to run around. She still needs to do some things and must return. She instructed Liu Zhai to tell them to prepare the carriage, letting her know that she's going to Descending Jade Village. A couple of hours later in Descending Jade Village, Linger welcomed Su Ying and asked why she was there. Su Ying inquired if Lihua was present, as she needed to talk to her. Linger instructed Su Ying to go to the gathering hall and wait for her while she fetched Lihua, and Su Ying thanked her. In the gathering hall, Su Ying asked Linger, who had just arrived, where Lihua was and if she wasn't coming. Linger simply stated that Lihua was sick. Su Ying wondered what kind of sickness she had, and Linger replied that she didn't know what happened. But Lihua got sick when she learned that Su Ying was coming. Linger added that Lihua probably got sick of not wanting to see her. Su Ying asked Linger again not to lie and inquired about Lihua's condition. Linger sighed and confessed that it was all her fault, as she didn't know what happened between Lihua and Chang Dalei. Indifferent, Linger explained that everyone could wait until the wedding, but Lihua was almost 30. And she couldn't afford to wait at her age. After all, Chang Dalei must give her an explanation. Su Ying mentioned that she was with Chang Dalei even before Lihua met him. She contemplated that Chang Dalei had been with her since they married, and he did not have time to see Lihua in descending Jade Village. After that, she excused herself and told Linger that she would talk to her later. This time it had something to do with Lihua. She asked where Lihua was, and Linger responded that she thought Lihua was at the horse farm. Su Ying requested Linger to guide her to the horse farm. After a couple of minutes, they arrived at the descending Jade Village horse farm. Lihua, riding, was speeding towards them. The horse's hooves clattered loudly as it approached. Concerned, Linger warned Su Ying to watch out, but Su Ying remained unfazed. Lihua halted the horse in front of Su Ying, resulting in the horse neighing loudly. She dismounted and asked Su Ying if she wasn't afraid. Smiling, Su Ying told Lihua to stop messing around and come down, stating that she had something to discuss with her, while Linger arranged her skirt. As the evening set in, Su Ying told Lihua that she didn't want to come and disturb her, but some things needed to be resolved. Then she gave an example of the matter between her and Chang Dalei, stating that it did not do any good for both sides if they kept delaying it. In a drunken state, Lihua expressed her disappointment, mentioning that it had been so long, yet Chang Dalei never came to descending Jade Village to see her. She couldn't see any part of him that cared about her. Lihua added that it wasn't easy for her to fall for someone, and he had broken her heart. She decided never to get married in her life and requested Su Ying and Chang Dalei not to disturb her again. Smiling, Su Ying persuaded Lihua not to sulk, explaining that Chang Dalei cared too much about others' opinions. Since he was just married, he was concerned that if he didn't come to find her, others would gossip about it. It wasn't that he didn't like Lihua, he was just worried about potential jealousy. Turning serious, Lihua remarked that Su Ying might be generous, but she couldn't be so generous as to push other girls toward Chang Dalei's side. Perplexed, Su Ying reasoned that she couldn't stand watching Lihua grow older each day. Lihua inquired if it was really because of that, and Su Ying confirmed. Su Ying recalled the time when Chang Dalei was resting, and Wanner approached him. While she was hiding, she peeked in their direction and saw Wanner approaching Chang Dalei's face, who was asleep. To her surprise, Wanner kissed Chang Dalei while he was still asleep. Afterward, Wanner walked away like nothing, leaving Chang Dalei still sleeping. Su Ying was bewildered by what she had witnessed. Wanner blushed, smiled, and chuckled after that moment. Su Ying, still silent, found the situation awkward and thought that Chang Dalei might not know about Wanner's feelings for him. Deep in thought, Su Ying considered that Wanner's status as a princess could be fatal. If she didn't have this status, her relationship with Chang Dalei would be nothing more than another romantic debt. However, given her status, Emperor Ming might want Wanner as the main wife, forcing Chang Dalei to divorce his current wife. Moreover, with the empire shattering, marrying a princess would tie Chang Dalei to the empire if he marries Wanner. And that Chang Dalei would be in a dilemma if they married Wanner. And no matter what, she decided that she needed to plan ahead and not let Chang Dalei pay too much attention to Wanner. She considered the idea of helping him find a few concubines. Thinking of potential candidates, Liu Zhai, Lihua, and Jidao came to her mind, all of whom had special relationships with her and harbored feelings for Chang Dalei. She thought that Liu Zhai would accept immediately, while Jidao seemed to have a master and disciple relationship with Chang Dalei, and decided to put Jidao aside as she needed to check if Chang Dalei likes her or not. Lastly, she thought that only Lihua was left. Su Ying explained to Lihua that Chang Dalei must have had some feelings for her, as he carried the sachet she had given him every day. Lihua dismissed what Su Ying said and questioned how Chang Dalei could be such a fickle man, mentioning that she wrote so many letters to him, but he never replied. Hollow, Su Ying responded to her, acknowledging that those were the letters she mentioned as she casually showed the letters back to Lihua. She explained that the letters got intercepted by her, and Chang Dalei didn't even know about them. Embarrassed, Lihua asked for them back. Trying to persuade Lihua, Su Ying planned that Lihua should give Chang Dalei a chance that they could investigate a little more. If he didn't feel anything towards her, it wouldn't be too late to cut off the feelings. Su Ying also subtly threatened that if Lihua was unwilling, she shouldn't blame her if she took the letters and let others look at them. Scared, Lihua pleaded with Su Ying not to do that. Ignoring her pleas, Su Ying resumed reading the letters. Written in them were Lihua's hopes to do 4 things with Chang Dalei every day with him. Distressed, Lihua tried to stop Su Ying and insisted that she would do as she said. Su Ying remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, in Toad City, Liu Zhai hummed happily while carrying a stack of papers. She called Chang Dalei excitedly, explaining that these were unverified documents from Jiang who collected in taverns over the past few months. Chang Dalei confirmed it, praised her, and asked her to leave the papers there. Feeling giddy, Liu Zhai closed in on Chang Dalei. Smirking, she continued to think that in just a few more months. However, Chang Dalei was busy reading through the papers and contemplating the increasing number of people turning to banditry and gangster activities, as vassals were not obeying the emperor's orders. The justice cult revolted from Yuzhou. The divine general won every battle. No one was capable of stopping him. A little Taoist master blessed by an immortal appeared in Jinju's Jade Emperor Pagoda, possessing remarkable abilities with transcendental swordsmanship. His Tao name was Tian Sai. Jianghu Assassin Organization heard that assassin Yuan undertook a task and assassinated a certain officer. A village slaughtering incident happened somewhere near Jinju. The conflict within the Ring clan is getting more intense. He also thought that the empire was getting more chaotic. Amid his contemplation, Liu Bei suddenly arrived and reported to Chang Dalei that something happened outside Qinchuan Pass. Chang Dalei asked what happened, prompting Liu Bei to explain that a massacre had occurred at Qinchuan Pass. He begged Chang Dalei to deal with it as fast as possible. With a stern expression, Chang Dalei replied that they would go, asking Liu Bei to bring him there to have a look. Upon arrival at Qinchuan Pass mortuary, Liu Bei advised Chang Dalei that it was better if Nianyu did not go in. As he explained, the way they died was a bit severe and informed that the people who carried the corpses were still puking, advising that Childer was better off not looking at it, and he was afraid that Nianyu would have a nightmare. Chang Dalei agreed and told Nianyu that she should stay outside as of now, and Nianyu gave him just a poker face. As they went inside, Liu Bei suggested opening all of them to have a look. Just looking at one would be enough, as the others should be around the same. However, Chang Dalei disagreed and instructed to open all of them. Uncovering the buried corpses, Chang Dalei was visibly shocked. According to Liu Bei, recently, Liangzhu had frequent cases of village slaughtering, which might have been done by the same group of bandits. He explained that they like to kill everyone, and this time they arrived in Qinchuan. Chang Dalei inquired further into Liu Bei's investigation, prompting Liu Bei to affirm. Liu Bei started to explain that it happened last night, and the people who died used to live at Qinchuan Pass outskirts. Chang Dalei inquired if their guards had not noticed the bandits. In response, Liu Bei mentioned that they hadn't, and he detailed to explain that Qinchuan has a vast 400 kilometers area. It was too extensive and full of uninhabited wilderness. Even with the unending number of vagrants moving in recently, it was still impossible to fill up the 400 kilometers of space. He further explained that most of the vagrants chose to settle near Qinchuan Pass, where they could receive protection. At the same time, they also needed to pay a certain amount of tax. That's why some of them chose to live a little further, so they wouldn't need to pay the tax. Moreover, they could not bother them, and those involved in the incident were the people. At that time, a total of 3 households were annihilated, amounting to 30 people, an elder, 5 men, 4 women, and 3 children. Liu Bei detailed the horrible things of the dead people, mentioning that some died due to having their skulls crushed, while others had their stomachs ripped open and stuffed with stones. The women were raped. Their bottoms were stabbed with wooden sticks that went through their intestines, leading to their demise. Visibly disturbed when he was to explain about the children, but he expressed exasperation. Hearing the gruesome details, Chang Dalei was fueled by his anger. He tried to calm himself down, repeatedly telling himself to stay calm. He thought that he needed to control his anger, or it would affect his judgment, and vowed to make sure to kill them. Chang Dalei asked what type of weapons they used. Liu Bei informed him that he had the chief medical examiner take a look. He revealed that what they used were their own hands. Chang Dalei was speechless. He contemplated that a bunch of evil bastards sneaked into a house, used their hands to rip open people's chests, and took out their hearts. Some are dead due to having their skulls crushed. He thought it was due to a blunt object. Only now does he know it was crushed by a person's hands. He speculated that the skull is the hardest bone in a human's body and questioned what kind of strength is needed to crush it. Overwhelmed with anger, Chang Dalei mentioned that it seems like a bunch of ruthless people came to Qinchuan. Liu Bei also informed that the people are getting uneasy. Many say it was them who did it, claiming that it was a punishment for evading the tax. He suggested that they block off the information and stop them from spreading it, but Chang Dalei did not respond at first. Then Chang Dalei asked why they blocked off the information. With an immense feeling, he instructed to find them, while Hart also said they should have killed them as well. Due to that, a sudden mission appeared on Chang Dalei's task. As they exited the mortuary, Liu Bei asked Chang Dalei who he thought the culprit might have been. Liu Bei speculated that it could have been the Ring clan or some troublemakers sent by Song Bakeng, or possibly an evil bandit gang that came from another place. Also, Chang Dalei inferred and mentioned that by looking at the traces on the corpses, he thought there was only one killer. Questionably, Liu Bei asked if there was only one person and how was it possible. As he heard that in the whole of Liangzhu, there were already hundreds of people getting killed, he questioned how one person could have done all of it. Chang Dalei responded by remarking that the killer used only his hands to rip off the body, crush the skull, and brutally mutilate the corpse. He emphasized that the method was too consistent. If it was done by a gang, it was hard to maintain consistency. Liu Bei asked if Chang Dalei had a plan. Chang Dalei mentioned that since they dared to kill people and commit evil deeds on his territory, they would not leave the place unscathed. He instructed Liu Bei to relay his orders. He ordered the relocation of all the vagrants at Qinchuan's outskirts to somewhere near the Qinchuan Pass. Each village should group together to form a defense team. If they noticed something suspicious, they should immediately hit the gong or drum to notify others. Lastly, he ordered the immediate summoning of Zilong, Zhang Fei, and the 18 military officers to come and meet him. When they all gathered, Chang Dalei addressed them all, stating that all the generals should listen to his orders. He instructed them to form groups of 100 people, separate into regions, and divide the time for patrolling and manhunting. The newly allocated vagrants and caravans were strictly inspected, and he emphasized that they should execute these orders immediately without delay. Chang Dalei told his people to find the unidentified wicked evil, even if they had to dig up the ground. While his men listened attentively, he also added that after they found him, they should kill it on sight. Everyone agreed with Chang Dalei's order. Suddenly, someone from the Liangzhu officials sought Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei wondered why Song Bakang's men were present and questioned the reason they were looking for him. Awkwardly smiling, the official mentioned that Master Song had heard that Chang Dalei was preparing to search for the culprit behind the massacre. He slowly approached Chang Dalei and introduced himself. They were from Liangzhu and were also investigating the matter. The official explained that at that time, a criminal had come to Qinchuan, which is why he received Master Song's order to come and asked for Chang Dalei's help. Chang Dalei wondered, although the Toad village and Liangzhu city were maintaining peace on the surface, if Song Bakang was hoping to get rid of him even in his dreams. Yet, this time, he was asking for his help. Perplexed, Chang Dalei questioned why they needed his help. The official bowed respectfully and explained that Liangzhu had dispatched elite bailiffs, but still suffered from the massacre. It even alarmed the imperial court, and they were helpless right now. So, Song Bakang thought of Chang Dalei. He negotiated that if Chang Dalei caught the culprit, they asked if he could let Song Bakang handle the culprit. Of course, the official claimed Song Bakang would never let Chang Dalei's efforts go to waste. By that time, there would be a gift of money and grains for Chang Dalei, and mentioned the amount would surely satisfy him, and they would also report to the imperial court to acknowledge his achievement. Suspicious, Chang Dalei thought about why Song Bakang was putting so much importance on the evil bandit, especially sending someone to get help. He questioned if seeking revenge for the common people was a typical case of upper officers stealing credit. Chang Dalei walked away and stated that it was still too early to discuss. He suggested addressing it after capturing the culprit, a suggestion the official confirmed. He also requested all the crime records in Liangzhu to bring all of their documents, and claimed it might assist in apprehending the wrongdoer, an idea the official agreed with. In his room, Chang Dalei pondered over the documents he read. There were no weapons. The perpetrator used both hands to rip out the victim's innards. Women and children were tied to a side, tortured and killed off by the men first. Sometimes the massacre continued for the whole night. It was the same killing method. The evil person wasn't motivated by revenge, not for money, or pursuing women. They lacked any clear motive. Their actions were purely driven by a desire to kill people. While speculating, Chang Dalei questioned how there could be such a person in this world. However, he was not a professional detective and didn't have the skills to investigate. He wanted to know the other person's origin from the documents on hand, determined his whereabouts, and even captured him. He shook his head, saying it was simply impossible. Chang Dalei contemplated whether to use the summoning platform to summon a few elite bailiffs, but he felt too desperate, and asked himself what if he failed to summon the occupation he wanted. While engrossed in his thoughts, Su Ying suddenly arrived and mentioned that she had worked the whole day. She suggested they have a drink and rest for a while. Chang Dalei responded that he couldn't rest, he had no clue at all. Su Ying smiled and mentioned that she had called Lihua over from Descending Jade Village. She asked Chang Dalei if he wasn't going to meet her. Suddenly turning his head, Chang Dalei said that there she was, standing beneath the dim light. He recalled that Su Ying had a hidden attribute, clairvoyance. However, Su Ying's face still looked questionable. Chang Dalei slammed his hand on the table, approached her, and asked for help to take a look. He pushed Su Ying to the table and briefed her about the incident in Qinchuan. He explained that the document was sent from Liangzhu, and he had looked through it for half a day but hadn't gained anything. Su Ying responded that she had never done any investigation before and might not be of any help. Dismissing her concern, Chang Dalei said that there were no problems, and she looked at things more comprehensively. Her observation would surely be better than his. He stated that most of the documents were information on the autopsy done by the medical examiner, and they also included some on-site inspection records. He asked for her help to take a look and if she could find any clues at all. Su Ying started reading. On April 20th, outside of Jingzhou 20 district, and around 20 people were killed. Next was on May 3rd. In Liangzhu 20 village, 35 people were killed. Another was on May the 13th of June, and so on. Through the document, Su Ying seemed to be able to feel the fear and despair of the people right before their death. It was as if she could smell the bursting blood. With all this, she slowly uncovered and profiled the murderer's character. After a while, a weird, crazy person slowly appeared in Su Ying's mind. As her eyes widened, an unspeakable fear flooded into her mind. Her eyes widened. Chang Dalei called her and asked if she was okay, brushing her hair aside. He inquired if she was tired and suggested they take a rest. As they continued investigating, Su Ying shared her speculation that she feared there was only one person involved. According to the time and location mentioned in the case file, the evil person's route when committing the crime was heading directly towards Qinchuan. She added that she felt a bigger problem would appear if they didn't take action immediately. These documents had a lot of contradictory parts, and she couldn't get anything more from them. She suggested they go to the crime scene to have a look. Hesitating, Chang Dalei mentioned that it got late at the moment. Insisting, Su Ying remarked that they should just go take a look. She asked if he was worried about it. The sooner they resolved this problem, the better he could rest. There were still more urgent matters waiting for him to deal with. He took his sword and agreed that they went. Chang Dalei suggested bringing Niunu, commenting that the girl's capability was no worse than his. Su Ying said that the child was sleeping soundly, and she was afraid they wouldn't be able to wake her up. Chang Dalei agreed. Upon leaving the house, Chang Dalei mentioned that they both went by themselves. As they swiftly left, Lihua, who was in her room, noticed them sneaking out. She looked and pondered that it got so late, asking where both of them went. As they traveled fast, Chang Dalei asked Su Ying what she meant before they departed, mentioning something more urgent to deal with. Su Ying commented that it was just a family matter and a love affair. Although they became a family, he resolved to do great things that would change the world. She told Chang Dalei that she knew his temper. He didn't know how to deal with love debts other than in his mind. Regarding those love affairs, she did something for him on his behalf, such as that lady Lihua from Descending Jade Village, who fell in love with him. She remarked that Lihua was a talented girl with strong martial arts. She could hold up a whole mountain village by herself. She put great importance on self-respect and improvement. But in the few recent months before their engagement, she wrote love letters for him every day. She even drugged him with alcohol. Su Ying commented that a girl, to be able to do all these things for him, loved him to the point of discarding her dignity. But she was still an understanding person. When the news of their engagement came out, she stopped all her contact with him. Su Ying added that when she took the love letters to find Lihua yesterday, Lihua looked a lot more haggard. When Su Ying took out the love letters, Lihua suddenly panicked, as if she was there to catch her cheating with him. In the end, Su Ying asked her to come and meet him, commenting that it was such an excessive demand, yet she still came. Su Ying suggested to Chang Dalei that he carefully consider the situation, advising him that if he had affection for her, he should invite her in. However, if he didn't feel the same way, it was advisable to decline promptly. The time had come to make a decision. She also mentioned that some men said Qin Man was quite compatible with Lihua. She introduced him to her, mentioning that Lihua was an adult. He needed to give her an answer immediately. Ladies were unlike him, they couldn't drag it out. If, by any chance, she stayed alone her whole life because of him, he would feel guilty. Chang Dalei listened quietly. He was aware that, in the end, the root of this problem was himself. He didn't have a clear stance, even if he traveled into this feudal era. But with modern standard moral consciousness, he was afraid he might be cheating on Su Ying. Su Ying did not seem to mind him having concubines, and she even took the initiative to bring up the issue of taking in concubines. In his previous life, he was also single. Even if he got married in this life, he was still not an expert in handling love affairs. He also didn't put any points into Casanova. He couldn't help but be a little stiff when facing these types of issues and unable to find a solution. Suddenly, Hart's voice interrupted him, saying that he couldn't run away from it anymore and that he needed to make his decision right now, supposedly. Due to that, a triggered mission emerged, suggesting that Lihua should become a village mistress. They arrived at a small village with crows around. The two entered a house, with Chang Dalei carrying a torch. Inside, Su Ying was shocked by the corpses she saw and able to see how they died at the hands of the monster. Her expression turned frightened, while Chang Dalei beside her kept calling her name. As she caught her breath, Su Ying detailed the monster as a young man with long hair, barefoot, lacking martial arts skills but possessing ridiculous strength, and a large figure. She explained his killing method as plain and simple, likening it to slaughtering a chicken. Terrified, Su Ying added that it seemed like the monster murdered for amusement, resembling those who consumed washi powder. After she detailed the description, she caught her breath again. Concerned, Chang Dalei held her tightly to prevent fainting. After confirming his description, decided to send her back first as she didn't look well. Worried, Su Ying informed him that the man he described had returned before and had just left not too long ago, surprising Chang Dalei. Su Ying asked him if he could guess which direction that person might have gone. Chang Dalei mentioned where he might have gone. Suddenly, there was an eye at the window, observing them. Chang Dalei inquired who was there. He quickly rushed towards the window, making Su Ying concerned. Chang Dalei unsheathed his sword and pointed it towards the person. He realized that it was only Fan Lihua, and they both stared at each other without saying a word. He was relieved when he realized it was only Fan Lihua, and Fan Lihua asked why it couldn't be her and why both of them could come but not her. She inquired if he found any clues. Su Ying responded that the culprit left not too long ago, believing that he might have walked toward the west. Chang Dalei told Fan Lihua that they were going to bring Su Ying back first because her body was weak, and he expressed his fear that she wouldn't be able to hold it. Fan Lihua agreed as she had no problem with it. On the way back, the three of them stayed silent with a hint of awkwardness. The three didn't say a word as they continued walking. Su Ying broke the awkward silence first by asking Chang Dalei if he was not going to say anything to Fan Lihua as it had been months since he met her, and Chang Dalei stuttered to respond. Chang Dalei thought about what he should say, wondering what kind of thing he could say in such a situation. He explained that beside him was his newlywed wife, while on the other side was the one who asked him to cut off his contact with other girls. He wondered what to say and what he could even say as he had never been in such a situation before. He was confused about what to do, as he was just there waiting for urgent help. Chang Dalei addressed Fan Lihua, making her blush, and responded that she was listening. Chang Dalei started small talk, telling Fan Lihua that the wind was strong that day, and Fan Lihua responded that it was quite strong. He also mentioned that the moon was also beautiful, and it was quite suitable for hunting. However, he paused in the middle of his sentence, prompting Fan Lihua to be speechless. After a while, Chang Dalei informed them that the Qinchuan Pass was very close to where they were and instructed Fan Lihua to bring Su Ying back and inform the others because he would go find the evil bastard first. He also mentioned that she could take the bull with her as well because the noise it made when running was too loud and could be heard from far away, claiming that it was not suitable for searching people. Fan Lihua asked him if he was going alone. She insisted that it would be better if she came with him. Chang Dalei declined and told her that he could do the task by himself. He had a thought that that person didn't know any martial arts, believing that it was definitely not a coincidence because he managed to kill hundreds of people by himself. Above, Hart expressed her fear that that person's body had a lost power fragment which she believed was the container. She stated that killing people was the easiest way of gaining fear points, and she wasn't sure how long he had acquired it. But she believed that to adeptly kill people to gain fear points was a skill he had acquired, leaving Chang Dalei to contemplate. Hart also mentioned that she believes he found out his system and came to target them this time, cautioning Chang Dalei to be careful because if he manages to kill him, he can also use his soul as he wishes, prompting Chang Dalei to challenge him to let him come. Chang Dalei told her that they would be the hunters this time. The gate opened at the Qin Chuang Pass as Fan Lihua approached. Su Ying showed her gratitude to Fan Lihua by thanking her. Fan Lihua instructed her to go and inform the city guard because she would go back the same way to find Chang Dalei, expressing her worries because he was alone. Moments later, she quickly dashed with her horse, while Su Ying observed her from a distance. Su Ying murmured, mentioning somebody. She instructed the guards to notify Zhao Zilong, Qin Man, and other people to gather people to search the city overnight, and the Qinchuan riverside because she believed that the killer was nearby, and the guard agreed. Su Ying contemplated for a moment. She thought that on their way back, she always felt like someone was spying on her and wondered if she was imagining things. Meanwhile, Fan Lihua had a thought that in the vast wilderness, the wind could bury a person's traces, and finding a person wouldn't be easy. She decided that she just needed to follow Chang Dalei's path, and once they met, they'd find the devil together, prompting her to think that she should ask him something while they were alone. However, a silhouette of a man was standing in front of her. She yelled at him. She believed that it was Chang Dalei as she informed him that she had sent Su Ying back, telling him not to worry as she was safe there. Fan Lihua approached the man inquiring what he was waiting for and if he found any clues. The man exuded a dark aura, and his red eyes twinkled in the darkness, his breath visible. Fan Lihua's face darkened as she realized it was not Chang Dalei. The man had an evil smirk and told Fan Lihua that he was waiting for her. Fan Lihua was in shock and repeated what the man said. She told him that she was also looking for him coincidentally too. The man's claw eased up, and Fan Lihua swung her sword. The man grabbed her sword, making his hand bloody, while Fan Lihua was in shock that he grabbed her sword barehanded, and that she couldn't move it. Fan Lihua gritted her teeth in struggle. The man grabbed her sword tightly and told her that her face was so beautiful. He pulled her towards him and told her that good girls should not play with blades. Fan Lihua was sent flying, while the man took her sword. She rolled to the ground as she landed. Fan Lihua coughed up blood and expressed pain. The man began approaching her. He threw away her sword, which led to Fan Lihua realizing that the man only used one move, and her right leg was already broken, which was not good. She crawled and declared that she needed just to move her body. The man's bloodied hands began to heal. Fan Lihua croaked as she noticed that the wound on the man's hand was healing. She concluded that the man was a monster in human skin. The man told her that she had a beautiful face, and he expressed that she shouldn't dirty it up. Disappointed, the man claimed that dirty bait barely works. Meanwhile, on some mountain ranges, a man walked through a valley full of human bones. He dragged Fan Lihua to the ground where he moved forward. The man threw Fan Lihua to the side. Fan Lihua expressed physical pain. She noticed that the ground was full of corpses, wondering if it was the man's lair. She wondered if the monster was going to eat her. Fan Lihua called out the man, asking him why he was killing people. The man replied that killing was fun, prompting Fan Lihua to ask him what he meant by fun and tell him that if he has such strong power, he should kill the rings instead of slaughtering civilians, and the man replied that his tribe was not afraid to kill and would resist, which he declared was not fun. He informed her that he heard someone mention to him that in ancient times, there were 3,000 women in the night street of the Yellow Emperor who rose to the skies, and some people slaughtered thousands of people for him to become immortal, believing that their fear would become his nutrients. The man stated that it was the glory an outcast like him couldn't get for a life. That was the proof of immortality, his general drawing. He also declared that he would become even stronger and finally be above all beings, which left Fan Lihua speechless. She had wondered what the man had said was true, that with brute force and recovery she wondered if he really gained power by killing people, which led her to question that the man was just a psychopath killer, who was very calm and logical. Fan Lihua claimed that the man had a clear purpose for killing and his own goals, which questioned her why he would risk making a fire in the wilderness so that maybe he could become a target in the dark. She wondered if the man did it on purpose and was waiting for trouble when suddenly Chang Dalei appeared, yelling her name. Chang Dalei told her to wait for him and assured her that he would get rid of the man and save her, which made Fan Lihua murmur his name. The man informed Chang Dalei that he had been waiting for him for quite a while, where Chang Dalei viewed for the man's information. A system information appeared where the man's name was Qi Nongai, the famous villain, whose age was 23, with the skills of bronze skin and iron bones, self-healing, brute strength, and no fear of pain, and an attribute of bloodthirstiness. Qi Nongai declared that he was going to kill him right there, while also mentioning Fan Lihua. He stabbed his sword into Fan Lihua's hand, causing the blood to spurt out. Qi Nongai informed Chang Dalei that he would take his time with her after he killed him, and Fan Lihua screamed in pain. Chang Dalei called him a bastard, but Qi Nongai laughed hysterically. Chang Dalei released his Alfei quick sword. The man, however, anticipated his attack and grabbed his sword. Chang Dalei, realizing that his fast sword was grabbed, declared that Qi Nongai had such monstrous reflexes, and Qi Nongai began his counter-attack. He grabbed Chang Dalei's neck, causing Chang Dalei to croak. Qi Nongai praised his swift sword, however was disappointed by Chang Dalei's weak flesh. Chang Dalei took a step. Qi Nongai informed him that he was present on the day Chang Dalei had killed Yang Lanting, and that the power he erupted from his body at the end made him so excited at that time. Hui Nongai told him that he thought of him as his kind, and if it wasn't for the monk, they would have met long before. He informed him that he came from Jiangju for him but disagreed with himself that Chang Dalei was just an ordinary person, while Chang Dalei struggled to respond. The tip of a sword cut the flesh of Hui Nongai. Chang Dalei unleashed his exploding fireworks skill and told Hui Nongai that no one wanted to become like him. Hui Nongai kicked Chang Dalei, sending him a far distance. He informed him that he became a stepping stone for his immortality. Chang Dalei argued, telling him that he was just a guy with brute force and strong recovery, and he didn't know any martial arts. He also wondered if he really thought he could cultivate immortality. He reminded Hui Nongai that he was just like the rest, a mere human who also bled red. Chang Dalei thought that his recovery was much weaker than that of the white snake, believing that it was because he was more injured, while threatening him that he was just going to cut off his head. Hui Nongai realized that his recovery had slowed down, and the power had worn down a bit, wondering if it was because of Chang Dalei's sword. He assumed that the power was lodged in his sword, and that Chang Dalei didn't know that that power existed. He reasoned that he first needed to remove Chang Dalei's sword and kill him to obtain the power's sword, claiming that his trip was not in vain. And he chuckled evilly, telling Chang Dalei that he could not kill him. He swiftly charged towards Chang Dalei, leaving an afterimage of himself. Chang Dalei was perplexed by what happened. He cursed while yelling Fan Lihua's name as he realized that Hui Nongai was targeting her. Chang Dalei's face darkened, screaming what he wanted to do. Hui Nongai smirked and instructed Chang Dalei not to move. He ordered Chang Dalei to throw his sword away, while making Fan Lihua a hostage. He told Chang Dalei that he also did not want Fan Lihua to die, and instructed him to throw his sword as far away as possible, prompting Chang Dalei to scream. Chang Dalei was in distress, and Hui Nongai continued to taunt him, asking if she was his girl. He threatened him that he would only count to 3, to throw his sword, or he would crush Fan Lihua's skull, while Fan Lihua resisted, telling Chang Dalei not to listen to him. Hui Nongai started his countdown, where Chang Dalei contemplated while his hands trembled. He released a very deep sigh and called out Fan Lihua, and Hui Nongai continued to count. Chang Dalei threw away his sword and apologized to Fan Lihua, telling her that he couldn't turn his back on her. Hui Nongai released Fan Lihua while Chang Dalei challenged him to come. Hui Nongai released a dark aura and giggled creepily. He called Chang Dalei pathetic, as he had no idea what his true power was, and threatened him that he would tear him apart. And Fan Lihua mentioned Chang Dalei's name with worry. Chang Dalei called out for hard as he thought of real power, and to lend it to him, and a system notification deducted him with 1 million fear points. Hui Nongai punched him in the face, leaving Chang Dalei to think that he's fast. Another system notification popped up stating that Possess had not been used for a long time and was in self-maintenance, causing Chang Dalei to curse because he couldn't believe that it was on maintenance. He claimed that the sword was a noble weapon, striving for dignity and honor, but when he abandoned the sword and fought with fists, there was no dignity nor honor, making Chang Dalei think that the possession was a little slow. Hui Nongai laughed hysterically and told Chang Dalei that without a sword, he was not a threat at all. Chang Dalei caught Hui Nongai's punch, and a system information appeared again, stating that the maintenance had been completed, and Chang Dalei's level was detected as peerless, able to withstand the increased power of possession, and informed that the possession ratio upgrade was in progress. Chang Dalei told Hui Nongai that he would get banned from cheating, as the system continued its progress. He informed him that he also had to use his cheat, asking him not to blame him for hiring the administrator to deal with him. Chang Dalei punched Hui Nongai, causing a loud explosive noise to be heard. Hui Nongai rolled to the ground repeatedly. He was crushed into a pile of human bones, while Fan Lihua took hold of the sword stabbed in her wrist. The system continued its progress at 18%, while Chang Dalei mentioned her name, telling her to hang in there for a while until he cleaned up Hui Nongai. He assured her that he would take her home. Fan Lihua began to tear up and blushed from what Chang Dalei had said. Hui Nongai lay on the ground. Heart appeared, telling Chang Dalei that he had not used the function for a long time and forgot to adjust it, wondering if it was not too late. Chang Dalei agreed with her, stating that he took a few punches from Hui Nongai for nothing but felt relieved that he got back at him. Heart reminded him that it had been a long time since they had used possession to fight and asked Chang Dalei what he felt, which Chang Dalei told her was not bad. Heart declared that they were going to get Hui Nongai, and she got his back, and Chang Dalei agreed. 20% progress was made on the upgrade, and Chang Dalei grew a wing. Chang Dalei gasped and told Hui Nongai that he dared to come alone, which he was 100% naturally sure of, leaving Hui Nongai interested. Hui Nongai inquired if that was his real power and how many people he had killed. Chang Dalei informed him that he had killed 100,000 and told him to forget it as it was not important. He mentioned that most important for him right then was he's going to beat the hell out of him, while a system notification appeared stating that the Peerless Peak possession had been completed. Hui Nongai stated that he could feel a power inside him. He mentioned that both of them were the same person, and that Chang Dalei's was pure like unpolluted ice, and he wondered what it would taste like when he eats it. He took off his garb and laughed weirdly. Chang Dalei cracked his hands, telling Hui Nongai that he would easily get slapped by someone with a big iron ruler if he laughed that hard. He taunted him to come. Hui Nongai smirked, showing his sharp teeth. He charged towards Chang Dalei and declared that he would kill him. Both fighters threw punches left and right. Chang Dalei dodged Hui Nongai's punches with ease and thought that he really didn't have a foundation in martial arts, claiming that he was just very fast. He wondered what was stopping him, which he had great strength and strong physical strength to be invincible. He also mentioned that when the power speed was pulled into a horizontal line, he stated that a skill would become extremely important while blocking Hui Nongai's attacks. Chang Dalei thought of a carp swimming against the current and deftly avoiding the rocks. After the attack, as he landed a hit on Hui Nongai, he clenched his fist tightly. Chang Dalei threw an uppercut and stated that it would expose all its flaws. Hui Nongai coughed up blood. As he was about to fall, he held on to the ground for balance. His eyes shined bright red and threatened Chang Dalei that he would kill him. Hui Nongai's muscles tensed and his eyes furrowed, while his throat emitted odd sounds, like the devil crawling out of hell. Chang Dalei expressed that he felt the same feeling he had before by being devoured by the tiger in his mind, and Hart informed him that the vessel power in his body was pushed to the limit by Hui Nongai and claimed that now the power had gone out of control. She instructed Chang Dalei to restrain Hui Nongai and break his arms and legs, knocking him out so that she could draw out his vessel and kill him, and Chang Dalei agreed. Hui Nongai and Chang Dalei's attacks collided. Fan Lihua took off the sword from his wrist and groaned. He stabbed the sword into the ground to balance her weight. She noticed the battle between Chang Dalei and Hui Nongai and realized that it was not something she could get involved with. The two were evenly matched in strength and speed. Chang Dalei expressed his agitation as he expected this kind of fight. He used a body clash and punched Hui Nongai in his stomach. Hui Nongai grabbed his wrist in response and attacked using his claw. He held Chang Dalei tightly and opened his mouth as he was about to eat him. He bit Chang Dalei's shoulders, which caused blood to spurt out. Chang Dalei was distressed and groaned in pain. He kicked Hui Nongai and thought that humans biting each other was rare, but a mad dog biting humans was common. Hui Nongai crawled and roared. Chang Dalei realized that he was almost bitten through his aorta, which he used to do the same thing when fighting with a certain guy. He couldn't comprehend how there could still be such a peerless crazy dog. Hui Nongai chuckled as steam came out from his body. Chang Dalei stated that as long as they were normal humans, they would avoid being hurt and tend to avoid harm, which was a completely instinctive reaction. However, Chang Dalei doubted that Hui Nongai was born without feeling pain and had the power to automatically recover. He concluded that was why he had developed such a sick personality, because he was completely incapable of empathizing with other people, and such a fighting style that didn't require him to dodge, which made Hui Nongai ponder what he had said. Chang Dalei told him that only a fool would continue to fight with him, who could recover automatically, and instructed him to hang tight as he had all his skill in the sword. He found it and told Hui Nongai that he should not go so far because it was hard to find someone at night. Chang Dalei declared that it was now game over for him. He charged at Hui Nongai with his sword in hand. He slashed at him, while Hui Nongai was ready to counter him. Chang Dalei blocked his attack. Hui Nongai pondered that he couldn't move his left hand. Hart informed Chang Dalei that the ordinary sword couldn't cut Hui Nongai's bones, but it could cut his tendons, and realized something that he started to feel fear. That's when a system information stating that 10 fear points were added. Chang Dalei told Hui Nongai that he realized something in their first clash. He didn't heal as fast as he thought. He confirmed his suspicions when Hui Nongai made him throw his sword, which led to Hui Nongai's bewilderment. Chang Dalei claimed that he was afraid of his sword. With the sword in his hand, Chang Dalei had completely suppressed his opponent as he released sword shadow dance, blood splashing between, and delicately cutting the tendons and hamstrings. The winner was decided. After a while, Chang Dalei told Hui Nongai that he was just a mad dog without his infinite recovery of his immortal body. Hui Nongai groaned, while Chang Dalei went on to say that to kill him, he only needed to swing his sword a few times. He mocked him that speaking human language didn't make a dog like him a human. He inquired if he still wanted to become immortal. He threw his sword towards him, stabbing Qi Nongai, and taunted him by saying in his dreams. Qi Nongai struggled to say something, however, called Chang Dalei a bandit. Chang Dalei sighed as it was now over, and Qi Nongai groaned in pain. Chang Dalei stated that Qi Nongai's vitality was strong, as he was still not dead, and told him that he would take him back and deal with him properly, and inquired where Fan Lihua was. Chang Dalei called out to Fan Lihua asking where she was. He paused for a moment as there was no answer, and fire began to scatter in the valley. Fan Lihua had disappeared. Fan Lihua was worried. She repeatedly screamed out Chang Dalei's name. She stood up and took a step. Shivering, she hugged Chang Dalei. Fan Lihua cried and apologized to him as she couldn't do anything besides watch him fight for her. She told him that she felt so useless. Concerned, Chang Dalei mentioned Fan Lihua's name. He comforted her and told her to stop crying as it was all right, and she was not to be blamed for it. Chang Dalei told her that Qi Nongai didn't show up in front of him until he got hostages, and assured her that their brothers would come right away when they saw the wolf smoke, and told her that they were going home. Fan Lihua agreed. However, Chang Dalei told her that the previous sachet had no fragrance and wondered if she could sew him another one sometime. The night was over, and the small search party came late. Someone yelled to hurry up as they noticed a wolf smoke signal and, realizing where Chang Dalei was, yelled that they were on their way. A voice informed them that Chang Dalei had caught Qi Nongai, while someone requested Chang Dalei to let him kill Qi Nongai. However, a voice declined to kill him and instructed them to tie him up and take him back to the village, while someone instructed to pass down his order, stating not to pull the sword off of Qi Nongai, as it was a death order, and they agreed. A horseback rider came rushing, yelling that he has a report. He informed everyone from the village that Chang Dalei had captured Qi Nongai, and would be soon escorted back, and told them to go check it out. A squadron of cavalry rushed towards the village gate. The people gossiped as they realized Qi Nongai was the guy who killed hundreds of people, while someone hissed, realizing that a sword had pierced through his chest, but still alive. They judged him that he deserved to be punished. Huang Senyuan pleaded for everyone's attention and informed them that Qi Nongai was the murderer devil who made people anxious, and there were rumors that the people were actually killed by the Toad village to punish people who did not pay taxes, and mentioned that Chang Dalei showed his power and captured Qi Nongai so they could clear their Toad village's name. He assured them that since the day they came, they just wanted to live in peace, and they were taking and protecting people from the wilderness, announcing that they were welcome to settle in Toad City with 20% of their grain for the first 3 years. He also mentioned that the village could lend them grain seeds and farming tools, and those who had a skill, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, and scholars should report to craftsman workshops, which made the people interested in the 20% tax, realizing that it was too low to be true. Some wondered that in just a few days Chang Dalei had really caught Qi Nongai. He decided to report it to his lord immediately. A voice inquired how Chang Dalei got like that again. Liu Zhihan asked him if he really had to do it alone, as they obviously had so many brothers in the village, and Chang Dalei assured that he was all right, and that he was fine. Liu Zhihan scolded him and told him not to do something like that in the future, as she expressed her worries towards him. She told him that he had to be careful, for Su Ying's sake and also hers. Chang Dalei had thought that ordinary people simply couldn't deal with a person having a container's power, and perhaps he should also start preparing some extreme measures or a way for mortals to fight, and a vague idea was taking shape. He inquired Liu Zhihan on where Fan Lihua was and how she was. Liu Zhihan assured him that Fan Lihua was okay. She informed him that her leg was broken, and the other injuries she had were superficial, that Liu Bei stitched up her wounds, but still, he had a fracture, and Liu Zhihan expressed her fear that it would take some time for Fan Lihua to get better. She went on to say that it was hard for Fan Lihua to fall asleep, but her mouth still muttered something, as a scenario of Fan Lihua mentioning Chang Dalei's name popped into Liu Zhihan's head. Chang Dalei inquired about Qi Nongai, and asked Liu Zhihan if nothing had happened, and Liu Zhihan informed him that he was now locked up in the dungeon and chained up, while Yin Mu and Zhao Zilong and the others were watching him. She assured him that they obeyed his order and did not let anyone touch Qi Nongai, and waited for him to take care of it, while a sudden person's appearance mentioning Chang Dalei's name appeared. Su Ying informed him that some people from Liangzhu City had arrived, and Chang Dalei asked her what they were doing here. Su Ying told him that they had heard that he captured Qi Nongai and specifically asked if their people were still alive, and Chang Dalei was surprised at how fast they were, stating that they weren't even that fast when their sons and daughters were kidnapped. Su Ying stated that she just talked with them as she handed Chang Dalei a report. Su Ying also mentioned that to replace Qi Nonggai, Liangzhu was very generous. The money and grain they offered were enough for Qin Chuan to use for several months, while Chang Dalei mentioned was written on the letter that 50,000 copper, rice, and more, so he was bewildered by their generosity. Su Ying inquired if Chang Dalei wanted to execute Qi Nonggai like that or hand him over to Liangzhu, prompting Chang Dalei to doubt that something was wrong as they made such a big offer. He claimed that the identity of the villain was strange because when he checked his information, his name was Qi Nonggai. He was reminded that a few months ago, he had heard Qi Nonggai's name from Princess Minju, a member of the Qi family and Minister Qi's son. Chang Dalei pondered that it was just that the gap between the identity of the murderer and the Chang'an noble's child was too big, and moreover, he paid attention to the safety of Fan Lihua and did not react, leading to Chang Dalei to assume that Liangzhu City was willing to exchange people at any cost, not for merit but to send him to the minister's house. He instructed Su Ying to go and tell them to double the money and grain, and they would hand Qi Nonggai over to them. Su Ying expressed her fears that the villain was related to the Qi family and asked Chang Dalei once again if he really wanted him to let him go, that it was just like allowing the tiger to return to the mountain. Chang Dalei chuckled and asked Su Ying what her thought was and if there was a reason why he should not accept the money given by the evildoer, as he assumed that they just wanted Qi Nonggai to live. As for how he lives, he didn't know. He claimed that if he let Qi Nonggai leave safely, his surname wouldn't be Cheng anymore. And after a simple first aid, Chang Dalei went straight to prison. A man greeted Chang Dalei, and Chang Dalei instructed him to step back and stay outside, and not to let anyone in, and the guard agreed. Chang Dalei opened Qi Nonggai's cell. He inquired why he came to his village. He wondered if he wanted to save Zhu Wenting, and Qi Nonggai chuckled, asking about her, and informed him that he told Minister Qi that he was going out to catch Zhu Wenting. Qi Nonggai revealed that Zhu Wenting was not essential as the one who he wanted to find was Chang Dalei. Qi Nonggai stated that he and Chang Dalei were chosen by the immortals over the years, and he only saw two of them who were of the same kind, which led to Chang Dalei cursing at him, as he disagreed with being compared to him, telling him not to include him with such as himself. Chang Dalei told him that he was lucky that someone was going to pick him up, assuring him that he would not die in this place while he pulled out the sword in Qi Nonggai's chest. Qi Nonggai groaned, asking Chang Dalei if he was not going to kill him because he couldn't kill him with that sword alone. Chang Dalei noticed that as soon as he pulled out the ordinary sword, Qi Nonggai's wounds began to heal. He expressed his fears that it would take a quarter of an hour before Qi Nonggai recovered his full strength. Qi Nonggai informed him that he had already integrated the immortal power deep into his bones, and it now coexists within his soul. He told him that he wouldn't even die even if he cut his flesh off or smashed his brains into a paste, leading to Chang Dalei agreeing, stating that it was really troublesome to deal with him that cheats. Qi Nonggai pondered what, and taunted him that he didn't have the same kind like his body, and wouldn't even get its power as long as it's inside him. He asked Chang Dalei if he wanted to be his companion because he would teach him how to use it. He went on to say that with the passage of time, they would definitely be in the class of immortals. A system information popped, stating that the system sprite had requested to retrieve power. Chang Dalei disagreed and told him that he had already seen a real immortal, and she was not as puny human like him. Qi Nonggai was puzzled by what Chang Dalei had said. A system information popped again, stating that permission had been granted and allowed the present body to enter the real world, leading to Qi Nonggai's confusion on what it was. A foot came out of the portal. Chang Dalei apologized to Heart for bothering her, questioning her that it would be better if they had taken care of Qi Nonggai last night. And Heart responded that she had to appear in the real world to retrieve the power. And at that time, brothers from the Toad village had come, claiming that it was inconvenient to freeze time when there were too many people because if many people would see her, she believed it would be a big problem. Qi Nonggai realized it was an immortal but hadn't finished what he said. Heart interrupted, stating that it was now time for judgment. She told Qi Nonggai to count his sins. Chang Dalei thought that after Heart came out, its field was created directly. He claimed that it was used to prevent outsiders from entering, and the prison was too dirty and stinky, prompting her to make a clean environment. Qi Nonggai stated that he could feel his power came from Heart and described the surging power as a powerful and beautiful body, and asked Heart if she was a real immortal, and Chang Dalei claimed that Heart was a misophobe. Qi Nonggai assumed that the dangerous aura on Su Ying was left by her, asking Heart if she was sheltering her, and why would she protect Su Ying. He reminded Heart that she was a noble and was perplexed as to why she cared about them, as well as what Su Ying was capable of. Hart questioned him and told him that she was only protecting Chang Dalei's wife, and asked why he cared, as it was him that she didn't see any glimmer of humanity in his heart. While killing at the age of 9 and leaving Jingzhou at the age of 15, slaughtering civilians, being besieged and captured by the martial world people, and later rescued by Minister Qi. She reminded him that the martial world sect subsequently caught him was destroyed overnight, and Minister Qi bought a large number of civilians every year for him to slaughter for fun up until then. And for 12 years, Qi Nongai killed more than 37,000 people. Hart dubbed him as the devil who brought hell to earth, which led to Qi Nongai being bewildered that she saw his past. He giggled and asked Hart if she judged him. Qi Nongai expressed that he felt that their power had the same origin, and if he was a devil, he wondered what she was. He asked what on earth she did when she reached the supreme state, taunting Hart to tell him. Hart ignored his taunt and explained how he only knew how to absorb fear points, questioning why he actually thought that the system sprite was the same as him. She expressed impatience and realized she had overshared too much to him, as he was not a young man, and told Qi Nongai to forget it. She presumed that there shouldn't be immortals in the world nor they need another sprite, as she was about to cast a spell on him. Hart told him that there were people like him that she wanted to return to, and Qi Nongai's existence trembled from Hart's power. Countless souls came out from Qi Nongai's body screaming. Hart absorbed the souls that came out. Qi Nongai cursed as he couldn't resist it. Hart claimed that the vessel was completely contaminated, as she held the King Zhu of Shang's jade ring. Qi Nongai cursed at her, wondering what Hart had taken away and if it was his immortal power. He asked if she cut off his immortal path and his power and immortality. Hart informed him that it was just an artifact tainted with some power. She went on to say that it made people anxious, and they would start devouring other mortals' lives, like a devil trying to become immortal and wreaking havoc in the world. She wondered how many more of those were there in the world. Hart sighed as she informed Chang Dalei that they were going to have their hands full from now on, and that retrieving the vessel was her duty, and killing him would dirt the sprite's hand. The ring started to crack. Soul came out from the ring. Hundreds of souls came out, as Hart stated that Qi Nongai had killed a lot of people, and as for his punishment, she would let the souls decide, and Chang Dalei observed what was happening. Hart informed Qi Nongai that the souls remembered what he had done to them, and not a single thing. Hart expressed that karma was a cycle of retribution, and now Qi Nongai should savor it. She told Qi Nongai that it was what he had sown, and a system information popped stating the host had gained 9,999 fear value. A few hours later, Chang Dalei left the cell. The guard recognized that Chang Dalei had a heavy smell of blood and inquired if he finished Qi Nongai. Chang Dalei ordered them to get a jar. He instructed the guard that after cleaning the jar, he should go and put Qi Nongai in it. The guard was confused by what he was saying and asked if he killed him. Chang Dalei informed him that Qi Nongai was not dead, as he was still breathing. He just became retarded. He instructed him to go quickly as he had not slept all night and was about to vomit, which made the guard struggle to respond. Another guard ordered to open Qi Nongai's prison cell and put him in. His companion complained about how big the jar was and contained a large vat of sauerkraut. They cautioned each other to be careful as they knew that Qi Nongai was a murderer, while his other companion debated. He peeked through the cell with a distraught expression. Meanwhile, at the system space, Hart observed the souls traveling. Countless souls began to come out of the big circle, prompting Hart to wish them to be reborn, assuring them the world would change for the better. In front of the village gate, a voice informed Chang Dalei that everything had been delivered in perfect condition. Chang Dalei apologized to Lord Song for bothering them and spared no effort in making a trip themselves, expressing how bad he felt. He informed his brothers that all of it was given by Song Pakeng, directing them to thank him in exchange. The villagers yelled their gratitude for Sun Pakeng. The pressed Song Pakeng and Zhang Waihu said nothing. Zhang Waihu asked to release Qi Nongai because the goods had been delivered. Chang Dalei realized that they said to release Qi Nongai. Sun Pakeng reaffirmed what Zhang Waihu said to hand over Qi Nongai so they could dispose of him. Chang Dalei told Song Pakeng that he was too anxious and suggested that they should unload the grain first and get the carriages out. Song Pakeng responded that there was no need for it as all of it was given to Qinchuan. Chang Dalei inquired if he really meant it as it was a lot, and Song Pakeng agreed, stating that all of those were for them. Chang Dalei clapped his hand and ordered his men to bring Qi Nongai. He informed Song Poking that Qi Nongai was inside the carriage and that they could take the carriage with him for free. This led Song Poking to express how stingy Chang Dalei was in exchange for 100 horses for one thin horse. Song Poking and Zhang Waihu stood behind the carriage. Song Poking wondered if Qi Nongai was still alive, and Chang Dalei assured him that he was more alive than raw seafood. Song Poking pulled open the curtains. He was taken aback by Qi Nongai, who was inside a jar. Song Poking's eyes widened as he pondered. On the other hand, Qi Nongai's tired eyes peeked through. Sun Poking jumped out from fear. He fell to the ground. Agitated, Zhang Waihu called out to Chang Dalei. The soldiers who were with them lifted up their spears and pointed them towards Chang Dalei and the Toad village. Chang Dalei asked them what was wrong and why they backed out, and informed them that once the land tax comes to their Toad village, there would be no reason to spit it out. Song Poking reminded Chang Dalei of his promise that Qi Nongai would remain alive. Chang Dalei responded that he was a man of his word, asking him to carefully observe Qi Nongai and determine whether he was dead or alive. He explained that if he promised to provide them with a living person, he would ensure that Qi Nongai stayed alive, claiming that he was honest and reliable in his work. He pondered and asked them why they were panicking, inquiring if they sought vengeance for a murderer. He also questioned Qi Nongai's identity, whether he was worth their lives, and if they wanted to engage in a fight. Zhang Waihu was enraged, expressing doubt about how he knew Minister Qi. He believed that he would eventually lose his life and asserted that he couldn't remain still when Qi Nongai was in that condition. Song Poking interrupted. Annoyed, he took Chang Dalei's words as honest and reliable, noting the matter for future reference. Chang Dalei smiled and responded that it was enough for him to know he didn't need praise. Song Poking retreated. As they observed them leaving, Su Ying inquired Chang Dalei on what they should do next. She expressed fear that Minister Qi wouldn't let it slide, which led to Chang Dalei questioning what else they could do, as they couldn't say it was a blessing in disguise, and if an army arrived to fight them, they would show them what they were made of. They realized that it was raining, and Chang Dalei instructed everyone to hurry up and transport the grain into the warehouse, as well as telling Su Ying they were going back, which made Su Ying squeak and reprimand Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei told Su Ying that she seemed to have gained some weight recently, leading to Su Ying not responding. And in the summer, Chang Dalei, who was protecting Su Ying, was drenched. Meanwhile, Zhang Waihu expressed his annoyance that there was not even a single shelter in the wilderness. Sun Poking was relieved that Qi Nongai was alive, but he now had countless large and small injuries on his body, making it appear as if he had been lynched by thousands of swords, prompting Zhang Waihu to call Chang Dalei a worse villain than Qi Nongai and believe that villains needed to be dealt with by villains. Zhang Waihu inquired Song Poking on why they didn't just kill Qi Nongai, claiming that he was looking worse than a dead person even though he's alive. Song Poking sarcastically agreed with him and asked him to do the killing, which Zhang Waihu stuttered to respond. Zhang Waihu suggested that it would be okay to report that Qi Nongai died in the Toad village. However, he couldn't take the blame as he was not dead yet. He proceeded to embarrassedly shut up. Song Poking instructed them to firstly ask the doctor to clean Qi Nongai and send him back to Chang'an City as soon as possible, while the next step was up to Prime Minister Qi to decide. The journey was navigated by horse from Liangzhu to Jingzhou. A soldier ordered everyone to halt. A loud rumbling noise was heard and informed everyone that there seemed to be a situation ahead. The soldiers panicked, wondering how they got there, as they realized it was not good. They yelled that it was the Justice Cult. In the summer 20, the remnants of the Justice Cult rose up in high profile outside of Jingzhou. The team escorting Qi Nongai was caught up in the war, and none of the team members were spared. Qi Nongai was left in the wilderness to be eaten by wild dogs. Subsequently, it seemed that the Justice Cultists were active in various places, and that there was a resurgence of their activities, where the Taoists spread the word that killing the 7 stars and Emperor's power, where a flag behind him had written that the heavenly god descended and light shines in the night to kill the devil. The crowd in front of him yelled the same thing. Emperor Ming personally ordered the deployment of 150,000 troops to attack the Justice Cult. And almost at the same time, Chang Dalei and Song Poking got the news that the Justice Cult was revolting. Song Poking explained that the great crime of Qi Nongai's death fell into the hands of the Justice Cult, while Chang Dalei pondered on killing the demons, and that if the Justice Cult was really treating the royal Lai family as demons. Song Poking read the context of the scroll that Minister Qi couldn't afford to deal with Chang Dalei. He laughed and expressed how good it was for them. There was a rumor that the Justice Cult had fled to Yuzhou, prompting Chang Dalei to wonder if the martial world rumor was fake. He pondered how come the incident happened near Liangzhu that time, and claimed that Lin Shayu was in a bit of a rash. Minister Qi lost his beloved son and gave the order. The empire looked for members of the justice cult, and anyone who did the rituals of the justice cult in their home would be executed if found out. There were often rows of people being beheaded in the long streets of each city and province, and under such circumstances, soldiers often killed innocent people to get the credit. The people who could not survive in those harsh conditions were forced to join the justice cult, and the power of the cult increased rather than decreased. Emperor Ming himself sent an order to end the war before the winter. The two armies fought, while the justice cult was defeated and retreated. The justice cult retreated again and again, and finally fled to Yuzhou. 150,000 troops followed them. It prompted Chang Dalei to ponder that if they retreated to Yuzhou, according to the martial world rumors, he believed that Yuzhou was long the base of the justice cult. Chang Dalei thought that Lin Shaiyu's defeat looked more like bait to lure the enemy, like a very early plan. What the empire didn't expect was that the justice cult would respond to every call in Yuzhou, which was not governed by officials, where a small village stated that if they would feed them, they would go to war with them. Countless people in Yuzhou, who had been abandoned by the empire, joined the justice cult, where the people yelled to the general, begging him to let them follow him. And in just 6 months, the cult grew up to hundreds of thousands of followers. Once the imperial army entered the hinterland of Yuzhou, it was like being caught in a swamp, and it was impossible to retreat for them. And those unruly people with dirt on their faces, after taking up their weapon, burst out with unimaginable fighting power and cohesion. After another month, the battle report came from Yuzhou, and the imperial army was defeated. 150,000 soldiers were either killed or captured. Lin Shayu raised the flag with the written word that God would descend, and behind it was to kill the demons. After the war, the position of the justice cult in Yuzhou became unshakable. Suddenly, a bird flew above a roof. Chang Dalei came out of the building. He chuckled and said something. He reminisced the days when Lin Shayu took classes in Toad Village. Chang Dalei expressed how good of a student Lin Shayu was. A fire broke out where people yelled that the craftsman's workshop was on fire and asked for somebody to help. After a while, the fire burned out. A person was in utter silence, while the other mentioned the people's safety awareness was still too poor, and they were lucky that no one died for the time being. Chang Dalei expressed his upset that the craftsman's workshop burned down, and Zhu Yu assured him not to worry, informing him that most of their research results were secured. Chang Dalei felt relieved and inquired her what was the cause of the fire, and Zhu Yu responded that the gunpowder they developed caught on fire because of how hot the weather was. She explained that they took the gunpowder he gave them as a sample and successfully fiddled with the materials inside. Zhu Yu informed him that the recipe was not complicated as it was just sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, and it was just that figuring out the best ratio was time-consuming. Chang Dalei thought that it was no longer the small toad village on Snake Island, and that the village had developed so far that many things had matured. He expressed that relying on the system to exchange gunpowder was still not enough to use, claiming that now they had a production method. He also considered producing more gunpowder. They just needed to buy a lot of saltpeter and sulfur through the merchants. He also pondered that the gunpowder turned into a weapon still needed to be studied and developed, and expressed relief as the Toad village had enough iron ore. He told Zhu Yu to continue the experiment, and the next step was to develop rockets, firearms, explosive mines, and other weapons. And Zhu Yu informed him about the problem that now was that they didn't have experience in that field, and no one knows how to do it. Chang Dalei assured her that he would find a way to solve that field and instructed her that their first priority was to rebuild the craftsman workshop. He also mentioned that they needed a complete safety system because gunpowder was dangerous and a little carelessness would result in casualties, and Zhu Yu agreed. A system notification appeared, stating that the prerequisites had been met, which were the iron ore resources, merchant road construction, craftsman workshops construction, and gunpowder production. A mission notification popped stating that a side quest Radiant Art had started, and the mission's content was the development of the gunpowder weapons, which Hart stated that the Three Kingdom warriors, Devil May Cry, were no fun. Chang Dalei pondered that it was time to light up the technology tree for firearms and believed that as long as they could produce firearms, mortals could also fight to a certain extent against evil people like Qi Nongai. Chang Dalei paused and stared momentarily. He entered the system space. That's when a system notification popped. Dust gathered where Chang Dalei stood, and he looked for Hart. Suddenly, Hart greeted him. Chang Dalei mentioned that it was pretty rare not to see her busy, and Hart responded that she was just taking a break from work and guessed that he was planning to make some big moves. Chang Dalei didn't argue and asked Hart if it was possible to build a network that could defend or warn in the territory of the Toad Village. He went on to say that it was especially for villains with vessels like Qin River, and expressed his fear that the villain was so high profile the first time, and realized that the solution was relatively simple, and he debated that if a low-profiled assassin came, their brothers wouldn't know how they died. Hart explained that she, too, has the same solution about the topic, and they realized that they couldn't wait for those vessel holders to come to their door. She told Chang Dalei that they should think about it, and she also mentioned that in the future she would need to go out to retrieve, as she believes that there must be a method, such as a radar. She informed Chang Dalei that to establish the monitoring network, they needed that guy's assistance, which led to Chang Dalei's confusion as to who it was. Hart told him that she would take him to him, as she described the man as much better behaved now that he has trained him. She snapped her fingers, instructing to go. Both Hart and Chang Dalei teleported. A shining portal appeared. Hart descended slowly, and Chang Dalei had the opposite landing. Hart scolded the lottery machine to take a break as he was playing video games again. Anxious, the lottery machine laughed, asked Hart that he has nothing to do recently, and Hart told him that it was now time for him to get busy. She informed him that she wasn't looking for him this time. She pointed at something as she mentioned who it was she was looking for. It was the nation's fate sprite, Guo Shang, who was shocked, wondering why she was looking for him. Chang Dalei inquired if it was the dragon from before and how it became like that. Hart asked him how Guo Shang was and informed him that it took her a few months of teaching him to get it right. Chang Dalei asked Hart how Guo Shang could help while viewing for his information. Guo Shang said nothing, and Hart told him not to give it a silly look, as it was still the incarnation of the nation's fate, where a system information appeared stating Guo Shang's information, an unknown mythical level nation's fate, whose age was transformed into a 1-year-old, and had unknown skills. Hart explained that when a country was prosperous, it would fill the world with the power of the country's fortune, and the demons and monsters wouldn't dare to come out to make trouble. On what the empire was about to collapse, and it was no longer suppressing the world, the evil people like Qin River dared to show up openly. But then, its power level was placed there, and its power was absolutely not low. She instructed Guo Shang to be good and pull a bit of his heart-protecting dragon scales for her, and Guo Shang remained silent. Hart told him that it was not much, and just a few dozen. Guo Shang asked her if he could refuse. Annoyed, Hart asked him if he misunderstood something. That she wasn't asking him, she was just informing him, which made Guo Shang anxious. She told him to take it, which led to Guo Shang shouting how she could do it. Guo Shang cried and remained silent, and Hart protected his dragon scales and told him that she owed him one at the moment. She handed the dragon scale to Chang Dalei and told him to take it, which made Chang Dalei realize that the scales had a sense of limitation. Hart explained that he needed to send those dragon scales to a total of 21 mountain villages, such as the 18 lieutenants at Qinchuan, Snake Island, and Descending Jade Village, because each village would have a dragon scale and be integrated into the space. She informed him that she would be able to build a giant formation similar to the suppression of the nation's fate through the scales, which confused Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei retorted that the village needed a group of craftsmen who could develop firearms. Hart suggested that they were going to summon a general, just in time to use the summoning platform for functional optimization. She informed him that it also requires troubling Guo Shang. The lottery machine told Guo Shang that they were going to continue playing, but Hart called out Guo Shang, instructing him to start the summoning platform. Lottery machine sighed, realizing that Guo Shang was busy, so he informed him that he would go first and complained about how Hart was really good at ordering around. Guo Shang began to grow. His eyes started to be keener. Then moments later, a notification appeared, stating that the summoning platform had been activated and that the summoning platform optimization and function upgrade were now complete. An optional character occupation such as work occupation or combat occupation had emerged.